Chapter 44. On the Wings of a Dragon. Eragon lifted his head and took a deep breath, and felt a portion of his worries recede. Riding a dragon was far from restful, but being so close to Saphira was calming for both him and her. The simple pleasure of physical contact comforted them in a way that few things did. Also, the constant sound and motion of a flight helped distract him from the black thoughts that had been dogging him. Despite the urgency of their trip and the precarious nature of their circumstances in general, Eragon was glad to be away from the Varden. The recent bloodshed had left him feeling as if he was no longer quite himself. Ever since he had rejoined the Varden at Feinster, he had spent the bulk of his time fighting or waiting to fight, and the strain was beginning to wear on him, especially after the violence and horror of Drosleona. On the Varden's behalf, he had killed hundreds of soldiers, few of whom had stood even the slightest chance of harming him, and though his actions had been justified, the memories troubled him. He did not want every fight to be desperate and every opponent to be his equal or his better. Far from it. But at the same time, the easy slaughter of so many made him feel more like a butcher than a warrior. Death, he had come to believe, was a corrosive thing. The more he was around it, the more it gnawed away at who he was. However, being alone with Saphira, and Glader, although the Golden Dragon had kept to himself since their departure, helped Eragon regain a sense of normalcy. He felt most comfortable alone or in small groups, and he preferred not to spend time in a town or a city, or even in a camp like the Vardens. Unlike the majority of people, he did not hate or fear the wilderness. As harsh as the empty lands were, they possessed a grace and beauty that no artifice could compete with, and that he found restorative. So he let Saphira's flying distract him, and for the better part of the day he did nothing more important than watch the landscape slide past. From the Varden's camp by the banks of Leona Lake, Saphira went out across the broad expanse of water, angling northwest and climbing so high that Eragon had to use a spell to shield himself from the cold. The lake appeared patchy, shining and sparkling in areas where the angle of the waves reflected the sunlight towards Saphira, dull and grey where it did not. Eragon never tired of staring at the constantly changing patterns of light. Nothing else in the world was quite like it. Fisherhawks, cranes, geese, ducks, starlings, and other birds often flew underneath them. Most ignored Saphira, but a few of the hawks spiraled upward and accompanied her for a short while, seeming more curious than frightened. Two were even so bold as to swerve in front of her, mere feet from her long, sharp teeth. In many ways, the fierce, hook-clawed, yellow-beaked raptors reminded Eragon of Saphira herself, an observation that pleased her, for she admired the hawks as well, though not so much for their appearance as for their hunting prowess. The shore behind them gradually faded to a hazy purple line, then vanished altogether. For over half an hour they saw only birds and clouds in the sky, and the vast sheet of wind-hammered water that covered the surface of the earth. Then ahead and to their left, the jagged grey outline of the spine began to appear along the horizon, a welcome sight to Eragon. Although these were not the mountains of his childhood, they still belonged to the same range, and seeing them, he felt not quite so far from his old home. The mountains grew in size until the stony snow-capped peaks loomed before them like the broken battlements of a castle wall. Down their dark green-covered flanks, dozens of white streams tumbled, winding their way through the creases in the land until they joined with the great lake that lay pressed against their foothills. A half-dozen villages sat upon the shore close thereby, but on account of Eragon's magic, the people below remained oblivious to Saphira's presence as she sailed overhead. As he looked at the villages, it struck Eragon just how small and isolated they were, and in hindsight how small and isolated Carvajal had been as well. Compared to the great cities he had visited, the villages were little more than clusters of hovels, barely fit for even the meanest of paupers. Many of the men and women within them, he knew, had never travelled more than a few miles from their birthplace, and would live their whole lives in a world bound by the limits of their sight. What a blinkered existence, he thought. And yet he wondered if it was perhaps better to remain in one place and learn all you could about it, rather than to constantly roam across the land. Was a broad but shallow education superior to one that was narrow but deep? He was not sure. He remembered Aromas once telling him that the whole of the world could be deduced from the smallest grain of sand, if one studied it closely enough. The spine was only a fraction of the height of the Bale Mountains, yet the slab-sided peaks still towered 1,000 feet or more above Saphira, as she threaded her way between them, following the shadow-filled gorges and valleys that split the range. Now and then she had to soar upward to clear a bare, snowy pass, and when she did, and Eragon's range of view widened, he thought the mountains looked like so many molars erupting from the brown gums of the earth. As Saphira glided over a particularly deep valley, he saw at the bottom a glade with a ribbony stream wandering across the field of grass. And along the edges of the glade he glimpsed what he thought might have been houses, or perhaps tents. It was hard to tell, hidden under the caves of the heavy-bowed spruce trees that populated the flanks of the neighboring mountains. A single spot of firelight shone through a gap in the branches, like a tiny chip of gold embedded within the layers of black needles, and he thought he spied a lone figure lumbering away from the stream. The figure appeared strangely bulky, and its head seemed too large for its body. "I think that was an Argyle." "Where?" Saphira asked, and he sensed a curiosity. In the clearing behind us. He shared the memory with her. I wish we had the time to go back and find out. I'd like to see how they live. She snorted. Hot smoke streamed out of her nostrils, then rolled down her neck toward him. They might not take kindly to a dragon or a rider landing among them without warning. He coughed and blinked as his eyes watered. Do you mind? She did not answer, but the line of smoke trailing from her nostrils creased, and the air around him soon cleared. Not long afterward, the shape of the mountains began to look familiar to Aragon, and then a large rift opened up before Saphira, and he realized they were flying across the pass that led to Tiram, the same pass he and Brom had twice ridden through on horseback. It was much as he remembered it. The western branch of the Toak River still flowed fast and strong toward the distant sea, the surface of the water streaked with white mare's tails where boulders interrupted its course. The crude road he and Brom had followed by the side of the river was still a pale, dusty line, barely wider than a deer trail. He even thought he recognized a clump of trees where they had stopped to eat. Saphira turned westward and proceeded down the river until the mountains dropped away to lush, rain-soaked fields, whereupon she adjusted her course to a more northerly direction. Aragon did not question her decision. She never seemed to lose her bearing, not even on a starless night or when deep underground in Farthandor. The sun was close to the horizon when they flew out to the spine. As dust settled over the land, Aragon occupied himself by trying to devise ways to trap, kill, or fool Galbatorix. After a time, Glader emerged from his self-imposed isolation and joined him in his efforts. They spent an hour or so discussing various strategies, and then they practiced attacking and defending each other with their minds. Saphira participated in the exercise as well, but with limited success, as flying made it difficult for her to concentrate on anything else. Later, Aragon stared at the cold white stars for a while. Then he asked Glader, could the Vault of Souls contain Eldonari that the riders hid from Galbatorix?
No,
said Glader without hesitation.
It's impossible. Aromas and I would have known if Vrail had sanctioned a plan. And if any Eldonari had been left on Vroengard, we would have found them when we returned to search the island.
It's not so easy to hide a living creature as you seem to think. Why not?
If a hedgehog rolls into a ball, that doesn't mean he becomes invisible now, does it? Minds are no different. You can shield your thoughts from others, but your existence is still apparent to anyone who searches the area.
Well, surely with a spell you could... If a spell had tampered with our senses, we would have known. For we had wards to prevent that from happening. So no Eldonari? Aragon concluded glumly.
Unfortunately not.
They flew on in silence as the waxing three-quarter moon rose above the jagged peaks of the spine. By its light the land looked on as if it were made of pewter, and Aragon amused himself by imagining it was an immense sculpture the dwarves had carved and stored within a cage as large as Alagacia itself. Aragon could feel the pleasure Glader took in their flight. Like Aragon and Saphira, the old dragon seemed to welcome the opportunity to leave behind their concerns on the ground, even if only for a short while, and to soar freely through the sky. It was Saphira who spoke next. Between the slow, heavy flaps of her wings, she said to Glader, "Tell us a story, Eberthiel."
What manner of story would you hear?
The tale of how you and Aromas were captured by the Forsworn, and how then you escaped. At this, Aragon's interest increased. He'd always been curious about the matter himself, but he had never worked up the courage to ask Aromas. Glader was quiet for a span, then said,
When Galbatorix and Malzahn returned from the wilds and began their campaign against our order, we did not at first realize the severity of the threat. We were concerned, of course, but no more than if we discovered that a shade was stalking the land. Galbatorix was not the first rider to go mad, although he was the first to have acquired a disciple such as Malzahn. That alone should have warned us of the danger we faced, but the truth was only apparent in hindsight. At the time, we failed to consider that Galbatorix might have gathered other followers, or that he would even attempt such a thing. It seemed absurd that any of our brethren could prove susceptible to Galbatorix's poisonous whisperings. Malzahn was still a novice. His weakness was understandable, but those who were already riders in full, we never questioned their loyalties. For only when they were tempted did they reveal the extent to which their spite and weaknesses had corrupted them. Some wanted revenge for old herds. Others believed that, by virtue of our power, dragons and riders deserved to rule over the whole of Alagacia. And others, I'm afraid to say, simply enjoyed the chance to tear down what was, and indulge themselves however they wanted. The old dragon paused, and Aragon sensed ancient hate and sorrow shading his mind. Then Glader continued. Events at that point were confusing. Little was known, and what reports we received were so larded with rumors and speculation as to be useless. Aromas and I began to suspect that something far worse was afoot than most realized. We tried to convince several of the older dragons and riders, but they disagreed and dismissed our concerns. Fools they were not, but centuries of peace had clouded their vision, and they were unable to see the world was shifting around us. Frustrated with the lack of information, Aromas and I left Illyria to discover what we could for ourselves. We brought 2 younger riders with us, both elves and accomplished warriors, who had recently returned from scouting the northern reaches of the Spine. It was partly at their urging that we ventured forth on our expedition. Their names you might recognize, for they were Kielandi and Fomora.
Ah, said Aragon, suddenly understanding.
Yes. After a day and a half of traveling, we stopped at Edonarach, a watchtower built of old to stand a guard over Silverwood Forest. Unbeknownst to us, Kielandi and Fomora had visited the tower beforehand and slain the 3 elven rangers stationed there. Then they had placed a trap upon the stones that ring the tower, a trap that caught us the moment my claws touched the grass upon the knoll. It was a clever spell. Galbatorix had taught it to them himself. We had no defense against it, for it caused us no harm, only held us and slowed us, like honey poured over our bodies and minds. While we were thus snared, minutes passed as seconds. Kielandi, Fomora, and their dragons flitted around us faster than hummingbirds. They appeared as no more than dark blurs at the edges of our vision. When they were ready, they released us. They'd cast dozens of spells, spells to bind us in place, spells to blind us, and spells to prevent Aromas from speaking, so as to make it more difficult for him to cast spells. Again, their magic did not hurt us, and thus we had no defense against it. The moment we could, we attacked Kielandi, Fomora, the dragons with our minds, and they us, and for hours thereafter, we strove against them. The experience was not pleasant. They were weaker and less skilled than Aromas and I, but there were 2 of them for each of us, and they had with them the heart of hearts of a dragon named Agaravel, whose rider they had slain, and her strength added to their own. As a result, they were hard-pressed to defend ourselves. Their intent, we discovered, was to force us to help Galbatorix and the Forsworn enter Illyria unnoticed, so that they might catch the riders by surprise, and capture the Eldonari who were then living in the city.
How'd you escape? Asked Aragon.
In time it became clear that we would not be able to defeat them, so Aromas decided to use risky magic in an attempt to free us, even though he knew it would provoke Kielandi and Fomora into attacking us with magic in return. It was a desperate ploy, but it was the only choice we had. At a certain point, without knowing of Aromas' plans, I struck back at our attackers, seeking to hurt them. Aromas had been waiting for such a moment. He had long known the rider who had instructed Kielandi and Fomora in the ways of magic, and he was well familiar with Galbatorix's twisted reasoning. From that knowledge, he was able to guess at how Kielandi and Fomora had worded their spells, and where the flaws in their enchantments were likely to lie. Aromas had only seconds to act. The moment he began to use magic, Kielandi and Fomora realized what we were about. Then they panicked and began to cast their own spells. It took Aromas 3 tries to break our bonds. How exactly he did it, I cannot say. I doubt whether he really understood it himself. Most simply, he shifted us a finger's breadth away from where we'd been standing.
Like how Arya sent my egg from Duvel and Vard into the spine? Asked Saphira.
Yes and no, Glader replied. Yes, he transported us from one place to another without moving us through the intervening space. But he did not just shift our position. He also shifted the very substance of our flesh, rearranged it so that we were no longer what we once were. Many of the smallest parts of our bodies can be exchanged for one another without ill effect, and so he did with every muscle, bone, and organ.
Aragon frowned.
Such a spell was a feat of the highest order, a wonder of magical dexterity that few in history could have hoped to carry out. Still, as impressed as Aragon was, he could not help but ask,
how could that have worked, though? You'd still be the same person as before.
You would, and yet you would not. The difference between who we'd been and who we then thought we were was slight, but it was enough to render useless the enchantments Kielandi and Fomora had woven about us.
What are the spells they cast once they noticed what Aromas was doing? Asked Saphira.
An image came to Aragon of Glader ruffling his wings, as if he were tired of sitting in one position for so long. The first spell, Fomora's, was meant to kill us, but a ward stopped it. The second, which was from Kielandi, that was a different matter. It was a spell Kielandi had learned from Galbatorix, and he from the spirits who possessed Durza. This I know, for I was in contact with Kielandi's mind even when he was wrought his enchantment. It was a clever fiendish spell, the purpose of which was to prevent Aromas from touching and manipulating the flow of energy around him, and thereby to prevent him from using magic.
Did Kielandi do the same to you?
He would have, but he feared it would either kill me or sever my connection with my heart of hearts, and thus create 2 independent versions of me that they would then have to subdue. Even more than elves, dragons depend on magic for our existence. Without it, we'd soon die.
Aragon could sense Saphira's curiosity was aroused. Has that ever happened? Has the connection between a dragon and the dragon Eldonari ever been severed while the dragon's body was still alive?
It has, but that is a tale for another time.
Saphira subsided, but Aragon could tell that she intended to raise the question again at the soonest opportunity. But Keelandi's spell didn't stop Aromas from being able to use magic, did it?
Not entirely. It was supposed to, but Keelandi cast a spell that even Aromas shifted from place to place, and so its effect was somehow lessened. Still, it kept him from working all but the smallest of magics, and as you know, the spell remained with him for the rest of his life, despite the efforts of our wisest healers.
Why didn't his wards protect him?
Glader seemed to sigh. That is a mystery. No one had done such a thing before Aragon, and of those still living, only Galbatorix now knows the secret of it. The spell was bound to Aromas' mind, but it may not have affected him directly. Instead, it may have worked upon the energy around him, or upon his link to the same. The elves have long since studied magic, but even they do not fully understand how material and immaterial words interact. It is a riddle that will likely never be solved. However, it seems reasonable to assume that the spirits know more than we both know about the material and immaterial, considering that they are the embodiment of the second, and that they occupy the first when in the form of a shade. Whatever the truth may be, the outcome was this. Aromas cast his spell and he freed us, but the effort was too much for him, and a fit came over him, the first of many. Never again was he able to cast such a powerful spell, and ever after he suffered a weakness of the flesh that would have killed him if not for his skill with magic. The weakness was already in him when Keelandi and Fomora captured us, but when he shifted us and reshuffled the parts of our bodies, he brought it to the fore. Otherwise, the malady might have lain dormant for many more years. Aromas fell to the ground as hapless as a hatchling, even as Formosa and a dragon, an ugly brown thing, ran at us, the others close behind. I leapt over Aromas and I attacked. If they had realized he was crippled, they would have taken advantage of his condition to slip into his mind and make it their own. I had to distract them until Aromas recovered. I've never fought harder than I did that day. There were 4 of them arrayed against me, 5 if you include Agravell and Notali. Both of my kin, the brown and Keelandi's purple, were smaller than me, but their teeth were sharp and their claws were fast. Still, my rage gave me a strength greater than normal, and I dealt grave wounds to them both. Keelandi was foolish enough to come within my reach, and I grasped him with my talons and threw him at his own dragon. Glader made a sound of amusement. His magic did not protect him against that. One of the spikes on the purple's back impaled him, and I might have killed him then and there had not the brown forced me to retreat. We must have fought for almost 5 minutes before I heard Aromas shout that we must flee. I kicked up dirt in the faces of my enemies, then returned to Aromas and grasped him in my right forepaw, and took flight from Eranarach. Keelandi and his dragon could not follow, but Fomora and the Brown could, and did. They caught us less than a mile from the watchtower. We closed several times, and then the Brown flew underneath me, and I saw Fomora about to strike at my right leg with his sword. She was trying to force me to drop Aromas, I think. Or perhaps she wanted to kill him. I twisted to evade the blow, and instead of my right leg, her sword struck my left, cutting it off. The memory that passed through Glader's mind was that of a hard, cold, pinching sensation, as if Fomora's blade had been forged of ice, not steel. The feeling made Aragon queasy. He swallowed and tightened his grip on the front of the saddle, grateful that Saphir was safe. It hurt less than you imagine, but I knew that I could not continue to fight. So I turned and raced toward Illyria as fast as my wings could carry me. In a way, Fomora's victory worked against her, for without the burden of my leg, I was able to outdistance the Brown and thus escape. Aromas was able to stop the bleeding, but no more, and he was too weak to contact Vrail or the other Elder Riders and warn them of Galbatorix's plans. Once Keelandi and Fomora reported to him, we knew that Galbatorix would attack Illyria soon thereafter. If he waited, it would only give us time to fortify, and as strong as he was, surprise was still Galbatorix's greatest weapon in those days. When we arrived at Illyria, we were dismayed to find that a few of our order were still there, in our absence. More had left to search for Galbatorix or to consult with Vrail in person on Vrongard. We convinced those who remained of the danger, and we had them warn Vrail and the other Elder Dragons and Riders. They were loath to believe that Galbatorix had the forces needed to attack Illyria, or that he would dare to do such a thing. But in the end, we were able to make them see the truth of the matter. As a result, they decided that all of the Eldenari and Elegacia should be taken to Vrongard for safekeeping. It seemed a prudent measure, but we should have sent them to Elismira instead. If nothing else, we should have left the Eldenari that were already in Duveldenvarden where they were. At least then some of them would have remained free of Galbatorix. Alas, none of them thought that they would be safer among the elves than on Vrongard, at the very center of our order. Vrail ordered every dragon and rider who was within a few days' journey of Illyria to hurry to the aid of the city, but Aromas and I feared they'd be too late. Nor were we in any state to help defend Illyria, so we gathered what supplies we needed, and with our 2 remaining students, Brom and the dragon who is your namesake, Saphira, we left the city that very night. You've seen, I think, the fair Aromas made as we departed.
Aragon nodded absently as he remembered the image of the beautiful tower-filled city, clustered about the base of an escarpment and lit by a rising harvest moon.
And that is how it came to be that we were not in Illyria when Galbatorix and the Forsworn attacked a few hours later. It's also why we were not at Vroengard with the Oathbreakers, when they defended the combined might of our forces and sacked Dora-Reba. From Illyria we went to Duveldenvarden in the hope that the elven healers might be able to cure Romus's ailment and restore his magic. When they could not, we decided to remain where we were, for it seemed safer than flying all the way to Vroengard when both of us were hampered by our injuries, and we might be ambushed at any point along the journey. Brom and Saphira did not stay with us, though. Despite her advice to the contrary, they went to join the fight, and it was in that fighting that your namesake died, Saphira. And now you know how the Forsworn captured us and how we escaped.
After a moment, Saphira said, "Thank you for the story, Eberthil."
You're welcome, Bjartskula. But never ask of it again.
When the moon was nearing its zenith, Aragon saw a nest of dim orange lights floating in the darkness. It took him a moment to realize they were the torches and lanterns of Tiram, many miles away. And high above the other lights, a bright yellow spot appeared for a second, like a great eye glaring at him. Then it vanished and reappeared, flashing on and off in a never-changing cycle, as if the eye were blinking. "The lighthouse at Tiram is lit," he said to both Saphira and Gladia.
"Then a storm is brewing," said Gladia.
Saphira's flapping ceased, and Aragon felt her tip forward and begin a long, slow glide toward the ground. A half-hour elapsed before she landed. By then, Tiram was a faint glow to the south, and the beam from the lighthouse was no brighter than a star. Saphira alit on an enemy beach strewn with twisted driftwood. By the light of the moon, the hard, flat strand appeared almost white, while the waves that crashed into it were grey and black and seemed angry, as if the ocean were trying to devour the land with each breaker it sent forth. Aragon unbuckled the straps around his legs, and slid off Saphira, grateful for the opportunity to stretch his muscles. He noted the smell of brine as he sprinted down the strand toward a large chunk of driftwood, his cloak flapping behind him. At the piece of wood, he spun around and sprinted back to Saphira. She sat where he had left her, staring out to sea. He paused, wondering if she was going to speak, for he could feel a great strain within her. But when she remained silent, he turned on his heel and again sprinted toward the driftwood. She would talk when she was ready. Back and forth Aragon ran until he was warm all over, and his legs felt wobbly. And yet the whole time Saphira kept her gaze fixed on some point in the distance. As Aragon threw himself down on a patch of sedge next to her, Gladia said,
"It would be foolish to try."
Aragon cocked his head, unsure to whom the dragon was speaking. "I know I can do it," said Saphira.
"You've never before been to Vroengard," said Gladia. "And if there's a storm, it might drive you far out to sea, or worse. More than one dragon has perished because of overweening confidence. The wind is not your friend, Saphira. It can help you, but it can also destroy you."
"I'm not a hatchling to be instructed about the wind."
"No, but you're still young, and I do not think you're ready for this."
"The other way would take too long."
"Perhaps, but better to get there safely than not at all."
"What are you talking about?" Aragon asked. The sand under Saphira's front feet made a gritty rustling sound as she flexed her claws, sinking them deep into the earth.
"We have a choice to make," said Gladia. "From here, Saphira can either fly straight to Vroengard, or follow the coastline north until she reaches the point on the mainland closest to the island. And then, only then, turn west and cross the sea."
"Which path would be faster?" Aragon asked, although he already guessed the answer. "Flying straight there," said Saphira.
"But if she does, then she would be over the water the whole time."
Saphira bristled. "It's no farther than it was from the Varden to here. Or am I wrong?"
"You're more tired now.
And if there's a storm, then I'll fly around it," she said, and huffed, releasing a spike of blue and yellow flame from her nostrils. The flame branded itself into Aragon's vision, leaving behind a flashing afterimage. "Ah! Now I can't see!" He rubbed his eyes as he tried to help the afterimage fade away. "Would flying straight there really be all that dangerous?"
"It could be," rumbled Gladia.
"How much longer would it take to go along the coastline?"
"Half a day. Maybe a bit more."
Aragon scratched the stubble on his chin as he stared in the forbidding mass of water. Then he looked up at Saphira, and in a low voice said, "Are you sure you can do this?" She twisted her neck and returned his gaze with one huge eye. Her pupil had expanded until it was nearly circular. It was so large and black, Aragon felt as if he could crawl into it and disappear altogether. "I'm sure as it can be," she said. He nodded and ran his hands through his hair as he accustomed himself to the idea. "Then we have to chance it. Gladia, if need be, you can guide her. You can help her." The old dragon was quiet for a while. Then he surprised Aragon by humming in his mind, even as Saphira hummed when she was pleased or amused.
"Very well. If we're to tempt fate, then let us not be cowards about it." Across the sea it is.
The matter settled, Aragon climbed back onto Saphira, and with a single bound she left behind the safety of solid land and took flight over the trackless waves. Chapter 45. The sound of his voice, the touch of his hand.
Ah! Will you swear your fealty to me in the ancient language?
Never! His question and her answer had become a ritual between them, a call and response such as children might use in a game, except that in this game she lost even when she won. Rituals were all that allowed Niswada to maintain her sanity. By them she ordered her world. By them she was able to endure from one moment to the next, for they gave her something to hold on to when all else had been stripped from her. Rituals of thought, rituals of action, rituals of pain and relief. These had become the framework upon which her life depended. Without them she would have been lost, a sheep without a shepherd, a devotee bereft of faith, a rider separated from a dragon. Unfortunately, this particular ritual ended always in the same way, with another touch of the iron. She screamed and bit her tongue, and blood filled her mouth. She coughed, trying to clear her throat, but there was too much blood and she began to choke. Her lungs burned from the lack of air. The lines on the ceiling wavered and grew dim, and then her memory ceased and there was nothing, not even darkness. Afterward, Galbatorix spoke to her while the irons heated. This too had become one of their rituals. He had healed her tongue, at least she thought it had been him and not Murtagh. For as he said, "It wouldn't do if you were unable to speak now, would it? How else will I know when you're ready to serve me?" As before, the king sat to her right, at the very edge of her vision, where all she could see of him was a gold-edged shadow, his form partially hidden beneath the long, heavy cape he wore. "I met your father, you know, when he was steward of Anduriel's chief estate," said Galbatorix. "Did he tell you of that?" She shuddered, and closed her eyes and felt tears seep from the corners. She hated listening to him. His voice was too powerful, too seductive. It left her wanting to do whatever he desired, just so she could hear him utter a tiny morsel of praise. "Yes," she murmured. "I took little notice of him at the time. Why would I? He was a servant, no one of significance. Anduriel allowed him a fair bit of freedom, the better to manage the affairs of the estate. Too much freedom, as it turned out." The king made a dismissive gesture, and the light caught his lean, claw-like hand. Anduriel was always overly permissive. It was his dragon who was the cunning one. Anduriel merely did as he was told. What a strange, amusing series of events fate has arranged. To think the man who saw to it that my boots were brightly polished went on to become my foremost enemy after Brom. Now here you are, his daughter, returned to Urubayan and about to enter my service, even as did your father. How very ironic. Would you not agree? "My father escaped, and he nearly killed Durza when he did," she said. "All your spells and oaths could not hold him any more than you'll be able to hold me." She thought Galbatorix might have frowned. Yes, that was unfortunate. Durza was quite put out about it at the time. Families seem to make it easier for people to change who they are, and thus their true names, which is why I now choose my household servants, only from those who are barren and unwed. However, you are sorely mistaken if you think to slip your bonds. The only ways to leave the Hall of the Soothsayer are by swearing loyalty to me, or by dying." "Then I will die." How very short-sighted. The gilded shadow of the king leaned toward her. "Have you never entertained the thought, Niswada, that the world would have been worse off had I not overthrown the Riders?" "The Riders kept the peace," she said. "They protected the whole of Alagacia from war, from plague, from the threat of shades. In times of famine they brought food to the starving. How is this land a better place without them?" "Because there was a price attached to their service. You of all people should know that everything in this world must be paid for, whether in gold, time, or blood. Nothing is without its price. Not even the Riders. Especially not the Riders. Aye, they kept the peace, but they also stifled the races of this land. The elves and dwarves just as much as humans. What is always said in praise of the Riders when the bards bemoan their passing? That their reign extended for thousands of years, and that during this much-vaunted Golden Age little changed besides the names of the kings and queens who sat smug and secure upon their thrones. Or there were little alarms. A shade here, an incursion by Argles there, a skirmish between two dwarf clans over a minute thing that no one but they cared about. But on the whole, the order of things remained exactly the same as it had been when the Riders first rose to prominence. She had the clink of metal against metal as Murtagh stirred the coals in the brazier. She wished she could see his face so that she could gauge his reaction to Galbatorix's words, but as was his habit, he stood with his back to her, staring down at the coals. The only time he looked at her was when he had to apply the white-hot metal to her flesh. That was his particular ritual, and she suspected he needed it as much as she needed hers. And still Garbatorix kept talking. Does that not seem the most evil thing to you, Niswater? Life is change, and yet the riders suppressed it so that the land lay in uneasy slumber, unable to shake off the chains that bound it, unable to advance or retreat as nature intended, unable to become something new. I saw with my own eyes scrolls in the vaults of Vrongard and here in the vaults of Illyria, the detailed discoveries, magical, mechanical, and from every sphere of natural philosophy. Discoveries that the riders kept hidden because they feared what might happen if those things became generally known. The riders were cowards, wedded to an old way of life and an old way of thinking, determined to defend it until their dying breath. Theirs was a gentle tyranny, but a tyranny, nevertheless. Were murder and betrayal really the solution, though? She asked, not caring if he punished her for it. He laughed, seemingly genuinely amused. Such hypocrisy. You condemn me for the very thing you seek to do. If you could, you would kill me where I sit, and with no more hesitation than I were a rabid dog. You're a traitor. I'm not. I'm the victor. In the end, nothing else matters. We're not so different as you think, Niswater. You wish to kill me because you believe my death would be an improvement for Allegacia, and because you, who are still almost a child, believe you can do a better job of ruling the Empire than I. Your arrogance would cause others to despise you, but not for me, for I understand. I took up arms against the riders for those very same reasons, and I was right to do so. Did vengeance have nothing to do with it? She thought he smiled. It might have provided the initial inspiration, but neither hate nor revenge was my guiding motive. I was concerned by what the riders had become and convinced, as I still am, that only when they were gone could we flourish as a race. For a moment the pain from her wounds made it impossible for her to talk. Then she managed to whisper, If what you say is true, and I have no cause to believe you, but if it is, then you are no better than the riders. You pillaged their libraries and gathered up their stores of knowledge, and as of yet you have shared none of that lore with anyone else. He moved nearer to her, as she felt his breath upon her ear. That is because, scattered throughout the hoard of secrets, I found hints of a greater truth. A truth that could provide an answer to one of the most perplexing questions in history. A shiver ran down her spine. What question? He leaned back in his chair and tugged at the edge of his cape. The question of how a king or a queen can enforce the laws they enact, when there are those among their subjects who can use magic. When I realized what the hints alluded to, I put aside all else and committed myself to hunting down this truth, this answer, for I knew it was of paramount importance. That is why I've kept the riders' secrets to myself. I've been busy with my search. The answer to this problem must be set into place before I make known any of those other discoveries. The world is already a troubled place, and it is better to soothe the waters before disturbing them once more. It took me nearly 100 years to find the information I needed, and now that I have, I shall use it to reshape the whole of Allegacia. Magic is the great injustice in the world. It would not be so unfair if the ability only occurred among those who are weak, for then it would be a compensation of what chance or circumstance had robbed them of. But it doesn't. The strong are just as likely to be able to use magic, and they gain more from it besides. One need only look to the elves to see this is true. The problem is not confined to individuals. It also plagues the relationships between the races. The elves find it easier than us to maintain order within their society, for most every elf can use magic, and therefore few of them are ever at the mercy of another. In this regard, they're fortunate. But it is not so fortunate for us, for the dwarves, or even for the accursed Argals. We've only been able to live here in Allegacia because the elves permitted it. If they wanted, they could have swept us from the face of the earth as easily as a flood might sweep away an anthill. But no more. Not while I'm here to oppose their might. The riders would never have let them kill us to drive us away. No. But while the riders existed, we were dependent upon their goodwill. And it is not right that we should have to rely on others for our safekeeping. The riders began as a means to keep the peace between elves and dragons, but in the end, their main purpose became upholding the rule of law throughout their land. They were, however, insufficient to the task, as are my own spellcasters, the Black Hand. The problem is too far-reaching for any one group to combat. My own life is proof enough of that. Even if there were a trustworthy band of spellcasters adept enough to watch over all the other magicians in Allegacia, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of malfeasance, we would still be reliant upon the very ones whose powers we sought to restrain. Ultimately, the land would be no safer than it is now. No. In order to solve this problem, it must be addressed on a deeper, more fundamental level. The ancients knew how that might be done, and now,
So do I.
Galbatorix shifted in his chair, and she caught a sharp gleam from his eye, as if from a lantern set deep within a cave.
I shall make it so that no magician will be able to harm another person, whether human, dwarf, or elf. None shall be able to cast a spell unless they have permission, and only magics that are benign and beneficial shall be allowed. Even the elves will be bound by this precept, and they shall learn to measure their words carefully or speak not at all.
And who will grant permission? She asked. Who will decide what is allowed and what is not? You?
Someone must. It was I who recognized what was needed, I who discovered the means, and I who shall implement them. You sneer at the thought. Well, then ask yourself this, Niswada. Have I been a bad king? Be honest now. By the standards of my forebears, I've not been excessive. You've been cruel. That is not the same thing. You've led the Varden. You understand the burdens of command. Surely you have realized the threat to magic poses to the stability of any kingdom. To give but one example, I have spent more time laboring over the enchantments that protect the coin of the realm from being forged than I have upon most any other aspect of my duties. And yet no doubt there is a clever-minded conjurer somewhere who has found a way to circumvent my wards, and who's busy making bags of lead coins with which he can fool nobles and commoners alike. Why else do you think I've been so careful to restrict the use of magic throughout the Empire?
Because it's a threat to you.
No. There you're exactly wrong. It is not a threat to me. No one and nothing is. However, spellcasters are a threat to the proper functioning of this realm, and that I shall not tolerate. Once I've bound every magician in the world to the laws of the land, imagine the peace and prosperity that shall reign. No more shall men or dwarves have to fear elves. No more shall riders be able to impose their will on others. No more shall those who cannot use magic be prey for those who can. Alagacia will be transformed, and with our newfound safety, we will build a more wondrous tomorrow. One you could be a part of. Enter into my service, Niswara, and you will have the opportunity to oversee the creation of a world such as never has existed before. A world where man will stand or fall based upon the strengths of his limbs and the neatness of his mind, and not whether chance has granted him skill with magic. Man may build up his limbs and man may improve his mind, but never can he learn to use magic if he was born lacking the ability. As I said, magic is the great injustice, and for the good of all, I will impose limits upon every magician there is. She stared at the lines on the ceiling and tried to ignore him. So much of what he said was similar to what she had thought herself. He was right. Magic was the most destructive force in the world, and if it could be regulated, Alagacia would be a better place for it. She hated that there had been nothing to stop Aragon from blue, red, patterns of interwoven color, the throbbing of her burns. She strove desperately to concentrate upon anything other than nothing. Whatever she'd been about to think of was nothing, did not exist. You call me evil. You curse my name and seek to overthrow me, but remember this, Niswara. It was not I who started this war, and I am not responsible for those who have lost their lives as a result. I did not seek this out. You did. I would have been content to devote myself to my studies, but the Varden insisted upon stealing Saphira's egg from my treasure house. And you and your kind are responsible for all the blood and sorrow that have followed. You are the ones, after all, who've been rampaging across the countryside, burning and pillaging as you please, not I. And yet you have the audacity to claim that I am in the wrong. Were you to go into the homes of the peasants, they would tell you that it's the Varden they fear the most. They would talk about how they look to my soldiers for protection, and how they hope the Empire will defeat the Varden and all will be as it was. Niswara wet her lips. Even though she knew her boldness might cost her, she said, "It seems to me you protest too much. If the welfare of your subjects were your main concern, you would have flown out to confront the Varden weeks ago instead of letting an army roam loose within your borders. That is, unless you're not so sure of your might as you pretend. Or is it you fear the elves will take Urubayan while you're gone?" As had become a habit, she spoke of the Varden as if she knew no more about them than any random person in the Empire. Galbatorix shifted, and she could tell he was about to respond, but she was not yet finished. "And what of the Argles? You cannot convince me your cause is just when you would exterminate an entire race in order to ease that pain of death of your false dragon. Have you no answer for that, Oathbreaker? Speak to me of the dragons, then. Explain why you slew so many that you doomed their kind to a slow and inevitable extinction. And finally, explain your mistreatment of the Eldenari you captured." In her anger, she allowed herself that one slip. "You've bent and broken them and chained them to your will. There is no rightness in what you do. Only selfishness and a never-ending hunger for power." Galbatorix regarded her in silence for a long, uncomfortable while. Then she saw his outline move as he crossed his arms. I think the irons ought to be sufficiently hot by now. Murtagh, if you would... She clenched her fists, digging her nails into her skin, and her muscles began to tremble despite her best efforts to hold them still. One of the iron rods scraped against the lip of the brazier as Murtagh pulled it free. He turned to face her, and she could not help but stare at the tip of the glowing metal. Then she looked into Murtagh's eyes, and she saw the guilt and self-loathing they contained, and a sense of profound sorrow overcame her. What fools we are, she thought. What sorry, miserable fools. After that, she had no more energy for thinking, and so she fell back to her well-worn rituals, clinging to them for survival even as a drowning man might cling to a piece of wood. When Murtagh and Galbatorix departed, she was in too much pain to do more than gaze mindlessly at the patterns on the ceiling, while she struggled not to cry. She was sweating and shivering at the same time, as if she had a fever, and she found it impossible to concentrate upon any one thing for more than a few seconds. The pain from her burns did not subside as it would have, had she been cut or bruised. Indeed, the throbbing from her wounds seemed to grow worse with time. She closed her eyes and concentrated upon slowing her breathing. She tried to calm her body. The first time Galbatorix and Murtagh had visited her, she'd been far more courageous. She'd cursed and taunted them, and done all she could to hurt them with her words. However, through Murtagh, Galbatorix had made her suffer for her insolence, and she had soon lost her taste for open rebellion. The iron made her timid. Even the memory of it made her want to curl into a tight little ball. During their second most recent visit, she'd said as little as possible until a final imprudent outburst. She tried to test Galbatorix's claim that neither he nor Murtagh would lie to her. She did this by asking them questions about the Empire's inner workings, facts that her spies had informed her of, but that Galbatorix had no reason to believe she knew. So far as she could determine, Galbatorix and Murtagh had told her the truth, but she was not about to trust anything the king said when there was no way to verify his claims. As for Murtagh, she was not quite so sure. When he was with the king, she gave no credence to his words, but when he was by himself... Several hours after her first agonizing audience with King Galbatorix, when she had at long last fallen into a shallow, troubled sleep, Murtagh had come alone to the hall of the soothsayer, bleary-eyed and smelling of drink. He had stood by the monolith upon which she lay, and he had stared at her with such a strange, tormented expression. She had not been sure what he was going to do. At last he had turned away, walked to the nearest wall and slid down it to the floor. There he sat, with his knees pulled up against his chest, his long shaggy hair obscuring most of his face, and blood oozing from the torn skin on the knuckles of his right hand. After what felt like minutes, he had reached into his maroon jerkin, for he was wearing the same clothes as earlier, although without the mask, and drawn forth a small stone bottle. He drank several times and then began to talk. He talked and she listened. She had no choice, but she did not allow herself to believe what he said. Not at first. For all she knew, everything he said or did was a sham designed to win her confidence. Murtagh had started by telling her a rather garbled story about a man named Tornarch, which involved a riding mishap and some sort of advice Tornarch had given him regarding how an honourable man ought to live. She'd been unable to make out whether Tornarch was a friend, a servant, a distant relative, or some combination thereof. But wherever he was, it was obvious that he had meant a great deal to Murtagh. When he concluded his story, Murtagh had said, Galbatorix was going to have you killed. He knew Elva wasn't guarding you, as she used to, so he decided it was the perfect time to have you assassinated. I only found out about his plan by chance. I happened to be with him when he gave the orders to the Black Hand. Murtagh shook his head. It's my fault. I convinced him to have you brought here instead. He liked that. He knew you would lure Eragon here that much faster. It's the only way I could keep him from killing you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And he buried his head in his arms. I would rather have died. I know, he said in a hoarse voice. Will you forgive me? That she had not answered. His revelation only made her more uneasy. Why should he care to save her life? And what did he expect in return? Murtagh had said nothing more for a while. Then, sometimes weeping and sometimes raging, he told her of his upbringing in Galbatorix's court, of the distrust and jealousy he had faced as the son of Malzahn, of the nobles who had sought to use him to win favour with the king, and of his longing for the mother he barely remembered. Twice he mentioned Eragon and cursed him for a fool favoured by fortune. He would not have done so well if our places had been reversed. But our mother chose to take him to Carvahall, not me. He spat on the floor. She found the whole episode maudlin and self-pitying, and his weakness did nothing but inspire contempt in her, until he recounted how the twins had abducted him from Fothendur, how they had mistreated him on the way to Urabayan, and how Galbatorix had broken him once they arrived. Some of the tortures he described were worse than her own, and if true, gave her a slight measure of sympathy for his own plight.
Thorn was my undoing, Murtagh finally confessed. When he hatched for me and we bonded, he shook his head. I love him. How could I not? I love him even as Aragorn loves Saphira. The moment I touched him, I was lost. Galbatorix used him against me. Thorn was stronger than me. He never gave up. But I could not bear to see him suffer, so I swore my loyalty to the king. And after that... Murtagh's lips curled with revulsion. After that, Galbatorix went into my mind. He learned everything about me, and then he taught me my true name, and now I'm his. His forever. Then he leaned his head against the wall and closed his eyes, and she watched the tears roll down his cheeks. Eventually he stood, and as he walked toward the door, he paused next to her and touched her on the shoulder. His nails, she noted, were clean and trimmed, but nowhere near as well cared for as a jailer's. He murmured a few words in the ancient language, and a moment later her pain melted away, although her wounds looked the same as ever. As he took his hand away, she said, I cannot forgive, but I understand. Whereupon he nodded and stumbled away, leaving her to wonder if she'd found a new ally. Chapter 45. Small Rebellions. As Niswada lay on the slab, sweating and shivering, every part of her body aching with pain, she found herself wishing that Murtagh would return, if only so he could again free her from her agony. When at last the door to the eight-sided chamber swung open, she was unable to suppress her relief, but her relief turned to bitter disappointment when she heard the shuffling footsteps of a jailer descending the stairs that led into the room. As he had once before, the stocky, narrow-shouldered man bathed her wounds with a wet cloth, then bound them with strips of linen. When he released her from the restraint so that she could visit the privy room, she found she was too weak to make any attempt to grab the knife on the tray of food. Instead, she contented herself with thanking the man for his help, and for the second time complimenting him on his nails, which were even shinier than before, and which he quite obviously wanted her to see, for he kept holding his hands where she could not help but look at them. After he fed her and departed, she tried to sleep, but the constant pain of her wounds made it impossible for her to do more than doze. Her eyes snapped open as she heard the bar to the door of the chamber being thrown open. Not again, she thought, panic welling up inside her. Not so soon, I can't bear it. I'm not strong enough. Then she reined in her fear and told herself, Don't say such things or else you'll start to believe them. Still, although she was able to master her conscious reactions, she could not stop her heart from pounding at twice its normal speed. A single pair of footsteps echoed in the room, and then Murtagh appeared at the corner of her vision. He wore no mask and his expression was somber. This time he healed her first without waiting. The relief she felt as her pain abated was so intense it bordered on ecstasy. In all her life she had never experienced a sensation quite so pleasurable as the draining away of the agony. She gasped slightly at the feeling. Thank you. Murtagh nodded. Then he went over to the wall and sat in the same spot as before. She studied him for a minute. The skin on his knuckles was smooth and whole again, and he appeared sober, if grim and close-mouthed. His clothes had once been fine, but they were now torn, frayed, and patched, and she spotted what looked like several cuts in the undersides of his sleeves. She wondered if he'd been fighting. Does Galbatorix know where you are? She finally asked. He might, but I doubt it. He's busy playing with his favorite concubines. That or he's asleep. It's the middle of the night right now. Besides, I cast a spell to keep anyone from listening to us. He could break it if he wants, but I would know. What if he finds out? Murtagh shrugged. He will find out, you know, if he wears down my defenses. Then don't let him. You're stronger than me. You have no one he can threaten. You can resist him, unlike me. The Varden are fast approaching, as are the elves from the north. If you can hold out for another few days, there's a chance. There's a chance maybe they can free you. You don't believe they can you? He shrugged again. Then help me escape. A bark of hard laughter erupted from his throat. How? I can't do much more than put on my boots without Galbatorix's permission. You could loosen my cuffs, and when you leave, perhaps you could forget to secure the door. His upper lip curled in a sneer. There are 2 men stationed outside. Their wards set upon this room to warn Galbatorix if a prisoner steps outside it, and there are hundreds of guards between here and the nearest gate. You'd be lucky to make it to the end of the hallway, if that. Perhaps, but I'd like to try. You'd only get yourself killed. Then help me! If you wanted, you can find a way to fool his wards. I can't. My oaths won't let me use magic against him. What of the guards, though? If you held them off long enough for me to reach the gate, I could hide myself in the city, and it wouldn't matter if Galbatorix knew the city is his. Besides, wherever you went, he could find you with his spell. The only way you'd be safe from him would be to get far away from here before the alarm roused him, and that you couldn't do even on Dragonback. Well, there must be a way! If there were... He smiled sourly and looked down. It's pointless to consider. Frustrated, she shifted her gaze to the ceiling for a few moments. Then, at least let me out of these cuffs. He released his breath in a sound of exasperation. Just so I can stand up, she said. I hate lying on this stone, and it's making my eyes ache to have to look down at you down there. He hesitated, and then he rose to his feet in a single graceful movement, came over to the slab and began to unfasten the padded restraints around her wrists and ankles. Don't think you can kill me, he said in a low voice. You can't. As soon as she was free, he retreated to his former position, and again lowered himself onto the floor, where he sat staring into the distance. It was, she thought, his attempt to give her some privacy, as she sat up and swung her legs over the edge of the slab. Her shift was in tatters, burned through in dozens of locations, and it did a poor job of concealing her form, not that it had covered much to begin with. The marble floor was cool against the soles of her feet as she made her way over to Murtagh and sat next to him. She wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to preserve her modesty. Was Tornark really your only friend growing up? She asked. Murtagh still did not look at her. No, but he was as close to a father as I've ever had. He taught me, comforted me, berated me when I was too arrogant, and saved me from making a fool of myself more times than I can remember. If he was still alive, he would have beaten me silly for getting as drunk as I did the other day. You said he died during your escape from Urabayan. He snorted. I thought I was being clever. I bribed one of the watchmen to leave a side gate open for us. We were going to slip outside the city under the cover of darkness. Galbatorix was only supposed to find out what had happened once it was too late to catch us. He knew from the very start, though. How, I'm not sure, but I guess he was scrying me the whole time. When Tornark and I went through the gate, we found soldiers waiting for us on the other side. Their orders were to bring us back unharmed, but we fought. One of them killed Tornark. The finest swordsman in all the Empire brought down by a knife in the back. But Galbatorix let you escape. I don't think he expected us to fight. Besides, his attention was directed elsewhere that night. She frowned as she saw the oddest half-smile appear on Murtagh's face. I counted the days, he said. That was when the Razak were in Palancar Valley, searching for Saphira's egg. So you see, Aragon lost his foster father almost at the same time I lost mine. Fate has a cruel sense of humor, don't you think? Yes, it does. But if Galbatorix could scry you, why didn't he track you down and bring you back to Urubayan later on? He was playing with me, I think. I went to stay at the estate of a man I believed I could trust. As usual, I was mistaken, though I only found out that later. Once the twins brought me back here. Galbatorix knew where I was, and he knew I was still angry over Tornark's death, so he was content to leave me at the estate while he hunted for Aragon and Brom. I surprised him, though. I left, and by the time he'd learned of my disappearance, I was already on my way to Drosleona. That's why Galbatorix went to Drosleona, you know. It wasn't to chastise Lord Tabba over his behavior, although he certainly did. It was to find me. But he was too late. By the time he arrived at the city, I had already met up with Aragon and Saphira, and we had set off for Gilead. Why'd you leave? She asked. Didn't Aragon tell you? Because, no, not Drosleona. Why'd you leave the estate? You were safe there. So you thought. So why'd you leave? Murtagh was quiet for a while. I wanted to strike back at Galbatorix. I wanted to make a name for myself apart from my father's. My whole life people have looked at me differently because I'm the son of Morzan. I wanted them to respect me for my deeds, not his. He finally looked at her, a quick glance out of the corner of one eye. I suppose I got what I wanted, but again, fate has a cruel sense of humor. She wondered if there had been anyone else in Galbatorix's court whom he had cared for, but she decided it would be a dangerous topic to broach. So instead she asked, how much does Galbatorix really know about the Varden? Everything, as far as I can tell. He has more spies than you think. She pressed her arms against her belly as it got twisted. Do you know of any way to kill him? A knife? A sword, an arrow? Poison? Magic? The usual ways. The problem is he has too many spells wound about himself for anyone or anything to have a chance of harming him. Aragon's luckier than most. Galbatorix doesn't want to kill him, so he may get to attack the king more than once. But even if Aragon could attack him 100 times, he wouldn't find a way past Galbatorix's wards. Every puzzle has a solution, and every man has a weakness, Niswat insisted. Does he love any of his concubines? The look on Murtagh's face answered her well enough. Then he said, would it be so bad if Galbatorix remains king? The world he envisions is a good world. If he defeats the Varden, the whole of Alagacia will finally be at peace. He'll put an end to the misuse of magic. Elves, dwarves, humans. They'll no longer have cause to hate each other. What's more, if the Varden lose, Aragon and I can be together as brothers ought to be. But even if they win, it'll be the death of Thorn and me. It'll have to. Oh? And what of me? She asked. If Galbatorix wins, shall I become a slave, to order about as he wills? Murtagh refused to answer, but she saw the tendons on the back of his hands tighten. You can't give up, Murtagh. What other choice do I have? He shouted, filling the room with echoes. She stood and stared down at him. You can fight. Look at me! Look at me! He reluctantly lifted his gaze. You can find ways to work against him. That's what you can do. Even if your oaths will allow only the smallest of rebellions might still prove to be his undoing. She restated his question for effect. What other choice do you have? You can go around feeling helpless and miserable for the rest of your life. You can let Galbatorix turn you into a monster, or you can fight. She spread her arms so that he could see all the burn marks on her. Do you enjoy hurting me? No, he exclaimed. Then fight, blast you! You have to fight, or you will lose everything you are, as will Thorn. She held the ground as he sprang to his feet, lithe as a cat, and moved toward her until he was only a few inches away. The muscles in his jaw bunched and knotted while he glowered at her, breathing heavily through his nostrils. She recognized his expression, for it was one she had seen many times before. His was the look of a man whose pride had been offended, and who wanted to lash out at the person who had insulted him. It was dangerous to keep pushing him, but she knew she had to, for she might never get the chance again. If I can keep fighting, she said, then so can you. Back to the stone, he said in a harsh voice. I know you're not a coward, Murtagh. Better to die than to live as a slave to one such as Galbatorix. At least then you might accomplish some good. And your name might be remembered with a measure of kindness after you're gone. Back to the stone, he growled, grabbing her by the arm and dragging her over to the slab. She allowed him to push her onto the ash-coloured block, fasten the restraints around her wrists and ankles, then tighten the strap around her head. When he finished, he stood looking at her, his eyes dark and wild, the lines of his body like cords stretched out. You have to decide whether you're willing to risk your life in order to save yourself, she said. You and Thorn both. And you have to decide now while there's still time. Ask yourself, what would Tornak have wanted you to do? Without answering, Murtagh extended his right arm and placed his hand upon the upper part of her chest, his palm hot against her skin. Her breath hitched at the shock of the contact. Then, hardly louder than a whisper, he began to speak the ancient language. As the strange words tumbled from his lips, her fear grew ever stronger. He spoke for what seemed like minutes. She felt no different when he stopped, but that was neither a favourable nor an unfavourable sign where the magic was concerned. Cool air washed over the pouch on her chest, chilling it as Murtagh lifted his hand away. He stepped back then and started to walk past her, toward the entrance of the chamber. She was about to call out to him, to ask what he had done to her, when he paused and said, That should shield you from the pain of most any wound. But you'll have to pretend otherwise, or Galbatorix will discover what I've done. And then he left. Thank you, she whispered to the empty room. She spent a long time pondering their conversation. It seemed unlikely that Galbatorix had sent Murtagh to talk with her, but unlikely or not, it remained a possibility. Also, she found herself torn as to whether Murtagh was, at heart, a good person or a bad one. She thought back to King Hrothgar, who'd been like an uncle to her when she was growing up, and how Murtagh had killed him on the burning plains. Then she thought of Murtagh's childhood, the many hardships he'd faced, and how he had allowed Aragorn and Saphira to go free when he could have just as easily brought them to Urabayan. Yet even if Murtagh had once been honourable and trustworthy, she knew that his enforced servitude might have corrupted him. In the end, she decided she would ignore Murtagh's past, and judge him on his actions in the present and those alone. Good, bad, or some combination thereof, he was a potential ally, and she needed his help if she could get it. If he proved false, then she would be no worse off than she already was. But if he proved true, then she might be able to escape from Urabayan, and that was well worth the risk. In the absence of pain, she slept long and deep for the first time since her arrival at the capital. She woke feeling more hopeful than before, and again fell to tracing the lines painted on the ceiling. The thin blue line she was following led her to notice a small white shape on the corner of a tile that she had previously overlooked. It took her a moment to realize that the discoloration was where a chip had fallen free. The sight amused her, for she found it humorous and somewhat comforting to know that Galbatorix's perfect chamber was not quite so perfect after all, and that despite his pretentious otherwise, he was not omniscient or infallible. When the door to the chamber next opened, it was her jailer, bringing what she guessed was a midday meal. She asked him if she could eat first, but before he let her up, she said she was more hungry than anything else, which was not entirely true. To his satisfaction, he agreed, although he uttered not a word, only smiled his hideous clamp-like smile and seated himself on the edge of the slab. As he spooned warm gruel into her mouth, her mind erased as she tried to plan for every contingency, for she knew she would only have one chance at success. Anticipation made it difficult for her stomach to bland food. Nevertheless, she managed, and when the bowl was empty and she had drunk her fill, she readied herself. The man had, as always, placed the food tray by the base of the far wall, close to where Martog had been sitting, and perhaps 10 feet from the door to the privy room. Once she was free of a manacle, she slid off the block of stone. The gold-headed man reached over to take hold of her left arm, but she raised a hand, and in her sweetest voice said, "I can stand by myself now, thank you." Her jailer hesitated. Then he smiled again and clacked his teeth together twice, as if to say, "Well then, I'm happy for you." They started toward the privy room, she in the front and he slightly to the rear. As she took a third step, she deliberately twisted a right angle and stumbled diagonally across the room. The man shouted and tried to catch her. She felt his thick fingers close on the air above her neck, but he was too slow, and she eluded his grasp. She fell lengthwise onto the tray, breaking the pitcher, which still filled a fair amount of water wine, and sending the wooden bowl clattering across the floor. By design, she landed with her right hand underneath her, and as soon as she felt the tray, she began to search with her fingers for the metal spoon. "Ah!" she exclaimed, as if hurt, then turned to look up at the man, doing her best to appear chagrined. "Maybe I wasn't ready after all," she said, and gave him an apologetic smile. Her thumb touched the handle of the spoon, and she grabbed hold of it even as the man pulled her upright by her other arm. He looked over her and wrinkled his nose, appearing disgusted by her wine-soaked shift. While he did, she reached behind herself, and slid the handle of the spoon through a hole near the hem of her garment. Then she held up her hand as if to show that she had taken nothing. The man grunted, grabbed her other arm and marched her to the privy room. As she entered, he shuffled back toward the tray, muttering under his breath. The moment she had closed the door, she pulled the spoon out of her shift and placed it between her lips, holding it there as she plucked several strands of hair from the back of her head, where they were longest. Moving as fast as she could, she pinched one end of the gathered hairs between the fingers of her left hand, and then rolled the loose strands down her thighs with the palm of her right, twisting them together into a single cord. Her skin grew cold as she realized the cord was too short. Fumbling in her urgency, she tied off the ends, then placed the cord on the ground. She plucked another group of hairs and rolled them into a second cord, which she tied off like the first. Knowing that she only had seconds remaining, she dropped to one knee and knotted the two strands together. Then she took the spoon from her mouth, and with the slim length of the thread, she bound the spoon to the outside of her left leg, where the edge of her shift would cover it. It had to go on her left leg because Galbatorix always sat to her right. She stood and checked that the spoon remained hidden, and then she took a few steps to make sure it would not fall. It did not. Relieved, she allowed herself to exhale. Now her challenge was to return to the slab without letting her jailer notice what she had done. The man was waiting for her when she opened the door to the privy room. He scowled at her, and his sparse eyebrows met, forming a straight single line. "Spoon," he said, mashing the word with his tongue as if it were a piece of overcooked parsnip. She lifted her chin and pointed toward the rear of the privy room. His scowl deepened. He went into the room and carefully examined the walls and floors, the ceiling, and all else before stomping back out. He clacked his teeth together again and scratched his bulbous head, appearing unhappy, and, she thought, a little hurt that she would bother to throw away the spoon. She'd been kind to him, and she knew an act of such petty defiance would puzzle him and make him angry. She resisted the urge to pull away when he stepped forward, put his weighty hands on her head, and combed through her hair with his fingers. When he did not find his spoon, his face drooped. He grabbed her arm then and walked her over to the slab, and again placed her in the manacles. Then, his expression sullen, he picked up the tray and shuffled out of the room. She waited until she was absolutely sure he was gone before she reached out with the fingers of her left hand, and inch by inch pulled up the edge of her shift. A broad smile passed across her face as she felt the bowl of the spoon with the tip of her index finger. Now she had a weapon. Chapter 47. A Crown of Ice and Snow. When the first pale rays of light streaked across the surface of the dimpled sea, illuminating the crests of the translucent waves, which glittered as if carved from crystal, then Aragon roused himself from his waking dreams, and looked to the northwest, curious to see what the light revealed of the clouds building in the distance. What he beheld was disconcerting. The clouds encompassed nearly half the horizon, and the largest of the dense white plumes looked as tall as the peaks of the Baal Mountains, too tall for Saphira to climb over. The only open sky lay behind her, and even that would be lost to them as the arms of the storm closed in. "We shall have to fly through it," Gladys said, and Aragon felt Saphira's trepidation. "Why not try to go around?" she asked. Through Saphira, Aragon was aware of Glader examining the structure of the clouds. At last the Golden Dragon said, "I do not want you flying too far off course. We still have many leagues to cover, and if your strength fails you, then you can lend me yours to keep us aloft." "Even so, it is best to be cautious in our recklessness. I've seen the likes of this storm before. It's larger than you think. To skirt it, you would have to fly so far to the west that you would end up beyond Vrowengard,
It would probably take another day to reach land.
The distance to Rowengard isn't that great, she said.
No, but the wind will slow us. Besides, my instincts tell me that the storm extends all the way to the island. One way or another, we shall have to fly through it. However, there's no need to go through its very heart. Do you see the notch between those two small pillars off to the west?
Yes.
Go there, and perhaps we can then find a safe path through the clouds.
Aragon grasped the front of the saddle as Saphira dropped her left shoulder and turned westward, aiming herself toward the notch Glader had indicated. He yawned and rubbed his eyes as she leveled out. Then he twisted around and dug out an apple and a few strips of dried beef from the bag strapped behind him. It was a meager breakfast, but his hunger was slight, and eating a large meal while riding Saphira often made him queasy. While he ate, he alternated between watching the clouds and gazing at the sparkling sea. He found it unsettling that there was nothing but water beneath them, and that the nearest solid ground, the mainland, was by his estimate over 50 miles away. He shivered as he imagined sinking down and down into the cold, clutching depths of the sea. He wondered what lay at the bottom, and it occurred to him that with his magic, he could likely travel there and find out. But the thought held no appeal. The watery abyss was too dark and too dangerous for his liking. It was not, he felt, a place where his sort of life ought to venture. Better instead to leave it to whatever strange creatures already lived there. As the morning wore on, it became apparent that the clouds were farther away than they had first seemed, and that, as Glader had said, the storm was larger than either Aragon or Saphira had originally imagined. A light headwind sprang up, and Saphira's flight became somewhat more labored, but she continued to make good progress. When they were still some leagues from the leading edge of the storm, Saphira surprised Aragon and Glader by slipping into a shallow dive and flying down close to the surface of the water. As she descended, Glader said,
"Saphira, what are you about?"
"I'm curious," she replied, "and I would like to rest my wings before entering the clouds." She skimmed over the waves, her reflection below and a shadow in front mirroring her every move like two ghostly companions, one dark and one light. Then she swiveled her wings on the edge, and with 3 quick flaps slowed herself and landed upon the water. A fan of spray shot up on either side of her neck as her chest plowed into the waves, sprinkling Aragon with hundreds of droplets. The water was cold, but after so long aloft, the air felt pleasantly warm. So warm, in fact, that Aragon unwrapped his cloak and pulled off his gloves. Saphira folded her wings and floated along peacefully, bobbing up and down with the motion of the waves. Aragon spotted several clumps of brown seaweed off to the right. The plants were branched like scrub brush, and had berry-sized bladders and joints along the stems. Far overhead, near the height Saphira had been, Aragon spotted a pair of albatrosses with black-tipped wings flying away from the massive wall of clouds. The sight only deepened his unease. The seabirds reminded him of the time he had seen a pack of wolves running alongside a herd of deer, as the animals fled a forest fire in the spine.
"If we had any sense," he said to Saphira,
"we'd turn around." "If we had any sense, we would leave Alagacia and never return," she rejoined. Arching her neck, she dipped her muzzle into the seawater, then shook her head and ran her crimson tongue in and out of her mouth several times, as if she'd tasted something unpleasant. Then Aragon felt a sense of panic from Glader, and the old dragon roared in his mind.
"Take off! Now! 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 Take off!"
Saphira wasted no time on questions. With a sound like thunder, she opened her wings and began to beat them as she reared out of the water. Leaning forward, Aragon grabbed the edge of the saddle to keep from being thrown backward. The flapping of Saphira's wings threw up a screen of mist that half blinded him, so he used his mind to search for whatever had alarmed Glader. From deep below, rising towards Saphira's underside faster than Aragon would have believed possible, he felt something that was cold and huge, and filled with ravenous, insatiable hunger. He tried to frighten it, tried to turn it away, but the creature was alien and implacable and seemed not to notice his efforts. In the strange, lightless caverns of its consciousness, he glimpsed memories of uncounted years spent lurking alone in the icy sea, hunting and being hunted. His own panic mounting, Aragon groped for the hilt of Brysinger, even as Saphira wrenched herself free from the grasp of the water and began to climb in the air. "Saphira! Hurry!" he silently shouted. She slowly gained speed and altitude, and then a fountain of white water erupted behind her, and Aragon saw a pair of shiny grey jaws emerge from within the plume. The jaws were large enough for a horse and rider to pass through unscathed, and were filled with hundreds of glinting white teeth. Saphira was aware of what she saw, and she twisted violently to the side in an attempt to escape the gaping maw, clipping the water with the tip of a wing. An instant later, Aragon heard and felt the creature's jaws snap shut. The needle-like teeth missed Saphira's tail by inches. As the monster fell back into the water, more of its body became visible. The head was long and angular. A bony crest jutted out over the eyes, and from the outer part of each crest grew a ropey tendril that Aragon guessed to be over 6 feet in length. The neck of the creature reminded him of a giant rippling snake. What was visible of the creature's torso was smooth and powerfully built, and looked incredibly dense. A pair of oar-shaped flippers extended from the sides of its chest, flailing helplessly in the air. The creature landed upon its side, and a second, even larger burst of spray flew toward the sky. Just before the waves closed over the monster's shape, Aragon looked into its one upward-facing eye, which was as black as a drop of tar. The malevolence contained therein, the sheer hate and fury and frustration that he perceived in the creature's unblinking gaze, was enough to make Aragon shiver and wish he were in the center of the Haderach Desert. For only there, he felt, would he be safe from the creature's ancient hunger. Heart pounding, he relaxed his grip on Brysinger and slumped over the front of his saddle. "What was that?" "A Nidwell," said Glader. Aragon frowned. He did not remember reading about any such thing in Ellis Mirror. "And what is a Nidwall?" "They're a rare and not often spoke about thing. They are to the sea what the Fangor are to the air. Both are cousins to the dragons. Though the differences in our appearance are greater, the Nidwall are closer to us than are the screeching Fangor. They're intelligent, and they even have a structure similar to the Eldenari within their chest, which we believe enables them to remain submerged for extended periods of time at great depth." "Can they breathe fire?" "No. But like the Fangor, they often use the power of their minds to incapacitate their prey, which more than one dragon has discovered to their dismay." "They would eat their own kind," Sephiroth said. "To them we're nothing alike," Glader replied. "But they do eat their own, which is one reason they're so fear Nidwar. They're so interested in happenings outside their own realm, and every attempt to reason with them has met with failure. It is odd to encounter one so close to the shore. There was a time when they were only found several days' flight from land, where the sea's the deepest. It seems they've grown either bold or desperate since the fall of the riders." Aragon shivered again as he remembered the feel of the Nidwall's mind. "Why did neither you nor Aromas ever teach us of them?" "There was much we did not teach you, Aragon. We had only so much time, and it was best spent trying to arm you against Galbatorix, not every dark creature that haunts the unexplored regions of Alagacia." "Then there are other things like the Nidwall that we don't know about." "A few." "Will you tell us of them, Eberthiel?" Saphira asked. "I will make a pact with you, Saphira, and with you, Aragon. Let us wait a week, and if we're still alive and still possessed of our freedom, I will happily spend the next 10 years teaching you about every single race I know of, including every variety of beetle, of which there are multitudes. But until then, let us concentrate upon the task before us. Are we agreed?" Aragon and Saphira reluctantly agreed, and they spoke of it no more. The headwind strengthened into a blustery gale as they neared the front of the storm, slowing Saphira until she was flying at half her normal speed. Now and then powerful gusts rocked her and sometimes stopped her dead in a course for a few moments. They always knew when the gusts were about to strike, for they could see a silvery scale-like pattern rushing toward them across the surface of the water. Since dawn, the clouds had only increased in size, and up close they were even more intimidating. Near the bottom they were dark and purplish, with curtains of driving rain connecting the storm with the sea like a gauzy umbilical cord. Higher up the clouds were the color of tarnished silver, while the very tops were pure, blinding white and appeared as solid as the flanks of Trondheim. To the north, over the center of the storm, the clouds had formed a gigantic, flat-topped anvil that loomed over all else, as if the gods themselves intended to forge some strange and terrible instrument. As Saphira soared between two bulging white columns, beside which she was no more than a speck, and the sea vanished beneath a field of pillar-like clouds, the headwind abated, and the air grew rough and choppy, swirling about them with an indefinable direction. Aragon clenched his teeth to keep them from clacking, and his stomach lurched as Saphira dropped a half-dozen feet, and then just as quickly rose more than 20 feet straight up. Glader said, "Have you any experience storm flying other than the time you were caught in a thunderstorm between Palankar Valley and Yazwak?" "No," said Saphira, short and grim. Glader seemed to have expected her answer, for without hesitation he began to instruct her about the intricacies of navigating the fantastical cloudscape. "Look for patterns of movement, and take note of the formations around you," he said. "By them you may guess where the wind is strongest and the direction it's blowing." Much of what he said Saphira already knew, but as Glader kept talking, the old dragon's calm demeanor steadied both her and Aragon. Had they felt alarm or fear in the old dragon's mind, it would have caused them to doubt themselves, and perhaps Glader was aware of that. A stray, wind-torn scrap of cloud lay across Saphira's path. Instead of flying around it, she went through, piercing the cloud like a glittering blue spear. As the grey mist enveloped them, the sound of the wind grew muted, and Aragon squinted and held a hand before his face to keep his eyes clear. When they shot out of the cloud, millions of tiny droplets clung to Saphira's body, and she sparkled as if diamonds had been affixed to her already dazzling scales. Her flight continued to be unsettled. One movement she would be level, but the next the unruly air might shove her sideways, or an unexpected updraft might lift one wing and send her slewing off in the opposite direction. Just sitting on her back as she fought against the turbulence was tiring, for while Saphira herself, it was miserable. A frustrating struggle made all the more difficult by knowing that it was far from over, and that she had no choice but to continue on. After an hour or two they had still not sighted the far side of the tempest. Glader said, "We have to turn. You've gone as far west as is prudent.
If we're to dare the full wrath of the storm, we'd best do it now before you're any more exhausted.
Without a word, Saphira wheeled north toward the vast towering cliff of sunlit clouds which occupied the heart of the giant storm. As they neared the ridged face of the cliff, which was the largest single thing Eragon had ever seen, larger even than Farthendur, blue flashes illuminated the folds within as lightning crawled upward toward the top of the anvil head. A moment later, a clap of thunder shook the sky, and Eragon covered his ears with his hands. He knew that his wards would protect them from lightning, but he still felt apprehensive about venturing near the crackling bolts of energy. If Saphira was frightened, he did not sense it. All he could feel was her determination. She quickened the beats of her wings, and a few minutes later they arrived at the face of the cliff and then plunged through it and into the center of the storm. Twilight surrounded them, grey and featureless. It was as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist. The clouds made it impossible for Eragon to judge any distance past the tips of Saphira's nose, tail, and wings. They were effectively blind, and only the constant pull of their weight let them differentiate up and down. Eragon opened his mind and allowed his consciousness to expand as far as he could, but he felt no other living thing besides Saphira and Gladia, not even a single stray bird. Fortunately, Saphira retained a sense of direction. They would not get lost. And by continuing to search with his mind for other beings, whether plant or animal, Eragon could ensure that they would not fly straight into the side of a mountain. He also cast a spell that Aromas had taught him, a spell that informed him and Saphira exactly how close they were to the water, or the ground, at any given moment. From the moment they entered the cloud, the ever-present moisture began to accumulate on Eragon's skin and soak into his woolen clothes, weighing them down. It was an annoyance he could have ignored had not the combination of water and wind been so chilling. It would have soon drained the heat from his limbs and killed him. Therefore he cast another spell which filtered the air around him of any visible droplets, as well as, at her request, the air around Saphira's eyes, for the moisture kept collecting on their surface, forcing her to blink all too frequently. The wind inside the anvil head was surprisingly gentle. Eragon made a comment to that effect to Gladia, but the old dragon stayed as grim as ever. "We've yet to encounter the worst of it." The truth of his words soon became evident when a ferocious updraft slammed into Saphira's underside and carried her thousands of feet higher, where the air was too thin for Eragon to breathe properly, and the mist froze into countless tiny crystals that stung his nose and cheeks, and the webbing of Saphira's wings like so many razor-sharp knives. Pinning her wings against her sides, Saphira dove forward, trying to escape the updraft. After a few seconds, the pressure underneath her vanished, only to be replaced by an equally powerful downdraft, which shoved her toward the waves at frightful speed. As they fell, the ice crystals melted, forming a large globular raindrops that seemed to float weightlessly alongside Saphira. Lightning flared nearby, an eerie blue glow through the veil of clouds, and Eragon shouted with pain as the thunder boomed around them. His ears still ringing, he ripped 2 small pieces off the edge of his cloak, then rolled up the scraps of cloth and screwed them into his ears, forcing them in as far as he could. Only near the bottom of the clouds did Saphira manage to break free of the fast-flowing stream of air. As soon as she did, a second updraft seized hold of her, and like a giant hand pushed her skyward. Then and for a long while after, Eragon lost all track of time. The raging wind was too strong for Saphira to resist, and she continued to rise and fall in the cycling air, like a piece of flotsam caught in a whirlpool. She made some headway, a few scant miles, daily won with great effort retained, but every time she extricated herself from one of the looping currents, she found herself trapped in another. It was humbling for Eragon to realize that he, Saphira, and Gladia were helpless before the storm, and that for all their might they could not hope to match the power of the elements. Twice the wind nearly drove Saphira into the crashing waves. On both occasions, the downdrafts cast her out of the underbelly of the storm, into the squalls of rain that pummeled the sea below. The second time it happened, Eragon looked over Saphira's shoulder, and for an instant he thought he saw the long dark shape of the Nidwall resting upon the heaving water. However, when the next burst of lightning came, the shape was gone, and he wondered whether the shadows had played a trick upon him. As Saphira's strength waned, she fought the wind less and less, and instead allowed it to take her where it would. She only made an effort to defy the storm when she got too close to the water. Otherwise, she stilled her wings and exerted herself as little as possible. Eragon felt when Gladia began to feed her a thread of energy to help sustain her, but even that was not enough to allow her to do more than hold her in place. Eventually, what light there was began to fade, and despair settled upon Eragon. They'd spent the better part of the day being tossed about by the storm, and still it showed no sign of subsiding, nor did it seem as if Saphira was anywhere close to its perimeter. Once the sun had set, Eragon could not even see the tip of his nose, and there was no difference between when his eyes were open and when they were closed. It was as if a huge pile of black wool had been packed around him and Saphira, and indeed the darkness seemed to have a weight to it, as if it were a palpable substance pressing against them from all sides. Every few seconds another flash of lightning split the gloom, sometimes hidden within the clouds, sometimes streaking across their field of vision, glaring with the brightness of a dozen suns and leaving the air tasting like iron. After the searing brightness of the closer discharges, the night seemed twice as dark, and Aragon and Saphira alternated between being blinded by the light and being blinded by the utter black that followed. As close as the bolts came, they never struck Saphira, but the constant roll of thunder left Aragon and Saphira feeling sick from the noise. How long they continued like that, Aragon could not tell. Then, at some point in the night, Saphira entered a torrent of rising air that was far larger and far stronger than any they had previously encountered. As soon as it struck them, Saphira began to viciously struggle against the attempt to escape, but the force of the wind was so great that she could barely hold her wings level. At last, frustrated, she roared and loosed a jet of flame from her maw, illuminating a small area of the surrounding ice crystals, which glittered like gems. "Help me," she said to Aragon and Gladia. "I can't do this by myself." So the two of them melded their minds, and with Gladia supplying the energy needed, Aragon shouted, "Ganga fram!" The spell propelled Saphira forward, but ever so slowly, for moving at right angles to the wind was like swimming across the Anora River during the height of the spring snowmelt. Even as Saphira advanced horizontally, the current continued to sweep her upward at a dizzying rate. Soon Aragon began to notice that he was growing short of breath, and yet they remained caught within the torrent of air.
"This is taking too long, and it's costing us too much energy," said Gladia. "End the spell." "But end the spell! We can't win free before the two of you faint. We'll have to ride the wind until it weakens enough for Saphira to escape."
"How?" she asked, while Aragon did as Gladia instructed. The exhaustion and sense of defeat that muddied her thoughts made Aragon feel a pang of concern for her.
"Aragon, you must amend the spell you're using to warm yourself to include Saphira and me. It's going to grow cold. Colder than even the bitterest winter in the spine, and without magic we shall freeze to death."
"Even you?"
"I will crack like a piece of hot glass dropped in snow. Next you must cast a spell to gather the air around you and Saphira and hold it there, so you may still breathe. But it also must allow the stale air to escape, or else you'll suffocate. The wording of this spell is complicated, and you must not make any mistakes, so listen carefully. It goes as such."
Once Gladia had recited the necessary phrases in the ancient language, Aragon repeated them back to him, and when the dragon was satisfied with his pronunciation, Aragon cast the spell. Then he amended his other piece of magic as Gladia had instructed, so the three of them were shielded from the cold. They waited then, with the wind lifted them higher and higher. Minutes passed, and Aragon began to wonder if they would ever stop, or if they would keep hurtling upward until they were level with the moon and the stars. It occurred to him that perhaps this was how shooting stars were made. A bird or a dragon or some other earthly creature snatched upward by the inexorable wind and thrown skyward with such speed that they flamed like siege arrows. If so, then he guessed he, Saphira, and Gladia would make the brightest, most spectacular shooting star in living memory, if anyone was close enough to see the demise so far out to sea. The howling of the wind gradually grew softer. Even the bone-jarring claps of thunder seemed muted, and when Aragon dug the scraps of cloth out of his ears, he was astonished by the harsh silence that surrounded them. He still had a faint susurration in the background, like the sound of a small forest brook, but other than that it was quiet. Blessedly quiet. As the clamor of the angry storm faded, he also noticed that the strain imposed by his spells was increasing, not so much from the enchantment that prevented their bodily heat from dissipating too quickly, but from the enchantment that collected and compressed the atmosphere in front of him. They could fill their lungs as they normally did, but for whatever reason the energy required to maintain the second spell multiplied out of all proportion to the first, and he soon felt the symptoms that indicated the magic was on the verge of stealing away what little remained of his life force. A coldness of his hands, an uncertainty in the beating of his heart, and an overwhelming sense of lethargy, which was perhaps the most worrying sign of all. Then Gladia began to assist him. With relief, Aragon felt his burden decrease as the dragon's strength flowed into him, a flush of fever-like heat that washed away his lethargy and restored the vigor of his limbs. And so they continued. At long last, Saphira detected a slackening of the wind, slight but noticeable, and she began to prepare to fly out of the stream of air, but before she could, the clouds above them thinned, and Aragon glimpsed a few glittering specks. Stars, white and silvery and brighter than any he had seen before. "Look," he said. Then the clouds opened up around them, and Saphira rose out of the storm and hung above it, balancing precariously atop the column of rushing wind. Laid out below them, Aragon saw the whole of the storm, extending for what must have been 100 miles in either direction. The center appeared as an arching mushroom-like dome, smoothed off by the vicious crosswinds that swept west to east and threatened to topple Saphira from her uncertain perch. The clouds both near and far were milky and seemed almost luminous, as if lit from within. They looked beautiful and benign, placid, unchanging formations that betrayed nothing of the violence inside. Then Aragon noticed the sky, and he gasped, for it contained more stars than he thought existed. Red, blue, white, gold. They lay strewn upon the firmament like handfuls of sparkling dust. The constellations he was familiar with were still present, but now set among thousands of fainter stars, which he beheld for the very first time. And not only did the stars appear brighter, the void between them appeared darker. It was as if, whenever he had looked at the sky before, there had been a haze over his eyes, which had kept him from seeing the true glory of the stars. He stared at the spectacular display for several moments, awestruck by the glorious, random, unknowable nature of the twinkling lights. Only when he finally lowered his gaze did it occur to him that there was something unusual about the purple-hued horizon. Instead of the sky and the sea meeting in a straight line, as they ought to, and always had before, the junction between them curved, like the edge of an unimaginably big circle. It was such a strange sight, it took Aragon a half-dozen seconds to understand what he was seeing, and when he did, his scalp tingled, and he felt as if the breath had been knocked out of him. "The world is round," he whispered. "The sky is hollow and the world is round."
"So it would appear," Glader said, but he seemed equally impressed. "I heard tell of this from a wild dragon, but I never thought to see it myself."
To the east, a faint yellow glow tinted a section of the horizon, presaging the return of the sun. Aragon guessed that if Saphira held her position for another 4 or 5 minutes, they would see it rise, even though it would still be hours before the warm, life-giving rays would reach the water below. Saphira balanced there for a moment more, and the three of them suspended between the stars and the earth, floating in the silent twilight like dispossessed spirits. They were in a nowhere place, neither part of the heavens nor part of the world below, a moat passing through the margin separating two immensities. Then Saphira tipped forward and half flew, half fell northward, for the air was so sparse that her wings could not fully support her weight once she left the stream of rising wind. As she hurtled downward, Aragon said, "If we have enough jewels and we stored enough energy in them, do you think we could fly all the way to the moon?"
"Who knows what is possible," said Gladia.
When Aragon was a child, Carvajal and Poundcar Valley had been all he'd known. He'd heard of the Empire, of course, but it had never seemed quite real until he began to travel within it. Later still, his mental picture of the world had expanded to include the rest of Alagacia, and vaguely the other lands he'd read of. And now he realized that what he had thought of as so large was actually but a small part of a much greater whole. It was as if his point of view had, within a few seconds, gone from that of an ant to that of an eagle. For the sky was hollow, and the world was round. It had made him reevaluate and recategorize everything. The war between the Varden and the Empire seemed inconsequential when compared to the true size of the world, and he thought how petty were most of the hurts and concerns that bedeviled people, when looked at from on high. To Saphira he said, "If only everyone could see what we have seen. Perhaps there would be less fighting in the world. You cannot expect wolves to become sheep." "No, but neither do the wolves have to be cruel to the sheep." Saphira soon dropped back into the darkness of the clouds, but she managed to avoid getting caught in another cycle of rising and falling air. Instead, she glided for many miles, skipping off the tops of the other lower updrafts packed within the storm, using them to help conserve her strength. An hour or two later, the fog parted, and they flew out of the huge mass of cloud that formed the center of the storm. They descended to skim over the insubstantial foothills piled above its base, which gradually flattened into a quilted blanket that covered everything in sight, with the sole exception of the anvil head itself. By the time the sun finally appeared above the horizon, neither Aragon nor Saphira had the energy to pay much attention to their surroundings, nor was there anything in the sameness below to attract their attention. It was Glader then who said,
"Saphira, there to your right. Do you see it?"
Aragon lifted his head off his folded arms and squinted as his eyes adjusted to the brightness. Some miles to the north, a ring of mountains rose out of the clouds. The peaks were clad in snow and ice, and together they looked like ancient, jagged crowns resting atop the layers of mist. The eastward-facing scarps shone brilliantly in the light of morning sun, where long blue shadows cloaked the western sides and stretched dwindling into the distance, tenebrous daggers upon the billowy snow-white plain. Aragon straightened in his seat, hardly daring to believe that the journey might be at an end.
"Behold," said Gladia, "Aras Sildun, the fire mountains that guard the heart of Roengard. Fly quickly, Saphira, for we have but a little farther to go."
Chapter 48. Burrow Grubs. They caught her at the intersection of two identical corridors, both lined with pillars and torches and scarlet pennants bearing the twisting gold flame that was Galbatorix's insignia. Niswada had not expected to escape. Not really. But she could not help but feel disappointed at her failure. If nothing else, she had hoped to cover more distance before they recaptured her. She fought the whole way as the soldiers dragged her back to the chamber that had been her prison. The men wore chest plates and vambrances, but she still managed to scratch their faces and bite their hands, wounding a pair of the men rather severely. The soldiers uttered exclamations of dismay when they entered the hall of the soothsayer and saw what she had done to a jailer. Careful not to step in the pooling blood, they carried her to the slab of stone, strapped her down, and then hurried away, leaving her alone with the corpse. She shouted at the ceiling and yanked at her restraints, angry with herself for not having done better. Still simmering, she glanced at the body on the floor, then quickly looked away. In death, the man's expression seemed accusatory, and she could not bear to gaze upon it. After she stole the spoon, she had spent hours grinding the end of the handle against the stone slab. The spoon had been made of a soft iron, so it was easy to shape. She thought that Galbatorix and Murtagh would visit her next, but instead it was her jailer, bringing her what might have been a late dinner. He had started to undo her manacles in preparation for escorting her to the privy room. The moment he freed her left hand, she stabbed him underneath the chin with the sharpened handle of the spoon, burying the utensil in the folds of his wattle. The man squealed, a horrible high-pitched sound that reminded her of a pig at slaughter, and spun thrice around, flailing his arms, then fell to the floor, where he lay thrashing and frothing and drumming his heels for what seemed like an unreasonable amount of time. Killing him had troubled her. She did not think the man had been evil. She was not sure what he had been, but there had been a simpleness to him that made her feel as if she had taken advantage of him. Still, she had done what was necessary. And though she now found it unpleasant to consider, she remained convinced that her actions had been justified. As the man lay convulsing in his death throes, she had unfastened the rest of the restraints and jumped off the slab. Then, stealing her nerve, she pulled the spoon out of the man's neck, which, like a stopper removed from the bung of a barrel, released a spray of blood that splattered her legs and caused her to jump backward while stifling a curse. The two guards outside the hall of the soothsayer had been easy enough to deal with. She had caught them by surprise, and killed the right-hand guard in much the same way she had killed her jailer. Then she had drawn the dagger from the guard's belt and attacked the other man, even as he struggled to bring his pike to bear upon her. Up close, a pike was no match for a dagger, and she had unseamed him before he had a chance to escape or raise the alarm. She had not gotten very far after that. Whether because of Galbatorix's spells or just plain bad luck, she ran headlong into a group of 5 soldiers, and they had quickly, if not easily, subdued her. It could not have been more than half an hour later when she had a large group of men in iron-shod boots march up to the door of the chamber, and then Galbatorix stormed in, followed by several guards. As always, he stopped at the edge of her line of sight, and there he stood, a tall, dark figure with an angular face, only the outlines of which were visible. She saw his head turn as he took in the scene. Then, in a cold voice, he said, "How did this happen?" A soldier with a plume on his helmet scurried in front of Galbatorix, knelt, and held out a sharpened spoon. "Sir, we found this in one of the men outside." The king took the spoon and turned it over in his hands. "I see." His head swiveled toward her. He gripped the ends of the spoon and, with discernible effort, bent it until it snapped in two. "You knew you could not escape, and yet you insisted upon trying. I'll not have you killing my men merely to spite me. You've not the right to take their lives. You've not the right to do anything unless I allow it." He flung the pieces of metal upon the floor. Then he turned and stalked out of the hall of the soothsayer, his heavy cape flapping behind him. 2 of the soldiers removed her jailer's body, then scoured the chamber of his blood, cursing her as they scrubbed. Once they had left and she was again alone, she allowed herself a sigh, and some of the tension in her limbs vanished. She wished she had a chance to eat, for now that the excitement was over, she found she was hungry. Worse, she suspected she would have to wait hours before she could hope to have her next meal, assuming that Galbatorix did not decide to punish her by withholding food. Her musings about bread and roast and tall glasses of wine were short-lived, and she again heard the sound of many boots in the passageway outside her cell. Startled, she tried to mentally prepare herself for whatever unpleasantness was about to come, for it would be unpleasant, she was sure. The door to the chamber crashed open, and 2 sets of footsteps echoed in the octagonal room as Murtagh and Galbatorix walked over to her. Murtagh positioned himself where he usually did, but without the brazier to occupy himself, he crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and glared at the floor. What she could see of his expression beneath his silver half-mask did not comfort her. The lines of his face seemed even harder than normal, and there was something about the cast of his mouth that sent a chill of fear into her bones. Instead of sitting, as was his wont, Galbatorix stood behind and somewhat to the side of her head, where she could feel his presence more than she could see it. He extended his long, claw-like hands over her. In them he held a small box decorated with lines of carved horn that might have formed glyphs from the ancient language. Most disconcerting of all, a faint "squee, squee" sound came from within the container, soft as the scratching of a mouse, but no less distinct. With the pad of his thumb, Galbatorix pushed open the box's sliding lid. Then he reached inside and pulled out what appeared to be a large, ivory-colored maggot. The creature was almost 3 inches long, and it had a tiny mouth at one end, with which it uttered the scree-scree she had heard before, announcing its displeasure to the world. It was plump and pleated like a caterpillar, but if it had any legs, they were so small as to be invisible. As the creature wiggled in a vain attempt to free itself from between Galbatorix's fingers, the king said, "This is a burrow grub. It is not what it appears to be. Few things are, but in the case of a burrow grub, that is all the more true. They are found in only one place in Elegacia, and are far more difficult to capture than you might suppose. Take it, then, as a sign of my regard for you, Niswara, daughter of Arjahad, that I deign to use one on you." His voice dropped into a tone, becoming even more intimate. "I would not, however, wish to exchange places with you." The scree-scree of the burrow grub increased in volume as Galbatorix dropped it onto the bare skin of her right arm, just below the elbow. She flinched as the disgusting creature landed on her. It was heavier than it looked, and its underside gripped her with what felt like hundreds of little hooks. The burrow grub squalled for a moment more, then it gathered up its body in a tight bundle and hopped several inches up her arm. She wrenched at her bonds, hoping to dislodge the grub, but it continued to cling to her. Again it hopped. And again, and now it was on her shoulder, the hooks pinching and digging into her skin like a strip of minute cockleburs. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the burrow grub lift up its eyeless head and point it toward its face, as if testing the air. Its tiny mouth opened, and she saw that it had a sharp cutting mandible behind its upper and lower lips. "Squeak, squeak," said the burrow grub. "Squeak, squawk." "Not there," Galbatorix said, and he spoke a word in the exit language. Upon hearing it, the burrow grub swung away from her head, for which she felt a measure of relief. Then it began to worm its way back down her arm. Few things frightened her. The touch of the hot iron frightened her. The thought that Galbatorix might reign forevermore in Urubayan frightened her. Death, of course, frightened her, although not so much because she feared the end of her existence, as because she feared leaving undone all the things she still hoped to accomplish. But for whatever reason, the sight and feel of the burrow grub unnerved her in a way that until that very moment nothing else had. Every muscle in her body seemed to burn and tingle, and she felt an overwhelming urge to run, to flee, to put as much distance between herself and the creature as she could, for there seemed to be something profoundly wrong about the burrow grub. It did not move as it should, and its obscene little mouth reminded her of a child's, and the sound it made, the horrible, horrible sound, elicited a primal loathing within her. The burrow grub paused by her elbow. "Squeak, squeak!" Then its fat, limbless body contracted, and it hopped 5 inches straight up in the air, and then dove headfirst toward the inner part of her elbow. As it landed, the burrow grub divided into a dozen small, bright green centipedes, which swarmed over her arm, and each chose a spot to sink its mandibles into her flesh, and bore its way through her skin. The pain was too great for her to bear. She struggled against her restraint and screamed at the ceiling, but she could not escape her torment. Not then, and not for a seemingly endless span of time thereafter. The iron had hurt more, but she would have preferred its touch, for the hot metal was impersonal, inanimate, and predictable. All things the burrow grub was not. There was a special horror in knowing that the cause of her pain was a creature chewing on her, and worse, that it was inside her. At the last, she lost her pride and self-control and cried out to the goddess Gokukara for mercy. Then she began to babble as a child might, unable to stop the flow of random words coming from her mouth. And behind her she had Galbatorix laughing, and his enjoyment of her suffering made her hate him all the more. She blinked, slowly coming back to herself. After several moments she realized that Murtagh and Galbatorix were gone. She had no recollection of their departure. She must have lost consciousness. The pain was less than before, but she still hurt terribly. She glanced down at her body, then averted her eyes, feeling her pulse quicken. Where the centipedes had been, she was not sure whether individually they were still considered burrow grubs. Her flesh was swollen, and lines of purple blood filled the tracks they had left underneath the surface of her skin, and every track burned. It felt as if she'd been lashed across the front of her body with a metal whip. She wondered if perhaps the burrow grubs were still inside of her, lying dormant while they digested their meal. Or perhaps they were metamorphosizing, like maggots into flies, and they would turn into something even worse. Or, and this seemed the most terrible possibility, perhaps they were laying eggs within her, and more of them would soon hatch and begin to feast on her. She shuddered and cried out with fear and frustration. The wounds made it difficult for her to remain coherent. Her vision faded in and out, and she found herself weeping, which disgusted her. But she could not stop, no matter how hard she tried. As a distraction, she fell to talking to herself. Nonsense, mostly. Anything to bolster her resolve or focus her mind on other subjects. It helped, if only a little. She knew that Galbatorix did not want to kill her, but she feared that in his anger he had gone farther than he intended. She was shaking, and her entire body felt inflamed, as if she'd been stung by 100 bees. Willpower could sustain her for only so long. No matter how determined she was, there was a limit to what her frame could withstand, and she felt that she was well past that point. Something deep inside her seemed to have broken, and she was no longer confident that she could recover from her injuries. The door to the chamber scraped open. She forced her eyes to focus as she strained to see who was approaching. It was Murtagh. He looked down at her, His lips pinched, his nostrils flared, and a furrow between his brows. At first she thought he was angry, but then she realized he was actually worried and afraid. Deathly so. The strength of his concern surprised her. She knew he regarded her with a certain liking. Why else would he have convinced Galbatorix to keep her alive? But she had not suspected that he cared for her quite so much. She tried to reassure him with a smile. It must not have come out right, for as she did, Murtaugh clenched his jaw, as if he was struggling to contain himself. "Try not to move," he said, and lifted his hands over her and began to murmur in the ancient language. As if I could, she thought. His magic soon took effect, and wound by wound her pain abated, but it did not disappear entirely. She frowned at him, puzzled, and he said, "I'm sorry, I can do no more. Galbatorix would know. He'd know how, but it's beyond me." "What? What about your Eldenari?" she asked. "Surely they can help." He shook his head. "Young dragons all. Or they were when their bodies died. They knew little of magic then. And Galbatorix has taught them almost nothing since. I'm sorry. Are those things still in me?" No, they're not. Galbatorix removed them once you passed out." Her relief was profound. "Your spell didn't stop the pain." She tried not to sound accusatory, but she could not prevent a note of anger from creeping into her voice. He grimaced. "I'm not sure why. It ought to. Whatever that creature is, it doesn't fit into the normal pattern of the world." "Do you know where it's from?" "No. I only learned of it today when Galbatorix fetched it from his inner chambers." She closed her eyes for a moment. "Let me up. Let me up." Without a word, he undid her restraints. Then she got to her feet and stood swaying next to the slab while she waited for an attack of lightheadedness to recede. "Here," said Murtaugh, handing her his cape. She wrapped it around her body, covering herself for both modesty and warmth, and also so that she did not have to look at the burned, scabs, blistered, and blood-filled lines that disfigured her. Limping, for among other places the burrow grub had visited the soles of her feet, she walked to the edge of the chamber. She leaned against the wall and slowly lowered herself onto the floor. Murtaugh joined her, and the two of them sat staring at the opposite wall. Despite herself, she began to cry. After a while, she felt him touch her shoulder, and she jerked away. She could not help it. He had hurt her more in the past few days than anyone else ever had, and though she knew he had not wanted to do it, she could not forget that it was he who had wielded the hot iron. Even so, when he saw how her reaction stung him, she relented and reached out and took his hand. He gave her fingers a gentle squeeze, then put his arm around her shoulders and drew her close. She resisted for a moment, then relaxed into his embrace and laid her head on his chest as she continued to cry, her quiet sobs echoing in the bare stone room. Some minutes later, she felt him move beneath her, as he said, "I'll find a way to free you. I swear. It's too late for Thorn and me, but not for you. As long as you don't pledge fealty to Galbatorix, there's still a chance I can spirit you out of Orobian." She looked up at him and decided he meant what he said. "How?" she whispered. "I haven't the slightest idea," he said with a roguish smile. "But I will. Whatever it takes. You have to promise me, though, that you won't give up, not until I've tried. Agreed?" "I don't think I can endure that thing again. If he puts it on me again, I'll give him whatever he wants." "You won't have to. He doesn't intend to use the burrow grubs again." "What does he intend?" Murtaugh was silent for a minute more. "He's decided to start manipulating what you see. Hear, feel, taste. If that doesn't work, then he'll attack your mind directly. You won't be able to resist him if he does. No one ever has. Before it comes to that, though, I'm sure I'll be able to rescue you. All you have to do is keep fighting for another few days. That's it. Just another few days." "How can I if I can't trust my senses?" "There's one sense he cannot feign." Murtaugh twisted to look at her more directly. "Will you let me touch your mind? I won't try to read your thoughts. I only want to know what my mind feels like, so you can recognize it. So that you can recognize me in the future." She hesitated. She knew that this was a turning point. Either she would agree to trust him, or she would refuse, and perhaps lose her only chance to avoid becoming Galbatorix's slave. Still, she remained wary of granting anyone access to her mind. Murtaugh could be trying to lull her into a lowering defense, so that he could more easily install himself in her consciousness. Or it might be that he hoped to glean some piece of information by eavesdropping on her thoughts. Then she thought, why should Galbatorix resort to such tricks? He could do either of those things himself. Murtaugh was right. I wouldn't be able to resist him. If I accept Murtaugh's offer, it may mean my doom, but if I refuse, my doom is inevitable. One way or another, Galbatorix will break me. It's only a matter of time. Do as you will, she said. Murtagh nodded and half closed his eyes. In the silence of her mind, she began to recite the scrap of verse she used whenever she wanted to hide her thoughts or defend her consciousness from an intruder. She concentrated on it with all her might, determined to repel Murtagh if need be, and also determined not to think about any of the secrets it was her duty to keep hidden. In El Harim there lived a man with yellow eyes. To me he said, "Beware the whispers, for they whisper lies. Do not wrestle with the demons of the dark, else upon your mind they place a mark. Do not listen to the shadows of the deep, else they haunt you even when you sleep." When Murtagh's consciousness pressed against hers, she stiffened and began to recite the lines of the verse even faster. To her surprise, his mind felt familiar. The similarities between his consciousness and... No, she could not say whose, but the similarities were striking, as were the equally prominent differences. Foremost among the differences was his anger, which lay at the center of his being like a cold black heart, clenched and unmoving with veins of hatred snaking out to entangle the rest of his mind. But his concern for her outshone his anger. Seeing it convinced her that his solicitude was genuine. For to disassemble with one's inner self was incredibly difficult, and she did not believe that Murtagh could have deceived her so convincingly. True to his word, he made no attempt to force himself deeper into her mind, and after a few seconds he withdrew and she again found herself alone with her thoughts. Murtagh opened his eyes fully, and he said, "There now. Will you be able to recognize me if I reach out to you again?" She nodded. "Good. Galbatorix can do many things, but even he cannot limitate the feeling of another person's mind. I'll try to warn you before he starts to alter your senses, and I'll contact you when he stops. That way he won't be able to confuse you as to what's real and what's not." "Thank you," she said, unable to express the full extent of her gratitude in so short a phrase. "Fortunately, we have some time. The Vard are only 3 days hence, and the elves are fast approaching from the north. Galbatorix has gone to oversee the final placement of Urubine's defenses, and to discuss strategy with Lord Bast, who has command of the army, now that it's garrisoned here in the city." She frowned. That boded ill. She had heard of Lord Bast. He had a fearsome reputation among the nobles of Galbatorix's court. He was said to be both keen-minded and blondie-handed, and those who were foolish enough to oppose him, he crushed without mercy. "Not you?" she asked. "Galbatorix has other plans for me, although he's yet to share them. How long will he be busy with his preparations?" "The rest of today, and all of tomorrow." "Do you think you can free me before he returns?" "I don't know. Probably not." A pause fell between them. Then he said, "Now, I have a question for you. Why did you kill those men? You knew you wouldn't make it out of the citadel. Was it just to spite Galbatorix, as he said?" She sighed, and pushed herself off Murtagh's chest so she was sitting upright. With some reluctance, he released his hold around her shoulders. She sniffed, then looked him square in the eyes. "I couldn't just lie there and let him do whatever he wanted to me. I had to fight back. I had to show him that he hadn't broken me. And I wanted to hurt him however I could. So it was spite. In part, but what of it?" She expected him to express disgust or condemnation at her actions, but instead he gave her an appraising look, and his lips curved in a small knowing smile. "Then I say well done," he replied. After a moment she returned his smile. "Besides," she said, "there was always a chance I might escape." He snorted. "And dragons might start eating grass." "Even so, I had to try." "I understand. If I could have, I would have done the same when the twins first brought me here." "And now?" "I still can't. And even if I could, what purpose would it serve?" To that she had no answer. Silence followed, and then she said, "Murtagh, if it's not possible to free me from here, then I want your promise that you'll help me escape by other means. I wouldn't ask. I wouldn't place this burden upon you, but your assistance would make the task easier. And I may not have the opportunity to do it myself." His lips grew thin, and hard as she spoke, but he did not interrupt. "Whatever happens, I won't allow myself to become a plaything for Galbatorix to order about as he will. I'll do anything. Anything at all to avoid that fate. Can you understand that?" His chin dipped in a short nod. "Then do I have your word?" He looked down and clenched his fists, his breathing ragged. "You do." Murtagh was taciturn, but eventually she succeeded in drawing him out again, and they passed the time in talking about matters of little import. Murtagh told her of the alterations he had made to the saddle Galbatorix had given him for Thorn, changes that Murtagh was justifiably proud of, as they allowed him to mount and dismount faster, as well as to draw his sword with less inconvenience. She told them about the market streets in Aberon, the capital of Sada, and how as a child she had often run away from her nurse to explore them. A favorite of the merchants had been a man of the wandering tribes. His name was Harmanara no Dachu Tagana, but he had insisted that she call him by his familiar name, which was Tagana. He sold knives and daggers, and he always seemed to delight in showing her his wares, even though she never bought any. As she and Murtaugh continued to talk, the conversation grew easier and more relaxed. Despite their unpleasant circumstances, she found that she enjoyed speaking with him. He was smart and well-educated, and he had a mordant wit that she appreciated, especially given her current predicament. Murtaugh seemed to enjoy their conversation as much as she did. Still, the time came when they both recognized that it would be foolish to keep talking, for fear of being caught. So she returned to the slab where she lay down and allowed him to strap her to the unforgiving block of stone once again. As he was about to leave, she said, "Murtaugh." He paused and turned to regard her. She hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage, and said, "Why?" She thought he understood her meaning. Why her? Why save her? Why save her and why try to rescue her? She'd guessed the answer, but she wanted to hear him say it. He stared at her for the longest while, and then in a low, hard voice he said, "You know why." Chapter 49. Amid the Ruins. The thick grey clouds parted, and from his place on Saphira's back, Aragon beheld the interior of Rhongar Island. Before them was a huge bowl-shaped valley, encircled by the steep mountains they had seen poking through the tops of the clouds. A dense forest of spruce, pine, and fir trees blanketed the sides of the mountains, as well as the foothills below, like an army of prickly soldiers marching down from the peaks. The trees were tall and mournful, and even from a distance Aragon could see the beards of moss and lichen that hung from the heavy branches. Scraps of white mist clung to the sides of the mountains, and in several places throughout the valley, diffuse curtains of rain drifted from the ceiling of clouds. High above the valley floor, Aragon could see a number of stone structures among the trees, tumbled, overgrown entrances to caves, the husks of burnt-out towers, grand halls with collapsed roofs, and a few smaller buildings that looked as if they might still be habitable. A dozen or more rivers flowed out of the mountains and wandered across the verdant ground until they poured into a large, still lake near the center of the valley. Around the lake lay the remnants of the rider's city, Doro Ureba. The buildings were immense, great empty halls of such enormous proportions that many could have encompassed the whole of Carvajal. Every door was like the mouth to a vast, unexplored cavern. Every window was as tall and wide as a castle gate, and every wall was a sheer cliff. Thick mats of ivy strangled the blocks of stone, and where there was no ivy there was moss, which meant that the buildings blended into the landscape and looked as if they had grown out of the earth itself. What little of the stone was bare tended to be a pale ochre, although patches of red, brown, and dusky blue were also visible. As with all elf-made structures, the buildings were graceful and flowing, and more attenuated than those of dwarves or humans, but they also possessed a solidity and authority that the tree houses of Elismira lacked. In some of them, Aragon descried similarities to the houses in Palancar Valley, and he remembered that the earliest human riders had come from that very part of Allegacia. The result was a unique style of architecture, neither entirely elvish nor entirely human. Almost all the buildings were damaged, some more severely than others. The damage seemed to radiate outward from a single point near the southern edge of the city, where a wide crater sank more than 30 feet into the ground. A copse of birch trees had taken the root in the depression, and the silvery leaves shook in the gusts of the directionless breeze. The open areas within the city were overgrown with weeds and brush, while a fringe of grass surrounded each of the flagstones that formed the streets. While the buildings had sheltered the riders' gardens from the blast that had ravaged the city, dull-colored flowers still grew in artful designs, the shapes no doubt governed by the dictates of some long-forgotten spell. Altogether, the circular valley presented a dismal picture.
"Behold, the ruins of our pride and glory," said Gladio. Then, "Aragon, you must cast another spell. The wording of it goes thus," and he uttered several lines in the ancient language. It was an odd spell. The phrasing was obscure and convoluted, and Aragon was unable to determine what it was supposed to accomplish. When he asked later, the old dragon said, "There is an invisible poison here. In the air you breathe, in the ground you walk upon, and in the food you may eat and the water you may drink. The spell will protect us against it." "What poison?" asked Saphira, her thoughts as slow as the beats of her wings. Aragon saw from Gladio an image of the crater by the city, and the dragon said, "During the battle with the Forsworn, one of our own, an elf by the name of Thuvil, killed himself with magic. Whether by design or accident has never been clear, but the result is what you see and what you cannot see. For the resulting explosion rendered the area unfit to live in. Those who remained here soon developed lesions upon their skin and lost their hair, and many died thereafter." Concerned, Aragon cast the spell, which required little energy, before he said,
How could any one person, elf or not, cause so much damage? Even if Thuviel's dragon helped him, I can't think how it would be possible. Not unless his dragon was the side of a mountain.
His dragon did not help him, said Gladia. His dragon was dead. No. Thuviel wrought this destruction by himself.
But how?
The only way he could have. He converted his flesh into energy.
He made himself into a spirit?
No. The energy was without thought or structure. And once unbound, it raced outward until it dispersed.
I hadn't realized that a single body contained so much force.
It is not well known. But even the smallest speck of matter is equal to a great amount of energy. Matter, it seems, is merely frozen energy. Melt it, and you release a flood few can withstand. It was said that the explosion here was heard as far away as Tirum, that a cloud of smoke that followed rose as high as the Bare Mountains.
Is it the blast that killed Glairun? Eragon asked, referring to the one member of the Forsworn who he knew had died on Vrongard.
It was. Galbatorix and the rest of the Forsworn had a moment of warning, and so were able to shield themselves, but many of our own were not as fortunate and thus perished.
As Saphira glided downward from the underside of the low-slung clouds, Gladia instructed her where to fly, so she altered her course, turning toward the northwestern part of the valley. Gladia named each of the mountains that she flew past: Ilthiaros, Felsford, and Namenmast, along with Huldrim and Tinadrim. He also named many of the holds and fallen towers below, and he gave something of their history to Eragon and Saphira, although only Eragon paid heed to the old dragon's narration. Within Gladia's consciousness, Eragon felt an ancient sorrow reawaken. The sorrow was not so much for the destruction of Dora Oreba as for the deaths of the riders, the near extinction of the dragons, and the loss of thousands of years of knowledge and wisdom. The memory of what had been, of the companionship he'd once shared with the other members of his order, exacerbated Gladia's loneliness. That, along with his sorrow, created a mood of such desolation Eragon began to feel saddened as well. He withdrew slightly from Gladia, but still the valley seemed gloomy and melancholy, as if the land itself were mourning the fall of the riders. The lower Saphira flew, the larger the buildings appeared. As their true size became evident, Eragon realized that what he had read in Domia Abelverda was no exaggeration. The grandest of them was so enormous that Saphira would be able to fly within them. Near the edge of the abandoned city, he began to notice piles of giant white bones upon the ground, the skeletons of dragons. The sight filled him with revulsion, and yet he could not bring himself to look elsewhere. What struck him most was their size. A few of the dragons had been smaller than Saphira, but most had been far larger. The biggest he saw was a skeleton with ribs that he guessed were at least 80 feet long, and perhaps 15 wide at their thickest. The skull alone, a huge fierce thing covered with blotches of lichen, like a rough crag of stone, was longer and taller than the main part of Saphira's body. Even Gladia, while he was still clothed in flesh, would have appeared diminutive next to the slain dragon.
"There lies Belgabad, greatest of us all,"
said Gladia as he noticed the object of Eragon's attention. Eragon vaguely remembered the name from one of the histories he had read in Elis Mira. The author had written only that Belgabad had been present at the battle, and that he perished in the fighting, as so many had. "Who's his rider?" he asked.
"He had no rider. He was a wild dragon. For centuries he lived alone in the icy reaches of the north, but when Galbatorix and the Forsworn began to slaughter our kind, he flew to our aid."
"Is he the largest dragon ever?"
"Ever? No. But at the time, yes."
"How did he find enough to eat?"
"At that age and at that size, dragons spend most of their time in a sleep-like trance, dreaming of whatever happens to capture their fancy, be it the turning of the stars or the rise and fall of the mountains over the eons, or even something as small as the motion of a butterfly's wings. Already I feel the lure of such repose. But awake I am needed, and awake I shall stay."
"Did you know Belgabad?" asked Saphira, forcing the words through her fatigue.
"I met him, but I did not know him. Wild dragons did not, as a rule, consort with those of us who were bonded with riders. They looked down on us for being too tame and too compliant, while we looked down on them for being too driven by their instincts, although sometimes we admired them for the same. Also, you must remember they had no language of their own, and that created a greater difference between us than you might think. Language alters your mind in ways that are hard to explain. Wild dragons could communicate as effectively as any dwarf or elf, of course, but they did so by sharing memories, images and sensations, not words. Only the more cunning of them chose to learn this or any other tongue."
Gladia paused, and then he added, "If I recall correctly, Belgabad was a distant ancestor of Rogmar the Black, and Rogmar, as I'm sure you remember, Saphira, was the great-great-great-grandsire of your mother, Vivada." In her exhaustion, Saphira was slow to react, but at last she twisted her neck to again look at the vast skeleton. "He must have been a good hunter to grow so big."
"He was the very best.
said Gladia. Then I'm glad to be of his blood. The number of bones scattered across the ground staggered Aragon. Until then he had fully comprehended neither the extent of the battle nor how many dragons there had once been. The sight renewed his hate for Galbatorix, and once again Aragon swore that he would see the king dead. Saphira sank through a band of mist, the white haze rolling off the tips of her wings like tiny whirlpools set within the sky. Then a field of tangled grass rushed up at her, and she landed with a heavy jolt. Her right foreleg gave way beneath her, and she lurched to the side and fell onto her chest and shoulder, ploughing into the ground with such force that Aragon would have impaled himself in the neck spike in front of him had it not been for his wards. Once her forward slide ceased, Saphira lay motionless, stunned by the impact. Then she slowly rolled to her feet, folded her wings, and settled into a low crouch. The straps on the saddle creaked as she moved, the sound unnaturally loud in the hushed atmosphere which pervaded the interior of the island. Aragon pulled loose the bands around his legs, then jumped all the way to the ground. It was wet and soft, and he dropped to one knee as his boots sank into the damp earth. "We made it," he said, amazed. He walked forward to Saphira's head, and when she lowered her neck so that she could look him in the eye, he placed his hands on either side of her long head, and pressed his forehead against her snout. "Thank you," he said. He heard the snick as her eyelids closed, and then her head began to vibrate as she hummed deep in her chest. After a moment, Aragon released her and turned to look at their surroundings. The field Saphira had landed in was on the northern side of the island. Pieces of cracked masonry, some as large as Saphira herself, lay scattered throughout the grass. Aragon was relieved she had avoided striking any. The field sloped upward, away from the city, to the base of the nearest foothill, which was covered with forest. Where field and hill met, a large paved square had been cut flat into the ground. At the far side of the square sat a massive pile of dressed stone that stretched to the north for over half a mile. Intact, the building would have been one of the largest on the island, and certainly one of the most ornate, for among the square blocks of stone that had formed the walls, Aragon spotted dozens of fluted pillars, as well as carved panels depicting vines and flowers, and a whole host of statues, most of which were missing some combination of body parts, as if they too had participated in the battle. "There lies the great library," said Gladia, "or what remains after Galbatorix plundered it." Aragon slowly turned as he inspected the surrounding area. To the south of the library, he saw the faint lines of abandoned footpaths underneath the shaggy pelt of grass. The paths led away from the library to a grove of apple trees that hid the ground from view, but rising behind the trees was a jagged spar of stone well over 200 feet tall, upon which grew several gnarled junipers. A spark of excitement formed within Aragon's chest. He was sure, but still he asked, "Is that it? Is that the Rock of Cuthian?" He could feel Gladia using his eyes to look at the formation, and then the dragon said, "It seems oddly familiar, but I cannot remember when I might have seen it before." Aragon needed no other confirmation. "Come on," he said. He waded through the waist-high grass toward the nearest path. There the grass was not quite so thick, and he could feel hard cobblestones under his feet instead of rain-soaked earth. With Saphira close behind, he hurried down the path, and together they walked through the shadowed grove of apple trees. Both of them stepped with care, for the trees seemed alert and watchful, and something about the shape of their branches was ominous, as if the trees were waiting to ensnare them with splintered claws. Without meaning to, Aragon breathed a sigh of relief when they emerged from the grove. The Rock of Cuthian stood upon the edge of a large clearing, wherein grew a tangled pool of roses, thistles, raspberries, and winter hemlock. Behind the stone prominence stood row upon row of drooping fir trees, which extended all the way back to the mountain that loomed high above. The angry chatter of squirrels echoed among the boles of the forest, but of the animals themselves, not so much a whisker was to be seen. 3 stone benches, the shapes half hidden beneath layers of roots, vines, and creepers, were situated at equal distances around the clearing. Off to the side was a willow tree, whose lattice-work trunk had once served as a bower, where the riders might sit and enjoy the view. But in the past 100 years the trunk had grown too thick for any man, elf, or dwarf to slip into the space within. Aragon stopped at the edge of the clearing instead at the Rock of Cuthian. Beside him, Saphira woofed, and dropped onto her belly, shaking the ground and causing him to bend his knees to keep his balance. He rubbed her on the shoulder, and turned his gaze back toward the tower of rock. A sense of nervous anticipation welled up inside him. Opening his mind, Aragon searched the clearing and the trees beyond for anyone who might be waiting to ambush them. The only living things he sensed were plants, insects, and the moles, mice, and garter snakes that lived among the brush in the clearing. Then he started to compose the spells that he hoped would allow him to detect any magical traps in the area. Before he had put more than a few words together, Gladia said, "Stop. You and Saphira are too tired for this now. Rest first. Tomorrow we can return and see what we may discover." "But the two of you are in no condition to defend yourselves if we must fight. Whatever we're supposed to find will still be here in the morn." Aragon hesitated, then reluctantly abandoned the spell. He knew Glader was right, but he hated to wait any longer when the completion of the quest was so close at hand. "Very well," he said, and climbed back onto Saphira. With a weary huff, she rose to her feet, and slowly turned around and trudged once more through the grove of apple trees. The heavy impact of a step shook loose withered leaves from the canopy, one of which landed in Aragon's lap. He picked it up and was about to throw it away when he noticed that a leaf was shaped differently than it ought to be. The teeth along the edge were longer and wider than those of any apple leaf he had seen before, and the veins formed seemingly random patterns instead of the regular network of lines he would have expected. He picked another leaf, this one still green. Like its desiccated cousin, the fresh leaf had larger serrations and a confused map of veins. "Ever since the battle, things here have not been as they once were," said Glader. Aragon frowned and tossed away the leaves. Again he heard the chatter of the squirrels, and again he failed to see among the trees, nor was he able to feel them with his mind, which concerned him. "If I had scales, this place would make them itch," he said to Saphira. A small puff of smoke rose from her nostrils as she snorted with amusement. From the grove she walked south until she came to one of the many streams that flowed out of the mountains, a thin white brook that babbled softly as it tumbled over its bed of rocks. There Saphira turned, and followed the water upstream to a sheltered meadow near the forefront of the evergreen forest. "Here," said Saphira, and she sank to the ground. It looked a good place to make camp, and Saphira was in no condition to keep searching, so Aragon agreed and dismounted. He paused for a moment to appreciate the view of the valley, then he removed the saddle and the saddlebags from Saphira, whereupon she shook her head, rolled her shoulders, and then twisted her neck to nibble at a spark on the side of her chest, where the straps had been chafing. Without further ado, she curled up in the grass, tucked her head under her wing, and wrapped her tail around herself. "Do not wake me unless something is trying to eat us," she said. Aragon smiled and patted her on the tail, then turned to look at the valley again. He stood there for a long while, barely thinking, content to observe and exist without making any effort to coax meaning from the world around him. At last he fetched for his bedroll, which he laid out beside Saphira. "Will you keep watch for us?" he asked later. "I shall keep watch. Rest, and do not worry." Aragon nodded, even though Glader could not see him. Then he lowered himself onto the blankets and allowed himself to drift off into the embrace of his waking dreams. Chapter 50. Snogly for Two. It was late afternoon when Aragon opened his eyes. The blanket of clouds had broken in several places, and beams of golden light planked the valley floor, illuminating the tops of the ruined buildings. Though the valley still looked cold and wet and unwelcoming, the light gave it a newfound majesty. For the first time, Aragon understood why the riders had chosen to settle on the island. He yawned, then glanced over at Saphira and lightly touched her mind. She was still asleep, lost in a dreamless slumber. Her consciousness was like a flame that had dimmed until it was little more than a smoldering coal, a coal that might just as easily go out or flare up again. The feeling unsettled him. It reminded him too much of death, so he returned to his own mind and restricted their contact to a narrow thread of thought, just enough so that he could be sure of her safety. In the forest behind them, a pair of squirrels began to swear at each other with a series of high-pitched shrieks. He frowned as he listened. Their voices sounded a bit too sharp, a bit too fast, a bit too wobbly. It was as if some other creature was imitating the cries of the squirrels. The thought made his scalp prickle. He lay where he was for over an hour, listening to the shrieks and chattering that emanated from the woods, and watching the patterns of light as they played across the hills, fields, and mountains of the bowl-shaped valley. Then the gaps in the clouds closed, the sky darkened, and snow began to fall on the upper flanks of the mountains, painting them white. Aragon rose and said to Glader, "I'm going to gather some firewood. I'll be back in a few minutes." The dragon acknowledged him, and Aragon carefully made his way across the meadow to the forest, doing his best to be quiet so as to not disturb Saphira. Once he was at the trees, he quickened his pace. Although there were plenty of dead branches along the verge of the forest, he wanted to stretch his legs, and if he could, find the source of the chattering. Shadows lay heavy under the trees. The air was cool and still like wood, that of a cave deep underground, smelling of fungus, rotting things, and oozing sap. The moss and lichen that trailed off from the branches were like lengths of tattered lace, strained and sodden but still possessed of a certain delicate beauty. They partitioned in the interior of the woods into cells of varying sides, which made it difficult to see more than 50 feet in any direction. Aragon used the babbling of the brook to determine his bearings as he worked his way deeper into the forest. Now that he was close to them, he saw that the evergreens were unlike those from the spine, or even from Duveldenvarden. They had clusters of 7 needles instead of 3, and though it might have been a trick of the fading light, it seemed to him as if darkness clung to the trees, like a cloak wrapped around their trunks and branches. Also, everything about the trees, from the cracks in the bark to their protruding roots to the scaled cones, Everything about them had a peculiar angularity, and a fierceness of line that made them appear as if they were about to pull themselves free of the earth and stride down to the city below. Aragon shivered and loosened Brysinger in its scabbard. He had never before been in a forest that felt so menacing. It was as if the trees were angry, and as with the apple grove earlier, as if they wanted to reach out and rend his flesh from his bones. With the back of his hand, he brushed aside a swath of yellow lichen as cautiously as he made his way forward. So far he had seen no sign of game, nor had he found any evidence of wolves or bears, which puzzled him. That close to the stream, there should have been trails leading to the water. Maybe the animals avoid this part of the woods, he thought. But why? A fallen log lay across his path. He stepped over it, and his boots sank ankle-deep into a carpet of moss. An instant later, the Gedway Ignacy on his palm began to itch, and he heard a tiny chorus of squeak, 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 squawk, as a half-dozen white worm-like grubs, each the size of one of his thumbs, burst out of the moss and began to hop away from him. Old instincts took hold, and he stomped as he would if he had chanced upon a snake. He didn't blink. He didn't even breathe as he watched the fat, obscene-looking grubs flee. At the same time, he racked his memory for any mention of them during his training in Elismira, but he could recall no such thing. "Gleda, what are these?" And he showed the dragon the grubs. "What is their name in the ancient language?" To Aragon's dismay, Gleda said, "They are unknown to me. I have not seen their like before, nor have I ever heard tell of them. They're new to Vroedgard and new to Allegacia. Do not let them touch you. They may be more dangerous than they appear." Once they had put several feet between them and Aragon, the nameless grubs hopped higher than usual, and with a squeak croak, dove back into the moss. As they landed, they split, dividing into a swarm of green centipedes, which quickly disappeared within the tangled strands of moss. Only then did Aragon allow himself to breathe. "They should not be," said Gleda. He sounded troubled. Aragon slowly lifted his boot off the moss and retreated behind the log. Examining the moss with greater care, he saw that what originally he had taken as tips of old branches poking out of the blanket of vegetation were actually pieces of broken ribs and antlers, the remains, he thought, of one or more deer. After a moment's consideration, Aragon turned around and began to retrace his steps, this time making sure to avoid every scrap of moss along the way, which was no easy task. Whatever had been chattering in the forest was not worth risking his life to find, especially since he had suspected that there was worse than the grubs lurking among the trees. His palm kept itching, and from experience, he knew that meant there was still something dangerous close by. When he could see the meadow and the blue of Saphira's scales between the trunks of the evergreens, he turned aside and walked to the brook. Moss covered the bank of the stream, so he stepped from log to stone until he was standing on a flat-topped rock in the midst of the water. There he squatted, removed his gloves, and washed his hands, face, and neck. The touch of the icy water was bracing, and within moments his ears flushed and his whole body began to feel warm. A loud chattering rang forth over the stream as he wiped the last few droplets from his neck. Moving as little as possible, he looked toward the top of the trees on the opposite bank. 30 feet up, 4 shadows sat on a branch. The shadows had large barbed plumes that extended in every direction from the black ovals of their heads. A pair of white eyes, slanted and slit-like, glowed within the middle of each oval, and the blankness of the gaze made it impossible to determine where they were looking. Most disconcerting yet, the shadows, like all shadows, had no depth. When they turned to the side, they disappeared. Without taking his eyes off them, Aragon reached across his body and grasped Brysinger's hilt. The leftmost shadow ruffled its plumes, and then uttered the same shrieking chatter he had mistaken for a squirrel. 2 more of the race did likewise, and the forest echoed with the strident clamor of their cries. Aragon considered trying to touch their minds, but remembering the Fangor on his way to Elismira, he discarded the idea as foolhardy. In a low voice he said, "Eka Eifrikai Unshartugal." "I'm a rider, and a friend." The shadows seemed to fix their glowing eyes upon him, and for a moment all was silent, save the gentle murmuring of the brook. Then they began to chatter again, and their eyes increased in brightness until they were like pieces of white-hot iron. When after several minutes the shadows made no move to attack him, and moreover showed no indication of departing, Aragon rose to his feet and carefully reached out with one foot toward the stone behind him. The motion seemed to alarm the race. They shrieked in unison. Then they shrugged and shook themselves, and in their place appeared 4 large owls, with the same barbed plumes surrounding their mottled faces. They opened their yellow beaks and chattered at him, scolding him even as the squirrels might. Then they took wing and flew silently off into the trees and soon vanished behind a screen of heavy boughs. "Basil," said Aragon. He jumped back the way he had come and hurried to the meadow, stopping only to pick up an armful of fallen branches. As soon as he reached Saphira, he placed the wood on the ground, knelt and began to cast wards, as many as he could think of. Gleda recommended a spell that he had overlooked, and then said,
None of these creatures were here when Aromas and I returned after the battle. They're not as they should be. The magic that was cast here has twisted the land and those who live on it. This is an evil place now.
What creatures? Asked Saphira. She opened her eyes and yawned, an intimidating sight. Aragon shared his memories with her, and she said, You should have brought me with you. I could have eaten the grubs and the shadow birds, and then you would have nothing to fear from them.
Saphira.
She rolled an eye at him. I'm hungry. Magic or not, is there any reason I should not eat these strange things?
Because they might eat you instead, Saphira Bjartskula, said Glader. You know the first law of hunting as well as I. Do not stalk your prey until you're sure that it's prey. Otherwise you might well end up as a meal for something else.
I wouldn't bother looking for deer either, said Aragon. I doubt there are many left. Besides, it's almost dark, and even if it weren't, I'm not sure hunting here would be safe.
She growled softly.
Very well. Then I shall keep sleeping, but in the morning I shall hunt, no matter the danger. My belly is empty, and I must eat before crossing the sea again. True to her word, Saphira closed her eyes and promptly returned to sleep. Aragon built a small fire, then ate a meagre supper and watched the valley grow black. He and Glader talked about their plans for the following day, and Glader told him more about the history of the island, going back to the time before elves had arrived in Elagacia, when Vrowengard had been a province of the dragons alone. Before the last of the light had faded from the sky, the old dragon said, Would you like to see Vrowengard as it was during the Age of the Riders?
I would, said Aragon.
Then look, said Glader, and Aragon felt the dragon take hold of his mind, and into it pour a stream of images and sensations. Aragon's vision shifted, and atop the landscape he beheld a ghostly twin of the valley. The memory was of the valley in twilight, even as it was at the present, but the sky was free of clouds, and a multitude of stars shone twinkling and gleaming over the great ring of fire mountains, Arastelduin. The trees of long ago appeared taller, straighter and less foreboding, and throughout the valley the riders' buildings stood intact, glowing like pale beacons in the dusk with the soft light from the elves' flameless lanterns. Less ivy and moss covered the ochre stone then, and the halls and towers seemed noble in a way that the ruins did not. And along the cobblestone pathways and high overhead, Aragon disconcerted the glittering shapes of numerous dragons, graceful giants with the treasure of 1,000 kings upon their hides. The apparition lasted for a moment longer, then Glader released Aragon's mind, and the valley once more appeared as it was. It was beautiful, said Aragon.
That it was, but no more.
Aragon continued to study the valley, comparing it to what Glader had shown him, and he frowned when he saw a line of bobbing lights, lanterns, he thought, within the abandoned city. He whispered a spell to sharpen his sight, and was able to make out a line of hooded figures in dark robes walking slowly through the ruins. They seemed solemn and unearthly, and there was a ritualistic quality to the measured beats of their strides and the patterned sway of their lanterns. Who are they? He asked Glader. He felt as if he was witnessing something not meant for others to see.
I don't know. Perhaps they're descendants of those who hid during the battle. Perhaps they're men of your race who thought to settle here after the fall of the riders. Or perhaps they're those who worship dragons and riders as gods.
Are there really such?
There were. We discouraged the practice, but even so it was common in many of the more isolated parts of Elagacia. It's good, I think, that you placed the wards you did.
Aragon watched as the hooded figures wound their way across the city, which took almost an hour. Once they arrived at the far side, the lanterns winked out one by one, and where the lantern holders had gone, Aragon could not see, even with the assistance of magic. Then Aragon blanked the fire with handfuls of dirt, and crawled under his blankets to rest.
Aragon! Saphira, rouse yourselves!
Aragon's eyes snapped open. He sat upright and grabbed Brysinger. All was dark, save for the dull red glow of the bed of coals to his right, and a ragged patch of starry sky off to the east. Though the light was faint, Aragon was able to make out the general shape of the forest in the meadow, and the monstrously large snail that was sliding across the grass toward him. Aragon yelped and scrambled backward. The snail, whose shell was over 5.5 feet tall, hesitated, then slammed toward him as fast as a man could run. A snake-like hiss came from the black slit of its mouth, and its waving eyeballs were each the size of his fist. Aragon realized that he would not have time to get to his feet, and on his back he did not have the space he needed to draw Brysinger. He prepared to cast a spell, but before he could, Saphira's head arrowed past him, and she caught the snail about the middle with her jaws. The snail's shell cracked between her fangs with a sound like breaking slate, and the creature uttered a faint, quivering shriek. With a twist of her neck, Saphira tossed the snail into the air, opened her mouth as wide as it would go, and swallowed the creature whole, bobbing her head twice as she did, like a robin eating an earthworm. Lowering his gaze, Aragon saw 4 more giant snails farther down upon the rise. One of the creatures had retreated within its shell. The others were hurrying away upon their undulating skirt-like bellies. "Over there!" shouted Aragon. Saphira leapt forward. Her entire body left the ground for a moment, then she landed upon all fours and snapped up first one, then two, then three of the snails. She did not eat the last snail, the one hiding in its shell, but drew back her head and bathed it in a stream of blue and yellow flame that lit up the land for hundreds of feet in every direction. She maintained the flame for no more than a second or two. Then she picked up the smoldering, steaming snail between her jaws, as gently as a mother cat picking up a kitten, carried it over to Aragon and dropped it at his feet. He eyed it with distrust, but it appeared well and truly dead. "Now you can have a proper breakfast," said Saphira. He stared at her, then began to laugh. And he kept laughing until he was doubled over, resting his hands on his knees and heaving for breath. "What's so amusing?" she asked, and sniffed the soot-blackened shell.
"Yes, why do you laugh, Aragon?"
asked Glader. He shook his head and continued to wheeze. At last he was able to say, "Because..." And then he shifted to speaking with his mind so that Glader would hear as well. "Because... snail and eggs." And he began to giggle again, feeling very silly. "Because... snail steaks. Hungry, have a stock. Feeling tired, eat an eyeball. Who needs meat when you have slime? I could put the stalks in a cup like a bunch of flowers and they would..." He was laughing so hard he found it impossible to continue, and he dropped to one knee while he gasped for air, tears of mirth streaming from his eyes. Saphira parted her jaws in a toothy approximation of a smile, and she made a soft, choking sound in her throat. "You're very odd sometimes, Aragon." He could feel his merriment infecting her. She sniffed the shell again. "Some mead would be nice." "At least you ate," he said, both with his mind and his tongue. "Not enough, but enough to return to the Varden." As his laughter subsided, Aragon poked at the snail with the tip of his boot. "It's been so long since there were dragons on Vroengard, it must not have realized what you were. Thought to make an easy meal of me. It would have been a sorry death indeed to end up as a dinner for a snail." "But memorable," said Saphira. "But memorable," he agreed, feeling his mirth return. "And what did I say is the first law of hunting, younglings?" asked Glader. Together, Aragon and Saphira replied, "Do not stalk your prey until you're sure that it's prey." "Very good," said Glader. Then Aragon said, "Hopping grubs, shadow birds, and now giant snails. How could the spells cast within the battle have created them?" "The riders, the dragons, and the Forsworn loosed an enormous amount of energy during the conflict. Much of it was bound in spells, but much of it was not. Those who lived to tell of it said that, for a time, the world went mad, and nothing they saw or heard could be trusted. Some of that energy must have settled on the ancestors of the grubs and the birds you saw today, and altered them. However, you're mistaken to include the snails among the ranks. The Snuggly, as they're known, have always lived here on Vroengard. They were a favorite food of ours, of the dragons, for reasons I'm sure, Saphira, you understand." She hummed and licked her chops. "And not only is their flesh soft and tasty, but the shells are good for the digestion." "If they're just ordinary animals, then why didn't my ward stop them?" asked Aragon. "At the very least, I should have been warned of approaching danger." "That," replied Glader, "may be a result of the battle. Magic did not create the Snuggly, but that does not mean they have remained unaffected by the forces that have wrecked this place. We should not linger here any longer than necessary. Better we leave before whatever else is lurking on the island decides to test our mettle." With Saphira's help, Aragon cracked open the shell of the burnt snail, and by the glow of a red wearlight, cleaned the spineless carcass within, which was a messy, slimy exercise that left him covered in gore up to his elbows. Then Aragon had Saphira bury the meat close to the bed of coals. Afterwards, Saphira returned to the spot in the grass where she'd been lying, curled up once again, and went to sleep. This time Aragon joined her. Carrying his blankets and the saddlebags, one of which contained Glader's heart of hearts, he crawled under her wing and settled in the warm, dark nook between her neck and her body. And there he spent the rest of the night, thinking and dreaming. The following day was as grey and gloomy as the previous one. A light dusting of snow covered the sides of the mountains and the tops of the foothills, and the air had a chill that led Aragon to believe it would snow again later that day. Tired as she was, Saphira did not stir until the sun was already a hand's breadth above the mountains. Aragon was impatient, but the flight to Vroengard, then for them... But he let her sleep. It was more important for her to recover from the flight to Vroengard than for them to get an early start. Once she was awake, Saphira dug up the snail carcass for him, and he cooked a large breakfast of snail. He was not sure what to call it. Snail bacon? Whatever the name for it, the strips of meat were delicious, and he ate more than he usually would. Saphira devoured what was left, and they waited an hour, for it would not be wise to enter a fight with food in their stomachs. Finally, Aragon rolled up his blankets and strapped the saddle back onto Saphira, and together with Glader they set off for the Rock of Cuthien. Chapter 51. The Rock of Cuthien. The walk to the apple grove seemed shorter than it had the previous day. The gnarled trees were as ominous as ever, and Aragon kept his hand on Brysinger the whole time they were in the thicket. As before, he and Saphira stopped at the edge of the tangled clearing that fronted the Rock of Cuthien. A flock of crows was perched upon the rough crag of stone, and at the sight of Saphira they rose cawing into the air, as ill an omen as Aragon could imagine. For half an hour Aragon stood fixed in place as he cast a spell after spell, searching for any magic that could cause him, Saphira, and Glader harm. Woven throughout the clearing the Rock of Cuthien, and so far as he could tell the rest of the island, he found a daunting array of enchantments. Some of the spells embedded in the depths of the earth had such power that it felt as if a great river of energy was flowing beneath his feet. Others were small and seemingly innocuous, sometimes affecting only a single flower or a single branch of a tree. More than half of the enchantments were dormant, because they lacked energy, no longer had an object upon which to act, or were waiting for a certain set of circumstances that had yet to arrive. And a number of the spells seemed to conflict, as if the riders, or whoever had cast them, had sought to modify or negate earlier practices of magic. Aragon was unable to determine the purpose of most of the spells. No record remained of the words used to cast them, only the structures of energy that had the long-dead magicians had so carefully created. And those structures were difficult, if not impossible, to interpret. Glader was of some help, as he was familiar with many of the spells, the older, larger pieces of magic that had been placed on Vroengard, but otherwise Aragon was forced to guess. Fortunately, even though he could not always figure out what a spell was supposed to do, he was often able to establish whether it would affect him, Saphira, or Glader. It was a complicated process that required complicated incantations. It took him another hour to examine all the spells. What most worried him, and Glader as well, were the spells that they might not have been able to detect. Ferreting out other magicians' enchantments grew vastly more difficult if they had tried to hide their work. At last, when Aragon was as confident as he could be that there were no traps on or around the Rock of Cuthien, he and Saphira walked across the clearing to the base of the jagged, lichen-covered spire. Aragon tilted his head back and looked toward the top of the formation. It seemed incredibly far away. He saw nothing unusual about the stone, nor did Saphira. "Let us say our names and be done with it," she said. Aragon sent a questioning thought to Glader, and the dragon responded. "She's right. There is no reason to delay. Speak your name, and Saphira and I shall do likewise." Feeling nervous, Aragon clenched his hands twice, then unslung his shield from his back, drew Brysinger, and dropped into a crouch. "My name," he said in a loud, clear voice, "is Aragon Shadeslayer, son of Brom." "My name is Saphira Bjartskuller, daughter of Ravada." "And mine Glader Eldenari, son of Nithring, she of the long tail." They waited. Off in the distance the crows cawed, as if mocking them. Unease settled within Aragon, but he ignored it. He had not really expected opening the vault to be quite so simple. "Try again, but this time say your piece in the ancient language," advised Glader. So Aragon said, "Namiet Aragon Sundaval Vergandi, Sunar aber Brom." And then Saphira replicated her name and lineage in the ancient language, as did Glader. Again, nothing happened. Aragon's unease deepened. If their trip had been in vain, it did not bear thinking about. Not yet. "Maybe all of our names have to be uttered out loud," he said. "How?" asked Saphira. "Am I supposed to roar at the stone? And what of Glader?" "I can say your names for you," said Aragon. "It seems unlikely that is what is required, but we may as well attempt it," said Glader. "And this is the ancient language?" "The ancient language, I would think. But try both to be certain." 2 times then Aragon recited their names, yet the stone remained as solid and unchanging as ever. Finally, frustrated, he said, "Maybe we're in the wrong place. Maybe the entrance to the Vault of Souls is on the other side of the stone. Or maybe it's on the very top." "If that were the case, wouldn't the directions contained within Domia Abelverda have mentioned it?" asked Glader. Aragon lowered his shield. "When are riddles ever easy to understand?" "What if you're only supposed to give your name?" Saphira said to Aragon. "Did not Solomon say, when all seems lost and your power is insufficient, go to the Rock of Cuthien and speak your name to open the Vault of Souls? Your name, Aragon, not mine or Glader's." Aragon frowned. "That's possible, I suppose. But if only my name is needed, then perhaps I have to be myself when I say it." With a growl, Saphira leapt into the air, ruffling Aragon's hair and battering the plants in the clearing with the wind from her wings. "Then try and be quick about it," she said, as she flew east away from the rock. When she was a quarter mile away, Aragon looked back on the uneven surface of the rock, once more raised his shield, and once more pronounced his name. First in his own tongue, and then in that of the elves. No door or passageway revealed itself. No cracks or fissures appeared within the stone. No symbols traced themselves upon its surface. In every respect, the towering spire seemed to be nothing more than a solid piece of granite, devoid of any secrets. "Saphira!" Eragon shouted with his mind. Then he swore and stalked back and forth within the clearing, kicking at loose stones and branches. He returned to the base of the rock as Saphira swooped down to the clearing. The talons on her hind legs cut deep gouges into the soft earth as she landed, back flapping to slow herself to a halt. Leaves and blades of grass swirled about her, as if caught in a whirlwind. Once she had dropped to all fours and folded her wings, Gladys said, "I take it you did not meet with success." "No," snapped Eragon, and he glared at the spire. The old dragon seemed to sigh. "I was afraid this would be the case. There's only one explanation." "That Solomon lied to us? That he sent us off on a wild chase so that Galbatorix could destroy the Varden while we're gone?"
"No. That in order to open this...
Vault of Souls," said Saphira.
Yes, this vault he told you about. That in order to open it we must speak our true names."
The words fell between them like weighty stones. For a time none of them spoke. The thought intimidated Eragon, and he was reluctant to address it, as if doing so would somehow make the situation worse. "But if it's a trap," said Saphira.
"Then it's a most devilish trap," said Gladia. "The question you must decide is this. Do you trust Solomon? For to proceed is to risk more than our lives, it's to risk our freedom. If you do trust him, can you be honest enough with yourselves to discover your true names? And quickly, too. And are you willing to live with that knowledge, however unpleasant it might be? Because if not, then we should leave this very moment. I have changed since Aramus's death, but I know who I am. But do you, Saphira? Do you, Eragon? Can you really tell me what it is that makes you the dragon and rider you are?"
Dismay crept through Eragon as he gazed up at the rock of Kuthian. "Who am I?" he wondered. Chapter 52. And all the world a dream. Niswada laughed as the starry sky spun around her, and she fell tumbling toward a crevice of brilliant white light miles below. Wind tore at her hair, and a shift flapped wildly, the ragged ends of the sleeves snapping like whips. Great big bats, black and dripping, flocked about her, nipping at her wounds with teeth that cut and stabbed and burned like ice. And still she laughed. The crevice widened and the light engulfed her, blinding her for a minute. When her eyes cleared, she found herself standing in the hall of the soothsayer, looking at herself lying strapped to the ash-colored slab. Next to her limp body stood Galbatorix, tall, broad-shouldered, with a shadow where his face ought to be, and a crown of crimson fire upon his head. He turned toward where she was standing and extended a gloved hand.
"Come, Niswada, daughter of Ajahad. Unbend your pride and pledge your fealty to me, and I shall give you everything you've ever wanted."
She uttered a derisive noise and lunged toward him with her hands outstretched. Before she could tear out his throat, the king vanished in a cloud of black mist. "What I wanted to kill you!" she shouted toward the ceiling. The chamber rang with Galbatorix's voice as it emanated from every direction at once.
"Then here you shall stay until you realize the error of your ways."
Niswada opened her eyes. She was still on the slab, her wrists and ankles chained down, and the wounds from the burrow grub throbbing as if they'd never stopped. She frowned. Had she been unconscious, or had she just been talking with the king? It was so difficult to tell when... In one corner of the chamber she saw the tip of a thick green vine force its way between the painted tiles, cracking them. More vines appeared next to the first. They poked through the wall from the outside and spread across the floor, covering it in a sea of writhing snake-like appendages. Watching them crawl toward her, Niswada began to chuckle. "Is this all you can think of? Have stranger dreams nearly every night?" As if in response to her scorn, the slab beneath her melted into the floor, and the thrashing tendrils closed over her, wrapping around her limbs and holding them more securely than any chains. Her sight grew darker as the vines atop her multiplied, and the only thing she could hear was the sound of them sliding against one another, a dry, shifting sound like that of fallen sand. The air around her grew thick and hot, and she felt as if she was having trouble breathing. Had she not known that the vines were only an illusion, she might have panicked then. Instead, she spat into the darkness and cast Galbatorix's name. Not for the first time, and not for the last, she was sure, but she refused to allow him the pleasure of knowing he had unbalanced her. Light. Golden sunbeams streaming across a series of rolling hills patched with fields and vineyards. She was standing by the edge of a small courtyard, underneath a trellis laden with blooming morning glories, the vines of which seemed uncomfortably familiar. She was wearing a beautiful yellow dress. There was a crystal goblet of wine in her right hand, and the musky cherry taste of wine upon her tongue. A slight breeze was blowing from the west. The air smelled of warmth and comfort and freshly tilled land. "Ah, "There you are," said a voice behind her, and she turned to see Murtagh striding toward her from a grand estate. Like her, he held a goblet of wine. He was dressed in black hose, and doublet of maroon satin trimmed with gold piping. A gem-encrusted dagger hung from his studded belt. His hair was longer than she remembered, and he appeared relaxed and confident in a way she had not seen before. That, and the light upon his face, made him appear strikingly handsome. Noble, even. He joined her under the trellis and placed a hand on her bare arm. The gesture seemed casual and intimate. "You minx, abandoning me to Lord Pharos and his interminable stories. Took me half an hour to escape." Then he paused and looked at her closer, and his expression became one of concern. "Are you feeling ill? Your cheeks look grey." She opened her mouth, but no words came to her. She could not think how to react. Murtagh's brow furrowed. "You had another one of your attacks, didn't you?" I don't know. I can't remember how I got here." She trailed off as she saw the pain that appeared in Murtagh's eyes, and which he quickly hid. He slid his hand down the small of her back as he moved around her to stare at the hilly landscape. With a swift motion, he drained his goblet. Then, in a low voice, he said, "I know how confusing this is for you. It isn't the first time this has happened, but..." He took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. "What's the last thing you remember? Tiram? Eberron? The siege of Kithri? The gift I gave you that night in Eowyn?" A terrible sense of uncertainty overcame her. "Urubayan," she whispered. "The Hall of the Soothsayer. That is my last memory." For an instant she felt his hand tremble against her back, but his face betrayed no reaction. "Urubayan," he repeated hoarsely. He looked at her. "Niswara. It's been 8 years since Urubayan." No, she thought. It can't be. And yet everything she saw and felt seemed so real. The motion of Murtagh's hair as the wind tousled it, the scent of the fields, the touch of a dress against her skin. It all seemed exactly as it should. But if she was actually there, then why hadn't Murtagh reassured her of it by reaching out to her mind, as he'd done before? Had he forgotten? If 8 years had elapsed, he might not remember the promise he made to her so long ago in the Hall of the Soothsayer. She started to say, and then she heard a woman call out, "My lady!" She looked over her shoulder and saw a portly maid hurrying down from the estate, the front of her white apron flapping. "My lady," said the maid, and curtsied. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but the children hoped that you would watch them and put on their play for the guests." "Children," she whispered. She looked back at Murtagh to see his eyes shining with tears. "Aye," he said. "Children. 4 of them. All strong and healthy and full of high spirits." She shuddered, overcome with emotion. She could not help it. Then she lifted her chin. "Show me what I have forgotten. Show me why I have forgotten." Murtagh smiled at her with what seemed like pride. "It'd be my pleasure," he said, and he kissed her on the forehead. He took a goblet and gave both glasses to the maid. Then he grasped her hands in his, closed his eyes and bowed his head. An instant later she felt a presence pressing against her mind, and then she knew. It was not him. It could never have been him. Angered by the deception and by the loss of what could never be, she pulled her right hand free of Murtagh's, grabbed the dagger, and shoved the blade into his side. And she shouted, "In El Harim there lived a man with yellow eyes. To me he said, 'Beware the whispers, for they whisper lies.'" Murtagh regarded her with a curiously blank expression, and then he faded away before her. Everything around her, the trellis, the courtyard, the estate, the hills with the vineyards, vanished, and she found herself floating in a void without light or sound. She tried to continue her litany, but no sound came up from her throat. She could not even hear the pounding of a pulse in her veins. Then she felt the darkness twist, and she stumbled and fell onto her hands and knees. Sharp rocks scraped her palms. Blinking as her eyes adjusted to the light, she rose to her feet and looked around. Haze. Ribbons of smoke drifting across a barren field similar to the burning plains. She was once more clothed in a tattered shift, and her feet were bare. Something roared behind her, and she spun around to see a 12-foot-tall Khal charging toward her, swinging an iron-bound club as large as she was. Another roar came from her left, and she saw a second Khal, as well as 4 smaller Argals. Then a pair of cloaked, hunchback figures scurried out of the whitish haze and darted in her direction, chittering and waving their leaf-bladed swords. Although she'd never seen them before, she knew they were the Razak. She laughed again. Now Galbatorix was just trying to punish her. Ignoring the oncoming enemies, whom she knew she would never be able to kill or escape, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to hum an old dwarvish tune. Garbatorix's initial attempts to deceive her had been subtle affairs that might as well have succeeded in leading her astray, had Murtagh not warned her beforehand. To keep Murtagh's help a secret, she had pretended to be ignorant of the fact that Garbatorix was manipulating her perception of reality. But regardless of what she saw or felt, she refused to allow the king to trick her into thinking of anything she could not, or far worse, giving him her loyalty. Defying him had not always been easy, but she had her rituals of thought and speech, and with them, she had been able to thwart the king. The first illusion had been of another woman, Riala, who joined her in the hall of the soothsayer as a fellow prisoner. The woman claimed she was secretly wedded to one of the Varden's spies in Urubayan, and that she had been captured while carrying a message for him. Over what seemed like the course of a week, Riala tried to ingratiate herself with Niswada, and in a sideways manner convince her that the Varden's campaign was doomed, that their reasons for fighting were flawed, and that it was only right and proper to submit to Garbatorix's authority. In the beginning, Niswada had not realized that Riala herself was an illusion. She assumed that Garbatorix was distorting the woman's words or appearance, or perhaps that he was tampering with her own emotions to make her more susceptible to Riala's arguments. As the days had dragged on and Murtagh neither visited nor contacted her, she'd grown to fear that he had abandoned her to Garbatorix's clutches. The thought caused her more anguish than she would have liked to admit, and she found herself worrying about it at nearly every turn. Then she began to wonder why Garbatorix had not come to torture her during the week, and it occurred to her that if a week had elapsed, then the Varden and the elves would have attacked Urubayan. And if that had happened, Garbatorix surely would have mentioned it, if only to gloat. Moreover, Riala's somewhat odd behavior, combined with a number of inexplicable gaps in her memory, Garbatorix's forbearance, and Murtagh's continued silence, for she could not bring herself to believe that he would break his word to her, convinced her, as outlandish as it seemed, that Riala was an apparition and that time was no longer what it seemed. It had shaken her to realize that Garbatorix could alter the number of days she thought had passed. She loathed the idea. Her sense of time had grown vague during her imprisonment, but she had retained a general awareness of its passage. To lose that, to become unmoored in time, meant she was even more at Garbatorix's mercy. For he could prolong or contract her experiences as he saw fit. Still, she remained determined to resist Garbatorix's attempts at coercion, no matter how much time seemed to go by. If she had to endure 100 years in a cell, then 100 years she would endure. When she had proven immune to Riala's insidious whisperings, and indeed finally denounced the woman for being a coward and a traitor, the figment was taken from a chamber, and Garbatorix moved on to another ploy. Thereafter his deceptions had grown increasingly elaborate and improbable, but none broke the laws of reason, and none conflicted with what he had already shown her, for the king was still trying to keep her ignorant of his meddling. His efforts culminated when he seemed to take her from the chamber to a dungeon cell elsewhere in the citadel, where she saw what appeared to be Eragon and Saphira bound in chains. Garbatorix had threatened to kill Eragon unless she swore fealty to him, the king. When she refused, much to Garbatorix's displeasure, and she thought his surprise, Eragon shouted a spell that somehow freed the three of them. After a brief duel, Garbatorix fled, which she doubted he ever would do in reality. And then she, Eragon, and Saphira started to fight their way out of the citadel. It had been rather dashing and exciting, and she'd been tempted to find out how the sequence of events would resolve itself, but by then she felt she'd played along with Garbatorix's false show for long enough. So she seized upon the first discrepancy she noticed, the shape of the scales around Saphira's eyes, and used it as an excuse to feign a realization that a world around her was only a pretense. "You promised you would not lie to me while I was in the hall of the soothsayer," she'd shouted into the air. "What is this but a lie, Oathbreaker?" Garbatorix's wrath at her discovery had been prodigious. She'd heard a growl like that of a mountain-sized dragon, and then he had abandoned all subtlety. For the rest of the session, he subjected her to a series of fantastical torments. At last the apparitions had ceased, and Murtagh had contacted her, to let her know that she could once again trust her senses. She'd never been so happy to feel the touch of his mind. That night he had come to her, and they spent hours sitting together and talking. He told her of the Varden's progress. They were nearly upon the capital, and of the Empire's preparations, and he explained that he believed he had discovered a means of freeing her. When she pressed him for details, he refused to elaborate, saying, "I need another day or two to see if it'll work. But there is a way, Niswada. Take heart in that." She'd taken heart in his earnestness and in his concern for her. Even if she never escaped, she was glad to know that she was not alone in her captivity. After she recounted some of the things Garbatorix had done to her, and the means by which she had fooled him, Murtagh chuckled. "You've proven more of a challenge than he anticipated. It's been a long time since anyone has given him this much of a fight. I certainly didn't. I understand little about it, but I know it's incredibly difficult to create believable illusions. Any competent magician can make it seem as if you're floating in the sky, or that you're cold or hot, or that there's a flower growing in front of you. Small, complicated things, or large, simple things are the most any one person can hope to create, and it requires a great deal of concentration to maintain the illusion. If your attention wavers, all of a sudden the flower has 4 petals instead of 10, or it might vanish altogether. Details are the hardest thing to replicate. Nature is filled with infinite details, but our minds can only hold so much. If you're ever in doubt as to whether or not you're seeing something real or false, then look at the details. Look for the seams in the world where the spellcaster either does not know or has forgotten what should be there, or has taken a shortcut to conserve energy. If it's so difficult, then how does Galbatorix manage it? He's using the Eldonori. All of them. Murtagh nodded. They provide the energy and the details needed, and he directs them as he wants. So then the things I see are built on the memories of dragons? She asked, feeling slightly odd. He nodded again. That and the memories of their riders. For those who had riders. The following morning, Murtagh had woken her with a swift bolt of thought to tell her that Galbatorix was about to start again. Thereafter, phantoms and illusions of every sort had beset her. But as the day wore on, she noticed that the visions, with a few notable exceptions, such as that of her and Murtagh at the estate, had grown increasingly fuzzy and simple, as if either Galbatorix or the Eldonari were growing tired. And now she sat upon the barren plain, humming a dwarven tune as Kol, Argles, and Razak bore down on her. They caught her, and it felt as if they beat and cut her, and at times she screamed and wished her pain would end, but not once did she consider giving in to Galbatorix's desires. Then the plain vanished, as did most of her suffering, and she reminded herself, it's only my mind. I shall not give in. I'm not an animal. I'm stronger than the weakness of my flesh. A dark cave lit by glowing green mushrooms appeared around her. For several minutes she had a large creature snuffling and padding about in the shadows between the stalagmites, and then she felt the creature's warm breath against the back of her neck, and she smelled the odor of carrion. She started to laugh again, and she continued to laugh even as Galbatorix forced her to confront horror after horror in an attempt to find a particular combination of pain and fear that would break her. She laughed because she knew her will was stronger than his imagination, and she laughed because she knew he could count on Murtagh's help, and with him as her ally, she did not fear the spectral nightmares Galbatorix inflicted upon her, no matter how terrible they seemed at the time. Chapter 53. A Question of Character. Eragon's foot slipped out from under him as he stepped on a patch of slick mud, and he fell onto his side in the wet grass with brutal suddenness. He uttered a grunt and winced as his hip began to throb. The impact was sure to leave a bruise. "Basil!" he said as he rolled to his feet and carefully stood. At least I didn't land on bracing her, he thought as he pried scales of cold mud from his leggings. Feeling glum, he resumed trudging toward the ruined building where they had decided to camp, in the belief that it would be safer than by the forest. As he strode through the grass, he startled a number of bullfrogs, who sprang out of hiding and fled hopping to either side. The bullfrogs were the only other strange creature they had encountered on the island. Each had horn-like projections above its reddish eyes, and from the center of its forehead sprouted a curving stalk, much like a fisherman's rod, upon the end of which hung a small fleshy organ that at night glowed either white or yellow. The light allowed the bullfrogs to lure hundreds of flying insects within the reach of their tongues, and as a result of their easy access to food, the frogs grew enormously large. He'd seen some of their size of a bear's head, great fleshy lumps with staring eyes and mouths as wide as both of his outstretched hands put together. The frogs reminded him of Angela the herbalist, and he suddenly wished that she were there on Verongard Island with them. If anyone could tell us our true names, I bet she could. For some reason, he always felt as if the herbalist could see right through him, as if she understood everything about him. It was a disconcerting sensation, but at the moment he would have welcomed it. He and Saphira had decided to trust Solemnbom and stay on Verongard for another 3 days at most, while they tried to discover their true names. Glader had left the decision up to them. He said, "You know Solemnbom better than I do. Stay or do not. Either way the risk is great. There are no more safe paths." It was Saphira who ultimately made the choice. "The werecats would never serve Galbatorix," she said. "They prize their freedom too highly. I would trust their word before that of any other creature, even an elf." So they stayed. They spent the rest of that day, and now most of the next, sitting, thinking, talking, sharing memories, examining each other's minds, and trying various combinations of words in the ancient language, all in the hope that they would be able to either consciously work at the true names, or if they were lucky, strike upon them by accident. Glader had offered his help when asked, but for the most part he kept to himself, and gave Eragon and Saphira privacy for most of their conversations, many of which Eragon would have been embarrassed for anyone else to hear. "The finding of one's true name ought to be something one does by oneself," said Glader. "If I think of either of yours, I will tell you, for we have no time to waste, but I think it'd be better if you discovered them on your own." As of yet, neither of them had succeeded. Ever since Brom had explained to him about true names, Eragon had wanted to learn his own. Knowledge, particularly self-knowledge, was ever a useful thing, and he hoped his true name would allow him to better master his thoughts and feelings. Still, he could not help but feel a certain amount of trepidation about what he might discover. Assuming that he could discover his name in the next few days, of which he was not entirely sure. He hoped he could, both for the success of their mission and because he did not want Glader or Saphira to figure it out for him. If he was to hear his whole being described in a wider phrase, then he wanted to arrive at that knowledge on his own, instead of having it thrust upon him. Aragon sighed as he climbed the 5 broken steps that led up the building. The structure had been a nesting house, or so Glader had said, and by the standards of Roengard it was so small as to be entirely unnoteworthy. Still, the walls were over 3 stories high, and the interior was large enough for Saphira to move about with ease. The southeastern corner had collapsed inward, taking part of the ceiling with it, but otherwise the building was sound. Aragon's steps echoed as he walked through the vaulted entryway, made his way across the glassy floor of the main chamber. Embedded within the transparent material were swelling blades of color that formed an abstract design of dizzying complexity. Every time he looked at it, he felt as if the lines were about to resolve into a recognizable shape, but they never did. The surface of the floor was covered with a fine web of cracks that radiated outward from the rubble beneath the gaping hole where the walls had given way. Long tendrils of ivy hung from the edges of the broken ceiling like lengths of knotted rope. Water dripped from the ends of the vines to fall into shallow, misshapen puddles, and the sound of the droplets striking echoed throughout the building, a constant, irregular beat that Aragon thought would drive him mad if he had to listen to it for more than a few days. Against the north-facing wall was a half-circle of stone Saphira had dragged and pushed into place to protect their camp. When he reached the barrier, Aragon jumped onto the nearest block, which stood over 6 feet tall. Then he dropped down to the other side, landing heavily. Saphira paused in the midst of licking a forefoot, and he felt a questioning thought from her. He shook his head, and she returned to her grooming. Undoing his cloak, Aragon walked over to the fire he had built close to the wall. He spread the sodden garment on the floor, then removed his mud-caked boots and set them out to dry as well. "Does it look as if it'll start raining again?" Saphira asked. "Probably." He squatted by the fire for a bit, then sat on his bedroll and leaned against the wall. He watched Saphira as she walked her crimson tongue around the flexible cuticle at the base of each of her talons. An idea occurred to him, and he murmured a phrase in the ancient language. But to his disappointment, he felt no charge of energy in the words, nor did Saphira react to the utterance, as had Sloane when Aragon had spoken his true name. Aragon closed his eyes and tipped his head back. It frustrated him that he was unable to puzzle out Saphira's true name. He could accept that he did not fully understand himself, but he had known Saphira since the moment she had hatched, and he had shared nearly all of her memories. How could there be parts of her that were still a mystery to him? How could he have been better to able understand a murderer like Sloane than his own spellbonded partner? Was it because she was a dragon, and he was a human? Was it because Sloane's identity had been simpler than Saphira's? Aragon did not know. One of the exercises he and Saphira had done, on Glader's recommendation, was to tell each other of all the flaws they had noticed, he in her and she in him. It had been a humbling exercise. Glader had also shared his observations. Though the dragon had been kind, Aragon could not help but feel a sense of wounded pride upon hearing Glader list his various failings. And that, too, Aragon knew he needed to take into account when trying to discover his true name. For Saphira, the hardest thing to come to terms with had been her vanity, which she had refused to acknowledge as such for the longest time. For Aragon, it had been the arrogance Glader claimed he sometimes displayed, his feelings concerning the men he had killed, and all the petulance, selfishness, anger, and other shortcomings to which he, like so many others, was prey. And yet the thought they had examined themselves as honestly as they could, their introspection had yielded no results. Today and tomorrow, that's all we have. The thought of returning to the Varden empty-handed depressed him. How are we supposed to best Garbatorix? He wondered, as he had so many times before. Another few days and our lives may no longer be our own. We'll be slaves like Murtagh and Thorn. He swore under his breath and surreptitiously punched a fist against the floor. "Be calm, Aragon," said Glader, and Aragon noticed the dragon was shielding his thoughts so that Saphira did not hear. "How can I?" he growled. "It is easy to be calm when there's nothing to worry about, Aragon. The true test of your self-control, however, is whether you can remain calm in a trying situation. You cannot allow anger or frustration to cloud your thoughts, not at the moment. Right now you need your mind to be clear. Have you always been able to remain calm at times like this?" "Have you?" The old dragon seemed to chuckle. "No. I used to growl and bite and knock down trees and tear up the ground. Once I broke the top off a mountain in the spine. The other dragons were rather upset with me for that. But I have had many years to learn that losing my temper rarely helps. You have not, I know, but allow my experience to guide you in this. Let go of your worries and focus only on the task at hand. The future will be what it will, and fretting about it will only make your fears more likely to come true." "I know," Aragon sighed.
But it's not easy. Of course not. Few things of worth are. Linklater withdrew, and left him to the silence of his own mind. Aragon fetched his bow from the saddlebags, hopped over the half-circle of stones, and walked barefoot to one of the puddles underneath the opening in the ceiling. A light drizzle had begun to fall, coating that part of the floor with a slippery layer of water. He squatted by the edge of the puddle and began to scoop water into the bowl with his bare hands. Once the bowl was full, Aragon retreated a few feet, and set it on a piece of stone that was the height of the table. Then he fixed an image of Roran in his mind, and murmured, Dharma Kopa. The water in the bowl shimmered, and an image of Roran appeared against a pure white background. He was walking next to Horst and Albrecht, leading his horse Snowfire. The three men looked tired and footsome, but they still carried weapons, so Aragon knew the Empire had not captured them. He next cried Yulmundor, then Solembum, who was staring at freshly killed Robin, and then Arya, but Arya's words hid her from his sight, and all he saw was blackness. At last Aragon released the spell and tossed the water back into the puddle. As he climbed over the barrier surrounding the camp, Saphira stretched and yawned, arching her back like a cat, and said, How are they? Safe, as far as I can tell. He dropped the bowl in the saddlebags, then lay on his bedroll, closed his eyes, and returned to scouring his mind for ideas as to what his true name might be. Every few minutes he thought of a different possibility, but none touched a chord within him, so he discarded them and began anew. All of the names contained a few constants: the fact that he was a rider, his affection for Saphira and Arya, his desire to vanquish Galbatorix, his relationships with Roran, Gero, and Brom, and the blood he shed with Murtagh. But no matter in what combination he placed those elements, the name did not speak to him. It was obvious that he was missing some crucial aspect of himself, so he kept making the names longer and longer in the hope that he might stumble across whatever it was he was overlooking. When the names began to take him more than a minute to say, he realized he was wasting his time. He needed to re-examine his basic assumptions once again. He was convinced that his mistake lay in failing to notice some fault, or in not giving enough consideration to a fault he was already aware of. People, he had observed, were rarely willing to acknowledge their own imperfections, and he knew that same was true of himself. Somehow he had to cure himself of that blindness while he had yet time. It was a blindness born of pride and self-preservation, as it allowed him to believe the best of himself as he went about his life. However, he could no longer afford to indulge in self-deception. Thus he thought and continued to think as the day wore on, but his efforts met only with failure. The rain grew heavier. Aragon disliked the sound of it drumming against the puddles, for the featureless noise made it difficult to hear if anyone was trying to sneak up on them. Since their first night on Vrowengard, he had seen no sign of the strange hooded figures whom they had watched wending their way through the city, nor had he felt any hint of their minds. Nevertheless, Aragon remained conscious of their presence, and he could not help feeling that he and Saphira were about to be attacked at any moment. The grey light of day slowly faded to dusk, and a deep starless night settled across the valley. Aragon heaped more wood onto the fire. It was the only illumination within the nesting house, and the cluster of yellow flames was like a tiny candle within the huge, echoing space. Close to the fire, the glassy floor reflected the glow of the burning branches. It gleamed like a sheet of polished ice, and the blades of colour within often distracted Aragon from his brooding. Aragon ate no dinner. He was hungry, but he was too tense for food to sit well in his stomach, and in any case he felt that a meal would slow his thinking. Never was his mind so keen as when his belly was empty. He would not, he decided, eat again until he knew his true name, or until they had to leave the island, whichever came first. Several hours passed. They spoke little amongst themselves, although Aragon remained conscious of the general drift of Saphira's moods and thoughts, even as she remained conscious of his. Then, as Aragon was about to enter his waking dreams, both to rest and out of hope that the dreams might provide some insight, Saphira uttered a yowl, reached forward with her right paw, and slapped it upon the floor. Several branches within the fire crumbled and fell apart, sending a burst of sparks toward the black ceiling. Alarmed, Aragon sprang to his feet and drew Brysinger, while he sensed the darkness beyond the half-circle for stones for enemies. An instant later he realized that Saphira's mood was not one of concern or anger, but of triumph. "I've done it!" exclaimed Saphira. She arched her neck and loosed a jet blue of yellow flame into the upper reaches of the building. "I know my true name!" She spoke a single line in the ancient language, and the inside of Aragon's mind seemed to ring with a sound like a bell. And for a moment the tips of Saphira's scales gleamed with inner light, and she looked as if she were made of stars. The name was grand and majestic, but also tinged with sadness, for it named her as the last female of her kind. In the words, Aragon could hear the love and devotion she felt for him, as well as all the other traits that made up her personality. Most he recognized, a few he did not. Her flaws were as prominent as her virtues, but overall the impression was one of fire and beauty and grandeur.
Saphira shivered from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail, and she shuffled her wings. "I know who I am," she said.
"Well done, Bjartskula,"
said Gladia, and Aragon could sense how impressed he was.
"You have a name to be proud of. I would not say it again, however, not even to yourself, until we're at the spa we've come to see. You must take great care to keep your name hidden now that you know it."
Saphira blinked and shuffled her wings again. "Yes, master." The excitement running through her was palpable. Aragon sheathed Brysinger and walked over to her. She lowered her head until it was at his level. He stroked the line of her jaw, and then pressed his forehead against her hard snout, and held her as tightly as he could, her scales sharp against his fingers. Hot tears began to slide down his cheeks. "Why do you cry?" she asked. "Because I'm lucky enough to be bonded with you, little one." They talked for a while longer, as Saphira was eager to discuss what she had learned about herself. Aragon was happy to listen, but he could not help feeling a little bitter that she had still not been able to divine his own true name. Then Saphira curled up on her side and went to sleep, leaving Aragon to ruminate by the light of the dying campfire. Gladia remained awake and aware, and sometimes Aragon consulted with him, but for the most part he kept to himself. The hours crawled past, and Aragon grew increasingly frustrated. His time was running out. Ideally, he and Saphira should have left for the Varden the previous day, and yet no matter what he tried, he seemed unable to describe himself as he was. It was nearly midnight by his reckoning when the rain ceased. Aragon fidgeted, trying to make up his mind. Then he bounded to his feet, too wound up to bear sitting any longer. "I'm going for a walk," he said to Gladia. He expected the dragon to object, but instead Gladia said, "Leave your weapons and armor here." "Why?" "Whatever you find, you need to face it by yourself. You cannot learn what you're made of if you rely on anyone or anything else to help you." Gladia's words made sense to Aragon, but he still hesitated before he unbuckled his sword and dagger and pulled off his mail hauberk. He donned his boots and damp cloak, then he dragged the saddlebags that contained Gladia's heart of hearts closer to Saphira. As Aragon started to leave the half-circle of stones, Gladia said, "Do what you must, but be careful." Outside the nesting house, Aragon was pleased to see patches of stars and enough moonlight shining through the gaps in the clouds for him to make out his surroundings. He bounced on the balls of his feet a few times, wondering where to go, and then he set off at a brisk trot toward the heart of the ruined city. After a few seconds, his frustration got the better of him, and he increased his pace to an all-out run. As he listened to the sound of his breathing and of his footsteps pounding against the paving stones, he asked himself, "Who am I?" But no answer came to him. He ran until his lungs began to fail, and then he ran some more. And when neither his lungs nor his legs would sustain him any longer, he stopped by a weed-filled fountain and leaned on his arms against it while he recovered his breath. Around him loomed the shapes of several enormous buildings, shadowy hulks that looked like a range of ancient crumbling mountains. The fountain stood in the center of the vast square courtyard, much of which was littered with pieces of broken stone. He pushed himself off the fountain and slowly turned in a circle. In the distance he could hear the deep, resonant croaking of the bullfrogs, an odd booming sound that grew especially loud whenever one of the larger frogs participated. A cracked slab of stone several yards away caught his eye. He walked over, grasped it by the edges, and with a heave picked it off the ground. The muscles in his arms burning, he staggered to the edge of the courtyard and threw the slab onto the grass beyond. It landed with a soft but satisfying thump. He strode back to the fountain, unclasped his cloak, and draped it over the edge of the sculpture. Then he strode to the next piece of rubble, a jagged wedge that had cleaved off a larger block, and he fit his fingers underneath it and lifted it onto his shoulder. For over an hour he labored to clear the courtyard. Some of the fallen masonry was so big he had to use magic to move it, but for the most part he was able to use his hands. He was methodical about it. He worked back and forth across the courtyard, and every piece of rubble he encountered, no matter how large or small, he stopped to remove. The effort soon left him drenched in sweat. He would have removed his tunic, but the edges of stone were often sharp and would have cut him. As it was, he accumulated a host of bruises across his chest and shoulders, and he scraped his hands in numerous places. The exertion helped calm his mind, and since it required little thought, left him free to mull over all that he was, and all that he might be. In the midst of his self-appointed task, as he was resting after having shifted a particularly heavy length of cornice, he heard a threatening hiss, and he looked up to see a snargly, this one with a shell at least 6 feet tall, gliding out of the darkness with startling speed. The creature's boneless neck was fully extended, its lipless mouth was like a slash of darkness splitting its soft flesh, and its bulbous eyes were pointed directly at him. By the light of the moon, the snargly's exposed flesh gleamed like silver, as did the track of slime it left behind. "Let her," said Aragon, and he straightened upright and shook drops of blood from his torn hands. Ono ach neat throia veronsmall edtha o snugly. As he spoke his warning, the snail slowed and retracted its eyes several inches. It paused when it was a few yards away, hissed again, and began to circle around to his left. No, you don't, he muttered, turning with it. He glanced over his shoulders to make sure no other Snuggly were approaching from behind. The giant snail seemed to realize that it could not catch him by surprise, for it stopped and sat hissing and waving its eyeballs at him. You sound like a teapot left to boil, he said to it. The Snuggly's eyeballs waved even faster, and then it charged at him, the edges of its flat belly undulating. Aragon waited until the last moment, then jumped to the side and let the Snuggly slide past. He laughed and slapped the back of its shell. Not too bright, are you? Dancing away from it, he began to taunt the creature in the ancient language, calling it all sorts of insulting but perfectly accurate names. The snail seemed to puff up with rage. Its neck thickened and bulged, and it opened its mouth even farther and began to sputter as well as hiss. Again and again it charged at Aragon, and every time he jumped out of the way. At last the Snuggly grew tired of the game. It withdrew a half-dozen yards and sat staring at him with its fist-sized eyeballs. How do you ever catch anything when you're so slow? Aragon asked in a mocking tone, and he stuck out his tongue at the snail. The Snuggly hissed once more, and then it turned around and slid off into the darkness. Aragon waited several minutes to be sure it was gone before he returned to clearing the rubble. Maybe I should just call myself Snail Vanquisher, he muttered as he rolled a section of pillar across the courtyard. Aragon Shadeslayer, Vanquisher of Snails. I'd strike fear into the hearts of men wherever I went. It was the deepest part of the night when he finally dropped the last piece of stone onto the border of grass that edged the courtyard. There he stood, panting. He was cold and hungry and tired, and the scrapes on his hands and wrists smarted. He had ended by the northeastern corner of the courtyard. To the north was an immense hall that had been mostly destroyed during the battle. All that remained standing was a portion of the back walls and a single ivy-colored pillar where the entryway had been. He stared at the pillar for the longest time. Above it, a cluster of stars, red, blue, and white, shone through an opening in the clouds, gleaming like cut diamonds. He felt a strange attraction to them, as if their appearance signified something that he ought to be aware of. Without bothering to consider his action, he walked to the base of the pillar, scrambling over piles of rubble, then reached as high as he could and grasped the thickest part of the ivy, a stem as big around as his forearm and covered with thousands of tiny hairs. He tugged on the vine. It held, so he jumped off the ground and began to climb. Hand over hand, he scaled the pillar, which must have been 300 feet tall, but which felt taller the farther he got from the ground. He knew he was being reckless, but then he felt reckless. Halfway up, the smaller tendrils of vine began to peel off the stone when he put his full weight on them. After that, he was careful to only grab hold of the main stem and some of the thicker side branches. His grip had almost given out by the time he arrived at the top. The crown of the pillar was still intact. It formed a square, flat-like surface, enough to sit on, with over a foot to spare on each side. Feeling somewhat shaky from the exertion, Aragon crossed his legs and rested his hands palm upward on his knees, allowing the air to soothe his torn skin. Below him lay the ruined city, a maze of shattered husks that often echoed with the strange, forlorn cries. In a few places where there were ponds, you could see the faint glowing lights of the bullfrogs' lures, like lanterns viewed from a great distance. Angler frogs, he thought suddenly in the ancient language. That's what their name is, angler frogs. And he knew he was right, for the word seemed to fit like a key in a lock. Then he shifted his gaze to the cluster of stars that had inspired his climb. He slowed his breathing and concentrated on maintaining a steady, never-ending flow of air in and out of his lungs. The cold, his hunger, and his trembling exhaustion gave him a peculiar sense of clarity. He seemed to float apart from his body, as if the bond between his consciousness and his flesh had grown attenuated, and there came upon him a heightened awareness of the city and the island around him. He was acutely sensitive to every motion of the wind and to every sound and smell that wafted past the top of the pillar. As he sat there, he thought of more names, and thought none fully described him, his failures, which did not upset him, for the clarity he felt was too deep-seated for any setback to perturb his equanimity. How can I include everything I am in just a few words? He wondered. And he continued to ponder the question as the stars turned. 3 warped shadows flew across the city, like small moving rifts in reality, and landed upon the roof of a building to his left. Then the dark owl-shaped silhouettes spread their barbed plumes and stared at him with luminous, evil-looking eyes. The shadows chattered softly to one another, and 2 of them scratched their empty wings with claws that had no depth. The third held the remains of a bullfrog between its ebony talons. He watched the menacing birds for several minutes, and they watched him in return, and then they took flight and ghosted away to the west, making no more noise than a falling feather. Near dawn, when Aragon could see the morning star between 2 peaks to the east, he asked himself, "What do I want?" Until then, he had not bothered to consider the question. He wanted to overthrow Galbatorix, that of course, but should they succeed, what then? Ever since he had left Palancar Valley, he had thought that he and Saphira would one day return, to live near the mountains he so loved. However, as he pondered the prospect, he slowly realized that it no longer appealed to him. He'd grown up in Palancar Valley, and he would always consider it home, but what was left there for him or Saphira? Carvajal was destroyed, and even if the villagers rebuilt it someday, the town would never be the same. Besides, most of the friends he and Saphira had made lived elsewhere, and the two of them had obligations to the various races of Alagacia, obligations that they could not ignore. And after all the things they had done and seen, he could not imagine that either of them would be content to live in such an ordinary, isolated place. For the sky is hollow, and the world is round. Even if they did return, what would they do? Raise cows and farm wheat? He had no desire to eke out a living from the land as his family had done during his childhood. He and Saphira were a rider and a dragon. Their doom and their destiny was to fly at the forefront of history, not to sit before a fire and grow fat and lazy. And then there was Aya. If he and Saphira lived in Palancar Valley, he would see her rally, if at all. "No," said Aragon, and the word was like a hammer blow in the silence. "I don't want to go back." A cold tingle crawled down his spine. He had known he had changed since he, Brahm, and Saphira had set out to track down the Razak, but he had clung to the belief that at his core, he was still the same person. Now he understood that this was no longer true. The boy he had been when he first set foot outside Palancar Valley had ceased to exist. Aragon did not look like him, he did not act like him, and he no longer wanted the same things from life. He took a deep breath and then released it in a long, shuddering sigh, as if the truth sank into him. "I'm not who I was." Saying it aloud seemed to give the thought weight. Then, as the fast rays of dawn brightened the eastern sky over the ancient island of Ruingard, where the riders and dragons had once lived, he thought of a name such as he had not thought of before, and as he did, a sense of certainty came over him. He said the name, whispered to himself in the deepest recesses of his mind, and all his body seemed to vibrate at once, as if Saphira had struck the pillar beneath him. And then he gasped, and found himself both laughing and crying. Laughing that he had succeeded, and for the sheer joy of comprehension, crying because all his failings, all the mistakes he had made, were now obvious to him, and he no longer had any delusions to comfort himself with. "I'm not who I was," he whispered, gripping the edges of the column. "But I know who I am." The name, his true name, was weaker and more flawed than he would have liked, and he hated himself for that. But there was also much to admire within it, and the more he thought about it, the more he was able to accept the true nature of himself. He was not the best person in the world, but neither was he the worst. "And I won't give up," he growled. He took solace in the fact that his identity was not immutable. He could improve himself if he wished, and right then he swore to himself that he would do better in the future, be it ever so hard. Still laughing, still crying, he turned his face toward the sky and spread his arms out to either side. In time, the tears and the laughter stopped, and in their place he felt a sense of deep calm overlaid with a tinge of happiness and resignation. Despite Gladia's admonition, he again whispered his true name, and once more his entire being shook from the force of the words. Keeping his arms outstretched, he stood atop the pillar, and then he tipped forward and fell headfirst toward the ground. Just before he struck, he said, "Wirt!" and he slowed, rotated, and lit upon the cracked stone as gently as if he was stepping out of a carriage. He returned to the fountain in the center of the courtyard and retrieved his cloak. Then, as light spread throughout the ruined city, he hurried back toward the nesting house, eager to wake Saphira and tell her and Gladir of his discovery. Chapter 54. The Vault of Souls. Aragon lifted his sword and shield, eager to proceed, but also somewhat afraid. As before, he and Saphira stood at the base of the rock of Kuthian, where Gladir's heart of hearts sat in a small chest hidden within the saddlebags upon Saphira's back. It was still early morning, and the sun shone brightly through the large tears in the canopy of clouds. Aragon and Saphira had wanted to go directly to the rock of Kuthian once Aragon had returned to the nesting house, but Gladir had insisted that Aragon eat first, and that then they wait for the food to settle in his stomach. But now they were finally at the jagged spire of stone, and Aragon was tired of waiting, as was Saphira. Ever since they had shared their true names, the bond between them seemed to have grown stronger, perhaps because they had both heard how much they cared for each other. It was something they had always known, but nevertheless, to have it stated in such irrefutable terms had increased the sense of closeness they shared. Somewhere to the north, a raven called. "I'll go first," said Gladir. "If it's a trap, I might be able to spring it before it catches either of you." Aragon started to pull his mind away from Gladir,
as did Saphira, to allow the dragon to utter his true name without being overheard. But Gleda said, "No, you've told me your names. It's only right you should know mine."
Eragon looked at Saphira, and then they both said, "Thank you, Irithyll." Then Gleda spoke his name, and it boomed forth in Eragon's mind like a fanfare of trumpets, regal and yet discordant, coloured throughout by Gleda's grief and anger at Aromas' death. His name was longer than either Eragon's or Saphira's. It went on for several sentences, a record of life that had stretched over centuries, and which had contained joys and sorrows and accomplishments too numerous to count. His wisdom was evident in his name, but also contradictions, complexities that made it difficult to fully grasp his identity. Saphira felt the same sense of awe upon hearing Gleda's name as did Eragon. The sound of it made them both realize how young they still were, and how far they had to go before they could hope to match Gleda's knowledge and experience. "I wonder what Arya's true name is," Eragon thought to himself. They watched the rock of Kuthian intently, but saw no change. Saphira went next. Arching her neck and pawing at the ground like a high-spirited charger, she proudly stated her true name. Even in the daylight, her scales again shimmered and sparkled in the proclamation. Hearing her and Gleda say their true names made Eragon less self-conscious about his own. None of them were perfect, and yet they did not condemn each other for their shortcomings, but rather acknowledged and forgave them. Again, nothing happened after Saphira uttered her name. Lastly, Eragon stepped forward. A cold sweat coated his brow. Knowing that it might be his final act as a free man, he spoke his name with his mind, as did Gleda and Saphira. They had agreed beforehand that it would be safer for him to avoid saying his name aloud, so as to reduce the chance that anyone might overhear it. As Eragon formed the last word with his thoughts, a thin, dark line appeared at the base of the spire. It ran upward 50 feet and then split in two and arched down to either side, tracing the outline of two broad doors. Upon the doors appeared a row after row of glyphs lined in gold, wards against both physical and magical detection. Once the outline was complete, the door swung outward upon hidden hinges, scraping aside the dirt and plants that had accumulated before the spire since the doors had last opened, whenever that had been. Through the doorway was a huge vaulted tunnel that descended to a steep angle into the bowels of the earth. The doors ground to a halt, and the clearing fell silent again. Eragon stared at the dark tunnel, feeling a sense of increasing apprehension. They'd found what they were looking for, but he still was not sure if it was a trap or not. "Solomon did not lie," said Saphira. Her tongue darted out as she tasted the air. "Yes, but what's waiting for us inside?" asked Eragon.
"This place should not exist," said Gleda. "We and the riders hid many secrets on Verongard, but the island is too small for a tunnel as large as this to have been built without others knowing. And yet I've never heard of it before."
Eragon frowned and glanced about. They were still alone. No one was trying to sneak up on them. Could it have been built before the riders made Verongard their home? Gleda thought for a moment.
"I do not know. Perhaps. It is the only explanation that makes sense, but if so, then it's ancient indeed."
The three of them searched the passageway with their minds, but they felt no living thing within. "Right then," said Eragon. The sour taste of dread filled his mouth, and his palms were slick within his gloves. Whatever they were about to find at the other end of the tunnel, he wanted to know once and for all. Saphira was also nervous, but less than he. "Let us dig out the rat hiding in this nest," she said. Together, then, they walked through the doorway and into the tunnel. As the last inch of Saphira's tail slid over the threshold, the doors swung shut behind them, and closed with a loud crack of stone meeting stone, plunging them into darkness. "Oh, no, growled Eragon, rushing back to the doors. "None of it here," he said, and a directionless white light illuminated the entrance to the tunnel. The inner surfaces of the doors were perfectly smooth, and no matter how pushed and pounded on them, they refused to budge. "Blasted! We should have used a log or a boulder to wedge them open," he lamented, berating himself for not thinking of it beforehand. "If we have to, we can always break them down," said Saphira.
"That I very much doubt," said Gleda.
Eragon regripped Brysinger. "Then I guess we have no choice but to go forward." "When have we ever had a choice but to go forward?" asked Saphira. Eragon altered his spell so that the wear-light emanated from a single point near the ceiling. Otherwise, the lack of shadows made it difficult for him and Saphira to judge depth, and then together they started down the slanting tunnel. The floor of the passageway was somewhat knobbly, which made it easy for them to maintain their footing in the absence of steps. Where the floor and the walls met, they flowed together as the stone had been melted, which told Eragon that it was most likely elves who had excavated the tunnel. Down they went, deeper and deeper into the earth, until Eragon guessed that they had passed under the foothills behind the rock of Kuthian and burrowed into the roots of the mountain beyond. The tunnel neither turned nor branched, and the walls remained utterly bare. At last Eragon felt a hint of warm air rising toward them from farther down the tunnel, and he noticed a faint orange glow in the distance. Letter, he murmured, and extinguished the wear-light. The air continued to warm as they descended, and the glow before them waxed in brightness. Soon they were able to see an end to the tunnel, a huge black arch that was covered entirely with sculpted glyphs, which made the arch look as if it were wrapped in thorns. The smell of brimstone tainted the air, and Aragon felt his eyes begin to water. They stopped before the archway. Through it, all they could see was a flat grey door. Aragon glanced back the way they'd come, then returned his gaze to the arch. The jagged structure made him nervous, and Saphira as well. He tried to read the glyphs, but they were too jumbled and too densely packed to make sense of, nor could he detect any energy stored within the black structure. Yet he had difficulty believing that it was not enchanted. Whoever built the tunnel had succeeded in hiding the latch spell for the doors to the outside, which meant they could have done the same with any spells they had placed upon the arch. He exchanged a quick look with Saphira, and he wet his lips as he remembered what Glader had said.
There are no more safe paths.
Saphira snorted, releasing a small jet of flame from the pit of each nostril. And then as one, she and Aragon walked through the archway. Chapter 55. Lacuna. Part the First. Aragon noticed several things at once. First, that they were standing at one side of a circular chamber over 200 feet across, with a large pit in the center, from which radiated a dull orange glow. Second, that the air was stiflingly hot. Third, that around the outer part of the room were two concentric rings of bench-like tiers, the back one higher than the front, upon which rested numerous dark objects. Fourth, that the wall behind this tier sparkled in numerous places, as if decorated with colored crystal. But he had no opportunity to examine either the wall or the dark objects, for in the open area next to the glowing pit there stood a man with the head of a dragon. The man was made of metal, and he gleamed like polished steel. He wore no clothes other than a segmented loincloth fashioned out of the same lustrous material as his body, and his chest and limbs rippled with muscles like those of a coal. In his left hand he held a metal shield, and in his right an iridescent sword that Aragon recognized as the blade of a rider. Behind the man set within the far side of the room, Aragon vaguely saw a throne with the outline of the creature's body worn onto its back and seat. The dragon-headed man strode forward. His skin and joints moved as smoothly as flesh, but every step sounded as if a great weight was being dropped onto the floor. He stopped 30 feet from Aragon and Saphira and stared at them with eyes that flickered like a pair of crimson flames. Then, lifting his scaled head, he uttered a peculiar manic roar that echoed until it seemed... Then, lifting his scaled head, he uttered a peculiar metallic roar that echoed until it seemed as if a dozen creatures were bellowing at them. Even as Aragon was wondering whether they were supposed to fight the creature, he felt a strange, vast mind touch his. The consciousness was unlike any he had encountered before, and it seemed to contain a host of shouting voices, a great disjointed chorus that reminded him of the wind inside a storm. Before he could react, the mind stabbed through his defenses and seized control of his thoughts. For all the time he had spent practicing with Glader, Eye, and Saphira, he could not stop the attack. He could not even slow it. He might as well have tried to hold back the tide with his bare hands. A blur of light and a roar of incoherent noise surrounded him as the yammering chorus forced itself into every nook and cranny of his being. Then it felt as if the invader tore his mind into a half-dozen pieces, each of which remained aware of the others, but none of which was free to do as it wished, and his vision fragmented as if he was seeing the chamber through the facets of a jewel. 6 different memories began to race through his fractured consciousness. He had not chosen to recall them. They simply appeared, and they flew past faster than he could follow. At the same time, his body bent and flexed in various poses, then his arm lifted brightly to where his eyes could see, and he beheld 6 identical versions of the sword. The invader even had him cast a spell, the purpose of which he did not and could not understand, for the only thoughts he had were those the others allowed. Nor did he feel any emotion but that of a fading alarm. For what seemed like hours, the alien mind examined every one of his memories, from the moment he had set out from his family's farm to deer hunt in the spine, 3 days before he had found Saphira's egg, up until the present. In the back of his mind, Aragon could sense the same thing happening to Saphira, but knowledge meant nothing to him. At last, long after he would have given up hope of release if he still had come out of his thoughts, the whirling chorus carefully rejoined the pieces of his mind, and then withdrew. Aragon staggered forward and dropped to one knee before he was able to regain his balance. Beside him, Saphira lurched and snapped in the air. How? He thought. Who? To capture both of them at once, and Glader as well, he assumed, was assuming he did not believe even To capture both of them at once, and Glader as well, he assumed, was something he did not believe even Galbatorix was capable of. Again the consciousness pressed against Aragon's mind, but this time it did not attack. This time it said, Our apologies, Saphira. Our apologies, Aragon.
but we had to be certain of your intentions. Welcome to the Vault of Souls. Long have we waited for you. And welcome to you as well, cousin. We are glad that you're still alive. Take now your memories and know that your task is at last long complete. A bolt of energy flashed between Glader and the consciousness. An instant later, Glader uttered a mental bellow that made Aragon's temples throb with pain. A surge of jumbled emotions rushed forth from the golden dragon. Sorrow, triumph, disbelief, regret, and overriding them all a sense of joyous relief so intense Aragon found himself smiling without knowing why. And brushing against Glader's mind, he felt not just one strange mind, but a multitude, all whispering and murmuring. "Who?" whispered Aragon. Before them, the man with the head of a dragon had not shifted so much an inch. "Aragon," said Saphira. "Look at the wall. Look!" He looked, and he saw that the circular wall was not decorated with crystal, as he had first taken it to be. Rather, dozens upon dozens of alcoves dotted the wall, and within each alcove rested a glittering orb. Some were large, some were small, but they all pulsed with a soft inner glow like coals smouldering in a dying campfire. Aragon's heart skipped a beat as comprehension dawned upon him. He lowered his gaze to the dark objects on the tiers below. They were smooth and ovoid and appeared to have been sculpted from stone of different colors. As with the orbs, some were large and some were small, but regardless of their size, their shape was one he would have recognized anywhere. A hot flush crept over him, and his knees grew weak. It cannot be. He wanted to believe what he saw, but he feared that it might be an illusion created to prey on his hopes. And yet the possibility that what he beheld was actually there took his breath away, and left him staggered and overwhelmed to such a degree that he knew not what to do or say. Saphira's reaction was much the same, if not stronger. Then the mind spoke again. "You are not mistaken, hatchlings, nor do your eyes deceive you. We are the secret hope of our race. Here lie our heart of hearts, the last free Eldonari in the land, and here lie the eggs that we have guarded for over a century." Chapter 56. Lacuna, Part the Second. For a moment Aragon was unable to move or breathe. Then he whispered, "Eggs. Saphira. Eggs." She shivered, as if with cold, and the scales along her spine prickled and lifted their tips slightly from her hide. "Who are you?" he asked the mind. "How do we know if we can trust you?"
"They speak the truth, Aragon,"
said Glader in the ancient language.
"I know, for Aromas was among those who devised this plan for this place."
"Aromas?" Before Glader could elaborate, the other mind said, "My name is Umaroth. My rider was the elf Vrail, leader of our order before our doom came upon us. I speak for the others, but I do not command them. For while many of us were bonded with riders, more were not, and our wild brethren acknowledged no authority but their own." This he said without a hint of exasperation. "It would be too confusing for all of us to speak at once, so my voice will stand for the rest. Are you—" And Aragon indicated the silvery, dragon-headed man in front of him and Saphira. "Nay," replied Umaroth. "He is Quarok, hunter of the Needwall and bane of the Argles. Silvari the Enchantress fashioned him the body he now wears, so that we would have a champion to defend us should Galbatorix or any foes force their way into the Vault of Souls." As Umaroth spoke, the dragon-headed man reached across his torso with his right hand, undid a hidden latch and pulled open the front of his chest, as if he were pulling open the door to a cupboard. Within Quarok's chest nestled the purple heart of hearts, which was surrounded by thousands of silver wires, each no thicker than a hair. Then Quarok swung shut his breastplate, and Umaroth said, "No, I'm over here." And he directed Aragon's vision toward an alcove that contained a large white Eldonari. Aragon slowly sheathed Brysinger. Eggs and Eldonari. Aragon could not seem to grasp the enormity of the revelation all at once. His thoughts felt slow and sluggish, as if he'd taken a blow to the head, which in a way he supposed he had. He started toward the tiers to the right of the black, glyph-covered arch, then paused before Quarok and said, both out loud and with his mind, "May I?" The dragon-headed man clacked his teeth together and retreated with crashing steps to a stand by the glowing pit in the center of the room. He kept his sword out, however, something of which Aragon remained constantly aware. A sense of wonder and reverence gripped Aragon as he approached the eggs. He leaned against the lower tier and released a shuddering breath while he stared at a gold and red egg that was almost 5 feet tall. Struck by a sudden urge, he peeled off a glove and placed the palm of his bare hand against the egg. It was warm to the touch, and when he extended his mind along with his hand, he could feel the slumbering consciousness of the unhatched dragon within. Saphira's hot breath passed across his neck as she joined him. "Your egg was smaller than this," he said. "That's because my mother was not so old and not so large as the dragon who laid this one." "Oh, I had not thought of that." He looked out over the rest of the eggs and felt his throat tighten. "There's so many," he whispered. He pressed his shoulder against Saphira's massive jaw and felt the quivers coursing through her. She wanted, he could tell, nothing more than to rejoice and embrace the minds of her kin. But like him, she could hardly bring herself to believe that what she beheld was real. She snorted and swung her head around until she was looking at the rest of the room. And then she uttered a roar that shook dust from the ceiling. "How?" she growled with her mind. "How could you have escaped Galbatorix? We dragons do not hide when we fight. We're not cowards to run from danger. Explain yourselves." "Not so loudly, Bjartskula, or you'll upset the younglings and their eggs," chattered Umaroth. Saphira's muzzle ceased as she snarled. "Then speak, old one, and tell us how this can be." For a moment Umaroth seemed amused, but when the dragon answered her, his words were somber. "You are correct. We are not cowards. We do not hide when we fight. But even dragons may lie in wait so as to catch their prey by surprise. Would you not agree, Saphira?" She snorted again and lashed her tail from side to side. "And we are not like the Fanga or the lesser vipers who abandon their young to live or die according to the whims of fate. Had we joined the battle for Doro Areba, we would only have been destroyed. Galbatorix's victory would have been absolute, as he indeed believes it was. And our kind would have passed forever from the face of the earth."
"Once the true extent of Galbatorix's power and ambition became evident," said Glader, "and once we realized that he and the traitors with him intended to attack Vrowengard, then Vrail, Umaroth, Aromas, and I, and a few others, decided that it would be best to hide the eggs of our race as well as a number of the Eldonari. It was easy to convince the wild dragons. Galbatorix had been hunting them, as they had no defense against his magic. They came here and they gave charge of their unhatched offspring to Vrail, and those who could lay eggs when otherwise they would have waited, for we knew that the survival of our race was threatened. Our precautions, it seems, were well thought of."
Aragon rubbed his temples. "Why didn't you know of this before? Why didn't Aromas? And how is it possible to hide their minds? You told me it couldn't be done."
"It can't,"
replied Glader.
"Or at least not with magic alone. In this instance, however, where magic fails, distance may yet succeed. That is why we're so far underground, a mile below Mount Arolas. Even if Galbatorix or the Forsworn had thought to search with their minds in such an unlikely location, the intervening rock would have made it difficult for them to feel much more than a confused flux of energy, which they would have attributed to eddies within the blood of the earth, which lies close beneath us. Moreover, before the Battle of Doru Areba, more than 100 years ago, all of the Eldonari were placed in a trance so deep as to be akin to death, which made them that much more difficult to find. Our plan was to rouse them after the fighting was over, but those who built this place also cast a spell that would wake them from the trance once several moons had passed."
"As it did," said Umaroth. "The Vault of Souls was placed here for another reason as well. The pit you see before you opens onto a lake of molten stone that has lain beneath these mountains since the world was born. It provides the warmth needed to keep the eggs comfortable, and it also provides the light needed for us Eldonari to maintain our strength." Addressing Glader, Aragon said, "You still haven't answered my question. Why didn't you or Aromas remember this place?" Umaroth was the one who answered. "Because all who knew of the Vault of Souls agreed to have the knowledge removed from their minds and replaced with a false memory, including Glader. It was not an easy decision, especially for the mothers of the eggs, but we could not allow anyone outside this room to remain in possession of the truth, lest Galbatorix should learn this from them. So we said farewell to our friends and comrades, knowing full well that we might never see them again, and that if the worst came to pass, they would die believing we had entered into the void. As I said, it was not an easy decision. We also erased from all memory the names of the rock that marks the entrance to the sanctuary, even as we had earlier erased the names of the 13 dragons who chose to betray us."
"I spent the last 100 years believing that our kind was doomed to oblivion," said Glader. "Now to know that all my anguish was for naught. I'm glad, though, that I was able to help safeguard our race through my ignorance."
Then Saphira said to Umaroth, "Why didn't Galbatorix notice that you and the eggs were missing? He thought we were killed in the battle. We were but a small part of the Eldonari on Vrowengard, not enough for him to become suspicious of our absence. As for the eggs, no doubt he was enraged by their loss, but he would have had no reason to believe the trickery was involved."
"Ah, yes," said Glader sadly. "It was why Thuviel agreed to sacrifice himself, to conceal our deception from Galbatorix."
"But didn't Thuviel kill many of his own?" said Aragon. "He did, and it was a great tragedy," said Umaroth. "However, we had agreed that he was not to act unless it was obvious that defeat was unavoidable. By immolating himself, he destroyed the buildings where we normally kept the eggs, and he also rendered the island poisonous to ensure that Galbatorix would not choose to settle here."
"Did he know why he was killing himself?"
"At the time, no. Only that it was necessary. One of the Forsworn had slain Thuviel's dragon a month before. Though he had refrained from passing into the void, as we needed every warrior we had to fight Galbatorix, Thuviel no longer wished to continue living. He was glad for the task, then. It granted him the release he yearned for, while also allowing him to survive our cause. By the gift of his life, he secured a future for both our race and the Riders.
He was a great and courageous hero, and his name shall someday be sung in every corner of Alagacia."
"And after the battle you waited," said Saphira.
"And then we waited," Umaroth agreed.
The thought of spending over 100 years within a single room buried deep underground made Eragon quail.
"But we have not been idle. When we woke from our trance, we began to cast our minds out. Slowly at first, and then with ever greater confidence once we realized Galbatorix and the Forsworn had left the island. Together our strength is great, and we've been able to observe much of what has transpired throughout the land in the years since. We cannot scry, not normally, but we can see the skeins of tangled energy strewn across Alagacia, and we can often listen to the thoughts of those who make no effort to defend their minds. And that way we have gathered our information. As the decades crawled past, we began to despair that anyone would be able to kill Galbatorix. We were prepared to wait for centuries if needed, but we could sense the Eggbreaker's power growing, and we feared that our wait might be one of thousands of years instead of hundreds. That we agreed would be unacceptable, both for the sake of our sanity and for the sake of the younglings in the eggs. They are bound with magic that slows their bodies, and they can remain as they are for years more, but it is not good for them to stay within their shells for too long. If they do, their minds can grow twisted and strange. Thus, spurred by our concern, we began to intervene in the events we saw. At first only in small ways. A nudge here, a whispered suggestion there, a sense of alarm to one about to be ambushed. We did not always succeed, but we were able to help those who still fought Galbatorix, and as time progressed we grew more adept and more confident with our tempering. On a few rare occasions our presence was noticed, but no one was ever able to determine who or what we were. Thrice we were able to arrange the death of one of the Forsworn, were not ruled by his passions. Brom was a useful weapon for us.
"You helped Brom!"
Eragon exclaimed. "We did, and many others as well. When the human known as Heffring stole Saphira's egg from Galbatorix's treasure room, now 20 years ago, we aided his escape. But we went too far, for he noticed us and became frightened. He fled and did not meet with the Varden as he was supposed to. Later, after Brom had rescued your egg, and the Varden and the elves started to bring younglings before it in an attempt to find the one for whom you would hatch, we decided that we should make certain preparations for that eventuality. So we reached out to the werecats, who have long been friends of the dragons, and we spoke with them. They agreed to help us, and to them we gave the knowledge of the Rock of Kuthian, and the bright steel beneath the roots of the Minoa tree. And then we removed all memory of our conversation from their minds."
"You did all that from here?" said Eragon, wondering.
"And more. Have you never wondered why Saphira's egg happened to appear in front of you while you were in the midst of the spine?"
"That was your doing," said Saphira, her shock as strong as Eragon's. "I thought it was because Brom is my father, and Arya mistook me for him."
"Nay," said Umaroth. "The spells of elves do not go so easily astray. We altered the flow of magic so that you and Saphira would meet. We thought there was a chance, a small one, but a chance nevertheless, that you might prove a fit match for her. We were right."
"Why didn't you bring us here sooner, though?" asked Eragon.
"Because you needed time for your training, and otherwise we risked alerting Galbatorix to our presence before you or the Varden were ready to confront him. If we had contacted you after the Battle of the Burning Plains, for example, what good would it have done with all the Varden still far from Urabayan?"
There was silence for a minute. Eragon slowly said, "What else have you done for us?"
"A few nudges, warnings mostly. Visions of Iron Glead when she needed your aid. The healing of your back during the Agati Bludrin."
A feeling of disapproval emanated from Gleda. "You sent them to Galead, untrained and without wards, knowing they would have to face a shade."
"We thought Brom would be with them, but even once he died we could not stop them, for they still had to go to Galead to find the Varden."
"Wait," said Eragon. "You were responsible for my transformation?"
"In part. We touched the reflection of our race that the elves summoned during the celebration. We provided the inspiration, and it provided the strength for the spell."
Eragon looked down and clenched his hand for a moment. Not angry, but so filled with other emotions that he could not remain still. Saphira, Arya, his sword, the very shape of his body, he owed them all to the dragons within the room. "Arunono," he said. "Thank you."
"You're most welcome, Shadesayer."
"Have you helped Roran as well?"
"Your cousin has required no assistance from us."
Umaroth paused.
"We have watched both of you, Eragon and Saphira, for many years now. We've watched you grow from hatchlings to mighty warriors, and we're proud of all you've accomplished. You, Eragon, have been all we hoped for in a new rider. And you, Saphira, have proven yourself worthy of being counted among the greatest members of our race."
Saphira's joy and pride mingled with Eragon's. He sank to one knee even as she pawed at the floor and dipped her head. Eragon felt like jumping and shouting and otherwise celebrating, but he did none of those things. Instead, he said, My sword is yours."
"And my teeth and claws," said Saphira.
"To the end of our days," they concluded in unison. "What would you have of us, Ebrethilar?" Satisfaction came from Umaroth, and he replied,
Now that you have found us, our days of hiding are over. We would go with you to Urubayan and fight alongside you to kill Galbatorix. The time has come for us to leave our den, and once and for all confront the traitorous Eggbreaker. Without us, he would be able to pry open your minds as easily as did we, for he has many Eldenari at his command. I cannot carry all of you, said Saphira. You shall not have to, said Umarok. 5 of us will stay to watch over the eggs, along with Quark. In the event we should fail to defeat Galbatorix, they will tamper no more with the skeins of energy, but will content themselves with waiting until it is again safe for dragons to venture forth in Elegacia. But you need not worry. We shall not be a burden to you, for we will provide the strength to move our weight. How many of you are there? Asked Aragon, gazing around the room. 136. But do not think we'll be able to best the Eldenari Galbatorix has been enslaved. We are too few, and those who were chosen to be placed within this vault were either too old and too valuable to risk in the fighting, or too young and too inexperienced to participate in the battle. That is why I elected to join them. I provide a bridge between the groups, a point of common understanding that otherwise would be lacking. Those who are older are wise and powerful indeed, but their minds wander down strange paths, and it is often hard to convince them to concentrate upon anything outside of their dreams. Those who are younger are more fortunate. They parted from their bodies before they should have, thus their minds remain limited by the size of their Eldenari, which can never grow or expand once it leaves the flesh. Let that be a lesson to you, Saphira, not to disgorge your Eldenari unless you have reached a respectable size or faced the distress of enemies, or the duress of emergencies. So we're still outmatched, said Aragon grimly. Yes, Shadeslayer. But now Galbatorix cannot force you to your knees the moment he sees you. We may not be able to best them, but we will be able to hold off his Eldenari long enough for you and Saphira to do what you must. And have hope. We know many things, many secrets about war and magic and the workings of the world. We will teach you what we can, and it may be that some piece of our knowledge will allow you to slay the king. Thereafter Saphira inquired of the eggs and learned that 243 had been saved. 26 were set to be joined with the riders. The rest were unbonded. Then they fell to discussing the flight to Urubayan. While Umaroth and Gleda advised Saphira to the quickest way to reach the city, the dragon-headed man sheathed his sword, laid down his shield, and one by one began to remove the Eldenari from the alcoves in the wall. He placed each of the gem-like orbs in the silk pass upon which it had been resting, and piled them gently on the floor next to the glowing pit. The girth of the largest Eldenari was so immense, the metal-bodied dragon was unable to wrap his arms all the way around it. As Quark worked, and as they talked, Aragon continued to feel a sense of dazed incredulousness. He had hardly dared to dream that there were any other dragons in hiding in Elegacia. Yet here they were, the remnants of a lost age. It was as if the stories of old had come to life, and he and Saphira were caught in the midst of them. Saphira's emotions were more complicated. Knowing that her race was no longer doomed to extinction had lifted a shadow from her mind, a shadow that had lain there for as long as Aragon could remember. And her thoughts soared with a joy so profound it seemed to make her eyes and scales sparkle brighter than normal. Still, a curious defensiveness tempered her relation, as though she was self-conscious before the Eldenari. Even through his days, Aragon was aware of Gleda's change of mood. He did not seem to have entirely forgotten his sorrow, but he was the happiest Aragon had felt him since Aromas had died. And while Gleda was not deferential to Umaroth, he treated the other dragon with a level of respect that Aragon had not witnessed from him before, not even when Gleda had spoken with Queen Islanzadi. When Quark was nearly done with his task, Aragon walked to the edge of the pit and peered into it. He saw a circular shaft that sank through the stone for over 100 feet, then opened onto a cave half filled with a sea of glowing stone. The thick yellow liquid bubbled and spattered like a pot of boiling glue, and tails of swirling fumes rose from its heaving surface. He thought he saw a light like that of a spirit flit across the face of the burning sea, but it vanished so quickly he could not be sure. Come, Aragon, said Umaroth as the dragon-headed man set the last of the Eldenari who were to travel with them upon the pile. You must cast a spell now. The words are as follows. Aragon frowned as he listened. What is the twist in the second line? What am I supposed to twist, the air? Umaroth's explanation left Aragon even more confused. Umaroth attempted again, but Aragon still could not understand the concept. Other older Eldenari joined in the conversation, but their explanations made even less sense, for they came mainly as a torrent of overlapping images, sensations, and strange esoteric comparisons that left Aragon hopelessly bewildered. Somewhat to his relief, Saphira and Gleda seemed similarly puzzled, although Gleda said, I think I understand, but it is like trying to catch hold of a frightened fish. Whenever I think I have it, it slips out between my teeth. At last Umaroth said, This is a lesson for another time. You know what the spell is supposed to do, if not how. That will have to suffice. Take from us the strength needed and cast it, and then let us be off. Nervous, Aragon fixed the words of the spell in his mind to avoid making mistakes, and then he began to speak.
As he uttered the lines, he drew upon the reserves of the Eldonari, and his skin tingled, as an enormous rush of energy poured through him, like a river of water both hot and cold. The air around the uneven pile of Eldonari rippled and shimmered. Then the pile seemed to fold in on itself and winked out of sight. A gust of wind tousled Aragon's hair, and a soft, dull thud echoed through the chamber. Astonished, Aragon watched as Saphira pushed her head forward and swung it through the spot where the Eldonari had just been. They disappeared, completely and utterly, as if they'd never existed. And yet he and she could still feel the dragon's minds close at hand. "Once you leave the vault," said Umroth, "the entrance to this pocket of space will remain at a fixed distance above and behind you at all times, save when you are in a confined area, or when a person's body should happen to pass through that space. The entrance is no larger than a pinprick, but it is more deadly than any sword. It would cut right through your flesh were you to touch it." Saphira sniffed. "Even your scent is gone." "Who discovered how to do this?" Aragon asked, amazed. "A hermit who lived on the northern coast of Alagacia 1,200 years ago," Umroth replied. "It is a valuable trick if you want to hide something in plain sight, but dangerous and difficult to do correctly." The dragon was silent for a moment thereafter, and Aragon could feel him gathering his thoughts. Then Umroth said, "There's one more thing you and Saphira need to know. The moment you pass through the great arch behind you, the gate of Vagathos, you'll begin to forget about Quark and the eggs hidden here. And by the time you reach the stone doors at the end of the tunnel, all memory of them will have vanished from your minds. Even we Eldonari will forget about the eggs. If we succeed in killing Galbatorix, the gate will restore our memories, but until then we must remain ignorant of them." Umroth seemed to rumble. "It is unpleasant, I know, but we cannot allow Galbatorix to learn of the eggs." Aragon disliked the idea, but he could not think of a reasonable alternative. "Thank you for telling us," said Saphira, and Aragon added his thanks to hers. Then the great metal warrior Quark picked up his shield from the floor, drew his sword, and walked over to the ancient throne and sat thereon. After laying his naked blade across his knees and leaning his shield against the side of the throne, he placed his hands flat upon his thighs and grew as still as a statue, save for the dancing sprites of his crimson eyes, which gazed out over the eggs. Aragon shivered as he turned his back on the throne. There was something haunting about the sight of the lone figure at the far side of the chamber. Knowing that Quark and the other Eldonari who were staying behind might have to remain there by themselves for another 100 years, or longer, made it difficult for Aragon to leave. "Farewell," he said with his mind. "Farewell, Shadeslayer," 5 whispers answered. "Farewell, Bright Scales. Luck be with you." Then Aragon squared his shoulders, and together he and Saphira strode through the gate of Vagathos, and thus departed the Vault of Souls. Chapter 57. Return. Aragon frowned as he stepped out of the tunnel into the early afternoon sunlight that bathed the clearing before the Rock of Kuthian. He felt as if he had forgotten something important. He tried to remember what, but nothing came to mind, only a sense of emptiness that unsettled him. Had it to do with... No. He could not recall. "Saphira, did you..." he started to say, then trailed off. "What?" "Nothing, I just thought... Never mind. It doesn't matter." Behind them, the doors to the tunnel swung shut with a hollow boom, and the lines of glyphs upon them faded away, and the rough, mossy spire once again appeared to be a solid piece of stone. "Come," said Umroth. "Let us be away. The day grows long, and many leagues lie between here and Urabayan." Aragon glanced around the clearing, still feeling as if he was missing something. Then he nodded and climbed into Saphira's saddle. As he tightened the straps around his legs, the eerie chatter of a shadow bird sounded among the heavy-bowed fir trees to the right. He looked, but the creature was nowhere to be seen. He made a face. He was glad to have visited Roengar, but he was equally glad to be leaving. The island was an unfriendly place. "Shall we?" asked Saphira. "Let's," he said with a sense of relief. With the sweep of her wings, Saphira jumped into the air and took flight over the grove of apple trees at the other side of the clearing. She rose quickly above the floor of the bowl-shaped valley, circling the ruins of Doro-Oreba as she climbed. Once she was high enough to soar over the mountains, she turned east and set off at the mainland, in Urabayan, leaving behind the remains of the Rider's once glorious stronghold. Chapter 58. The City of Sorrows. The sun was still near its zenith when the Varden arrived at Urabayan. Roran heard the cries from the men at the head of his column as they crested a ridge. Curious, he looked up from the heels of the dwarf in front of him, and when he arrived at the top of the ridge, he paused to take in the view, as had each of the warriors before him. The land sloped gently downward for several miles, flattening out into a broad plain dotted with farms, mills, and grand stone estates that reminded him of those ones near Aras. Some 5 miles away, the plain arrived at the outer walls of Urabayan. Unlike those of Drosleona, the walls of the capital were long enough to encompass the whole of the city. They were taller, too, even from a distance.
Roran could see that they dwarfed those of both Drosselona and Aros. He guessed that they stood at least 300 feet tall. Upon the wide battlements, he spotted ballistae and catapults mounted at regular intervals. The sight worried him. The machines would be difficult to take down. No doubt they were protected from magical attacks, and he knew from experience just how deadly such weapons could be. Behind the walls was an odd mixture of human-built structures and those he guessed the elves had made. The most prominent of the elven buildings were 6 tall, graceful towers, made of a malachite green stone, which were scattered in an arc throughout what he assumed was the oldest part of the city. 2 of the towers were missing their roofs. He thought he saw the stumps of 2 more partially buried among the jumble of houses below. What interested him most, however, was not the wall of the buildings, but the fact that much of the city lay shadowed underneath a huge stone shelf, which must have been over half a mile wide and 500 feet thick at its narrowest. The overhang formed one end of a massive sloping hill that stretched off to the northeast for several miles. Atop the craggy lip of the shelf stood another wall, like that which surrounded the city, and several thick watchtowers. At the back of the cave-like recess underneath the shelf was an enormous citadel adorned with a profusion of towers and parapets. The citadel rose high above the rest of the city, high enough that it almost scraped the underside of the shelf. Most intimidating of all was the gate set within the front of the fortress, a great gaping cavern that looked large enough for Saphir and Thorn to walk through side by side. Roran's gut tightened. If the gate was any indication, Shuakan was big enough to wipe out the whole army by himself. Eragon and Saphir had better hurry, he thought, and the elves too. From what he had seen, the elves might be able to hold their own against the king's black dragon, but even they would be hard-pressed to kill him. All that and more Roran took in as he paused on the ridge. Then he tugged on Snowfire's reins. Behind him the white stallion snorted and followed as Roran resumed his weary march, following the winding road as it descended to the lowlands. He could have ridden, it was supposed to ride actually, as captain of his battalion, but after his trip to Arrows and back he had come to loathing sitting in a saddle. As he walked he tried to figure out how best to attack the city. The pocket of stone Urubayan sat nestled within would prevent assaults from the sides, and the rear would interfere with the attacks from above, which was surely why the elves had chosen to settle in that location to begin with. If we could somehow break off the overhang, we could crush the citadel and most of the city, he thought. But he deemed that unlikely as the stone was too thick. Still, we might be able to take the wall at the top of the hill. Then we could drop stones and pour boiling oil onto those below. It wouldn't be easy, though. Uphill fighting, and those walls. Maybe the elves could manage it. Or the coal. They might enjoy it. The Rama River was several miles north of Urubayan, too far to be of any help. Saphira could dig a ditch large enough to divert it, but even she would need weeks to complete such a project, and the Varden did not have weeks' worth of food. They had only a few days left, and after that they would have to starve or disband. Their only option was to attack before the Empire did. Not that Roran believed Galbatorix would attack. So far the king had seemed content to allow the Varden to come to him. Why should he risk his neck? The longer he waits, the weaker we grow. Which meant a frontal assault. A brazen fool's charge over open ground toward walls too thick to breach and too tall to climb, while archers and war machines shot at them the whole time. Just imagining it made a sweat break out on his brow. They would die in droves. He cursed. We'll dash ourselves to pieces, and all the while Galbatorix will sit laughing in his throne room. If we can get close to the walls, the soldiers won't be able to hit us with their foul contraptions. But then we'll be vulnerable to pitch and oil and rocks being dropped on our heads. Even if they managed to breach the walls, they would still have the whole of Galbatorix's army to overcome. More important than the defenses of the city, then, would be the character and quality of the men the Varden would face. Would they fight to their last breath? Could they be frightened? Would they break and flee if pushed hard enough? What manner of oaths and spells bound them? The Varden spies had reported that Galbatorix had placed an owl by the name of Lord Bast in command of the troops within Urubayan. Roran had never heard of Bast before, but the information seemed to dismay Yormundor, and the men in Roran's battalion had shared enough stories to persuade him of Bast's villainy. Supposedly Bast had been lord of a rather large estate near Gilead, which the invasion of the elves had forced him to abandon. His vassals had lived in mortal fear of him, for Bast had a tendency to resolve disputes and punish criminals in the harshest manner possible, often choosing to simply execute those he believed were in the wrong. Of itself, that was hardly notable. Many a lord throughout the Empire had a reputation for brutality. Bast, however, was not only ruthless, but strong, impressively strong, and cunning to boot. In everything Roran had heard about Bast, the man's intelligence had been clear. Bast might be a bastard, but he was a smart bastard, and Roran knew it would be a mistake to underestimate him. Galbatorix would not have chosen a weakling or a dullard to command his men. And then there were Thorn and Murtagh. Galbatorix might not stir from his stronghold, but the Red Dragon and his rider were sure to defend the city. Eragon and Saphir will have to lure them away. Otherwise we'll never make it over the walls. Roran frowned. That would be a problem. Murtagh was stronger than Eragon now. Eragon would need the help of the elves to kill him.
Once again, Roran felt bitter anger and resentment welling up inside him. He hated that he was at the mercy of those who could use magic. At least when it came to strength and cunning, a man might make up for lack of one with a surfeit of the other. But there was no making up for the absence of magic. Frustrated, he scooped up a pebble from the ground, and as Aragorn had taught him, said, "Stenarisa." The pebble remained motionless. The pebble always remained motionless. He snorted and tossed it by the side of the road. His wife and unborn child were with the Varden, and yet there was nothing he could do to kill either Murtagh or Galbatorix. He clenched his fists and imagined breaking things. Bones, mostly. Maybe we should flee. It was the first time the thought had occurred to him. He knew there were lands to the east beyond Galbatorix's reach, fertile plains where none but nomads lived. If the other villagers came with him in Katrina, they could start anew, free of the Empire and Galbatorix. The idea made him sick to consider. He would be abandoning Aragorn, his men, and the land that he called home. No. I won't allow our child to be born into a world where Galbatorix still holds sway. Better to die than live in fear. Of course, that still did not solve the problem of how to capture Urubayan. Always before, there had been a weakness he could exploit. In Carvahall, it had been the Razak's failure to understand that the villagers would fight. When he wrestled the Argol Yarbog, it had been the creature's horns. In Arrows, it had been the canals. But here in Urubayan, he saw no weakness, no place where he could turn his opponent's strength against them. If we had supplies, I would wait and starve them out. That would be the best way. Anything else is madness. But as he knew, war was a catalogue of madness. Magic is the only way, he finally concluded. Magic and Saphira. If we can kill Murtagh, then either she or the elves will have to help us pass the walls. He scowled, a sour taste in his mouth, and quickened his stride, for the faster they made camp, the better. His feet were sore from walking, and if he was going to die in a senseless charge, then at least he wanted a hot meal and a good night's sleep beforehand. The Varden set up their tents a mile from Urubayan, by a small stream that fed the Rama River. Then the men, dwarves, and Urgles began constructing defences, a process that would continue until all night, and then resume in the morning. In fact, as long as they stayed in one location, they would continue to work on reinforcing their perimeter. The warriors detested the labour, but it kept them busy, and moreover it might save their lives. Everyone thought the orders came from the Shadow Aragorn. Roar knew they actually came from Yomandor. He had come to respect the older warrior since Niswada's abduction and Aragorn's departure. Yomandor had been fighting the Empire nearly his whole life, and he had a deep understanding of the tactics and logistics. He and Roran got along well. They were both men of steel, not magic. And then there was King Orin, with whom, after the initial defences had been established, Roran found himself arguing. Orin never failed to irritate him. If anyone was going to get them killed, it was him. Roran knew that offending a king was not the healthiest thing to do, but the fool wanted to send a messenger to the front gates of Urubayan and issue a formal challenge, the way they had at Drostheona and Bellatona. "Do you want to provoke Galbatorix?" Roran growled. "If we do that, he might respond." "Of course," said King Orin, drawing himself upright. "It's only proper that we announce our intentions and provide him with the opportunity to parley for peace." Roran stared. Then he turned away in disgust and said to Yomandor, "Can't you make him see reason?" The three of them were gathered in Orin's pavilion, where the king had summoned them. "Your Majesty," said Yomandor, "Roran is right. It would be best to wait to contact the Empire." "But they can see us," protested Orin. "We camped right outside their walls. It would be rude not to send an envoy to state opposition. You're both commoners. I would not expect you to understand. Royalty demands certain courtesies, even if we're at war." An urge to strike the king swept through Roran. "Are you so puffed up as to believe Galbatorix considers you an equal? Puh! We're insects to him. We are insects. He cares nothing for your courtesy. You forget Galbatorix was a commoner like us before he overthrew the riders. His ways are not your ways. There's no one like him in the world, and you think to predict him. You think to placate him, eh?" Orin's face coloured, and he threw aside his goblet of wine, dashing it against the rug upon the ground. "You go too far, Stronghammer. No man has the right to insult me like that." "I have the right to do whatever I want," growled Roran. "I'm not one of your subjects. I don't answer to you. I'm a free man, and I'll insult anyone I choose, whenever I choose, however I choose. Even you. It would be a mistake to send that messenger, and I—" There was a screech of sliding steel as King Orin tore his sword from its scabbard. He did not catch Roran entirely unawares. Roran already had his hand on his hammer. As he heard the sound, he yanked the weapon from his belt. The king's blade was a silver blur in the dim light of the tent. Roran saw where Orin was going to strike and stepped out of the way. Then he rapped the flat of the king's sword, causing it to flex and ring and leap out of Orin's hand. The jeweled weapon fell onto the rug, the blade quivering. "Sire!" cried one of the guards outside. "Are you all right?" "I just dropped my shield," replied Yomandor. "There's no need for concern."
"Say yes, sir."
Roran stared at the king. There's a wild, hunted look on Orin's face. Without taking eyes off him, Roran returned his hammer to his belt. "Contacting Galbatorix is stupid and dangerous. If you try, I'll kill whomever you send before he reaches the city." "You wouldn't dare," said Orin. "I would, and I will. I won't let you endanger the rest of us just to satisfy your royal pride. If Galbatorix wants to talk, then he knows where to find us. Otherwise, let him be." Roran stormed out of the pavilion. Outside, he stood with his hands on his hips and gazed at the puffy clouds while he waited for his pulse to subside. Orin was like a yearling mule, stubborn, overconfident, and all too willing to kick you in the gut if you gave him the opportunity. "And he drinks too much," thought Roran. He paced in front of the pavilion until Yomidor emerged. Before the other man could speak, Roran said, "I'm sorry." "As well you should be." Yomidor drew a hand over his face, then removed a clay pipe from the purse on his belt and began to fill it with Cardus weed, which he tamped down with the ball of his thumb. "Took me this whole time to convince him not to send an envoy just to spite you." He paused for a moment. "Would you really kill one of Orin's men?" "I don't make idle threats," said Roran. "No, I didn't think so." "Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that." Yomidor stated down the path between the tents, and Roran followed. As they walked, men moved out of their way and respectfully dipped their heads. Gesturing with his unlit pipe, Yomidor said, "I admit, I've wanted to give Orin a good tongue-lashing on more than one occasion." His lips stretched into a thin smile. "Unfortunately, discretion has always gotten the better of me." "Has he always been so untractable?" No. In Surrey he was far more reasonable." "What happened then?" "Fair, I think. It does strange things to men." "Aye. It may offend you to hear this, but you acted rather stupidly yourself." "I know. My temper got the better of me." "And you've earned yourself a king as a foe." "You mean another king?" Yomidor uttered a low laugh. "Yes, well, I suppose when you have Galbatorix as a personal enemy, all others seem rather harmless. Nevertheless," he stopped by a campfire and pulled a thin burning branch from the midst of the flames. Dipping the end of the branch into the bowl of his pipe, he puffed several times, setting the flame, then threw the branch back into the fire. "Nevertheless, I wouldn't ignore Orin's anger. He's willing to kill you back there. If he holds a grudge, and I think he will, he may seek his revenge. I'll post a guard by your tent for the next few days. After that, though," Yomidor shrugged. "After that, we may all be dead or enslaved." They walked in silence for a few more minutes, Yomidor puffing on his pipe the whole while. As they were about to part, Roran said, "When you see Orin next," "Yes?" "Perhaps you can let him know that if he or his men had Katrina, I'll rip his guts in front of the whole camp." Yomidor tucked his chin against his breast and stood thinking for a moment. Then he looked up and nodded. "I think I might find a way to do that, Stronghammer." "My thanks." "You're most welcome. As always, this was a unique pleasure." "Sir." Roran sought out Katrina and convinced her to bring their dinner to the northern embankment, where he kept vigil for any messengers Orin might send. They ate on a cloth that Katrina spread over the freshly tanned soil, then sat together as the shadows grew long, the stars began to appear in the purple sky above the overhang. "I'm glad to be here," she said, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Are you? Really?" "It's beautiful. And I have you all to myself." She squeezed his arm. He drew her closer, but the shadow in his heart remained. He could not forget the danger that threatened her and their child. The knowledge that their greatest foe was but a few miles distant burned within him. He wanted nothing more than to leap up, run to Urubayan, and kill Galbatorix. But that was impossible. So he smiled and laughed and hid his fear, even as he knew she hid hers. "Blasted, Eragon," he thought. "You better hurry, or I swear I'll haunt you from the grave." Chapter 59. War Council. On the flight from Vrongar to Urubayan, Saphira did not have to battle her way through a storm and was fortunate enough to have a tailwind to speed her progress, for the Eldenari told her where to find the fast-moving stream of air, which they said blew nearly every day of the year. Also, the Eldenari fed her a constant supply of energy, so she never flagged or grew tired. As a result, the city first came into sight on the horizon a mere 2 days after they departed the island. Twice during the trip, when the sun was at his brightest, Eragon thought he glimpsed the entrance to the pocket of space where the Eldenari floated hidden behind Saphira. It appeared as a single dark point, so small that he could not keep his eyes fixed upon it for more than a second. At first he assumed it was a mote of dust, but then he noticed that the point never varied in its distance from Saphira, and when he saw it, it was always in the same place. As they flew, the dragon's head, through Umaroth, poured memory after memory into Eragon and Saphira. A cascade of experiences, battles won and battles lost,
Loves, hates, spells, events witnessed throughout the land, regrets, realizations, and ponderings concerning the workings of the world. The dragons possessed thousands of years of knowledge, and they seemed driven to share every last bit. "It's too much," Aragon had protested. "We can't remember it all, much less understand it." "No," said Umroth, "but you can remember some. And it may be that some will be what you need to defeat Galbatorix. Now let us continue." The torrent of information was overwhelming. At times, Aragon felt as if he was forgetting who he was, for the dragon's memories far outnumbered his own. When that happened, he would separate his mind from theirs and repeat his true name to himself until he again felt secure in his identity. The things he and Saphira learned amazed and troubled him, and oftentimes caused him to question his own beliefs. But he never had time to dwell on such thoughts, for there always was another memory to take their place. It would, he knew, take him years to begin to make sense of what the dragons were showing them. The more he learned about the dragons, the more he regarded them with awe. Those who had lived for hundreds of years were strange in their ways of thinking, and the oldest were as different from Glader and Saphira as Glader and Saphira were from the Fenrir in the Vale Mountains. Interacting with these elders was confusing and unsettling. They made jumps, associations, and comparisons that seemed meaningless, but that Aragon knew made some sense at a deep level. He was rarely able to figure out why they were trying to say, and the ancient dragons did not deign to explain themselves in terms that he could understand. After a while, he realized that they couldn't express themselves in any other way. Over the centuries, their minds had changed. What was simple and straightforward for him often seemed complicated for them, and the same was true in reverse. Listening to their thoughts, he felt, must be like listening to the thoughts of a god. When he made that particular observation, Saphira snorted and said to him, "There is a difference." "What?" "Unlike gods, we take part in the events of the world. Perhaps the gods choose to act without being seen. Then what good are they?" "You believe the dragons are better than gods?" he asked, amused. "When we're fully grown, yes. What creature is greater than us? Even Galbatorix depends upon us for his strength." "What of the Needwall?" She sniffed. "We can swim, but they cannot fly." The very oldest of the Eldonari, a dragon by the name of Valda, which meant ruler in the ancient language, spoke to them directly only once. From him they received a vision of beams of light turning into waves of sand, as well as a disconcerting sense that everything that seemed solid was mostly empty space. Then Valda showed them a nest of sleeping starlings, and Aragon could feel their dreams flickering in their minds, fast as the blink of an eye. At first, Valda's emotion was one of contempt. The starling's dreams seemed tiny, petty, and inconsequential, but then his mood changed and became warm and sympathetic, and even the smallest of the starling's concerns grew in importance until it seemed equal to the warriors of kings. Valda lingered over the vision, as if to make sure that Aragon and Saphira would remember it, amid all the other memories. Yet neither of them was certain that the dragon was trying to say, and Valda refused to explain himself further. When at last Urabayan came into view, the Eldonari ceased sharing their memories with Aragon and Saphira, and Umroth said, "Now you'd be best served by studying the lair of our foe." This they did as Saphira descended toward the ground over the course of many leagues. What they saw did not encourage either of them, nor did their moods improve when Glader said, "Galbatorix has built much since he drove us from this place. The walls were not so thick nor so tall in our day." To which Umroth added, "Nor was Illyria this heavily fortified during the war between our kind and the elves. The traitor has burrowed deep and piled a mountain of stone about his hole. He will not come out of his own accord, I think. He's like a badger who has retreated into his den, and who will bloody the nose of anyone who tries to dig him out." A mile southwest of the walled shelf in the city beneath lay the Varden's camp. It was significantly larger than Aragon remembered, which puzzled him until he realized that Queen Islanzadi and her army must have finally joined forces with the Varden. He gave a small sigh of relief. Even Galbatorix was wary of the might of the elves. When he and Saphira were a league or so from the tents, the Eldonari helped Aragon extend the range of his thoughts until he was able to feel the minds of men, dwarves, elves, and Urgles gathered within the camp. His touch was too light for anyone to notice until they were deliberately watching for it, and the moment he located the distinctive strain of wild music that marked Bloodgom's thoughts, he narrowed his focus to the elf alone. "Bloodgom," he said. "It is I, Aragon." The more formal phrasing seemed natural to him after so long spent reliving experiences from ages past. "Shadeslayer, are you safe? Your mind feels most strange. Is Saphira with you? Is she hurt? Has something happened to Gladia?" "They're both well, as am I." "Then—" Bloodgom's confusion was evident. Cutting him off, Aragon said, "We're not far, but I've hidden us from sight for the time being. Is the illusion of Saphira and me still visible to those below?" "Yes, Shadeslayer. We have Saphira circling the tents a mile above. Sometimes we hide her in a bank of clouds, where we make it seem as if you and she have gone off on patrol, but we dare not let Galbatorix think that you've left for long. We'll make your images fly away now, so that you may rejoin us without arousing suspicion. No. Rather wait and maintain your spells for a while longer." "Shadeslayer, we're not returning directly to the camp."
Aragon glanced at the ground. There's a small hill perhaps 2 miles to the southeast. Do you know it?
Yes, I can see it.
Saphira will land beyond it. Have Arya, Auric, Yomundo, Roran, Queen Islanzadi, and King Orin join us there, but make sure they do not leave the camp all at once. If you could help hide them, that would be best. You should come as well.
As you wish.
Shadeslayer, what did you find? No! Don't ask me. It would be dangerous to think of it here. Come and I will tell you, but I do not want to blare the answer where others might be listening.
I understand.
We'll meet with you as quickly as we can, but it may take some time to stagger our departures correctly. Of course. I trust you'll do its best. Aragon severed their connection and leaned back in the saddle. He smiled slightly as he imagined Bludgarm's expression when he landed the Eldonari. With a whirl of wind, Saphira landed in the hollow by the base of the hill, startling a flock of nearby sheep who scurried away while uttering plaintive bleats. As she folded her wings, Saphira looked after the sheep and said, "It would be easy to catch them, since they cannot see me." She licked her chops. "Yes, but where would that sport be in that?" Aragon asked, loosening the straps around his legs. "Sport does not fill your belly." "No, but then you aren't hungry, are you?" The energy from the Eldonari, though insubstantial, had suppressed her desire to eat. She released a great amount of air in what seemed to be a sigh. "No, not really." While they waited, Aragon stretched his sore limbs, then ate a light lunch from what remained of his provisions. He knew that Saphira was sprawled her full, sinuous length on the ground next to him, though he could not see her. Her presence was betrayed only by the shadowed impression her body left upon the flattened stalks of grass, like a strangely shaped hollow. He was not sure why, but the sight amused him. As he ate, he gazed out at the pleasant fields around the hill, watching the stir of air in the stalks of wheat and barley. Long, low walls of piled stones separated the fields. It must have taken the local farmers hundreds of years to dig so many stones out of the ground. At least that wasn't a problem we had in Palancar Valley, he thought. A moment later, one of the dragon's memories returned to him, and he knew exactly how old the stone walls were. They dated to the time when humans had come to live in the ruins of Illyria, after the elves had defeated King Palancar's warriors. He could see, as if he'd been there, lines of men, women, and children coming over freshly tilled fields and carrying the rocks they found over to where the walls would be. After a time, Aragon allowed the memory to fade away, and then he opened his mind to the ebb and flow of energy around them. He listened to the thoughts of the mice in the grass and the worms in the earth, and the birds that fluttered past overhead. It was a slightly risky thing to do, for he could end up altering any nearby enemy spellcasted to their presence, but he preferred to know who and what was close, so that no one could attack them by surprise. Thus he sensed the approach of Arya, Bludgarm, and Queen Islanzadi, and he was not alarmed when the shadows of their footsteps moved toward him from around the western side of the hill. The air rippled like water, and then the 3 elves appeared before him. Queen Islanzadi took the lead, as regal as ever. She was garbed in a golden corselet of scale armor with a jeweled helm upon her head, and her red, white-trimmed cape clasped about her shoulders. A long, slim sword hung from her narrow waist. She carried a tall, white-bladed spear in one hand, and a shield shaped like a birch leaf. Its edges were even serrated like a leaf in the other. Arya, too, was clad in fine armor. She'd exchanged her usual dark clothes for a corselet like her mother's, although Arya's was the grey of bare steel, not gold. And she wore a helm decorated with embossed knotwork upon the brow, a nosepiece, and a pair of stylized eagle wings that swept back from her temples. Compared with the splendor of Islanzadi's raiment, Arya's was somber, but all the more deadly because of it. Together, mother and daughter were like a pair of matched blades, where one was adorned for display and one fitted for combat. Like the 2 women, Bludgarm wore a shirt of scale armor, but his head was bare. He carried no weapon besides a small knife on his belt. "Show yourself, Aragon Shadeslayer," said Islanzadi, looking toward the spot where he stood. Aragon released the spell that concealed him in Saphira, and bowed to the elf queen. She ran her dark eyes over him, studying him as if he were a prized draft horse. Unlike before, he had no difficulty holding her gaze. After a few seconds, the queen said, "You've improved, Shadeslayer." He gave her a second, shorter bow. "Thank you, your majesty." As always, the sound of her voice sent a thrill through him. It seemed to hum with magic and music, as if every word were part of an epic poem. Such a compliment means much from one so wise and fair as you. Islanzadi laughed, showing her long teeth, and the hill and the fields rang with her mirth. "And you have grown eloquent as well. You did not tell me he'd become so well-spoken, Arya." A faint smile touched Arya's face. "He's still learning." Then to Aragon she said, "It is good to see you safely returned." The elves plied him, Saphira and Gladia with numerous questions, but the 3 of them refused to provide answers until the others had arrived. Still, Aragon thought that the elves sensed something of the Eldonari, for he noticed that they sometimes glanced in the direction of the Heart of Hearts, although they seemed not to realize it. Auric was the next to join them. He rode from the south on a shaggy pony that was lathered and panting.
"Ho, Aragon! Ho, Saphira!"
The Dwarf King cried, raising a fist. He slid down from his exhausted mount, stomped over and pulled Aragon into a rough embrace, pounding him on the back. When they had finished greeting each other, and Auric had given Saphira a rub on her nose, which made a hum, Aragon asked, "Where are your guards?" Auric gestured over his shoulder.
"Braiding their beards by a farmhouse a mile west of here, and none too happy about it, I dare say. I trust every last one of them. They're clanmates of mine, but Broomgarm and I should best come alone, so alone I've come. Now tell me, why this secrecy? What did you discover on Roengard?"
"You'll have to wait for the rest of our council to find out," said Aragon. "But I am glad to see you again." And he clapped Auric on the shoulder. Roran arrived on foot soon afterward, looking grim and dusty. He gripped Aragon's arm and welcomed him, then pulled him aside and said, "Can you stop them from hearing us?" He motioned with his chin toward Auric and the elves. It took Aragon only a few seconds to cast a spell that shielded them from the listeners. Done. At the same time, he separated his mind from Glader and the other Eldonari, although not from Saphira. Roran nodded and looked off over the fields. "I had some words with King Orin while you were gone." "Words? How so?" "He was being a fool, and I told him so. I take it he didn't react very kindly." "Well, you could say that. He tried to stab me." "What?" "I managed to knock his sword out of his hand before he could land a blow, but if he'd had his way, he would have killed me."
"Orin?"
Aragon had trouble imagining the king doing any such thing. "Did you hurt him badly?" For the first time, Roran smiled, a brief expression that quickly vanished under his beard. "I scared him, which might be worse." Aragon grunted and clenched the pommel of Brysinger. He realized that he and Roran were mirroring each other's posture. They both had their hands on the weapons, and they both stood with their weight on the opposite leg. "Who else knows of this?"
"Jormungandr.
He was there, and whomever Orin is told." Frowning, Aragon began to pace back and forth as he tried to decide what to do. Well, the timing of this couldn't be worse. I know. I wouldn't have been so blunt with Orin, but he was about to send royal greetings to Galbatorix and other such nonsense. He would have put us all in danger. I couldn't allow that to happen. You would have done the same. Maybe so, but this just makes things all the more difficult. I'm the leader of the Varden now. An attack on you or any of the other warriors under my command is the same as an attack on me. Orin knows that, and he knows we're of the same blood. He might as well have thrown a gauntlet in my face. He was drunk, said Roran. I'm not sure he was thinking of that when he drew his sword. Aragon saw Eye and Bluegum giving him curious glances. He stopped pacing and turned his back to them. I'm worried about Katrina, Roran added. If Orin is angry enough, he might send his men after me or her. Either way, she could get hurt. Jormungandr already posted a guard at our tent, but that's not enough protection. Aragon shook his head. Orin wouldn't dare hurt her. No? He can't harm you, and he doesn't have the stomach to confront me directly. So what does that leave? An ambush. Knives in the dark, and killing Katrina would be an easy way for Orin to have his revenge. I doubt that Orin would resort to knives in the dark, harming Katrina. You can't say for sure, though. Aragon thought for a moment. I'll place some spells on Katrina to keep her safe, and I'll let Orin know that I've placed them. That should put a stop to any plans he might have. The tension in Roran seemed to drain away. I'd appreciate that. I'll give you some new wards as well. No, save your strength. I can take care of myself. Aragon insisted, but Roran kept refusing. Finally, Aragon said, Blast it! Listen to me, we're about to go into battle against Galbatorix's men. You have to have some protection. If only against magic. I'm going to give you wards whether you like it or not, so you might as well smile and thank me for them. Roran glowered at him. Then he grunted and raised his hands. Fine. As you wish. You never did know when it was sensible to give up. And you do? A chuckle came from within the depths of Roran's beard. I suppose not. I guess it runs in the family. Between Brom and Garrow, I don't know who was the more stubborn. Father was, said Roran. Brom was as. No, you're right, it was Garrow. They exchanged grins, remembering their life on the farm. Then Roran shifted his stance and gave Aragon an odd sideways look. You seem different than before. Do I? Yes, you do. You seem more sure of yourself. Perhaps it's because I understand myself better than I once did. To that, Roran had no answer. Half an hour later, Jormungandr and King Orin rode up together. Aragon greeted Orin as politely as ever, but Orin responded with a curt reply and avoided his gaze. Even from a distance of several feet, Aragon could smell wine on his breath. Once they were all assembled before Saphira, Aragon began. First, he had everyone swear oaths of secrecy in the ancient language. Then he explained the concept of an Eldonari to Auric, Roran, Jormungandr, and Orin, and he recounted a brief history of the dragon's gem-like hearts with the riders in Galbatorix. The elves appeared uneasy with Aragon's willingness to discuss the Eldenari before the others, but none protested, which pleased him. He had earned that much trust at least. Ulrich, Roran, and Jormungandr reacted with surprise, disbelief, and dozens of questions. Roran in particular acquired a sharp gleam in his eye, as the information had given him a host of new ideas on how to kill Galbatorix. Throughout, Orin was surly, and remained stridently unconvinced of the existence of the Eldenari. In the end, the only thing that quelled his doubts was when Aragon removed Glade's heart of hearts from the saddlebags, and introduced the dragon to the four of them. The awe that they displayed at meeting Glade gratified Aragon. Even Orin seemed impressed, although after exchanging a few words with Glade, he turned on Aragon and said, "Did Niswata know of this?" "Yes, I told her at Feinster." As Aragon expected, the admission displeased Orin. "So once again, the two of you chose to ignore me. Without the support of my men and the food of my nation, the Varden would have no hope of confronting the Empire. I am the sovereign ruler of one of only 4 countries in Elegacia. My army makes up a goodly portion of our forces, and yet neither of you deemed it appropriate to inform me of this." Before Aragon could respond, Ulrich stepped forward.
"They did not tell me about it either, Orin," the Dwarf King rumbled. "And mine people have helped the Varden for longer than yours. You should not take offense. Aragon and Neswata did what they thought was best for our cause. They meant no disrespect."
Orin scowled and looked as if he was going to continue arguing. But Glade prompted him by saying,
"They did as I asked, King of the Serdans. The Eldenari is the greatest secret of our race, and we do not share it lightly with others, even kings."
"Then why have you chosen to do so now?" demanded Orin. "You could have gone into battle without ever revealing yourself." In answer, Aragon recounted the story of their trip to Ruingard, including their encounter with the storm at sea and the sight they had witnessed at the very top of the clouds. Arya and Bloodgorm seemed the most interested in that part of his story, whereas Ulrich was the most uncomfortable.
"Basil, but that sounds a nasty experience," he said. "It makes me shiver just to think of it. The ground is the proper place for a dwarf, not the sky."
"I agree," said Saphira, which caused Ulrich to scowl suspiciously and twisted the braid ends of his beard. Resuming his tale, Aragon told of how he, Saphira, and Glada had entered the Vault of Souls, though he refrained from divulging that this had required their true names. And when he at last revealed what the vault had contained, there was a moment of shocked silence. Then Aragon said, "Open your minds." A moment later, the sound of whispering voices seemed to fill the air, and Aragon felt the presence of Umaroth and the other hidden dragons surround them. The elves staggered, and Arya dropped to one knee, pressing a hand to the side of her head as she had been struck. Ulrich uttered a cry and looked about, wild-eyed, while Roran, Jormungandr, and Orin stood dumbfounded. Queen Islanzadi knelt, adopting a pose much like her daughter's. In his mind, Aragon had her speaking to the dragons, greeting many by name and welcoming them as old friends. Ludgam did likewise, and for several minutes a flurry of thoughts passed between the dragons and those gathered at the base of the hill. The mental cacophony was so great, Aragon shielded himself from it, and retreated to sit on one of Saphira's forelegs while he waited for the noise to subside. The elves seemed most affected by the revelation. Ludgam stared into the air with an expression of joy and wonder, while Arya continued to kneel. Aragon thought he saw a line of tears on each of her cheeks. Islanzadi beamed with a triumph of radiance, and for the first time since he had met her, Aragon thought she seemed truly happy. Ulrich shook himself then and broke from his reverie. Looking over at Aragon, he said,
"By Morgathol's hammer, this puts a new twist on things. With their help, we might actually be able to kill Galbatorix."
"You didn't think we could before?" Aragon asked mildly.
"Of course I did. Only, not so much as I do now."
Roran shook himself as if waking from a dream. I knew that you and the elves would fight as hard as you could, but I didn't believe you could win." He met Aragon's gaze. Galbatorix has defeated so many riders, and you're but one, but not that old. It didn't seem possible." "I know. Now, though." A wolfish look came into Roran's eyes. "Now we have a chance."
"Aye," said Jormungandr. "And just think, we no longer have to worry so much about Murtog. He's no match for you and the dragons combined."
Aragon drummed his heels against Saphira's leg and did not answer. He had other ideas on that front. Besides, he did not like to consider having to kill Murtog. Then Orin spoke up. "Umaroth says that you've devised a battle plan. Do you intend to share it with us, Shadesayer?" "I would like to hear it as well," said Islanzadi in a kinder tone.
"And I," said Ulrich.
Aragon stared at them for a moment, then nodded. To Islanzadi he said, "Is your army ready to fight?" "It is. Long we have waited for our vengeance. We need wait no longer." "And ours?" Aragon asked, directing his words toward Orin, Jormungandr, and Ulrich.
"Mine Canarlan are eager for battle," proclaimed Ulrich.
Jormungandr glanced at King Orin.
Our men are tired and hungry, but their will is unbroken. The Urgles too. Them too. Then we attack. When? Demanded Orin. At first light. For a moment no one spoke. Roran broke the silence. Easy to say, hard to do. How? Aragon explained. When he finished, there was another silence. Roran squatted and began to draw on the dart with the tip of a finger. It's risky. But bold, said Oric. Very bold. There are no safe paths anymore, said Aragon. If we can catch Galbatorix unprepared, even a bit, it might be enough to tip the scales. Humidor rubbed his chin. Why not kill Murtagh first? That part I don't understand. Why not finish him and Thorn while we have the chance? Because, Aragon replied. Then Galbatorix would know of them. And he motioned toward where the hidden Eldonari floated. We would lose the advantage of surprise. What of the child? Orin asked harshly. What makes you think that she will accommodate you? She hasn't before. This time she will, Aragon promised, more confidently than he felt. The king grunted, unconvinced. Then Islanzadi said, Aragon, it is a great and terrible thing you propose. Are you willing to do this? I ask not because I doubt your dedication or your bravery, but because this is something to be undertaken only after much consideration. So I ask you, are you willing to do this even knowing what the cost may be? Aragon did not rise, but he allowed a bit of steel to enter his voice. I am. It must be done, and we are the only ones to whom the task has fallen. Whatever the cost, we cannot turn away now. As a sign of her agreement, Saphira opened her jaws a few inches, and then snapped them shut, punctuating the end of his sentence. Islanzadi turned her face toward the sky. And do you and those you speak for approve of this, Umaroth Elder? We do, replied the white dragon. Then here we go, Roran murmured. Chapter 60. A Matter of Duty. The 10 of them, including Umaroth, continued to talk for another hour. Orin required more convincing, and there were numerous details to decide. Questions of timing and placement in signaling. Aragon was relieved when Arya said, Unless either you or Saphira object, I will accompany you tomorrow. We'd be glad to have you, he said. Islanzadi stiffened. What good would that accomplish? Your talents are needed elsewhere, Arya. Bloodgarm and the other spellcasters I assigned to Saphira and Aragon are more skilled at magic than you, and more experienced in battle as well. Remember, they fought against the Forsworn, and unlike many, they lived to tell of it. Many of the elder members of our race would volunteer to take your place. It would be selfish to insist upon going when there are others better suited for the task who are willing and close at hand. I think no one is as suited for the task as Arya, Aragon said in a calm voice. And there is no one, other than Saphira, I'd rather have by my side. Islanzadi kept a gaze upon Arya, and to Aragon said, You're still young, Shadeslayer, and you're allowing your emotions to cloud your judgment. No, mother, said Arya. It is you who are allowing your emotions to cloud your judgment. She moved toward Islanzadi with long, graceful steps. You're right. There are others who are stronger, wiser, and more experienced than I. But it was I who ferried Saphira's egg about Alagacia. I who helped save Aragon from the Shade Durza. And I who, with Aragon's help, killed the Shade Varag and Feinster. Like Aragon, I am now a Shadeslayer, and you well know that I swore myself in service to our people long ago. Who else among our kind can claim as much? Even if I wanted to, I would not turn away from this. I would sooner die. I am as prepared for this challenge as any of our elders, for it is to this I have devoted my whole life, as has Aragon. And the whole of your life has been so short, said Islanzadi. She put a hand up to Arya's face. You devoted yourself to fighting Galbatorix all these years since your father's death, but you know little of the joys life can provide. And in those years we have spent such a small amount of time together, a handful of days scattered throughout a century. It is only since you brought Saphira and Aragon to Elismira that we've begun to speak once more, as a mother and daughter ought. I would not lose you again so soon, Arya. It was not I who chose to remain apart, said Arya. No, said Islanzadi, and she took her hand away. But it was you who chose to leave Duveldenvarden. Her expression softened. I do not wish to argue, Arya. I understand that you see this as your duty, but please, for my sake, will you not allow another to take your place? Arya lowered her gaze and was silent for a time. Then she said, I cannot allow Aragon and Saphira to go without me, any more than you can allow your army to march into battle without you at its head. I cannot... Would you have it said of me that I'm a coward? Those of our family do not turn away from what must be done. Do not ask me to shame myself. The shine in Islanzadi's eyes looked suspiciously like tears to Aragon. Yes, said the queen. But to fight Galbatorix. If you're so afraid, said Arya, but not unkindly, then come with me.
I cannot. I must stay to command my troops. And I must go with Aragon and Saphira. But I promise you, I shall not die.
Arya placed a hand on Islanzadi's face, even as her mother had done to her.
I shall not die.
Once more Arya repeated the phrase, but this time in the ancient language. Arya's determination impressed Aragon. To say what she had in the ancient language meant that she believed it without qualification. Islanzadi also appeared impressed, and proud too. She smiled and kissed Arya once on each cheek.
Then go, and go with my blessings, and take no more risks than you must. Nor you.
And the two of them embraced. As they separated, Islanzadi looked at Aragon and Saphira and said,
Watch over her, I implore you, for she is not a dragon or the Eldenari to protect her.
We will, both Aragon and Saphira replied in the ancient language. Once they had settled what needed to be settled, the war council broke and its various members began to disperse. From where he sat by, Saphira, Aragon watched the others mill about. Neither he nor she made an effort to move. Saphira was going to remain hidden behind a hill under the attack, while he intended to wait for dark before he ventured into the camp. Oric was second to depart after Roran. Before he did, the Dwarf King came over to Aragon and gave him a rough hug.
I wish I were going with the two of you, he said,
his eyes solemn above his beard. And I wish you were coming, said Aragon.
Well, we'll see each other afterward and toast our victory with barrels of mead, eh?
I look forward to it.
As do I,
said Saphira.
Good,
said Oric, and he nodded firmly.
That's settled then. You better not let Galbatorix get the better of you, or I'll be honor bound to march in after you.
We'll be careful, Aragon said with a smile.
I should hope so, because I doubt I could do much more than tweak Galbatorix on the nose.
That I would like to see, said Saphira.
Oric grunted.
May the gods watch over you, Aragon. And you as well, Saphira.
And you, Oric. Thrift's son. Then Oric slapped Aragon on the shoulder and stomped off to where he had tied his pony to a bush. When Islanzadi and Bludgarm left, Arya stayed. She was deep in conversation with Eumundr, and so Aragon thought little of it. When Eumundr rode off, however, and Arya still lingered nearby, he realized that she wanted to talk to them alone. Sure enough, once everyone else had gone, she looked at him and Saphira, and said, Did something else happen to you while you were gone? Something that you didn't want to speak of in front of Orin or Eumundr, or my mother? Why do you ask? She hesitated. Because you both seem to have changed. Is it the Eldenari, or does it have to do with your experience in the storm? Aragon smiled at her perception. He consulted with Saphira, and when she approved, he said, We learned our true names. Arya's eyes widened. You did? And were you pleased with them?
In part, said Saphira.
We learned our true names, Aragon repeated. We saw that the earth is round, and during the flight here, Umaroth and the other Eldenari shared many other memories with us. He allowed himself a wry smile. I can't say we understand all them, but they make things seem different.
I see, murmured Arya.
Do you think the change is for the better? I do. Change itself is neither good nor bad, but knowledge is always useful.
Was it difficult to find your true names?
So he told her how they had accomplished it, and he also told her about the strange creatures they had encountered on Ruingard, which interested her greatly. As Aragon spoke, an idea occurred to him, one that resonated within him too strongly to ignore. He explained it to Saphira, and once again she granted him her permission, although somewhat more reluctantly than before.
Must you?
She asked. Yes.
Then do as you will, but only if she agrees.
When they finished speaking of Ruingard, he looked at Arya in the eyes and said, Would you like to hear my true name? I'd like to share it with you. The offer seemed to shock her.
No, you shouldn't tell it to me or anyone else. Especially not when we're so close to Galbatorix. He might steal it from my mind. Besides, you should only give your true name to one whom you trust above all others.
I trust you.
Aragon. Even when we elves exchange our true names, we do not do so until we've known each other for many, many years. The knowledge they provide is too personal, too intimate to bandy about, and there is no greater risk than sharing it. When you teach someone your true name, you place everything you are in their hands.
I know, but I may never have the chance again. This is the only thing I have to give, and I would give it to you.
Aragon, what you're proposing, it's the most precious thing one person can give another.
I know. A shiver ran through Arya, and then she seemed to withdraw within herself. After a time she said,
No one has ever offered me such a gift before. I'm honored by your trust, Aragon, and I understand how much this means to you.
But no, I must decline.
It would be wrong for you to do this, and wrong for me to accept just because tomorrow we may be killed or enslaved.
Danger is no reason to act foolishly, no matter how great our peril. Eragon inclined his head. Her reasons were good reasons, and he would respect her choice. Very well. As you wish, he said. Thank you, Eragon. A moment passed, and then he said, Have you ever told anyone your true name? No. Not even your mother? Her mouth twisted. No. Do you know what it is? Of course. Why would you think otherwise? He half shrugged. I didn't, I just wasn't sure. Silence came between them. Then, how did you learn your true name? Aya was quiet for so long, he began to think she would refuse to answer. Then she took a breath and said, It was a number of years after I left Yveldenvarden, when I finally had become accustomed to my role among the Varden and the dwarves. Phelan and my other companions were away, and I had a great deal of time to myself. I spent most of it exploring Trondheim, wandering in the empty reaches of the city mountain, where others rarely tread. Trondheim is bigger than most realize, and there are many strange things within it. Rooms, people, creatures, forgotten artifacts. As I wandered, I thought, and I came to know myself better than ever I had before. One day I discovered a room somewhere high in Trondheim. I doubt I could locate it again, even if I tried. A beam of sunlight seemed to pour into the room. Though the ceiling was solid, and in the center of the room was a pedestal, and upon the pedestal was a growing single flower. I do not know what kind of flower it was. I've never seen its like before or since. The petals were purple, but the center of the blossom was like a drop of blood. There were thorns upon the stem, and the flower exuded the most wonderful scent and seemed to hum with a music all its own. It was such an amazing and unlikely thing to find I stayed in the room, staring at the flower for longer than I can remember. It was then and there that I was finally able to put words to who I was and who I am. I'd like to see that flower someday. Perhaps you will. Searching for an answer in the memories of the Eldenari which had given him, Eragon said, I thought that elves instinctively knew their true names. That's what Bron told me. We do, said Aya. But not when we're young. As children we know little of ourselves and the world around us, and as we grow we're in a state of constant change. Every day we're different from the day before, and like us our names vary from moment to moment. It's only when we fully mature, physically at least, that we're able to comprehend our own nature. For me it was later than some, but sooner than many. Ah, I understand. Aya glanced toward the Varden's camp. I should go. There's much yet to be done. He nodded. We'll see you tomorrow, then. Tomorrow. Aya began to walk away. After a few steps, she paused and looked back. I'm glad that Saphira chose you as her rider, Eragon. I'm proud to have fought alongside you. You've become more than any of us dared hope. Whatever happens tomorrow, know that. Then she resumed her stride, and soon she disappeared around the curve of the hill, leaving him alone with Saphira and the Eldenari. Chapter 61. Fire in the Night. When darkness fell, Eragon cast a spell to hide himself. Then he patted Saphira on the nose and set out on foot for the Varden's camp. Be careful, she said. Invisible as he was, it was easy to slip past the warriors who kept watch around the periphery of the camp. As long as he was quiet, and as long as the men did not catch sight of his footprints or shadows, he could move about freely. He wound his way between the woolen tents until he found Roran and Katrina's. He rapped his knuckles against the central pole, and Roran popped his head out. Where are you? Whispered Roran. Hurry in! Releasing the flow of magic, Eragon revealed himself. Roran flinched, then grabbed him by the arm and pulled him into the dark interior of the tent. Welcome, Eragon, said Katrina, rising from where she sat on the tiny cot. Katrina. It's good to see you again. She gave him a quick embrace. Will this take long? Roran asked. Eragon shook his head. It shouldn't. Squatting on his heels, he thought for a moment, then began to chant softly in the ancient language. First, he placed spells around Katrina to protect her against any who might harm her. He made the spells more extensive than he had originally planned, in an attempt to ensure that she and her unborn child would be able to escape Garbatorix's forces should something happen to both him and Roran. These walls will shield you from a certain number of attacks, he told her. I can't tell you how many exactly, because it depends on the strength of the blows of the spells. I've given you another defense as well. If you're in danger, say the word Freytha 2 times, and you'll vanish from sight. Freytha, she murmured. Exactly. It won't hide you completely, however. The sounds you make can still be heard, and your footprints will still be visible. No matter what happens, don't go into water, or your position will be obvious at once. The spell will draw its energy from you, which means that you'll tire faster than usual, and I wouldn't recommend sleeping while it's active. You might not wake up again. To end the spell, simply say Freytha Leta. Freytha Leta. Good. Then Aragon turned his attention to Roran. He spent longer placing the wards around his cousin, for it was likely Roran would confront a greater number of threats, and he endowed the spells with more energy than he thought Roran would have approved of, but Aragon did not care. He could not bear the thought of defeating Galbatorix only to find that Roran had died during the battle. Afterward, he said, I did something different this time. Something I should have thought of long ago. In addition to the usual wards, I give you a few that will feed directly off your own strength. As long as you're alive, they'll shield you from danger, but... He lifted a finger. They'll only activate once the other wards are exhausted, and if the demands placed upon them are too great, you'll fall unconscious, and then you'll die. So in trying to save me, they may kill me, Roran asked. Aragon nodded. Don't let anyone drop another wall on you, and you'll be fine. It's a risk, but worth it, I think, if it keeps a horse from trampling you or a javelin from going through you. Also, I gave you the same spell as Katrina. All you have to do is say Freitha twice and Freitha Letta to turn yourself invisible, and visible at will. He shrugged. You might find that useful during the battle. Roran gave an evil chuckle. That I will. Just make sure the elves don't mistake you for one of Galbatorix's spellcasters. As Aragon rose to his feet, Katrina stood as well. She surprised him by grasping one of his hands and pressing it against her chest. Thank you, Aragon, she said softly. You're a good man. He flushed, embarrassed. It's nothing. Guard yourself well tomorrow. You mean a great deal to both of us, and I expect you to be around to act the doting uncle for our child. I'll be most put out if you get yourself killed. He laughed. Don't worry. Zephyra won't let me do anything foolish. Good. She kissed him on both cheeks, then released him. Farewell, Aragon. Farewell, Katrina. Roran accompanied him outside. Motioning toward the tent, Roran said, Thank you. I'm glad I could help. They gripped each other by the forearms and hugged. Then Roran said, Luck be with you. Aragon took a long, unsteady breath. Luck be with you. He tightened his grip on Roran's forearm, reluctant to let go, for he knew that they might never meet again. If Zephyr and I don't come back, he said, will you see to it that we're buried at home? I wouldn't want our bones to lie here. Roran raised his brows. Zephyr would be difficult to lug all the way back. The elves would help, I'm sure. Then, yes, I promise. Is there anywhere in particular you'd like? The top of the Bald Hill, said Aragon, referring to a foothill near their farm. The bare-topped hill had always seemed like an excellent location for a castle, something they had discussed at great length when younger. Roran nodded. And if I don't come back, we'll do the same for you. That's not what I was going to ask. If I don't, you'll see to Katrina. Of course, you know that. But I had to be sure. They gazed at each other for another minute. Finally, Roran said, We'll be expecting you for dinner tomorrow. I'll be there. Then Roran slipped back into the tent, leaving Aragon standing alone in the night. He looked up at the stars and felt a touch of grief, as if he'd already lost someone close to him. After a few minutes, he paddled away into the shadows, relying upon the darkness to conceal him. He searched through the camp until he found the tent horsed in a lane shed with their baby girl, Hope. The three of them were still awake as the infant was crying. Aragon! Horst exclaimed softly when Aragon made his presence known. Come in, come in! We haven't seen much of you since Drosleona. How are you? Aragon spent the better part of an hour talking with them. He did not tell them of the Eldonari, but he did tell them of his trip to Rowengard. And when Hope finally fell asleep, he bade them farewell and returned to the night. He next sought out Geard, whom he found reading scrolls by candlelight while his wife Helen slept. When Aragon knocked and stuck his face into the tent, the scarred, thin-faced man put aside his scrolls and left the tent to join Aragon. Geard had many questions, and while Aragon did not answer them all, he answered enough that he thought Geard would be able to guess much of what was about to happen. Afterward, Geard laid a hand on Aragon's shoulder. I don't envy you the task that lies ahead. Brom would be proud of your courage. I hope so. I'm sure of it. If I don't see you again, you should know I've written a small account of your experiences of the events that led to them. Mainly the adventures with Brom and recovering Zephyr's egg. Aragon gave him a look of surprise. I may not get the opportunity to finish it, but I thought it would make a useful addition to Heslan's work in Dumia Abelverda. Aragon laughed. I think that would be most fitting. However, if you and I are both alive and free after tomorrow, there are some things I should tell you, which will make your account that much more complete and that much more interesting. I'll hold you to it. Aragon wandered through the camp for another hour or so, pausing by the fires where men, dwarves, and Argles still sat awake. He spoke briefly with each of the warriors he met, inquired whether they were being fairly treated, commiserated about their sore feet and short rations, and sometimes exchanged a quip or two. He hoped that by showing himself among them he could lift the warriors' spirits and strengthen their resolve, and thus spread a sense of optimism through the army. The Argos he found were in the best mood. They seemed delighted about the upcoming battle and the opportunities for glory that it would provide. He had another purpose as well, to spread false information. Whenever someone asked him about attacking Urubayan, he hinted that he and Saphira would be among the battalion to besiege the northwestern section of the city wall. He hoped that Galbatorix's spies would repeat the lie to the king as soon as the alarms woke Galbatorix the following morn. As he looked into the faces of those listening to him, Aragon could not help but wonder which, if any, were Galbatorix's servants. The thought made him uncomfortable, and he found himself listening for footsteps behind him when he moved from one fire to the next. At last, when he was satisfied that he had spoken to enough warriors to ensure that the information would reach Galbatorix, he left the fires behind and made his way to a tent that was set slightly away from the others by the southern edge of the camp. He knocked on the center pole. Once, twice, 3 times. There was no response. So he knocked again, this time louder and longer. A moment later he had a sleepy groan and the rustle of a shifting blanket. He waited patiently until a small hand pulled aside the entrance flap, and the witch-child Elva emerged. She wore a dark robe much too large for her, and by the faint light of a torch some yards away, he could see a frown upon her sharp little face. "What do you want, Aragon?" she demanded. "Can't you tell?" Her frown deepened. "No, I can't. Only that you want something badly enough to wake me in the middle of the night, which is something an idiot could see. What is it? I get little enough rest as it is, so this had best be important." "It is." He spoke without interruption for several minutes, describing his plan, then said, "Without you it won't work. You're the point upon which it all turns." She gave an ugly laugh. "Such irony. The mighty warrior relying upon a child to kill the one he cannot. Will you help?" The girl looked down and scuffed her bare foot against the ground. "If you do, all of this," he motioned toward the camp in the city beyond, "may end far sooner. And then you'll not have to endure quite so much. I'll help." She stamped her foot and glared at him. "You don't have to bribe me. I was going to help anyway. I'm not about to let Galbatorix destroy the Varden just because I don't like you. You're not that important, Aragon. Besides, I made a promise to Niswada, and I intend to keep it." She cocked her head. "There's something you're not telling me. Something you're afraid Galbatorix will find out before we attack. Something about..." The sound of clanking chains interrupted her. For a moment Aragon was confused. Then he realized the sound was coming from the city. He put his hand on his sword. "Ready yourself," he said to Elva. "We may have to leave at once." Without argument, the girl turned around and disappeared inside the tent. Reaching out with his mind, Aragon contacted Saphira. "Do you hear it?" "Yes. If we have to, we'll meet you by the road." The clanking continued for a short while, and then there was a hollow boom, followed by silence. Aragon listened as intently as he could, but heard nothing more. He was just about to cast a spell to increase the sensitivity of his ears when there was a dull thud, accompanied by a series of sharp clacks. Then another. And another. A shiver of horror ran down Aragon's spine. The sound was unmistakably that of a dragon walking on stone. But what a dragon! To hear its steps from over a mile away. Shruakan, he thought, and his gut clenched with dread. Throughout the camp, alarm horns blared, and men, dwarves, and Argos lit torches as the army scrambled to wakefulness. Aragon spared Elva a sideways glance as she hurried out of the tent, followed by Greta, the old woman who was her caretaker. The girl had donned a short red tunic, over which she wore a mail hauberk just her size. The footsteps in Urubayan ceased. The dragon's shadowy bulk blotted out most of the lanterns and watchlights in the city. How big is he? Aragon wondered, dismayed. Bigger than Gladir, that was certain. As big as Belgabad, Aragon could not tell. Not yet. Then the dragon leapt up and out from the city, and he unfurled his massive wings, and their opening was like 100 black sails filling with wind. When he flapped, the air shook as if from a clap of thunder, and throughout the countryside dogs bayed and roosters crowed. Without thinking, Aragon crouched, feeling the mouse hiding from an eagle. Elva tugged on the hem of his tunic. "We should go," she insisted. "Wait," he whispered. "Not yet." Great swirls of stars vanished as Shrukan wheeled across the sky, climbing higher and higher. Aragon tried to guess the dragon's size from the outline of his shape, but the night was too dark and the distance too hard to determine. Whatever Shrukan's exact proportions, he was frighteningly large. At only a century of age, he ought to have been smaller than he was, but Galbatorix seemed to have accelerated his growth, even as he had thorns.
As he watched the shadow drifting above, Eragon hoped with all his might that Galbatorix was not with the dragon, or if he was, that he would not bother to examine the minds of those below. If he did, he would discover...
Eldonori,
gasped Elva.
that's what you're hiding.
Behind her, the girl's caretaker frowned with puzzlement and started to ask a question.
Quiet,
growled Eragon. Elva opened her mouth and he clamped his hand over it, silencing her.
Not here. Not now.
He warned. She nodded, and he removed his hand. At that very moment, a bar of fire as wide as the Enora River arced across the sky. Shuakan whipped his head back and forth, spraying the torrent of blinding flames above the camp and surrounding fields, and the night filled with a sound like a crashing waterfall. Heat stung upon Eragon's upturned face. Then the flames evaporated, like mist in the sun, leaving behind a throbbing afterimage and a smoky, sulphurous smell. The huge dragon turned and flapped once more, shaking the air, before his formless black shape glided back down, taking the city and settling among the buildings. Footsteps followed. Then the clanking of the chains, and finally the echoing crack of a gate slamming shut. Eragon released the breath that he had been holding and swallowed, though his throat was dry. His heart was pounding so hard it was painful. We have to fight that, he thought, all his old fears rushing back.
Why did he attack?
Asked Elva in a small, fearful voice. He wanted to frighten us, Eragon frowned. Or distract us. He searched through the minds of the Varden until he found Yomunda, then gave the warrior instructions to check that all the sentries were still at their posts, and to redouble the watch for the remainder of the night. To Elva he said, "Were you able to feel anything from Shuakan?" The girl shuddered.
Pain. Great pain. And anger, too. If he could, he would kill every creature he met and burn every plant until there were none left. He's utterly mad.
Is there no way to reach him?
None. The kindest thing to do would be to release him from his misery.
The knowledge made Eragon sad. He'd always hoped that they might be able to save Shuakan from Galbatorix. Subdued, he said, "We'd best be off. Are you ready?" Elva explained to a caretaker that she was leaving, which displeased the old woman, but Elva soothed her worries with a few quick words. The girl's power to see into others' hearts never ceased to amaze Eragon, and trouble him as well. Once Greta had granted her consent, Eragon hid both Elva and himself with magic, and then they set off together toward the hill where Saphira was waiting. Chapter 62. Over the wall and into the maw.
Must you do that?
Asked Elva. Eragon paused in the midst of checking the leg straps on Saphira's saddle, and looked over to where the girl sat cross-legged on the grass, toying with the links of a male shirt. "What?" he asked. She tapped her lip with a small pointed fingernail.
You keep chewing on the inside of your mouth. It's distracting.
After a moment's consideration, she said,
And disgusting.
With some surprise, he realized that he had bitten the inner surface of his right cheek until it was covered with several bloody sores. "Sorry," he said, and he healed himself with a quick spell. He had spent the deepest part of the night meditating, thinking not of what was to come nor of what had been, but only of what it was. The touch of the cool air against his skin, the feel of the ground beneath him, the steady flow of his breath, and the slow beat of his heart as it marked off the remaining moments of his life. Now, however, the morning star Adiel had risen in the east, heralding the arrival of dawn's first light, and the time had come to ready themselves for battle. He had inspected every inch of his equipment, adjusted the harness of the saddle until it was perfectly comfortable for Saphira, emptied the saddlebags of everything but the chest that had contained Glader's Eldonari and a blanket for padding, and buckled and rebuckled his sword belt at least 5 times. He finished examining the straps on the saddle, then jumped off Saphira. "Stand up," he said. Elva gave him a look of annoyance, but did as he asked, brushing grass from the side of her tunic. Moving quickly, he ran his hands over her thin shoulders and tugged on the edge of a mail hauberk to ensure that it was sitting properly. "Who made this for you?"
A pair of charming dwarf brothers called Umar and Ulmar.
Her cheeks dimpled as she smiled at him.
They didn't think I needed it, but I was very persuasive.
"I'm sure she was," Saphira said to Eragon. He suppressed a smile. The girl had spent a goodly portion of the night talking with the dragons, beguiling them as only she could. However, Eragon could tell that they also feared her, even the older ones such as Valda, for they had no defense against Elva's power. No one did. "And did Umar and Ulmar give you a blade to fight with?" he asked. Elva frowned.
Why would I want that?
He stared at her for a moment. Then he fetched his old hunting knife, which he used when eating, and had her tie it around her waist with a leather thong. "Just in case," he said when she protested. "Now, up you go." She obediently climbed onto his back and locked her arms around his neck. He had carried her to the hill in that manner, which had been uncomfortable for them both, but she could not keep pace with him on foot. He carefully climbed up Saphira's side to the peak of her shoulders.
As he clung to one of the spikes that protruded from her neck, he twisted his body so that Eva was able to pull herself into the saddle. Once he felt the girl's weight leave him, Aragon dropped back to the ground. He tossed his shield up to her, then lunged forward, arms outstretched when it nearly pulled her off Saphira. "Have you got it?" he asked. "Yes," she said, tugging the shield into her lap. She made a shooing motion with one hand. "Go, go." Holding Barsinger's pommel to keep the sword from tangling between his legs, Aragon ran to the top of the hill and knelt on one knee, staying as low as he could. Behind him, Saphira crawled partway up the rise, then pressed herself flat against the ground and snaked her head through the grass until it was next to him, and she could see what he saw. A thick column of humans, dwarves, elves, agles, and wackats streamed out of the Varden's camp. In the flat grey light of early dawn, the figures were difficult to make out, especially because they carried no lights. The column marched across the sloping fields toward Urubayan. Then when the warriors were about half a mile from the city, they divided into 3 lines. One positioned itself before the front gate, one turned toward the southeastern part of the curtain wall, and one went toward the northwestern part. It was the last group that Aragon had hinted he and Saphira were going to accompany. The warriors had wrapped rags around their feet and weapons, and they kept their voices to a whisper. Still, Aragon could hear the occasional bray of a donkey or the whinny of a horse, and a number of dogs were barking at the procession. The soldiers on the walls would soon notice the activity, most likely when the warriors began to move the catapults, ballistae, and siege towers that the Varden had already assembled and placed in the fields before the city. Aragon was impressed that the men, dwarves, and agles were still willing to go into battle after seeing Shuakan. "They must have a great deal of faith in us," he said to Saphira. The responsibility weighed heavily upon him, and he was keenly aware that if he and those with him failed, few of the warriors would survive. "Yes, but if Shuakan flies out again, they will scatter like so many frightened mice." "Then we'd best not let that happen." A horn sounded in Urubayan, and then another and another, and lights began to appear throughout the city as lanterns were unshattered and torches lit. "Here we go," Aragon murmured, his pulse quickening. Now that the alarm had been raised, the elves abandoned all attempts at secrecy. To the east, a group of elves on horseback set off at a gallop toward the hill that backed the city, planning to ride up the side of it and attack the wall along the top of the immense shelf that hung over Urubayan. In the center of the Varden's mostly empty camp, Aragon saw what appeared to be Saphira's glittering shape. On the illusion sat a lone figure, which he knew bore a perfect copy of his own features, holding a sword and shield. The duplicate of Saphira raised her head and spread her wings, then she took flight and loosed a stirring roar. "They do a good job of it, don't they?" he said to Saphira. "Elves understand how a dragon's supposed to look and behave, unlike some humans." The shadow Saphira landed next to the northernmost group of warriors, although Aragon noticed the elves were careful to keep her some distance from the men and dwarves, so that they would not brush up against her and discover she was an insubstantial rainbow. The sky lightened as the Varden and their allies gathered in orderly formations at each of the 3 locations outside the walls. Inside the city, Galbatorix's soldiers continued to prepare for the assault, but it was obvious as they ran about the battlements that they were panicked and disorganized. However, Aragon knew their confusion would not last long. "Now," he thought. "Now, don't wait any longer." He swept his gaze over the buildings, searching for the slightest scrap of red, but none met his eye. "Where are you, blasted? Show yourself!" 3 more horns sounded, this time the Varden's. A great chorus of shouts and cries rose from the army, and then the Varden's war machines launched their projectiles at the city. Archers loosed their arrows, and the ranks of warriors broke and charged toward the seemingly impenetrable curtain wall. The stones, javelins, and arrows appeared to move slowly as they aced across the ground that separated the army from the city. None of the missiles hit the outer wall. It would be pointless to try to batter it down. So the engineers aimed above and beyond. Some of the stones shattered as they struck within Urubayan, sending dagger-like shards in every direction, while others punched through buildings and bounced up the streets like giant marbles. Aragon thought how horrible it would be to wake amidst such confusion, with large chunks of stone raining down. Then activity elsewhere caught his attention as the shadow Saphira took flight over the running warriors. With 3 flaps of her wings, she climbed over the wall and bathed the battlements with a tongue of flame, that to Aragon's eye appeared somewhat brighter than normal. The fire, he knew, was real enough, conjured into being by the elves close to the northern part of the wall, who had created and was sustaining the illusion. The apparition of Saphira swooped back and forth over the same stretch of wall, clearing it of soldiers. Once she had, a band of 20-some elves flew from the ground outside the city to up top of one of the wall towers, so they could continue to keep watch of the apparition as it ranged deeper into Urubayan. "If Murtagh and Thorn don't show themselves soon, they're going to start wondering why we're not attacking the other parts of the wall," he said to Saphira. "They'll think we're defending the warriors trying to breach this section," she replied. "Give it time." Elsewhere along the wall, soldiers fired arrows and javelins at the army below, felling dozens of the Varden. The deaths were unavoidable, but Aragon regretted them all the same, for the warriors' attacks were merely a distraction. They had little chance of actually surmounting the city's defenses. Meanwhile, the siege towers trundled closer, and flights of arrows leapt between the upper levels and the men on the battlements. From above, the ribbon of burning pitch fell across the edge of the overhang and disappeared among the buildings below. Aragorn looked up and saw flashes of light atop the wall that guarded the lip of the precipice. Even as he watched, he saw 4 bodies tumble over the side. They looked like understuffed dolls as they plummeted toward the ground. The sight pleased Aragorn, for it meant the elves had taken the upper wall. The shadow Saphira looped over the city, lighting several buildings on fire. As she did, a flock of arrows shot up from archers stationed on a nearby roof. The apparition swerved to avoid the darts, and seemingly by accident crashed into one of the 6 green elf towers scattered throughout Urubayan. The collision looked perfectly real. Aragorn winced with sympathy as he saw the dragon's left wing break against the tower, the bones snapping like stalks of dry grass. The imitation Saphira roared and thrashed as she spiraled down to the streets. The buildings hid her after that, but her roars were audible for miles around, and the flames she seemed to breathe painted the sides of the houses and lit the underside of the stone shelf that hung over the city. "I would never have been so clumsy," sniffed Saphira. "I know." A minute passed. The tension within Aragorn increased to a nearly unbearable level. "Where are they?" he growled, clenching his fist. With every passing second, it became increasingly likely the soldiers would discover that the dragon they thought they had forced down did not actually exist. Saphira saw them first. "There," she said, showing him with her mind. Like a ruby blade dropped from above, Thorn plunged out of an opening hidden within the overhang. He fell straight down for several hundred feet, then unfolded his wings just enough to slow himself to a safe speed, before landing in a square close to where the Shadow Saphira and the Shadow Aragorn had fallen. Aragorn thought he spotted Murtagh on the red dragon, but the distance was too great to be sure. They would have to hope it was Murtagh, because if it was Galbatorix, the plan was almost certainly doomed to fail. "There must be tunnels in the stone," he said to Saphira. More dragonfire erupted from between the buildings. Then the apparition of Saphira hopped above the rooftops, and like a bird with an injured wing, fluttered a short distance before sinking to the ground again. Thorn followed. Aragorn did not wait to see more. He spun around, ran back along Saphira's neck, and threw himself into the saddle behind Elva. It took just a few seconds to slip his legs into the straps and tighten 2 on each side. He left the rest loose. They would only slow him later. The uppermost strap held Elva's legs also. Swiftly chanting the words, he cast a spell to hide the 3 of them. When the magic took effect, he experienced the usual sense of disorientation as his body vanished. It looked to him as if he were hanging a number of feet above a dark dragon-shaped pattern pressed into the plants of the hill. The moment he finished the spell, Saphira surged forward. She jumped up the crest of the hill and flapped hard, struggling to gain height. "It's not very comfortable, is it?" said Elva as Aragorn took his shield from her. "No, not always," he replied, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. In the back of his mind, he could feel Glader and Umaroth and the other Eldonari watching, as Saphira angled downward and dove toward the Varden's camp.
"Now we'll have our revenge," said Glader.
Aragorn hunched low over Elva as Saphira gained speed. Gathered in the center of the camp, he saw Blutgarm and his 10 elven spellcasters, as well as Arya, who carried the Darthdad. They each had a 30-foot-long piece of rope tied around their chests, under their arms. At the other end, all the ropes were bound to a log as thick as Aragorn's thigh and equal in length to a fully grown Urgle. When Saphira swooped toward the camp, Aragorn signaled them with his mind, and 2 of the elves threw the log into the air. Saphira caught it with her talons. The elves jumped, and a moment later Aragorn felt a jolt, and Saphira dipped as she took up their weight. Through her body, Aragorn saw the elves, the ropes, and the log wink out of sight as the elves cast a spell of invisibility, the same as he had. Flapping mightily, Saphira climbed 1,000 feet above the ground, high enough that she and the elves below could easily clear the walls and buildings of the city. To their left, Aragorn glimpsed first Thorn and then the Shadow Saphira, as they chased each other on foot through the northern part of the city. The elves controlling the apparition were trying to keep Thorn and Murtagh so busy physically that neither of them would have the opportunity to attack with their minds. If they did, or if they caught the apparition, they would quickly realize they had been fooled. Just a few more minutes, Aragorn thought. Over the fields flew Saphira. Over the catapults with their devoted attendants. Over banks of archers with their arrows stuck in the ground in front of them, like tufts of white-topped reeds. Over a siege tower and over the warriors on foot. Men, dwarves, and Urgles hiding beneath their shields as they rushed ladders toward the curtain wall, and among them elves. Tall and slender, with their bright helms and their long-bladed spears and narrow-bladed swords. Then Saphira soared past the wall itself. Aragorn felt a strange twinge as Saphira reappeared beneath him, and he found himself looking at the back of Elva's head. He assumed that Arya and the other elves hanging below them had become visible as well. Aragorn bit off a curse and ended the spell that had concealed them. Galbatorix's wards, it seemed, would not allow them to enter the city unseen. Saphira hastened a flight toward the citadel's massive gate. Below them, Aragorn heard shouts of fear and astonishment, but he paid them no heed. Murtagh and Thorn were the ones he was worried about, not the soldiers. Bringing in her wings, Saphira dove toward the gate. Just when it looked as if she was going to slam into it, she turned and reared upright while backflapping to slow herself. When she had reached a near stop, she allowed herself to drift downward until the elves were safely on the ground. And once they had cut themselves free of the ropes and moved out of the way, Saphira landed in the courtyard before the gate, jarring both Eragon and Elva with the force of the impact. Eragon yanked on the buckets of the straps that held him and Elva in the saddle. Then he helped the girl down from Saphira's back, and they hurried after the elves toward the gate. The entrance to the citadel took the form of 2 giant black doors, which met in a point high above. They looked to be made of solid iron and were studded with hundreds, if not thousands, of spiked rivets, each the size of Eragon's head. The sight was daunting. Eragon could not imagine a less inviting entrance. Spear in hand, Arya ran to the sally port set within the left-hand door. The port was visible only as a thin, dark seam that outlined a rectangle barely wide enough for a single man to pass through. Within the rectangle was a horizontal strip of metal, perhaps 3 fingers wide and thrice as long, that was slightly larger than its surroundings. As Arya neared the door, the strip sank inward at half-inch, then slid to the side with a rusty scrape. The pair of owlish eyes peered out of the dark interior.
"Who are you, then?" demanded a haughty voice. "State your business and be gone."
Without hesitation, Arya jabbed the Doubthair through the open slot. A gurgle emanated from within. Then Eragon heard the sound of a body falling to the floor. Arya pulled the lance back and shook the blood and scraps of flesh from the barbed blade. Then she grasped the haft of the weapon with both hands, placed the tip of it along the right side of the sally port, and said, "Velma!" Eragon squinted and turned aside as a fierce blue flame appeared between the lance and the gate. Even from several feet away, he could feel the heat. Her face contorted with strain, Arya pressed the blade of the spear into the gate, slowly cutting through the iron. Sparks and drops of molten metal poured out from underneath the blade and skittered across the paved ground like grease on a hot pan, causing Eragon and the others to step back. As she worked, Eragon glanced in the direction of Thorn and the Shadow Saphira. He could not see them, but he could still hear roars and the crash of breaking masonry. Elva sagged against him, and he looked down to see that she was shaking and sweating, as if she had a fever. He knelt next to her. "Do you want me to carry you?" She shook her head. "I'll be better once we're inside and away from that." She motioned in the direction of the battle. At the edges of the courtyard, Eragon saw a number of people. They did not look like soldiers, standing in the spaces between the ground houses, watching what they were doing. "Scare them off, would you?" he asked Saphira. She swung her head around and gave a low growl, and the onlookers scurried away. When the fountain of sparks and white-hot metal ceased, Arya kicked the sally port until, on the third kick, the door fell inward and landed on the body of the gatekeeper. A second later, the smell of burning wool and skin wafted out. Still holding the Doubthair, Arya stepped forward in the dark portal. Eragon held his breath. Whatever wards Galbatorix had placed on the citadel, the Doubthair ought to allow her to pass through them without harm, even as it had allowed her to cut open the sally port. But there was always a chance the king had cast a spell the Doubthair would be unable to counter. To his relief, nothing happened as Arya entered the citadel. Then a group of 20 soldiers rushed toward her, pikes outstretched. Eragon drew Brysinger and ran to the sally port, but he dared not cross the threshold of the citadel to join her. Not yet. Wielding the spear with the same proficiency as a sword, Arya fought her way through the men, dispatching them with impressive speed. "Why didn't you warn her?" exclaimed Eragon, never taking his eyes off the fight. Elva joined him by the hole in the gate. "Because they won't hurt her." Her words proved prophetic. None of the soldiers managed to land a blow. The last 2 men tried to flee, but Arya bounded after them and slew them before they had gone more than a dozen yards down the immense hallway, which was even larger than the 4 main corridors of Trondheim. When all the soldiers were dead, Arya pulled the bodies aside so that there was a clear path to the sally port. Then she walked down the hallway a good 40 feet, placed the Doubthair on the floor, and slid it back out to Eragon. As her hand left the spear, she tensed as if in preparation for a blow, but she seemed to remain unaffected by whatever magics were in the area. "Do you feel anything?" Eragon called. His voice echoed in the interior of the hall. She shook her head. "As long as we stay clear of the gate, we should be fine." Eragon handed the spear to Bloodgum, who took it and entered through the sally port. Together, Arya and the fur-covered elf went into the rooms on either side of the gate and worked the hidden mechanism to open it, a task that would have been beyond the same number of humans. The clanking of chains filled the air as the giant iron doors slowly swung outward. Once the gap was wide enough for Saphira, Eragon shouted, "Stop!" and the doors ground to a halt. Bloodgum emerged from the room to the right, and keeping a safe distance from the threshold, slid the Doubthair to another of the elves. In that fashion they entered the citadel one by one. When only Eragon, Elva, and Saphira remained outside, a terrible roar sounded in the northern part of the city, and for a moment the whole of Urabayan fell silent. "They've discovered our deception!" cried the elf Uthanari. He tossed the spear to Eragon. "Hurry, Argatlam!" "You next!" said Aragon, handing the doubt there to Elva. Cradling it in the crooks of her arms, she scurried over to join the elves, then pushed the spear back to Aragon, who grabbed it and ran across the threshold. Turning, he was alarmed to see Thorn rise above the buildings by the far edge of the city. Aragon dropped to one knee, placed the doubt there on the floor, and rolled it to Saphira. "Quickly!" he shouted. A number of seconds were lost as Saphira fumbled with the lance, struggling to pick it up between the tips of her jaws. At last she got it between her teeth, and she leapt into the gigantic corridor, scattering the bodies of the soldiers. In the distance, Thorn bellowed and flapped furiously, racing toward the citadel. Speaking in unison, I and Bloodgum cast a spell. A deafening clatter sounded within the stone walls, and the iron doors swung shut many times faster than they'd opened. They closed with a boom that Aragon felt through his feet, and then a metal bar, 3 feet thick and 6 feet wide, slid out of each wall and through brackets built into the inside of the doors, securing them in place. "That should hold them for a while," said Arya. "Not for that long," said Aragon, looking at the open sally port. Then they turned to see what lay before them. The hallway ran for what Aragon guessed was close to a quarter mile, which would take them deep inside the hill behind Urubayan. At the far end was another set of doors, just as large as the first, but covered in patterned gold that glowed beautifully in the light of the flameless lanterns mounted at regular intervals along the walls. Dozens of smaller passageways branched off to either side, but none were large enough for Shuakan, although Saphira could have fit in many of them. Red banners embroidered with the outline of the twisting flame that Galbatorix used as his sigil hung along the walls every 100 feet. Otherwise the hall was bare. The sheer size of the passageway was intimidating, and its emptiness made Aragon that much more nervous. He assumed the throne room was on the other side of the golden doors, but he did not think it would be easy to reach it as it appeared. If Galbatorix was even half as cunning as his reputation implied, he would have littered the corridor with dozens, if not hundreds, of traps. Aragon found it puzzling that the king had not already attacked them. He did not feel the touch of any mind save those of Saphira and his companions, but he remained acutely aware of how close they were to the king. The entire citadel seemed to be watching them. "He must know we're here," he said. "All of us." "Then we'd best make haste," said Arya. She took the doubt there from Saphira's mouth. The weapon was covered in saliva. "Thura," said Arya, and the slime fell to the floor. Behind them, outside the iron gate, there was a loud crash as Thorn landed in the courtyard. He uttered a roar of frustration, then something heavy struck the gate, and the walls rang with the noise. Arya trotted to the front of their group, and Elva joined her. The dark-haired girl placed her hand on the shaft of the spear, so that she too shared its protective powers, and the two of them started forward, leading the way down the long hall as they hurried ever deeper into Galbatorix's lair. Chapter 63. The storm breaks. "Sir, it's time." Roran opened his eyes and nodded at the boy with the lantern, who had stuck his head into the tent. The boy hurried off, and Roran leaned over and kissed Katrina on the cheek. She kissed him back. Neither of them had slept. Together they rose and dressed. She finished first, for it took him longer to don his armor and weapons. As he pulled on his gloves, she handed him a slice of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a cup of lukewarm tea. He ignored the bread, took a single bite of cheese, and downed the whole cup of tea at once. They held each other for a moment, and he said, "If it's a girl, name her something fierce." "And if it's a boy?" "The same. Boy or girl, you have to be strong in order to survive this world." "I'll do it. I promise." They released each other, and she looked him in the eye. "Fight well, my husband." He nodded, then turned and left before he lost his composure. The men under his command were assembling by the northern entrance to the camp when he joined them. The only light they had was from the faint glow above and the torches planted along the outer breastwork. In the dim flickering illumination, the warriors' figures seemed like a pack of shuffling beasts, threatening and alien. Among their ranks were a large number of Argals, including some Khal. His battalion contained a greater share of the creatures than most, as Neswara had deemed them more likely to follow orders from him than anyone else. The Argals carried the long and heavy siege ladders that would be used to climb over the city walls. Also among the men were a score of elves. Most of their kind would be fighting on their own, but Queen Islanzadi had granted permission for some to serve in the Varden's army as protection against attack by Galbatorix's spellcasters. Roran welcomed the elves and took the time to ask each their name. They answered politely enough, but he had a feeling they did not think very highly of him. That was all right. He did not care for them either. There was something about them he did not trust. They were too aloof, too well practiced, and above all, too different. The dwarves and Argals at least he understood, but not the elves. He could not tell what they were thinking, and that bothered him.
"Greetings, Stronghammer,"
said Nargashvog in a whisper that could be heard at 30 paces.
"Today we shall win much glory for our tribes."
"Yes, today we'll win much glory for our tribes," Roran agreed, moving on. The men were nervous. Some of the younger ones looked as if they might be sick. And some were, which was only to be expected.
but even the older men seemed tense, short-tempered, and either overly talkative or overly withdrawn. The cause was obvious enough. Shruakan. There was little Roran could do to help them other than to hide his own fears, and hope that the men did not lose courage entirely. The sense of anticipation that clung to everyone there, himself included, was dreadful. They had sacrificed much in order to reach this point, and it was not just their lives that were at risk in the battle to come. It was the safety and well-being of their families and descendants, as well as the future of the land itself. All of the prior battles had been similarly fought, but this was the final one. This was the end. One way or another, there would be no more battles with the Empire after this day. The thought hardly felt real. No longer would they have the chance to kill Galbatorix. And while confronting Galbatorix had seemed fine enough in conversations late at night, now that the moment was almost upon them, the prospect was terrifying. Roran sought out Horst and the other villagers from Carvahall, and the lot of them formed a knot within the battalion. Birgit was among the men, clutching an axe that looked freshly sharpened. He acknowledged her by lifting his shield, as he might a mug of ale. She returned the gesture, and he allowed himself a grim smile. The warriors muffled their boots and feet with rags, then stood waiting for the order to depart. It soon arrived, and they marched out of the camp, doing their best to keep their arms and armor from making noise. Roran led his warriors across the fields to their place before the front gate of Urubayan, where they joined two other battalions, one led by his old commander Martlin Redbeard, whom Yomador had summoned back from Drosselona while Aragon was off at Vrowengard, and one led by Yomador himself. The alarm went up in Urubayan soon afterward, so they pulled the rags off their weapons and feet and prepared to attack. A few minutes later, the Varden's horns sounded the advance, and they set off at a run across the dark ground toward the immensity of the city wall. Roran took a place at the forefront of the charge. It was the fastest way to get himself killed, but the men needed to see him braving the same dangers they faced. It would, he hoped, stiffen their spines and keep them from breaking rank at the first sign of serious opposition. For whatever happened, Urubayan would not be easy to take. Of that he was sure. They ran past one of the siege towers, the wheels of which were over 20 feet high and creaked like a set of rusty hinges, and then they were on open ground. Arrows and javelins rained upon them from the soldiers atop the battlements. The elves shouted in their strange tongue, and by the faint light of dawn Roran saw many of the arrows and spears turn and bury themselves harmlessly in the dirt. But not all. A man behind him uttered a desperate cry, and Roran heard a clatter of armor as men and Argos leapt aside to avoid stepping on the fallen warrior. Roran did not look back, nor did he or those with him slow their headlong dash toward the wall. An arrow struck the shield he held over his head. He barely felt the impact. When they arrived at the wall, he moved to the side, shouting, "Ladders! Make way for the ladders!" The men parted to allow the Argos carrying the ladders to move forward. The ladder's great length meant that the call had to use poles made of trees lashed together to pull them upright. Once the ladders touched the wall, they sagged inward under their own weight, so that the upper two-thirds lay flat against the dressed stone, and slid from side to side, threatening to fall. Roran elbowed his way back through the men and grabbed one of the elves, Arthiara, by the arm. She gave him a look of anger which he ignored. "Keep the ladders in place," he shouted. "Don't let the soldiers push them away." She nodded and began to chant in the ancient language, as did the other elves. Turning, Roran hurried back to the wall. One of the men was already starting to climb to the nearest ladder. Roran grabbed him by the belt and pulled him off. "I'll go first," he said. "Stronghammer!" Roran slung his shield over his back, then began to climb, hammer in his hand. He had never been fond of heights, and as the men and Argos grew smaller below him, he felt increasingly uneasy. The feeling just grew worse when he reached the section of the ladder that lay flat against the wall, for he could no longer wrap his hands all the way around the rungs, nor could he get a good foothold. Only the first few inches of his boots would fit on the bark-covered branches, and he had to move carefully to ensure that they did not slip off. A spear flew past him, close enough that he felt the wind on his cheek. He swore and kept climbing. He was less than a yard from the battlements when a soldier with blue eyes leaned over the edge and looked straight at him. "Bah!" Roran shouted, and the soldier flinched and stepped back. Before the man had time to recover, Roran scrambled up the remaining rungs and hopped over the battlements to land on the walkway on the top of the wall. The soldier he scared stood several feet in front of him, holding a short archer's sword. The man's head was turned to the side as he shouted at a group of soldiers farther down the wall. Roran's shield was still on his back, so he swung his hammer at the man's wrist. Without the shield, Roran knew he would have difficulty fending off a trained swordsman. His safest course was to disarm his opponent as quickly as possible. The soldier saw what he intended and parried the blow. Then he stabbed Roran in the belly. Or rather, he tried to. Aragon's spells stopped the tip of the blade a quarter of an inch from Roran's gut. Roran grunted, surprised, then knocked aside the blade and brained the man with 3 rapid strikes. He swore again. It was a bad beginning. Up and down the wall, more of the Varden tried to climb over the battlements. Few made it. Clumps of soldiers waited at the top of almost every ladder, and reinforcements were streaming onto the walkway from the stairs to the city. Balder joined him. He'd used the same ladder as Roran,
and together they ran toward a ballista manned by 8 soldiers. The ballista was mounted near the base of one of the many towers that rose out of the wall, each of which stood about 200 feet apart. Behind the soldiers in the tower, Roran saw the illusion of Saphira that the elves had created, flying over and around the wall, breathing fire on it. The soldiers were smart. They grabbed their spears and poked at him and Balder, keeping them at a distance. Roran tried to catch one of the spears, but the man wielding it was too fast, and Roran nearly got stabbed again. A moment more and he knew the soldiers would overwhelm him and Balder. Before that could happen, an Argol pulled himself over the edge of the wall behind the soldiers, then lowered his head and charged, bellowing and swinging the ironbound club he carried. The Argol struck one man in the chest, breaking his ribs, and another on the hip, breaking his pelvis. Either injury ought to have incapacitated the soldiers, but as the Argol bowled past them, the 2 men picked themselves off the stone as if nothing had happened, and proceeded to stab the Argol in the back. A sense of doom settled upon Roran. "We'll have to bash in their skulls or take off their heads if we're going to stop them," he growled to Balder. Keeping his eyes on the soldiers, he shouted to the Varden behind them. "They can't feel pain!" Out over the city, the illusionary Saphira crashed into a tower. Everyone but Roran paused to look. He knew what the elves were doing. Jumping forward, he slew one of the soldiers with a blow to the temple. He used his shield to shove the next soldier aside. Then he was too close for their spears to be of any use, and he was able to make short work of them with his hammer. Once he and Balder had killed the rest of the soldiers around the ballista, Balder looked at him with an expression of despair. "Did you see? Saphira, she's fine. But don't worry about it, she's fine." Balder hesitated, then accepted Roran's word, and they rushed to the next clump of soldiers. Soon afterwards, Saphira, the real Saphira, appeared over the southern part of the wall as she flew toward the citadel, prompting cheers of relief from the Varden. Roran frowned. She was supposed to remain hidden for the whole of her flight. Frithha, he said quickly under his breath. He remained visible. "Blast it," he thought. Turning, he said, "Back to the ladders!" "Why?" demanded Balder as he grappled with another soldier. Uttering a ferocious shout, he pushed the man off the wall into the city. "Stop asking questions! Move!" Side by side, they fought their way through the line of soldiers that separated them from the ladders. It was bloody and difficult, and Balder received a cut on his left calf, behind his greave, and a severe bruise on one of his shoulders, where a spear nearly pierced his mail shirt. The soldiers' immunity to pain meant that killing them was the only sure way to stop them, and killing them was no easy task. Also, it meant that Roran dared not show mercy. More than once he thought he'd killed a soldier, only to have the wounded man rear up and strike him while he was engaged with another opponent. And there were so many soldiers on the walkway, he began to fear that he and Balder would never make it off. When they reached the nearest ladder, he said, "Here! Stay here!" If Balder was puzzled, he did not show it. They held up the soldiers by themselves until another 2 men climbed up the ladder and joined them. Then a third. And at last Roran began to feel as if they had a good chance of pushing back the soldiers and capturing that segment of the wall. Even though the attack had been devised only as a distraction, Roran saw no reason to treat it as such. If they were going to risk their lives, they might as well get something out of it. They needed to clear the walls anyway. Then they heard Thorn roar with rage, and the red dragon appeared above the tops of the buildings, winging his way toward the citadel. Roran saw a figure he thought was Murtagh on his back, crimson sword in hand. "What does it mean?" shouted Balder between sword strokes. "It means the game is up," Roran replied. "Brace yourself, these bastards are in for a surprise." He had barely finished speaking when the voices of the elves sounded above the noise of the battle, eerie and beautiful as they sang the ancient language. Roran ducked under a spear and poked the end of his hammer into a soldier's belly, knocking the wind from the man's lungs. The soldiers might not be able to feel pain, but they still had to breathe. As the soldier struggled to recover, Roran slipped past his guard and crushed his throat with the rim of his shield. He was about to attack the next man when he felt the stone tremble beneath his feet. He retreated until his back was pressed against the battlements, then widened his stance for balance. One of the soldiers was foolish enough to rush at him that very moment. As the man ran toward him, the trembling grew stronger. Then the top of the wall rippled like a blanket being tossed, and the onrushing soldier, as well as most of his companions, fell and remained prone, helpless to rise as the earth continued to shake. From the other side of the wall tower that separated them from Urubayan's main gate came a sound like a mountain breaking. Fan-shaped jets of water sprayed into the air, and then with a great noise, the wall over the gate shuddered and began to crumble inward. And still the elves sang. As the motion beneath his feet subsided, Roran sprang forward and killed 3 of the soldiers before they were able to stand. The rest turned and fled back down the stairs that led into the city. Roran helped Balder to his feet, then shouted, "After them!" He grinned, tasting blood. Maybe it wasn't such a bad start after all. Chapter 64. That which does not kill. "Stop!" said Elva. Aragorn froze with his foot in the air. The girl waved him back and he retreated. "Jump to there," said Elva. She pointed at a spot a yard in front of him. "By the scrollwork." He crouched, then hesitated as he waited for her to tell him whether it was safe. She stamped her foot and made a sound of exasperation.
"It won't work if you don't mean it. I can't tell if something is going to hurt you unless you actually intend to put yourself in danger."
She gave him a smile that he found less than reassuring.
"Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you."
Still doubtful, he flexed his legs again and was just about to spring forward when... "Stop!" He cursed and waved his arms as he tried to keep from falling onto the section of the floor that would trigger the spikes hidden both above and below. The spikes were the third trap Aragon and his companions had encountered in the long hallway leading to the golden doors. The first had been a set of hidden pits. The second had been a block of stone in the ceiling that would have squished them flat. And now the spikes, much like those that had killed Virden in the tunnels beneath Drosleona. They'd seen Murtagh enter the hallway through the open sally port, but he had made no effort to pursue them without Thorn. After watching for a few seconds, he had disappeared into one of the side rooms where Arya and Bloodgarm had broken the gears and wheels used to open and close the stronghold's main gate. It might take Murtagh an hour to fix the mechanisms, or it might take him minutes. Either way, they did not dawdle.
"Try a little bit farther out," said Elva.
Aragon grimaced, but did as she suggested.
"Stop!"
This time he would have fallen had Elva not grabbed the back of his tunic.
"Even farther,"
she said. Then,
"Stop! Farther!
I can't!" he growled, his frustration increasing. "Not without a running start!" But with a running start, it would be impossible to stop himself in time, should Elva determine that the jump was dangerous. What now? If the spikes go all the way to the doors, we'll never reach them. They'd already thought of using magic to float over the trap, but even the smallest spell would set it off, or so Elva claimed, and they had no choice but to trust her.
"Maybe the trap is meant for a walking dragon," said Arya. "If it's only a yard or two long, Saphira or Thorn could step right over without ever realizing it was there. But if it's 100 feet long, it would be sure to catch them." "Not if I jump," said Saphira. 100 feet is an easy distance."
Aragon exchanged concerned glances with Arya and Elva. "Just make sure you don't let your tail touch the floor," he said. "And don't go too far, you might run into another trap."
"Yes, little one."
Saphira crouched and gathered herself in, lowering her head until it was only a foot or so above the stone. Then she dug her claws into the floor and leapt down the hallway, opening her wings just enough to give herself a bit of lift. To Aragon's relief, Elva remained silent. When Saphira had gone 2 full lengths of her body, she folded her wings and dropped to the floor with a resounding clatter.
"Safe,"
she said. Her scales scraped on the floor as she turned around. She jumped back, and Aragon and the others moved out of the way to give her room to land on her return.
"Well,"
she said. "Who's first?" It took her 4 trips to ferry them all across the bed of spikes. Then they continued forward at a swift trot, Arya and Elva again in the lead. They encountered no more traps until they were 3/4 of the way to the gleaming doors, at which point Elva shuddered and raised her small hand. They immediately stopped.
"Something will cut us in two if we continue," she said. "I'm not sure where it'll come from. The walls, I think."
Aragon frowned. That meant that whatever would cut them had enough weight or strength to overcome their wards. Hardly an encouraging prospect. "What if we..." he started to say, then stopped as 20 black-robed humans, men and women alike, filed out of a side passageway and formed a line in front of them, blocking the way. Aragon felt a blade of thought stab into his mind as the enemy magicians began to chant in the ancient language. Opening her jaws, Saphira raked the spellcasters with a torrent of crackling flame, but it passed harmlessly around them. One of the banners along the wall caught fire, and scraps of smoldering fabric fell to the floor. Aragon defended himself, but he did not attack in turn. It would take too long to subdue the magicians one by one. Moreover, their chanting concerned him. If they were willing to cast spells before they had seized control of his mind, as well as those of his companions, then they no longer cared if they lived or died, only that they stopped the intruders. He dropped to one knee next to Elva. She was speaking to one of the spellcasters, saying something about the man's daughter. "Are they standing over the trap?" he asked, keeping his voice low. She nodded, never pausing in her speech. Reaching out, he slapped the palm of his hand against the floor. He had expected something to happen, but he still recoiled when a horizontal sheet of metal, 30 feet long and 4 inches thick, shot out of each wall with a terrible screech. The plates of metal caught the magicians between them and cut them in two, like a pair of giant tin snips, then just as quickly retreated back into the hidden slots. The suddenness of it shocked Aragon. He averted his eyes from the shambles before them. What a horrible way to die. Next to him, Elva gargled, then slumped forward in a faint. Arya caught her before her head hit the floor. Cradling her with one arm, Arya began to murmur to her in the ancient language. Aragon consulted with the other elves about how best to bypass the trap. They decided that the safest way would be to jump over it, as they headed with the bed of spikes. 4 of them climbed onto Saphira, and she was just about to spring forward when Elva cried out in a weak voice, "Stop! Don't!" Saphira flickered her tail but remained where she was. Elva slid out of Arya's grasp, staggered a few feet away, leaned over and was sick. She wiped her mouth on the back of her hand, then stared at the mangled bodies that lay before them, as if fixing them in her memory. Still staring at them, she said, "There's another trigger, halfway across in the air. If you jump..." She clapped her hands together, a loud shout sound, and made an ugly face. "Blades come out high on the walls, as well as lower." A thought began to bother Eragon. Why would Galbatorix try to kill us? "If you weren't here," he said, looking at Elva, "Saphira might be dead right now. Galbatorix wants her alive, so why this?" He gestured at the bloody floor. "Why the spikes and the blocks of stone?" "Perhaps," said the elf woman Invidia. "He expected the pits to capture us before we reach the rest of the traps."
Or perhaps, said Bloodgum in a grim voice, he knows that Elva's with us, and what she's capable of.
The girl shrugged. "What of it? He can't stop me." A chill crept through Eragon. "No, but if he knows of you, then he might be scared. And if he's scared..." "Then he might really be trying to kill us," Saphira finished. Arya shook her head. "It doesn't matter, we still have to find him." They spent a minute discussing how to get past the blades, whereupon Eragon said, "What if I use magic to transport us over there? The way Arya sent Saphira's eggs into the spine." He gestured toward the area past the bodies.
"It would require too much energy," said Gladia.
"Better to conserve our strength for when we face Galbatorix," Umarath added. Eragon gnawed on his lip. He looked back over his shoulder and was alarmed to see, far behind them, Murtagh running from one side of the hallway to the other. "We don't have long. Maybe we could put something into the walls to keep the blades from coming out." "The blades are sure to be protected from magic," Arya pointed out. "Besides, we don't have anything with us that could hold them back. A knife? A piece of armor? The plates of metal are too big and heavy. They would tear past whatever was in front of them, as if it were not even there." Silence fell upon them. Then Bloodgum licked his fangs and said, "Not necessarily." He turned and placed his sword on the floor in front of Eragon, then motioned for the elves under his command to do the same. 11 blades in total they laid before Eragon. "I can't ask you to do this," he said. "Your swords." Bloodgum interrupted with a raised hand, his fur glossy in the soft light of the lanterns.
"We fight with our minds, Shadeslayer, not our bodies. If we encounter soldiers, we can take what weapons we need from them. If our swords are of more use here and now, then we'd be foolish to retain them merely for reasons of sentiment."
Eragon inclined his head. "As you wish." To Arya, Bloodgum said, "It should be an even number, if we're to have the best chance of success." She hesitated, then drew her own thin-bladed sword and placed it among the others. "Consider carefully what you're about to do, Eragon," she said. "These are storied weapons all. It would be a shame to destroy them and gain nothing by it." He nodded, then frowned, concentrating as he recalled his lessons with Aromas. "Umarath," he said, "I'll need your strength."
"What is yours is ours," the dragon replied.
The illusion that hid the slots from which the sheets of metal slid out was too well constructed for Eragon to pass. This was as he expected. Galbatorix was not one to overlook such a detail. On the other hand, the enchantments responsible for the illusion were easy enough to detect, and by them he was able to determine the exact placement and dimensions of the openings. He could not tell exactly how far back the sheets of metal lay within the slots. He hoped it was at least an inch or two from the outer surface of the wall. If they were closer, his idea would fail, for the king was sure to have protected the metal against outside tampering. Summoning the words he needed, Eragon cast the first of the 12 spells he intended to use. One of the elves' swords, Laufen's, he thought, disappeared with a faint breath of wind like a tunic being swung through the air. A half-second later, a solid thud emanated from the wall to their left. Eragon smiled. It had worked. If he had tried to send the sword through the sheet of metal, the reaction would have been substantially more dramatic. Speaking faster than before, he cast the rest of the spells, embedding 6 swords within each wall, each sword 5 feet from the next. The elves watched him intently as he spoke. If the loss of their weapons upset them, they did not show it. When he had finished, Eragon knelt by Arya and Elva, who were both once more holding the dart they had, and said, "Get ready to run." Saphira and the elves tensed. Arya had Elva climb onto her back while still maintaining a hold on the green lance. Then Arya said, "Ready." Reaching forward, Eragon again slapped the floor. A jarring crash sounded from each wall, and threads of dust fell from the ceiling, blossoming into hazy plumes. The moment he saw that the swords had held, Eragon dashed forward. He'd barely taken 2 steps when Elva screamed, "Faster!" Roaring with the effort, he forced his feet to strike the ground even harder. To his right, Saphira ran past, head and tail low, a dark shadow at the edge of his vision. Just as he reached the far side of the trap, he heard the snap of breaking steel,
and then the cringe-inducing shriek of metal scraping against metal. Behind him, someone shouted. He twisted as he flung himself away from the noise, and he saw that everyone had crossed the space in time, save the silver-haired elf-woman Yela, who had been caught between the last 6 inches of the 2 pieces of metal. The space around her flared blue and yellow, as if the air itself was burning, and her face contorted with pain. "Flauga!" shouted Blutgarm, and Yela flew out from between the sheets of metal, which snapped together with a ringing clang. Then they retreated into the walls with the same terrible shrieking that had accompanied their appearance. Yela had landed on her hands and knees close to Aragon. He helped her to her feet. To his surprise, she seemed unharmed. "Are you hurt?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, but my wards are gone." She lifted her hands and stared at them with an expression close to wonder. "I've not been without wards since I was younger than you are now. Somehow the blade stripped them from me." "You're lucky to be alive," said Aragon. He frowned. Elva shrugged. "We would have all died except for him." She pointed at Blutgarm. "If I hadn't told you to move faster." Aragon grunted. They continued on their way, expecting with every step to find another trap. But the rest of the hallway proved to be free of obstacles, and they reached the doors at the end without further incident. Aragon looked up at the shining expanse of gold. Embossed across the doors was a life-size oak tree, the leaves of which formed an arching canopy that joined with the roots below to inscribe a great circle about the trunk. Sprouting from either side of the trunk's midsection were 2 thick bundles of branches, which divided the space within the circles into quarters. In the top left quarter was a carving of an army of spear-bearing elves marching through a thick forest. In the top right quarter were humans building castles and forging swords. In the bottom left, Urgles, coal mostly, burning down a village and killing the inhabitants. In the bottom right, dwarves mining caves filled with gems and veins of ore. Amid the roots and branches of the oak, Aragon spotted werecats and the Razak, as well as a few small strange-looking creatures that he failed to recognize. And coiled in the very center of the bole of the tree was a dragon that held the end of its tail in its mouth, as if biting itself. The doors were beautifully crafted. Under different circumstances, Aragon would have been content to sit and study them for most of a day. As it was, the sight of the shining doors filled him with dread as he contemplated what might lie on the other side. If it was Galbatorix, then their lives were about to change forever. Nothing would ever be the same. Not for them, and not for the rest of Alagacia. "I'm not ready," Aragon said to Saphira. "When will we ever be ready?" she said. She flicked out her tongue, tasting the air. He could feel her nervous anticipation. "Galbatorix and Shurakon must be killed, and we're the only ones who might be able to do it. But what if we can't? Then we can't, and what will be will be." He nodded and took a long breath. "I love you, Saphira." "I love you too, little one." Aragon stepped forward. "Now what?" he asked, trying to hide his uneasiness. "Should we knock?" "First, let's see if it's open," said Arya. They arranged themselves in a formation suitable for battle. Then Arya, with Elva next to her, grasped a handle set within the left-hand door and prepared to pull. As she did, a column of shimmering air appeared around Blutgarm and each of his 10 spellcasters. Aragon shouted with alarm, and Saphira released a short hiss as if she had stepped on something sharp. The elves seemed unable to move within the columns. Even their eyes remained motionless, fixed upon whatever they'd been looking at when the spell took effect. With a heavy clank, a door on the wall to the left slid open, and the elves began to move toward it like a procession of statues gliding across ice. Arya lunged toward them, barbed spear extending before her in an attempt to cut through the enchantments binding the elves, but she was too slow, and she could not catch them. "Let her!" shouted Aragon. "Stop." The simplest spell he could think of that might help. However, the magic that imprisoned the elves proved too strong for him to break, and they disappeared within the dark opening, the door slamming shut behind them. Dismay swept through Aragon. Without the elves, Arya pounded on the door with the butt of the Douthiat, and she even tried to find the seam between the door and the wall with the tip of the blade, as she had with the sallyport, but the wall seemed solid, unmovable. When she turned around, her expression was one of cold fury. "Umroth," she said, "I need your help to open this wall." "No," said the White Dragon. "Galbatorix is sure to have hidden your companions well. Trying to find them will only waste energy and place us in even greater danger." Arya's slanting eyebrows drew closer as she scowled. "Then we play into his hand, Umroth Elder. He wants us to divide and make us weaker. If we continue without them, it'll be that much easier for Galbatorix to defeat us." "Yes, little one. But think you not also that the Eggbreaker might want us to pursue them? He might want us to forget him in our anger and our concern, and thus to rush blindly into another of his traps." "Why would he go to so much trouble? He could have captured Aragon, Saphira, you, and the rest of the Eldenari, even as he captured Blutgarm and the others, but he didn't."
Perhaps because he wants us to exhaust ourselves before we confront him, or before he attempts to break us.
Arya lowered her head for a moment, and when she looked up, her fury had vanished, at least on the surface, replaced by her usual controlled watchfulness.
What then should we do, Eberthil?
We hope that Galbatorix will not kill Bludgam and the others, not immediately at least, and we continue until we find the king. Arya acquiesced, but Aragorn could tell that she found it distasteful. He could not blame her. He felt the same. Why didn't you sense the trap? He asked Elva in an undertone. He thought he understood, but he wanted to hear it from her. Because it didn't hurt them, she said. He nodded. Arya strode back to the golden doors and again grasped the handle on the left. Joining her, Elva wrapped his small hand around the shaft of the Darthiad. Leaning away from the door, Arya pulled and pulled. The massive structure slowly began to swing outward. No one human, Aragorn was sure, could have opened it, and even Arya's strength was barely sufficient. When the door reached the wall, Arya released it, and then she and Elva joined Aragorn in front of Saphira. On the other side of the cavernous archway was a huge dark chamber. Aragorn was unsure of its size, for the walls lay hidden in velvet shadows. A line of flameless lanterns mounted on iron poles ran straight out from either side of the entranceway, illuminating the patterned floor and little else, while a faint glow came from above the crystal set within the distant ceiling. The 2 rows of lanterns ended over 500 feet away, near the base of a broad dais, upon which rested a throne. On the throne sat a single black figure, the only figure in the whole room, and on his lap lay a bare sword, a long white splinter that seemed to emit a faint glow. Aragorn swallowed and tightened his grip on Brisingr. He gave Saphira's jaw a quick rub with the edge of his shield, and she flicked out her tongue in response. Then, by unspoken consent, the 4 of them started forward. The moment they were all in the throne room, the golden door swung shut behind them. Aragorn had expected as much, but still, the noise of its closing made him start. As the echoes faded to dusky silence within the high presence chamber, the figure upon the throne stirred, as if waking from sleep, and then a voice such as Aragorn had never heard before, deep and rich and imbued with authority greater than that of Arjahad or Aromas or Hrothgar, a voice that made even the elves seem harsh and discordant, rang forth from the far side of the throne room. And it said,
"Ah, I've been expecting you. Welcome to my abode. And welcome to you in particular, Aragorn Shadeslayer. And to you, Saphira Brightscales. I've much desired to meet with you, but I'm also glad to see you, Arya, daughter of Islanzadi, and Shadeslayer in your own right. And you as well, Elva, she of the Shining Brow. And of course Gleda, Umaroth, Valda, and those others who travel with you unseen. I have long believed them to be dead, and I'm most glad to learn otherwise. Welcome all. We have much to talk about."
Chapter 65. The Heart of the Fray. Along with the warriors of his battalion, Roran fought his way down off of Urabayan's outer wall to the streets below. There they paused to regroup. Then he shouted, "To the gate!" and pointed with his hammer. He and several men from Carvahall, including Horst and Delwyn, took the lead as they trotted along the inside of the wall toward the breach the elves had created with their magic. Arrows flitted over their heads as they ran, but none were aimed at them specifically, and he did not hear any of the group take a wound. They encountered dozens of soldiers in the narrow space between the wall and the stone houses. A few paused to fight, but the rest ran, and even those who fought soon retreated down the adjoining alleyways. At first, the savage intensity of slaughter and victory blinded Roran to all else, but when the soldiers they met continued to flee, a sense of unease began to gnaw at his stomach, and he began to look around with greater alertness, searching for anything that seemed different from what it ought to be. Something was wrong. He was sure of it. Galbatorix wouldn't let them give up this easily, he muttered to himself. "What?" asked Albrecht, who was next to him. "I said Galbatorix wouldn't let them give up this easily." Twisting his head around, Roran shouted to the rest of the battalion, "Pin back your ears and look sharp. Galbatorix has a surprise or two in store for us, I wager. We won't let ourselves get caught unawares, though. Now will we?" "Stronghammer," they shouted in return, and pounded their weapons against their shields. All but the elves, that was. Satisfied, he quickened the pace even as he continued to scan the rooftops. They soon broke out into the rubble-strewn street that led to what had once been the main gate of the city. Now all that was left was a gaping hole several hundred feet wide at the top, with a pile of broken stones at the bottom. Through the gap streamed the Varden and their allies. Men, dwarves, agles, elves, and werecats, fighting alongside one another for the first time in history. Arrows rained down on the army as it poured into the city, but the elves' magic stopped the deadly darts before they could cause harm. The same did not hold true for Galbatorix's soldiers. Roran saw a number of them fall to the Varden's archers, although some appeared to have wards that protected them from the arrows. Galbatorix's favorites, he assumed. As his battalion joined the rest of the army, Roran spotted Yominder riding a press of warriors. Roran called out greetings, and Yominder replied in a kind of shout. "Once we reach that fountain," he pointed with his sword toward a large ornate edifice that stood in a courtyard several hundred yards in front of them. "Take your men and head off to the right. Clear the southern part of the city. Then meet back up with us at the citadel." Roran nodded, exaggerating the movement so Yominder could see. "Sir!" He felt safer now that they had the company of the other warriors, but still his sense of unease continued. Where are they? He wondered, looking at the mouths of the empty streets. Galbatorix had supposedly gathered the whole of his army in Urubayan, but Roran had yet to see evidence of a large force of men. There had been surprisingly few soldiers on the walls, and those who were present had fled far sooner than they should have. "He's luring us in," Roran realized with a sudden certainty. "It's all a play designed to trick us." Catching Yominder's attention again, he shouted, "Something's wrong! Where are the soldiers?" Yominder frowned and turned to speak with King Orin and Queen Islanzadi, who had ridden up to him. Oddly enough, a white raven sat on Islanzadi's left shoulder, his claws hooked into a corselet of golden armor. And still the Varden continued to march deeper and deeper into Urubayan.
"What is the matter, Stronghammer?"
growled Nargashvog as he pushed his way over to Roran. Roran glanced up at the heavy-headed call. "I'm not sure. Galbatorix..." He forgot whatever else he was going to say when a horn sounded among the buildings ahead of them. It blared for the better part of a minute, a low, ominous tone that caused the Varden to pause and look around with concern. Roran's heart sank. "This is it," he said to Albrecht. Turning, he waved his hammer, motioning toward the side of the street. "Move over!" he bellowed. "Get between the buildings and take cover!" It took his battalion longer to extricate itself from the column of warriors than it had to join it. Frustrated, Roran continued shouting, trying to get them to move faster. "Quickly, you sorry dogs, quickly!" The horn sounded again, and Yominder finally called a halt to the army. By then, Roran's warriors were safely wedged into 3 streets, where they stood clustered behind buildings, waiting for his orders. He stood by the side of a house along with Gajvog and Horst, peering around the corner as he tried to see what was happening. Once more the horn sounded, and then the tramp of many feet echoed through Urubayan. Dread crawled through Roran as he saw rank after rank of soldiers march into the streets leading from the citadel, the rows of men brisk and orderly, their faces devoid of even the slightest hint of fear. At their head rode a squat, broad-shouldered man upon a grey charger. He wore a gleaming breastplate that bulged over a foot, outward as if to accommodate a large belly. In his left hand he carried a shield painted with the device of a crumbling tower upon a bare stone peak. In his right hand he carried a spiked mace that most men would have found difficult to lift, but that he swung back and forth with ease. Roran wet his lips. He guessed that the man was no other than Lord Bast, and if even half the things he had heard about the man were true, then Bast would never ride straight into an opposing force unless he was utterly certain of destroying it. Roran had seen enough. Pushing himself off the corner of the building, he said, "We're not going to wait. Tell the others to follow us."
"You mean to run away, Stronghammer?"
rumbled Nargashvog. "No," said Roran. "I mean to attack from the side. Only a fool would attack an army like that head on. Now go!" He gave the ugly shove, then hurried down across the street to take his position at the front of his warriors. And only a fool would go head-to-head with the man Galbatorix had chosen to lead his forces. As they made their way beneath the densely packed buildings, Roran heard the soldiers start to chant, "Lord Bast! Lord Bast! Lord Bast!" And they stamped the ground with their hobnailed boots, and banged their swords against their shields. Better and better, Roran thought, wishing he were anywhere but there. Then the Varden shouted in return, the air filled with cries of "Aragon!" and "the Riders!" and the city rang with the sounds of clashing metal and the screams of wounded men. When his battalion was level with what Roran guessed was the midpoint of the Empire's army, he had them turn and start in the direction of their enemies. "Stay together," he ordered. "Form a wall with your shields, and whatever you do, make sure you protect the spellcasters." They soon spotted the soldiers in the street, spearmen mostly, pressed close against one another as they shuffled toward the front of battle. Nargashvog let out a ferocious bellow, as did Roran and the other warriors in the battalion, and they charged toward the ranks of men. The soldiers shouted with alarm, and panic spread among them as they scrambled backward, trampling their own kind as they tried to find room to fight. Howling, Roran fell upon the first row of men. Blood sprayed around him as he swung his hammer and felt metal and bone give way. The soldiers were so tightly packed that they were nearly helpless. He killed 4 of them before even one managed to swing a sword at him, which he blocked with his shield. By the edge of the street, Nargashvog knocked down 6 men with a single blow of his club. The soldiers started to climb back to their feet, ignoring injuries that would have crippled them had they been able to feel pain. And Gashvog struck again, pounding them to a pulp. Roran was aware of nothing but the men in front of him, the weight of his hammer in his hand, and the slipperiness of the blood-coated cobblestones under his feet. He broke and he batted. He ducked and he shoved. He growled and he shouted and he killed and he killed and he killed, until to his surprise he swung his hammer and found nothing but empty air before him. His weapon bounced against the ground, striking sparks from the cobblestones, and a painful jolt ran up his arm. Roran shook his head, his battle rage clearing. He had fought his way completely through the mass of soldiers. Spinning around, he saw that most of his warriors were still engaged with soldiers to his right and left. Loosing another howl, he dove back into the fray. 3 soldiers closed in on him, 2 with spears, 1 with a sword. Roran lunged at the man with the sword, but his foot slipped beneath him as he stepped on something soft and wet. Even as he fell, he swung his hammer at the ankles of the nearest man. The soldier danced back and was about to bring his sword down on Roran when an elf leapt forward, and with 2 quick strokes beheaded all 3 soldiers. It was the same elf woman he had spoken to outside the city walls, only now splattered with stripes of gore. Before he could thank her, she darted past, her sword ablur as she cut down more of the soldiers. After watching them in action, Roran decided that each elf was worth at least 5 men, not even counting their ability to cast spells. As for the Uggles, he just did his best to stay out of their way, especially the Call. They seemed to make little distinction between friend or foe once aroused, and the Call was so big it was easy for them to kill someone without meaning to. He saw one of them crush a soldier between his leg and the side of a building, not even notice. Another time he saw Call behead a soldier with an inadvertent swipe of a shield while turning about. The fighting continued for another few minutes, whereupon the only soldiers remaining in the area were dead soldiers. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Roran glanced up and down the street. Farther into the city, he saw remnants of the force they had destroyed disappearing between the houses as the men ran to join another part of Galbatorix's army. He considered pursuing them, but the main battle lay closer to the edge of the city, and he wanted to fall upon the rear of the attacking soldiers and disrupt their lines. "This way!" he shouted, raising his hammer and starting down the street. An arrow buried itself in the edge of his shield, and he looked up to see the silhouette of a man sliding below the peak of a nearby roof. When Roran emerged from between the close-set buildings into the open area before the remnants of Urubine's front gate, he found a scene of such confusion that he hesitated, unsure of what to do. The 2 armies had mingled together until it was impossible to determine lines or ranks, or even where the front of the battle was. The crimson tunics of the soldiers were scattered throughout the square, sometimes singly, sometimes in large clusters, and the fighting had spilled into all of the nearby streets. The army spread outward like a stain. Among the combatants Roran expected to see, he also spotted scores of cats, ordinary cats, not werecats, attacking the soldiers, as savage and frightening as a sight he had ever beheld. The cats he knew followed the direction of the werecats, and in the center of the square, sitting upon his grey charger, was Lord Bast, his large round breastplate gleaming with the light of the fires burning in nearby houses. He swung his mace again and again, faster than any human ought to have been able to, and with every blow he slew at least one of the Varden. Arrows fired at him vanished in puffs of sickly orange flame, swords and spears bounced off him as if he were made of stone, and even the strength of a charging Call was not enough to knock him off his steed. Roran watched with astonishment as with a casual swipe of his mace, the armor-clad man brained an attacking Call, breaking his horns and skull as easily as an eggshell. Roran frowned. How can he be so strong and fast? Magic was the obvious answer, but that magic had to have a source. There were no gems upon Bast's mace or armor, nor could Roran believe that Galbatorix would be feeding energy to Bast from a distance. Roran remembered his conversation with Eragon the night before they rescued Katrina from Helgrund. Eragon had told them that it was basically impossible to alter a human's body to have the speed and strength of an elf, even if the rider was a rider, which made what the dragons had done to Eragon during the Blood Oath celebration all the more amazing. It seemed unlikely that Galbatorix could have managed a similar transformation with Bast, which again made Roran wonder, where was the source of Bast's unnatural might? Bast pulled on the reins of his steed, turning the horse around. The light moving across the surface of his swollen breastplate caught Roran's attention. Roran's mouth went dry as he felt a sense of despair. From what he knew, Bast was not the sort of a man to have a belly. He would not let himself go soft, nor would Galbatorix have chosen such a man to defend Urubine. The only explanation that made sense, then, was that Bast had an Elder Nari strapped to his body underneath his oddly shaped breastplate. Then the street shook and split, and a dark crevice appeared beneath Bast and his charger. The hole would have swallowed them both, with no room to spare, but the horse remained standing upon thin air, as if its hooves were still planted firmly upon the ground. A wreath of different colors flickered around Bast, like a nimbus of tattered rainbows. Alternating waves of heat and cold emanated from his location, and Roran saw tendrils of ice crawling up from the ground, seeking to wrap themselves around the horse's legs and hold them in place. But the ice could not grip the horse, nor did any of the magic seem to have an effect on either the man or the animal. Bast pulled on the reins again, then spurred his horse toward a group of elves who stood beside a nearby house, chanting in the ancient language. It was they, Roran assumed, who had been casting the spells against Bast. Lifting his mace above his head, Bast charged into the midst of the elves. They scattered, seeking to defend themselves, but to no avail.
For Bar split their shields and broke their swords, and when he struck, the mace crushed the elves as if their bones were as thin and hollow as those of birds. Why didn't their wards protect them? Roran wondered. Why can't they stop him with their mines? He's only one man, and there's only one Eldonari with him. A few yards away, a large round stone crashed into the sea of struggling bodies, leaving behind a bright red smear, and bounced into the front of a building where it shattered the statues above the doorframe. Roran ducked and cursed as he looked for where the stone had come from. Halfway across the city, he saw that Galbatorix's soldiers had retaken the catapults and the other war machines mounted on the curtain wall. They're firing into their own city, he thought. They're firing at their own men. With a growl of disgust, he turned away from the square, so that he was facing the interior of the city. We can't help here, he shouted to the battalion. Leave Bar to the others. Take the street over there. He pointed to his left. We'll fight our way to the wall and make our stand there. If the warriors responded, he did not hear, for he was already moving. Behind him, another stone crashed into the fighting armies, causing even more screams of pain. The street Roran had chosen was full of soldiers, as well as a few elves and werecats, who were clumped together by the front door of a hatter's shop, hard-pressed to fend off the large number of enemies around them. The elves shouting something, and dozens of soldiers fell to the ground, but the rest remained standing. Diving into the midst of the soldiers, Roran again lost himself in the red tinge of hazed battle. He leapt over one of the fallen soldiers and brought his hammer down on the helm of a man with his back turned. Confident the man was dead, Roran used his shield to shove the next soldier back and then jabbed with the end of his hammer at the man's throat, crushing it. Next to him, Delwyn caught a spear in his shoulder and went down on one knee with a cry of pain. Swinging his hammer even faster than normal, Roran drove back the spearman while Delwyn pulled the weapon out and got back to his feet. Fall back, Roran told him. Delwyn shook his head, teeth bared. No! Fall back, blast you! That's an order! Delwyn cursed, but he obeyed, and Horse took his place. The smith, Roran noticed, was bleeding from cuts on his arms and legs, but they did not seem to interfere with his ability to move. Evading a sword thrust, Roran took a step forward. He seemed to hear a faint rushing sound behind him, then a thunderclap went off in his ears, and the earth spun around him, and everything went black. He woke with a throbbing head. Above he saw the sky, bright now with light from the rising sun, and the dark underside of a crevice-lined overhang. Groaning with pain, he pushed himself upright. He was lying at the base of the city's outer wall, next to the bloody fragments of a stone from a catapult. His shield was missing, as was his hammer, which concerned him in a befuddled sort of way. Even as he tried to regain his bearings, a group of 5 soldiers rushed at him, and one of the men stabbed him in the chest with a spear. The point of the weapon drove him back against the wall, but it did not pierce his skin. Grab him! Shouted the soldiers, and Roran felt hands take hold of his arms and legs. He thrashed, trying to wrench free, but he was still weak and disoriented, and there were too many soldiers for him to overpower. The soldiers struck at him again and again, and he felt his strength fading as his wards shielded him from the blows. The world grew grey, and he was about to lose consciousness again, when the blade of a sword sprouted from the mouth of one of the soldiers. The soldiers dropped him, and Roran saw a dark-haired woman whirling among them, swinging her sword with the practiced ease of a seasoned warrior. Within seconds she killed the 5 men, although one of them managed to give her a shallow cut along her left thigh. Afterwards she offered him a hand and said, "Strong hammer." As he grasped her forearm, he saw that her wrist, where her worn bracelet did not cover it, was layered with scars, as if she had been burned or whipped nearly to the bone. Behind the woman stood a pale-faced teenage girl clad in a piecemeal collection of armor, and also a boy who looked a year or 2 younger than the girl. "Who are you?" he asked, standing. The woman's face was striking, broad and strong-boned, with the bronzed, weather-beaten look of one who had spent most of her life outdoors. "A passing stranger," she said. Bending at the knees, she picked up one of the soldier's spears and handed it to him. "My thanks." She nodded, and then she and her young companions trotted off among the buildings, heading farther into the city. Roran stared after them for half a second, wondering, then shook himself and hurried back along the street to rejoin his battalion. The warriors greeted him with shouts of astonishment, and heartened, attacked the soldiers with renewed vigor. However, as Roran took his place along with the other men from Carvahall, he discovered that the stone that had struck him had also killed Delwyn. His sorrow quickly turned to rage, and he fought with even greater ferocity than before, determined to help end the battle as soon as possible.
Chapter 66. The Name of All Names. Afraid but determined, Aragon strode forward with Arya, Elva, and Zephyra toward the dais where Galbatorix sat relaxed upon his throne. It was a long walk, long enough that Aragon had time to consider a number of strategies, most of which he discarded as impractical. He knew that strength alone would not be enough to defeat the king. It would require cunning as well, and that was the one thing he felt he most lacked. Still, they had no choice now but to confront Galbatorix. The 2 rows of lanterns that led to the dais were wide enough to the four of them were able to walk side by side. For that, Aragon was glad, as it meant Saphira would be able to fight next to them if need be. As they approached the throne, Aragon continued to study the chamber around them. It was, he thought, a strange room for a king to receive guests in. Aside from the bright path that lay before them, most of the space was hidden within impenetrable gloom, even more so than the halls of the dwarves beneath Trondheim and Farthendur. And the air contained a dry, musky scent that seemed familiar, even though he could not place it. "Where is Shuakan?" he said in an undertone. Saphira sniffed. "I can smell him, but I don't hear him." Elva frowned. "Nor can I feel him." When they were perhaps 30 feet from the dais, they halted. Behind the throne hung thick black curtains made of velvety material, which stretched upward toward the ceiling. A shadow lay over Galbatorix, concealing his features. Then he leaned forward into the light, and Aragon saw his face. It was long and lean, with a deep brow and a blade-like nose. His eyes were hard as stones, and they showed little white around the irises. His mouth was thin and wide with a slight downturn at the corners, and he had a close-cropped beard and mustache, which, like his clothes, were black as pitch. In age, he appeared to be in his 4th decade, still at the height of his strength, yet near the beginning of his decline. There were lines on his brow and on either side of his nose, and his tanned skin had a thin look to it, as if he had not eaten anything but rabbit meat and turnips throughout the winter. His shoulders were broad and well built, and his waist trim. Upon his head was a crown of reddish gold set with all manner of jewels. The crown appeared old, older even than the hall, and Aragon wondered if perhaps it had once belonged to King Palancar, many hundreds of years ago. On Galbatorix's lap rested his sword. It was a rider's sword, that much was obvious, but Aragon had never seen its like before. The blade, hilt, and crossguard were stark white, while the gem within the pommel was as clear as a mountain spring. Altogether, there was something about the weapon that Aragon found unsettling. Its color, or rather its lack of color, reminded him of a sun-bleached bone. It was the color of death, not life, and it seemed far more dangerous than any shade of black, be it ever so dark. Galbatorix examined them each in turn with his sharp, unblinking gaze.
"So, you've come to kill me," he said. "Well then, shall we begin?"
He lifted his sword and spread his arms to either side in a welcoming gesture. Aragon widened his stance and raised his sword and shield. The king's invitation unsettled him. He's playing with us. Still keeping hold of the doubt yet, Elva stepped forward and began to speak. However, no sound came from her mouth, and she looked at Aragon with an expression of alarm. Aragon tried to touch her mind with his own, but he could feel nothing of her own thoughts. It was as if she were no longer in the room with them. Galbatorix laughed, then returned his sword to his lap and leaned back in his throne.
"Did you truly believe that I was ignorant of your ability, child? Did you really think you could render me rant of your ability? Helpless with such a petty, transparent trick? Oh, I have no doubt your words could harm me, but only if I can hear them."
His bloodless lips curved up in a cruel, humorless smile.
"Such folly. This is the extent of your plan. A girl who cannot speak unless I grant her leave. A spear more suited for hanging on a wall than carrying into battle, and a collection of Eldonari half out of their minds with age. Tut, tut. I thought better of you, Arya. And you, Gladia, but then I suppose your emotions have clouded your reason since I used Murtok to slay Aromas."
To Aragon, Saphira, and Arya, Gladia said,
"Kill him."
The golden dragon felt perfectly calm, but his very serenity betrayed an anger that surpassed all other emotions. Aragon exchanged a quick glance with Arya and Saphira, and then the three of them started toward the dais, even as Gladia, Umarath, and the other Eldonari attacked Galbatorix's mind. Before Aragon managed to take more than a few steps, the king rose up from his velvet seat and shouted a word. The word reverberated within Aragon's mind, and every part of his being seemed to thrum in response, as if he were an instrument upon which a bard had struck a chord. Despite the intensity of his response, Aragon was unable to remember the word. It had faded from his mind, leaving behind only the knowledge of its existence, and how it had affected him. Galbatorix uttered other words after the first, but none seemed to have the same power, and Aragon was too dazed to comprehend their meaning. As the last phrase left the king's lips, a force gripped Aragon, stopping him mid-stride. The jolt shook a yelp of surprise from him. He tried to move, but his body might as well have been encased in stone. All he could do was breathe, look, and as he had already discovered, speak. He did not understand. His wards should have protected him from the king's magic. That they did not left him feeling as if he were teetering on the edge of a vast abyss. Next to him, Saphira, Arya, and Elva appeared likewise immobilized. Energized by how easily the king had caught them, Aragon joined his mind with the Eldonari as they battered at Galbatorix's consciousness. He felt a vast number of minds opposing them. Dragons all, who crooned and babbled and shrieked in a mad, disjointed chorus that contained so much pain and sorrow Aragon wanted to pull himself away, as they dragged him down into their insanity. They were strong, too, as if most of them had been Glader's size or larger. The opposing dragons made it impossible to attack Galbatorix directly. Every time Aragon thought he felt the touch of the king's thoughts, one of the enslaved dragons would throw itself at Aragon's mind, and gibbering all the while, forcing him to retreat. Fighting the dragons was difficult on account of their wild and incoherent thoughts. Subduing any one of them was like trying to hold down a rabid wolf. And there were so many of them. Far more than the riders had hidden in the Vault of Souls. Before either side could gain the advantage, Galbatorix, who seemed entirely unaffected by the invisible struggle, said,
"Come out, my dears, and meet our guests."
A boy and a girl emerged from behind the throne, and came to stand by the king's right hand. The girl looked about 6 or 7, the boy perhaps 8 or 9. They shared a close resemblance, but Aragon guessed they were brother and sister. Both were dressed in their night garments. The girl clung to the boy's arm and half hid behind him, while the boy appeared frightened but determined. Even as he struggled against Galbatorix's Eldonari, Aragon could feel the minds of the children, could feel their terror and confusion, and he knew they were real.
"Isn't she charming?"
asked Galbatorix, lifting the girl's chin with one long finger.
"Such large eyes and such pretty hair. And isn't he a handsome young lad?"
He put his hand on the boy's shoulder.
"Children, it is said, are a blessing to us all. I do not happen to share that belief. It has been my experience that children are very bit cruel and vindictive as adults. They only lack the strength to subjugate others to their will. Perhaps you agree with me, perhaps you don't. Regardless, I know that you of the Varden pride yourselves on your virtue. You see yourselves as upholders of justice, defenders of the innocent, as if any are truly innocent, and as noble warriors fighting to right an ancient wrong. Very well, then. Let us test your convictions and see if you are what you claim to be. Unless you stop your attack, I shall kill these two." He shook the boy's shoulder. "And I shall kill them if you dare attack me again. In fact, if you displease me excessively, I shall kill them anyway, so I advise you to be courteous." The boy and girl appeared sick at his words, but they made no attempt to flee. Aragon looked over at Arya, and he saw his despair mirrored in her eyes. "Umaroth!" they cried out. "No," growled the white dragon, even as he wrestled with the mind of another Eldonari. "You have to stop," said Arya. "No! He'll kill them," said Aragon. "No, we will not give up, not now!" "Enough!" roared Glader. "There are hatchlings in danger."
"And more hatchlings will be in danger if we do not kill the Eggbreaker."
"Yes, but now is the wrong time to try," said Arya. "Wait a little while, and perhaps we can find a way to attack him without risking the lives of the children."
"And if not,"
said Umaroth. Neither Aragon nor Arya could bring themselves to answer. "Then we will do what we must," said Saphira. Aragon hated it, but he knew she was right. They could not place the 2 children before the whole of Alagacia. If possible, they would save the boy and the girl, but if not, they would still attack. They had no other choice. As Umaroth and the Eldonari he spoke for grudgingly subsided, Galbatorix smiled.
"There. That's better. Now we may speak as civilized beings without worrying about who's trying to kill whom."
He patted the boy on the head and then pointed toward the steps of the dais.
"Sit."
Without arguing, the 2 children settled on the lowest step, as far from the king as they could get. Then Galbatorix motioned and said, "Costa," and Aragon slid forward until he was standing at the base of the dais, as did Arya, Elba, and Saphira. Aragon continued to be bewildered that the wards were not protecting them. He thought of the word, whatever it might have been, and a horrible suspicion began to take root within him. Hopelessness quickly followed. For all their plans, for all their talking and worrying and suffering, for all their sacrifices, Galbatorix had captured them as easily as he might a litter of newborn kittens. And if Aragon's suspicion was true, the king was even more formidable than they had expected. Still, they were not entirely hopeless. Their minds were, for the moment, their own, and so far as he could tell, they could still use magic, one way or another. Galbatorix's gaze settled upon Aragon.
"So, you are the one who has given me so much trouble. Aragon, son of Morzon, you and I should have met a long time ago. Had your mother not been so foolish as to hide you in Carvahall, you would have grown up here, in Urubayan, as a child of the nobility with all the riches and responsibilities that entails, instead of whiling away your days grubbing in the dirt. Be that as it may, you are here now, and those things shall at least be yours. They are your birthright, your inheritance, and I shall see to it that you receive them."
He seemed to study Aragon with greater intensity, and then he said,
"You look more like your mother than your father.
"With Murtagh the opposite holds true. Still, it matters little.
Whichever one of you resemble most, it is only right that you and your brother should serve me, even as did your parents." "Never," said Aragon with a clenched jaw.
A thin smile appeared on the king's face.
"Never. We shall see."
His gaze shifted.
"And you, Saphira. Of all my guests today, I'm gladdest to see you. You've grown fine into adulthood. Do you remember this place? Do you remember the sound of my voice? I spent many a night talking to you and the other eggs in my charge during the years when I was securing my rule over the Empire."
I remember a little," said Saphira, and Aragon relayed her words to the king. She did not want to communicate directly with the king, nor would the king have allowed it. Keeping their minds separate was the best way to protect themselves when not in open conflict. Galbatorix nodded.
"And I'm sure you'll remember more the longer you stay within these walls. You may not have been fully aware of it at the time, but you spent most of your life in a room not far from here. This is your home, Saphira. It's where you belong. And it's where you'll build your nest and lay your eggs."
Saphira's eyes narrowed, and Aragon felt a strange yearning from her, mixed with a burning hatred. The king moved on.
"I, Adrutningur. Fate, it seems, has a sense of humor, for here you are, even as I ordered you to be brought so long ago. Your path was a roundabout one, but you still have come, and of your own accord. I find that rather amusing. Don't you?"
Arya pressed her lips together and refused to answer. Galbatorix chuckled.
"I admit you've been a thorn in my side for quite some time now. You've not caused as much mischief as that bumbling meddler Braun, but neither have you been idle. One might even say that this whole situation is your fault, as it was you who sent Saphira's egg to Aragon. However, I have no enmity toward you. If not for you, Saphira might not have hatched, and I never would have been able to flush the last of my enemies from hiding. For that I thank you. And then there's you, Elva. The girl with the sigil of a rider upon her brow, dragon-marked and blessed with the wherewithal to perceive all that pains a person, and all that will pain them. How you must have suffered these past months. How you must despise those around you for their weaknesses, even as you're forced to share in their misery. The Varden have used you poorly. Today I shall end the battles that have so tormented you, and you shall no longer have to endure the mistakes and misfortunes of others. That I promise. On occasion I may have need of your skill, but in the main you may live as you please, and peace shall be yours."
Elva frowned, but it was obvious that the king's offer tempted her. Listening to Galbatorix, Aragon realized could be as dangerous as listening to Elva herself. Galbatorix paused and fingered the wire-wrapping hilt of his sword while he regarded them with a hooded gaze. Then he looked past them toward the point in the air where the Eldenari floated hidden from sight, and his mood seemed to darken.
"Convey my words to Umaroth as I speak them," he said. "Umaroth, we are ill met once again. I thought I killed you on Vrungard."
Umaroth responded, and Aragon began to relay his words. "He says that you killed his only body," Arya finished.
"That much is obvious," said Galbatorix. "Where did the riders hide you and those with you? On Vrungard? Was it elsewhere? My servants and I searched the ruins of Dora Oreba most closely."
Aragon hesitated to deliver the dragon's answer, as it was sure to displease the king, but he could think of no other option. "He says that he will never share that information with you of his own free will." Galbatorix's eyebrows met above his nose.
"Does he now? Well, he'll tell me soon enough whether he wishes to or not."
The king tapped the pommel of his glaringly white sword.
"I took this blade from his rider, you know, when I killed him. When I killed Vrail in the watchtower that overlooks Palancar Valley. Vrail had his own name for this sword. He called it Islanger, Lightbringer. I thought Vranger was more appropriate."
Vranger meant awry, and Aragon agreed that it fitted the sword better.
A dull boom sounded behind them, and Galbatorix smiled again. "Ah, good. Murtagh and Thorn shall be joining us shortly, and then we can begin properly."
Another sound filled the chamber, then a great gusting noise that seemed to come from several directions at once. Galbatorix glanced over his shoulder and said,
"It was inconsiderate of you to attack so early in the morning. I was already awake. I rise well before dawn, but you woke Shuakan. He gets rather irritated when he's tired, and when he's tired he tends to eat people. My guards learned long ago not to disturb him when he's resting. You would have done well to follow their example."
As Galbatorix spoke, the curtains behind his throne shifted and rose toward the ceiling. With a sense of shock, Aragon realized that they were actually Shuakan's wings. The black dragon lay curled on the floor with his head close to the throne, the bulk of his massive body forming a wall too steep and too high for any to climb without magic. His scales had not the radiance of sapphires or thorns, but rather sparkled with a dark liquid brilliance. Their inky color made them almost opaque, which gave them an appearance of strength and solidity that Aragon had not seen in a dragon's scales before. It was as if Shuakan were plated with stone or metal, not gems. The dragon was enormous. Aragon at first had difficulty comprehending that the entire shape before them was a single living creature. He saw part of Shuakan's corded neck and thought he was seeing the main part of the dragon's body. He saw the side of one of Shuakan's hind feet and mistook it for a shin. A fold of a wing was an entire wing in his mind. Only when he looked up and found the spikes atop the dragon's spine did Aragon grasp the full extent of Shuakan's size. Each spike was as wide as the trunk of an ancient oak tree. The scales surrounding them were a foot thick, if not more. Then Shuakan opened an eye and looked down at them. His iris was a pale blue-white, the color of a high mountain glacier, and it appeared startlingly bright amid the black of his scales. The dragon's huge slitted orb dated back and forth as he studied their faces. His gaze seemed to contain nothing but fury and madness, and Aragon felt certain that Shuakan would kill them in an instant if Galbatorix allowed it. The stare of the enormous eye, especially when it held such evident malice, made Aragon want to run, and hide in a burrow deep, deep underground. It was, he imagined, very much how a rabbit must feel when confronted by a large, toothy creature. Beside him, Saphira growled, and the scales along her back rippled and lifted like hackles. In response, jets of fire appeared in the yawning pits of Shuakan's nostrils, and then he growled as well, drowning out Saphira and filling the chamber with a rumble of that of a rock slide. On the dais, the two children squeaked and curled into balls, tucking their heads between their knees. "Peace, Shuakan," said Galbatorix, and the black dragon grew silent again. His eyelid descended, but it did not close completely. The dragon continued to watch them through a gap a few inches wide, as if waiting for the right moment to pounce. "He does not like you," said Galbatorix. "But then he does not like anyone, do you now, Shuakan?" The dragon snorted, and the smell of smoke tinged the air. Hopelessness again overwhelmed Aragon. Shuakan could kill Saphira with the bat of his paw, and as large as the chamber was, it was still too small for Saphira to evade the great black dragon for long. His hopelessness turned to frustrated rage, and he wrenched at his invisible bonds. "How is it you can do this?" he shouted, straining every muscle in his body. "I would like to know that as well," said Arya. Galbatorix's eyes seemed to gleam beneath the dark eaves of his brow. "Can you not guess, elfling?" "I would prefer an answer to a guess," she replied. "Very well. But first you must do something so that you may know that what I say is indeed the truth. You must try to cast a spell, both of you. Then I shall tell you." When neither Aragon nor Arya made to speak, the king gestured with his hand. "Go on. I promise that I will not punish you for it. Now try. I insist." Arya went first. "Thraltha," she said, her voice hard and low. She was, Aragon guessed, trying to send the doubt they had flying toward Galbatorix. The weapon, however, remained fixed to her hand. Then Aragon spoke. "Brysinger!" He thought that perhaps his bond with his sword would allow him to use magic where Arya could not, but to his disappointment the blade remained as it was, glittering dimly in the dull light of the lanterns. Galbatorix's gaze grew more intense. "The answer must be obvious to you now, elfling. It's taken me most of the past century, but at long last I have found what I was searching for. A means of governing the spellcasters of Allegacia. The search was not easy. Most men would have given up in frustration, or if they had the required patience, fear. But not I. I persisted. And through my study I discovered what I had for so long desired, a tablet written in another land and another age, by hands that were neither elf, nor dwarf, nor human, nor argle. And upon that tablet there was scribed a certain word, a name that magicians throughout the ages have hunted for, with nothing but bitter disappointment as their reward." Galbatorix lifted a finger. "The name of all names. The name of the ancient language." Aragon bit back a curse. He'd been right. That's what the Razak was trying to tell me, he thought, remembering what one of the insect-like monsters had said to him in Helgrind. He's almost found the name. The true name. As disheartening as Galbatorix's revelation was, Aragon clung to the knowledge that the name could not stop him or Arya, or Saphira for that matter, from using magic without the ancient language. Not that it would do much good. The king's wards was sure to protect him and Shuakan from any spells they might cast. Still, if the king did not know that it was possible to use magic without the ancient language, or even if he did, but he believed that they did not, then they might be able to surprise him and maybe distract him for a moment, although Aragon was not sure how that might help. Galbatorix continued.
With this word I can reshape spells as easily as another magician might command the elements. All spells shall be subject to me, but I'm subject to none except for those of my choosing.
Perhaps he doesn't know, Aragon thought, a spark of determination kindling in his heart.
I shall use the name of names to bring every magician in Allegisia to heel, and no one shall cast a spell but with my blessing, not even the elves. At this very moment the magicians of your army are discovering the truth of this. Once they venture a certain distance into Urubayan, past the front gate, the spells cease to work as they should. Some of their enchantments fail outright, while others twist and end up affecting your troops instead of mine.
Galbatorix tilted his head and his gaze grew distant, as if he were listening to someone whispering in his ear.
It has caused much confusion among their ranks.
Aragon fought the urge to spit at the king.
It doesn't matter, he growled. We'll still find a way to stop you.
Galbatorix seemed grimly amused.
Is that so? How? And why? Think what you're saying. You would stop the first opportunity that Allegisia has had for true peace in order to state your overdeveloped sense of vengeance. You would allow magicians everywhere to continue to have their way, regardless of the harm they cause to others. That seems far worse than anything I have done. But this is idle speculation. The finest warriors of the Riders could not defeat me, and you're far from their equal. You never had any hope of overthrowing me. None of you did.
I killed Durza, and I killed the Razak, said Aragon.
Why not you? I'm not as weak as those who serve me. You could not even trounce Murtagh, and he is but a shadow of a shadow. Your father Morzan was far more powerful than either of you, and even he could not withstand my might. Besides, said Galbatorix as a cruel expression settled on his face, you're mistaken if you think you destroyed the Razak. The eggs in Drastleone weren't the only ones I took from Lether Blaka. I have others, hidden elsewhere. Soon they shall hatch, and soon the Razak shall once more roam the earth to do my bidding. As for Durza, shades are easy to make, and they're often more trouble than they're worth. So you see you've won nothing, boy. Nothing but false victories.
Above all, Aragon hated Galbatorix's smugness and his air of overwhelming superiority. He wanted to rage at the king and curse him with every oath he knew, but for the sake of the children's safety he held his tongue.
Do you have any ideas? He asked Saphira, Arya, and Gladia.
No, said Saphira. The others remained silent.
Umroth? Only that we should attack while we still can.
A minute passed wherein no one spoke. Galbatorix leaned on one elbow and rested his chin on his fist while he continued to watch them. By his feet the boy and the girl cried softly. Above, Shurukan's eye remained fixed on Aragon and those with him, like a great ice-blue lantern. Then they heard the doors to the chamber open and close, and the sound of approaching footsteps. The footsteps of both a man and a dragon. Murtagh and Thorn soon appeared in their field of vision. They stopped next to Saphira, and Murtagh bowed. Sir. The king motioned, and Murtagh and Thorn walked over to the right of the throne. As Murtagh took up his position, he gave Aragon a look of disgust. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and stared toward the far end of the chamber, ignoring him.
You took longer than I expected, said Galbatorix in a deceptively mild voice.
Without looking, Murtagh said, The gate was more damaged than I originally thought, sir. The spells you placed on it made it difficult to repair.
Do you mean that it's my fault you're tardy?
Murtagh's jaw tightened. No, sir. I only mean to explain. Also, part of the hallway was rather messy, and that slowed us.
I see. We shall speak of this later, but for now there are other matters we must attend to. For one, it's time our guests meet the final member of our party. Moreover, it's high time we had some proper light in here.
And Galbatorix struck the flat of his blade against one arm of his throne. And in a deep voice he cried, Naina! At his command, hundreds of lanterns sprang to life along the walls of the chamber, bathing it with warm, candle-like illumination. The room was still dim about the corners, but for the first time Aragon could make out the details of their surroundings. Scores of pillars and doorways lined the walls, and all about were sculptures and paintings and gilt scrollwork. Gold and silver had been used with abundance, and Aragon glimpsed the sparkle of many jewels. It was a staggering display of wealth, even when compared with the riches of Trondheim or Elismira. After a moment he noticed something else. A block of grey stone, granite perhaps, 8 feet tall, which stood off to their right, beyond where the light had previously reached. And chained standing to the block was Niswada, wearing a simple white tunic. She was watching them with wide-open eyes, though she could not speak, for a knotted cloth was tied over her mouth. She looked worn and tired, but otherwise healthy. Relief shot through Aragon. He had not dared to hope to find her alive. "Niswada!" he shouted. "Are you all right?" She nodded.
Has he forced you to swear fealty to him? She shook her head. Do you think I would let it tell you if I had? Asked Galbatorix. As Aragon looked back at the king, he saw Murtagh cast a quick, concerned glance toward Naswada, and he wondered at its significance. Well, have you? Aragon asked in a challenging tone. As it so happens, no. I decided to wait until I've gathered all of you together. Now that I have, none shall leave until you have pledged yourself in service to me, nor shall you leave until I've learned the true name of each and every one of you. That is why you're here, not to kill me, but to bow down before me, and to finally put an end to this noisome rebellion. Saphira growled again, and Aragon said, We won't give in! Even to his own ears, his words seemed weak and toothless. Then they'll die, Galbatorix said, pointing to the two children. And in the end, your defiance will change nothing. You do not seem to understand. You have already lost. Outside, the battle fares badly for your friends. Soon my men will force them to surrender. This war will arrive at its destined conclusion. Fight if you wish. Deny what is before you if it comforts you. But nothing you do can change your fate or that of Elegacia. Aragon refused to believe that he and Saphira would have to spend the rest of their lives answering to Galbatorix. Saphira felt the same, and her anger joined with his, burning away every last hit of fear and caution. And he said, We'll kill you. I swear it. For a moment, Galbatorix appeared aggravated. Then he spoke the word again, as well as other words in the ancient language, besides, and the vow Aragon had uttered seemed to lose all meaning. The words lay in his mind like a handful of dead leaves, devoid of any power to impel or inspire. The king's upper lip curved into a sneer. Swear all the oaths you want, they shall not bind you. Not unless I allow them to. I'll still kill you, Aragon muttered. He understood that if he had continued to resist, it might mean the lives of the two children. But Galbatorix had to be killed. And if the price of death was the deaths of the boy and the girl, then that was the cost Aragon was willing to accept. He knew he would hate himself for it. He knew that he would see the faces of the children in his dreams for the rest of his life. But if he did not challenge Galbatorix, then all would be lost. Do not hesitate, said Umaroth. Now is the time to strike. Aragon raised his voice. Why won't you fight me? Are you a coward? Or are you too weak to match yourself against me? Is that why you hide behind these children like a frightened old woman? Aragon, said I in a warning tone. I'm not the only one who brought a child here today, replied the king, the lines on his face deepening. There's a difference. Elva agreed to come. But you didn't answer the question. Why won't you fight? Is it that you spent so long sitting on your throne and eating sweets that you've forgotten how to swing a sword? You would not want to fight me, youngling, growled the king. Prove it, then. Release me and meet me in honest battle. Show that you're still a warrior to be reckoned with, or live with the knowledge that you're a sniveling coward who dares not face even a single opponent without the help of your Eldonari. You killed Vril himself. Why should you fear me? Why should... Enough! Yelled Galbatorix. A flush had crept into his hollow cheeks. Then, like quicksilver, his mood changed, and he bared his teeth in a fearsome approximation of a smile. He rapped the arm of his seat with his knuckles. I did not gain this throne by accepting every challenge put to me, nor have I held it by meeting my foes in honest battle. What you have yet to learn, youngling, is that it does not matter how you achieve victory, only that you achieve it. You're wrong. It does matter, said Aragon. I will remind you of that when you're sworn to me. However, Galbatorix tapped the pommel of his sword. Since you wish so badly to fight, I will grant your request. The flare of hope that Aragon felt vanished when Galbatorix added, With Murtagh. At those words, Murtagh flashed an angry look at Aragon. The king stroked the fringe of his beard. I would like to know once and for all which of you is the better warrior. You will fight as you are without magic or Eldonari until one of you is unable to continue. You may not kill each other, that I forbid. But short of death, I will allow most anything. It will be rather entertaining, I think, to watch brother fight brother. No, said Aragon. Not brothers, half-brothers. Brom was my father, not Morzon. For the first time, Galbatorix appeared surprised. Then one corner of his mouth twisted upward. Of course. I should have seen it. The truth is in your face for any who knew what to look for. This duel will be all the more fitting, then, the son of Brom pitted against the son of Morzon. Fate indeed has a sense of humor. Murtagh also reacted with surprise. He controlled his face too well for Aragon to determine whether the information pleased or upset him, but Aragon knew that it had thrown him off balance. That has been his plan. If Murtagh was distracted, it would be that much easier for Aragon to defeat him. And he did intend to defeat him, regardless of the blood they shared. Let her,
said Galbatorix with a slight motion of his hand. Aragorn staggered as the spell holding him vanished. Then the king said, Ganga Apter. And Arya, Elva, and Saphira slid backward, leaving a wide space between them and the dais. The king muttered a few other words, and most of the lanterns in the chamber dimmed so that the area in front of the throne was the brightest spot in the room.
Come now, said Galbatorix to Murtagh. Join Aragorn and let us see which of you is the more skilled.
Scowling, Murtagh walked to a spot several yards from where Aragorn stood. He drew Zarak. The blade of the crimson sword looked as if it were already coated in blood, then lifted his shield and settled into a crouch. After glancing at Saphira and Arya, Aragorn did the same.
Now fight,
cried Galbatorix, and clapped his hands. Sweating, Aragorn began to move toward Murtagh, even as Murtagh moved toward him.
Chapter 6-7 Muscle against Metal. Roran yelped and jumped aside as a brick chimney smashed to the ground in front of him, followed by the body of one of the Empire's archers. He shook the sweat from his eyes, then moved around the body in the pile of scattered bricks, hopping from one patch of open ground to the next, much as he used to hop along the stones by the Inora River. The battle was going badly. That much was obvious. He and his warriors had remained close to the outer wall for at least a quarter of an hour, fighting off the advancing waves of soldiers, but then they had allowed the soldiers to lure them back among the buildings. In retrospect, that had been a mistake. Fighting in the streets was desperate and bloody and confusing. His battalion had become spread out, and only a small number of his warriors remained close by, men from Carvahall mostly, along with 4 elves and several Argles. The rest were scattered among the nearby streets, fighting on their own without direction. Worse, for some reason that the elves and the other spellcasters could not explain, magic no longer seemed to be working as it should. They discovered this when one of the elves had tried to kill a soldier with a spell, only to have a Varden warrior fall down dead instead, consumed by the swarm of beetles the elf had summoned forth. His death had sickened Roran. It was a horrible, senseless way to die, and it might have happened to any of them. Off to their right, closer to the main gate, Lord Bast was still rampaging through the main body of the Varden's army. Roran had caught sight of him several times. On foot now, striding among the humans, elves, and dwarves, and dashing them aside like so many nanopins with his huge black mace. No one had been able to stop the hulking man, much less wound him, and those around him scrambled to stay out of reach of his fearsome weapon. Roran had also seen King Oric and a group of dwarves hewing their way through a group of soldiers. Oric's jeweled helm flashed in the light as he swung his mighty warhammer, Voland. Behind him, his warriors shouted, "For Oric's Gorda!" 50 feet past Oric, Roran had glimpsed Queen Islanzadi whirling through the battle, her red cape flying in a shining armor as bright as a star amid the dark mass of bodies. About ahead had flitted the white raven that was her companion. What little Roran saw of Islanzadi impressed him with her skill, ferocity, and bravery. She reminded him of Arya, but he thought that the queen might be the greater warrior. A cluster of 5 soldiers charged around the corner of a house and nearly ran into Roran. Shouting, they leveled their spears and did their best to skewer him like a roast chicken. He ducked and dodged, and with his own spear, caught one of the men in the throat. The soldier remained on his feet for a minute more, but he could not breathe properly and soon fell to the ground, tangling the legs of his companions. Roran seized the opportunity, stabbing and cutting with abandon. One of the soldiers managed to land a blow on Roran's right shoulder, and Roran felt the familiar decrease in his strength as his wards deflected the blade. He was surprised that the wards protected him. Only a few moments before, they had failed to stop the rim of his shield from tearing open the skin of his left cheek. He wished that whatever was happening with the magic would resolve itself one way or another. As it was, he dared not risk leaving himself open for even the slightest blow. Roran advanced toward the last 2 soldiers, but before he reached them there was a blur of steel, and then their heads dropped to the cobblestones, surprised expressions on their faces. The bodies collapsed, and behind them Roran saw the herbalist Angela, garbed in her green and black armor and carrying a sword staff. Close by her side were a pair of werecats, one in the shape of a brindle-haired girl with sharp blood-stained teeth and a long dagger, the other in the shape of an animal. He thought it might have been Solumbum, but he was not sure. "Roran, how nice to see you," said the herbalist with a smile that seemed altogether too cheery considering the circumstances. "Imagine meeting here." "Better here than in the grave," he shouted, picking up an extra spear and heaving it at a man farther down the street. "Well said. I thought you went with Aragorn." She shook her head. "He didn't ask me, and I wouldn't have gone if he had. I'm no match for Galbatorix. Besides, Aragorn has the Eldonari to help him." "You know?" he asked, shocked. She winked at him from under the lip of her helm. "I know lots of things." He grunted and tucked his shoulder behind his shield as he rammed into another group of soldiers. The herbalist said the werecats joined him, as did Morst, Mandel, and several others. "Where's your hammer?" shouted Angela as she spun a bladed staff, blocking and cutting at the same time. "Lost. I dropped it." Someone howled with pain behind him.
As soon as he dared, Roran looked back and saw Balder clutching the stump of his right arm. On the ground, his hand lay twitching. Roran ran back to him, leaping over several corpses along the way. Horse was already by his son's side, fending off the soldier who had severed Balder's hand. Drawing his dagger, Roran cut a strip of cloth from the tunic of a fallen soldier, then said, "Here!" and tied it around the stump of Balder's arm, stanching the bleeding. The herbalist knelt next to them, and Roran said, "Can you help him?" She shook her head. "Not here. If I use magic, it might end up killing him. If you can get him out of the city, though, the elves can probably save his hand." Roran hesitated. He was not sure he dared spare anyone to escort Balder safely out of Urubayan. However, without a hand, Balder would face a hard life, and Roran had no desire to condemn him to that.
"If you won't take him, I will," bellowed Horst.
Roran ducked as a stone the size of a hog flew past overhead and glanced off the front of a house, scattering pieces of masonry through the air. Inside the building, someone screamed. "No, we need you." Turning, Roran whistled and picked up 2 warriors. The old cobbler Loring and an Argle. "Get into the elves' healers as fast as you can," he said, pushing Balder toward them. As he went, Balder picked up his hand and tucked it under his hauberk. The Argle snarled and said in a thick accent that Roran barely understood,
"No, I stay. I fight."
He struck his sword against his shield. Roran stepped over, grabbed one of the creature's horns, and pulled on it until he had twisted the Argle's head halfway around. "You'll do as I say," Roran growled. "Besides, it's not an easy task. Protect him and you'll win much glory for you and your tribe." The Argle's eyes seemed to brighten.
"Much glory,"
he said, mashing the words between his heavy teeth. "Much glory," Roran confirmed.
"I do it, Stronghammer."
With a sense of relief, Roran watched the 3 of them depart, heading toward the outer wall, so that they might skirt most of the battle. He was also pleased to see the human-shaped werecat following after them, the feral brindled-haired girl swinging her head from side to side as she scented the air. Then another group of soldiers attacked, and all thoughts of Balder left Roran's mind. He hated fighting with a spear instead of a hammer, but he made do, and after a time the street again grew calm. He knew the respite would be short. He took the opportunity to sit on the front doorstep of a house and try to regain his breath. The soldiers seemed as fresh as ever, but he could feel exhaustion dragging on his limbs. He doubted he could keep going for much longer without making a fatal mistake. As he sat panting, he listened to the shouts and screams coming from the direction of Urubayan's ruined front gate. It was difficult to tell what was happening from the general clamor, but he suspected the Varden were getting pushed back, for the noise seemed to be receding slightly. Amid the commotion, he could hear the regular crack of Lord Boss mace striking warrior after warrior, and then the increase in cries that invariably followed. Roran made himself stand. If he sat for much longer, his muscles would start to stiffen. A moment after, he moved away from the doorstep. The contents of a chamber pot splashed across the spot where he'd just been. "Murderers!" shouted a woman above him, and then a pair of shutters banged shut. Roran snorted and picked his way around bodies as he led his remaining warriors over to a nearest cross street. They paused, wary, when a soldier raced past, panic upon his face. Close behind, a pack of yowling house cats chased after him, blood dripping from the fur around their mouths. Roran smiled and started forward again. He stopped a second later when a group of dwarves with red beards ran toward them from deep within the city. "Ready yourself," one shouted. "We've a whole pack of soldiers nipping at our heels. A few hundred of them, at least." Roran looked back at the empty cross street. "Perhaps you lost," he began to say, and then stopped when a line of crimson tunics appeared around the corner of a building a few hundred feet away. More and more soldiers followed, pouring into the street like a swarm of red ants. "Back!" Roran shouted. "Back!" "We have to find somewhere defensible." The outer wall was too far away, and none of the houses were large enough to have enclosed courtyards. As Roran ran down the street with his warriors, a dozen or so arrows landed around them. Roran stumbled and fell, writhing, as a bolt of pain shot up his spine from the small of his back. It felt as if someone had jabbed him with a large iron bar. A second later, the herbalist was by his side. She tugged at something behind him, and Roran screamed. Then the pain decreased, and he found himself able to see clearly again. The herbalist showed him an arrow with a bloody tip before throwing it away. "Your mail stopped most of it," she said as she helped him to his feet. Gritting his teeth, Roran ran with her to rejoin their group. Every step pained him now, and he bent at the waist too far. His back spasmed, and he found it almost impossible to move. He saw no good places to make a stand, and the soldiers were getting closer. So at last he shouted, "Stop! Form up! Elves to the sides! Argles front and center!" Roran took his place near the front, along with Darman, Albric, the Argles, and one of the red-bearded dwarves.
"So you're the one they call Stronghammer,"
said the dwarf as they watched the advance of the soldiers.
"I fought alongside your hearth-brother in Farthendur. It is mine honor to fight with you as well."
Roran grunted. He just hoped he could stay on his feet. Then the soldiers crashed into them, shoving them back through the sheer weight. Roran set his shoulder against his shield and pushed with all his might. Swords and spears stuck through the gaps in the wall of overlapping shields. He felt one scrape against his side, but his hauberk protected him. The elves and the Argos proved invaluable. They broke the soldiers' lines and allowed Roran and the other warriors room to swing their weapons. At the edge of his vision, Roran saw the dwarf stabling the soldiers on the legs, the feet and groin causing many to fall. The supply of soldiers seemed endless, however, and Roran found himself forced backwards step by step. Not even the elves could stem the tide of men, try though they might. Arthiara, the elf woman Roran had spoken to outside the city wall, died from an arrow in the neck, and the remaining elves received many wounds. Roran was injured several more times himself, a cut on the upper part of his right calf, which would have hamstrung him if it had been a little higher, another cut on the thigh of the same leg, where a sword had slipped under the edge of his hauberk, a nasty scrape on his neck where he hit himself with his own shield, a stab wound on the inner part of his right leg that fortunately missed the major arteries, and more bruises than he could count. He felt as if every part of himself had been beaten soundly with a wooden mallet, and then a pair of clumsy men had used him as a target for knife throwing. He dropped back from the front line a few times to rest his arms and catch his breath, but he always rejoined the fight soon afterward. Then the buildings opened up around them, and Roran realized that the soldiers had succeeded in driving them into the square before Urubain's broken gate, and that there were now enemies behind them as well as before them. He chanced to look over his shoulder and saw the elves and the Varden retreating before Bast and his soldiers. "Right!" shouted Roran. "Right! Up against the buildings!" He pointed with his bloody spear. With some difficulty, the warriors packed behind him, edged into the side, and onto the steps of a huge stone building fronted with a double row of pillars as tall as any of the trees in the spine. Between the pillars, Roran glimpsed the dark, yawning shape of an open archway, big enough to accommodate Saphira, if not Shuakan. "Up! Up!" Roran shouted, and the men, dwarves, elves, and Argos ran with him to the top of the stairs. There they set themselves among the pillars and repelled the wave of soldiers that charged after them. From their vantage point, which was perhaps 20 feet above the level of the streets, Roran saw that the Empire nearly forced the Varden and the elves back out the gaping hole in the outer wall. "We're going to lose," he thought with a sudden desperation. The soldiers charged up the steps once again. Roran dodged a spear and kicked its owner in the belly, knocking the soldier and 2 other men down the stairs. From one of the balustrades on a nearby wall tower, a javelin streaked down toward Lord Bast. When it was still a few yards from him, the javelin burst into flames, then crumbled into dust, as did every arrow shot at the armored man. "We have to kill him," said Roran. If Bast fell, then the soldiers would likely break and lose confidence. But given that both the elves and the Coll had failed to stop him, it seemed doubtful that anyone other than Aragorn could. Even as he continued to fight, Roran kept glancing at the large armored figure, hoping to see something that might provide a way to defeat him. He noticed that Bast walked with a slight hitch in his stride, as if he'd once injured his left knee or hip, and the man seemed a hair slower than before. So he does have his limits, thought Roran. Or rather, the Eldenari does. With a shout, he parried the sword of the soldier who'd been pressing him. Jerking his shield up, he caught the soldier underneath the jaw, killing the man instantly. Roran was out of breath and faint from his wounds, so he withdrew behind one of the pillars and leaned against it. He coughed and spat. His spittle contained blood, but he thought that was just from where he'd been bitten in the inside of the mouth, not from a punctured lung. At least he hoped so. His ribs felt sore enough that one of them might be broken. A great shout rose from the Varden, and Roran looked around the pillar to see Queen Islanzadi and 11 other elves riding through the battle toward Lord Bast. Again upon Islanzadi's left shoulder sat the White Raven, but he cawed and lifted his wings, the better to balance upon his moving perch. In her hand, Islanzadi carried a sword, while the rest of the elves carried spears with banners attached close to their leaf-shaped blades. Roran leaned against the pillar, hope rising within him. "Kill him," he growled. Bast made no move to avoid the elves, but stood waiting for them, with his feet spread wide and his mace and shield by his sides, as if he had no need to defend himself. Throughout the streets, the fighting slowed to a standstill as everyone turned to watch what was about to happen. The 2 elves in the lead lowered their spears, and the horses sprang forward into a gallop, the muscles beneath their glossy hides flexing and relaxing as they raced across the short distance that separated them from Bast. For a moment it looked as if Bast would surely fall. It seemed impossible that anyone on foot could withstand such a charge. The spears never touched Bast. His ward stopped them an arm's length from his body, and the hafts shattered in the elves' hands, leaving them holding useless shards of wood. Then Bast lifted his mace and shield, and with them he struck the horses on the sides of their heads, breaking their necks and killing them. The horses fell, and the elves upon them jumped free, twisting in the air as they did. The next 2 elves did not have time to change course before they reached Bast. Like their predecessors, they split their spears on his wards, then they too jumped free of their horses as Bast struck the animals down. By then the 8 other elves, including Islanzadi, had managed to turn and rein in their steeds. They trotted in a circle around Bast, keeping their weapons pointed at him, while the 4 elves on the ground drew their swords and cautiously advanced toward Bast. The man laughed and hefted his shield as he prepared for their attack. The light caught his face under his helm, and even from a distance Ron could see that it was broad and heavy-browed, with prominent cheekbones. In some ways it reminded him of the face of an Urgle. The 4 elves ran at Bast, each from a different direction, and they cut and stabbed at him in unison. Bast caught one of the swords on his shield, deflected another with his mace, and let his ward stop the blades of the 2 elves behind him. He laughed again and swung his weapon. A silver-haired elf threw himself to the side, and the mace flew past harmlessly. Twice more Bast swung, and twice more the elves evaded him. Bast showed no signs of frustration, but he hunched behind his shield and bided his time, like a cave bear waiting for whosoever might be foolish enough to venture into his lair. Outside the ring of elves, a block of halberd-wielding soldiers took it upon themselves to run screaming toward Queen Islanzadi and her companions. Without pause, the queen lifted a sword over her head, and at a signal a swarm of buzzing arrows shot out from the ranks of the Varden and felled the soldiers. Roran shouted with excitement along with many of the Varden. Bast had been edging ever closer to the bodies of the 4 horses he had slain, and now he stepped into their midst so that the bodies formed a low, tumbled wall on either side of him. The elves to his left and right would have no choice but to leap over the horses if they wished to attack him. Clever, Roran thought, frowning. The elf in front of Bast darted forward, shouting something in the ancient language. Bast seemed to hesitate, and his hesitation encouraged the elf to come closer. Then Bast lunged forward. His mace came crashing down, and the elf crumpled to the ground, broken. A groan went up from the elves. The 3 remaining elves on foot were more cautious thereafter. They continued to circle Bast, running in to attack him on occasion, but mostly keeping their distance. "Surrender!" exclaimed Islanzadi, and her voice could be heard through the streets. "There are more of us than you. No matter how strong you are, in time you will tire and your wards will fail. You cannot win, human." "No," said Bast. He straightened and dropped his shield with a loud clatter. Sudden dread filled Roran. Run, he thought. "Run!" he shouted a half-second later. He was too late. Bending at the knees, Bast grabbed the neck of one of the horses, and with his left arm alone, threw the horse at Queen Islanzadi. If she spoke in the ancient language, Roran did not hear it, but she lifted a hand, and the body of the horse stopped in midair, then dropped to the cobblestones, where it landed with an unpleasant sound. On her shoulder the raven screeched. Bast was not looking, however. As soon as the carcass left his hand, he scooped up his shield and sprinted toward the nearest of the mounted elven riders. One of the 3 remaining elves on foot, a woman with a red sash tied around her upper arm, ran toward him and slashed at his back. Bast ignored her. Over a flat stretch of land, the elves' horses might have been able to outdistance Bast, but in the limited space between the buildings and the closely packed warriors, Bast was both faster and more nimble. He rammed his shoulder into the ribs of one of the horses, toppling it over, and then swung his mace at an elf upon another horse, knocking the elf from his seat. A horse screamed. The circle of elven riders disintegrated, each turning in a different direction as they tried to calm their mounts and address the threat before them. A half-dozen elves ran out from the nearby press of warriors and surrounded Bast, all hacking at him with frenzied speed. Bast disappeared behind them for a moment, then his mace rose up, and 3 of the elves flew tumbling away. Then another 2, and Bast strode forward, blood and gore clinging to the flanges of his black weapon. "Now!" roared Bast, and throughout the square hundreds of soldiers ran forward and assailed the elves, forcing them to defend themselves. "No!" Roran growled, agonized. He would have gone with his warriors to help, but too many bodies, both living and dead, separated them from Bast and the elves. He glanced over at the herbalist, who looked as worried as he felt, and said, "Can't you do something?" "I could, but it would mean my life and that of everyone here." "Galbatorix as well. He's too well shielded. But our army would be destroyed along with most everyone in Urubayan, and even those at our camp might die. Is that what you want?" Roran shook his head. "I thought not." Moving with uncanny speed, Bast struck elf after elf, felling them with ease. With one of his swings, he caught the shoulder of the elf woman with the red sash and knocked her sprawling onto her back. She pointed at Bast and screamed in the ancient language, but the spell went awry. For another elf slumped forward and toppled out of his saddle, the front of his body split from head to steam. Bast slew the elf woman with a jab of his mace and then continued to run from horse to horse until he reached Islanzadi on a white mare. The elf queen did not wait for Bast to kill her steed. She leapt out of her saddle, her red cape billowing, and her companion the white raven beat his wings as he took flight from her shoulder. Before she had lit, Islanzadi lashed out at Bast, her sword a streak of shining steel. Her blade rang as it collided with his wards. Bast retaliated with a counterstroke, which Islanzadi parried with a deft turn of her wrist, sending the spiked ball of his mace crashing into the cobblestones. Around them a space formed as friend and foe alike paused to watch them duel. Overhead the raven circled, shrieking and cursing in the harsh manner of his kind. Never had Roran seen such a fight. The blows from both Islanzadi and Bast were too fast to follow. Only a blur was visible when they struck, and the sound of their weapons clashing was louder than all the other noises in the city. Again and again, Bast tried to crush Islanzadi with his mace, even as he'd crushed the other elves. But she was too fast for him to catch, and she seemed, if not his equal in strength, then at least strong enough to knock aside his blows without difficulty. The other elves, Roran thought, must be aiding her, for she appeared not to tire despite her exertions. A call and 2 elves joined Islanzadi. Bast paid them no mind other than to kill them one by one when they made the mistake of venturing within his reach. Roran found himself grappling the pillar so hard, his hands began to cramp. Minutes passed as Islanzadi and Bast fought back and forth across the street. In motion, the Elf Queen was glorious, swift, lithe, and powerful. Unlike Bast, she could not afford to make a single mistake, nor did she, for her wards would not protect her. With every moment, Roran's admiration for Islanzadi increased, and he felt he was witnessing a battle that would be sung for centuries to come. The Raven often dove at Bast, seeking to distract him from Islanzadi. After the Raven's first few attempts, Bast ignored the bird, for the maddened creature could not touch him, and it took pains to keep away from his mace. The Raven seemed to grow frustrated. It shrieked louder and more frequently, and was bolder with its attacks, and with each sally it edged ever closer to Bast's head and neck. Finally, as the bird again swooped toward Bast, the man twisted his mace upward, changing its path in midair, and clipped the Raven on its right wing. The bird cried out in pain and dropped a foot toward the ground before struggling to climb back into the sky. Bast swung at the Raven again, but Islanzadi stopped his mace with a sword, and they stood facing each other with their weapons locked together at the top, the blade of a sword wedged between the flanges of his mace. Elf and human swayed as they pushed against one another. Neither was able to gain the advantage. Then Queen Islanzadi shouted a word in the ancient language, and where the weapons met, a harsh, brilliant light shone forth. Squinting, Roran shocked his eyes with his hand and averted his gaze. For a minute, the only sounds were the cries of the wounded, and a ringing bell-like tone that grew louder and louder until it was nearly unbearable. To the side, Roran saw the werecat with Angela cringing and covering its tousled ears with his paws. When the sound was at the very height of its intensity, the blade of Islanzadi's sword cracked, and the light in the bell-like tone vanished. Then the Elf Queen smote at Bast's face with the broken end of a sword, and she said, "Thus I curse you, Bast, son of Berengar!" Bast allowed his sword to fall upon his wards. Then he swung his mace once more, and caught Queen Islanzadi between her neck and her shoulder, and she collapsed to the ground, blood staining her corselet of golden scale armor. And all was still. The white raven circled once over Islanzadi's body, and uttered a doleful cry, and flew slowly toward the breach in the outer wall, the feathers of its wounded wing red and crumpled. A great wail went up from the Varden. Throughout the streets, men cast down their weapons and fled. The elves shouted with rage and grief, a most terrible sound, and every elf with a bow began to fire arrows toward Bast. The arrows burst into flame before they touched him. A dozen elves charged him, but he swatted them aside as if they weighed no more than children. In that moment, another 5 elves darted in, lifted up Islanzadi's body, and bore her away upon the leaf-shaped shields. A sense of disbelief gripped Roran. Of them all, Islanzadi was the one he had least expected to die. He glared at the men who were fleeing and silently cursed them for traitors and cowards. Then he returned his gaze to Bast, who was rallying his troops in preparation for driving the Varden and their allies back out of Urabayan. The pit in Roran's stomach grew larger. The elves might continue to fight, but the men, dwarves, and Urgles no longer had a taste for battle. He could see it in their faces. They would break and retreat, and Bast would slaughter them by the hundreds from behind. Nor, Roran was sure, would Bast halt at the city walls. No, he would continue on to the fields beyond and chase the Varden back to their camp, scattering and killing as many as he could. It was what Roran would do. Worse, if Bast reached the camp, Katrina would be in danger, and Roran had no illusions as to what would happen if the soldiers caught her. Roran stared down at his bloody hands. Bast had to be stopped. But how, Roran thought, and he thought, running through everything he knew about magic until at last he remembered how it had felt when the soldiers were holding him and striking him. Roran took a deep, shuddering breath. There was a way, but it was dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. If he did what he was contemplating, he knew that he would probably never see Katrina again, much less their unborn child. Yet the knowledge brought him a certain peace. His life for theirs was a fair maid, and if he could help save the Varden at the same time, then he'd be happy to give it. Katrina. The decision was an easy one. Raising his head, he strode over to the herbalist. She looked as shocked and grief-ridden as any of the elves. He touched her on the shoulder with the edge of his shield and said, "I need your help." She gazed at him with red-rimmed eyes. "What do you intend to do?" "Kill Bast." His words captivated all of the warriors nearby.
"Roran, no!" exclaimed Horst.
The Habalist nodded. "I'll help however I can."
"Good. I want you to fetch Jormundur, Gajvog, Auric, Grimma, and one of the elves who still have some authority."
The curly-haired woman sniffed and wiped her eyes. "Where do you want them to meet you?"
"Right here. And hurry before any more men flee."
Angela nodded, and then she and the Werkat trotted away, sticking close to the sides of the buildings for protection.
"Roran," said Horst, clutching his arm. "What do you have in mind?"
"I'm not going to go up against him by myself, if that's what you're thinking," said Roran, nodding toward Bast. Horst appeared somewhat relieved. "And what are you going to do?" "You'll see." Several soldiers carrying pikes ran up the steps of the building, but the red-haired dwarves who had joined Roran's force held them off with ease, the steps for once giving them the advantage of height over their opponents. While the dwarves fenced with the soldiers, Roran went to a nearby elf, who with a snarl fixed on his face was emptying his quiver at a prodigious speed, sending each of his arrows arcing toward Bast. None of them, of course, found their mark.
"Enough," said Roran.
When the dark-haired elf ignored him, Roran grabbed the elf's right hand, his bow hand, and pulled it to the side.
"That's enough, I said. Save your arrows."
A growl sounded, and then Roran felt a hand around his throat.
"Do not touch me, human. Listen to me. I can help you kill Bast. Just let me go."
After a second or two, the fingers gripping Roran's neck relaxed.
"How, Stronghammer?"
The bloodthirstiness of the elf's voice contrasted with the tears on his cheeks. "You'll find out in a minute. But I have a question for you first. Why can't you kill Bast with your minds? He's only one man, and there are so many of you." An anguished expression crossed the elf's face.
"Because his mind is hidden from us." "How?" "I do not know. We can feel nothing of his thoughts. It's as if there's a sphere around his mind. We can see nothing within the sphere, nor can we pierce it."
Roran had expected something like that. "Thank you," he said, and the elf made a slight motion of his head in acknowledgement. Gajvog was the first to reach the building. He emerged from a nearby street and ran up the steps with 2 huge strides, then turned and rode at the 30 soldiers following him. Seeing the call safe among friends, the soldiers wisely dropped back.
"Stronghammer!" exclaimed Gajvog. "You asked and I have come."
After a few more minutes, the others Roran had sent the obelisk to fetch arrived at the great stone building. The silver-haired elf who had presented himself was one Roran had seen with Islanzari on several occasions. Lord Daethadir was his name. The 6 of them, all bloody and weary, stood in a clump among the fluted pillars.
"Have a plan to kill Bast," Roran said. "But I need your help, and we have little time. Can I count on you?" "It depends on your plan," said Auric. "Tell it to us first."
So Roran explained it as quickly as he could. When he finished, he asked Auric, "Can your engineers aim the catapults and ballistae as accurately as needed?" The dwarf made a noise in his throat.
"Not with how humans build their war machines. We can put a stone within 20 feet of the target, but any closer than that is up to luck."
Roran looked at the elf Lord Daethadir. "Will the others of your kind follow you?"
"They will obey my orders, Stronghammer. Do not doubt it."
"Then will you send some of your magicians to accompany the dwarves and help guide the stones?"
"There would be no guarantee of success. The spells might easily fail or go astray."
"I'll have to risk it." Roran swept his gaze over the group. "So I ask again, can I count on you?" Out by the city wall, a chorus of fresh screams erupted as Bast smashed his way through a bank of men. Gajvog surprised Roran by being the first to answer.
"You are battle-mad, Stronghammer, but I will follow you," he said.
He made a rock sound that Roran thought might be laughter.
"There will be much glory in killing Bast."
Then Jormundur said, "Aye, I will follow you as well, Roran. We've no other choice, I think."
"Agreed,"
said Auric.
"Agreed,"
said Grimma, king of the Werecats, drawing the word out in a throaty growl.
"Agreed," said Lord Daethadir.
"Then go," said Roran. "You know what you need to do. Go." As the others departed, Roran called his warriors together and told them his plan. Then they hunkered between the pillars and waited. It took 3 or 4 minutes, precious time in which Bast and his soldiers pushed the Varden ever closer to the breach in the outer wall, but then Roran saw groups of dwarves and elves run up to 12 of the nearest ballistae, and catapults on the walls and free them from the soldiers. Several more tense minutes passed. Then Auric hurried up the steps to the building along with 30 of his dwarves, and said to Roran, "They're ready." Roran nodded. To everyone with him he said, "Take your places!" The remnants of Roran's battalion formed a dense wedge, with him at the tip, and the elves and Argos directly behind him. Auric and his dwarves took up the rear. Once all of the warriors were in place, Roran shouted, "Forward!" and trotted down the steps into the midst of the enemy soldiers, knowing that the rest of the group was close behind him. The soldiers had not been expecting the charge. They parted before Roran like water before the prow of a ship. One man tried to bar Roran's way, and Roran stabbed him through the eye without breaking stride. When they were about 50 feet from Bast, who had his back turned, and Roran stopped, as did the warriors behind him. To one of the elves he said, "Make it so everyone in the square can hear me." The elf muttered in the ancient language, then said, "It is done." "Bast!" shouted Roran, and he was relieved to hear his voice echo over the whole of the battle. The fighting throughout the streets came to a halt, save for a few individual skirmishes here and there. Sweat dripped from Roran's brow and his heart was pounding, but he refused to feel afraid. "Bast!" he shouted again, and slapped the front of his shield with his spear. "Turn and fight me, you maggot-ridden cur!" A soldier ran at him. Roran blocked his sword and in one easy motion swept the man off his feet and dispatched him with 2 quick jabs. Pulling his spear free, Roran repeated his call. "Bast!" The broad, heavy figure slowly turned to face him. Now that he was closer, Roran could see the sly intelligence that lay in Bast's eyes, and the small, mocking smile that lifted the corner of his childlike mouth. His neck was as thick as Roran's thigh, and beneath his mail harboured his arms were knotted with muscles. The reflections from his protruding breastplate kept snaring Roran's gaze, despite his efforts to ignore them. "Bast, my name is Roran Stronghammer, cousin to Aragon Shadeslayer. Fight me if you dare, or be branded a coward before all here today." "No man scares me, Stronghammer. Or should I say Lackhammer, for I see no hammer upon you." Roran drew himself up. "I need no hammer to kill you, you beardless bootlicker." "Is that so?" Bast's tiny smile grew wider. "Give us room," he shouted, and waved his mace at the soldiers and Varden alike. With the soft thunder of thousands of feet treading backward, the armies withdrew, and a wide circular area formed around Bast. He pointed his mace at Roran. "Albatorix told me of you, Luckhammer. He said that I was to break every bone in your body before I killed you." "What if we break your bones instead?" said Roran. "Now!" he thought as hard as he could, trying to shout his thoughts into the darkness that surrounded his mind. He hoped the elves and the other spellcasters were listening as promised. Bast frowned and opened his mouth. Before he could speak, a low whistling noise sounded over the city, and 6 stone projectiles, each the size of a barrel, hurtled over the tops of the houses from the catapults on the walls. A half-dozen javelins accompanied the stones. 5 of the stones landed directly on Bast. The 6th missed and went bouncing across the square like a rock across water, bowling over men and dwarves alike. The stones cracked and exploded as they struck Bast's wards, sending fragments flying in every direction. Roran ducked behind his shield and nearly fell as a fist-sized chunk of stone slammed into it, bruising his arm. The javelins vanished in a flare of yellow fire, which gave a ghoulish light to the clouds of dust that floated upward from Bast's location. When he was sure it was safe, Roran looked over his shield. Bast was lying on his back amid the rubble, his mace on the ground next to him. "Get him!" Roran bellowed, and ran forward. Many of the gathered Varden started toward Bast, but the soldiers they had been fighting shouted and attacked, stopping them from covering more than a few steps. With a roar, the 2 armies turned on each other once again, both factions inflamed with a desperate anger. As they did, Yomander emerged from a side street, leading 100 men whom he'd collected from the edges of the battle. He and those with him would help hold back the scum of combatants while Roran and the others dealt with Bast. From the opposite side of the square, Gajvog and 6 other Khal charged on from behind the houses they had been using for cover. The pounding footsteps shook the ground, and men of both the Empire and the Varden scrambled to move out of their way. Then hundreds of werecats, most in their animal forms, slipped out from the main body of the intermingled armies and streamed across the cobblestones, teeth bared toward where Bast lay. Bast had just begun to stare when Roran reached him. Grabbing his spear with both hands, Roran brought it down on Bast's neck. The blade of the weapon stopped a foot away, and the tip bent and snapped as if it had struck a block of granite. Roran cursed and continued to stab as quickly as he could, trying to keep the Eldenari within Bast's breastplate from recovering its strength. Bast groaned. "Hurry!" Roran bellowed at the Argles. Once they were close enough, then Roran sprang aside so that the Khal would have the room they needed. Taking turns, each of the massive Argles struck at Bast with their weapons. His wards blocked them, but the Khal continued to hammer away. The sound was deafening. Werecats and elves gathered around Roran. Behind them, he was half aware of the warriors he'd brought with him holding off the soldiers, along with Yomander's men. Just when Roran was beginning to think that Bast's wards would never give way, one of the Khal uttered a triumphant shout, and Roran saw the creature's axe glance off the front of Bast's armor, denting it. "Again!" shouted Roran. "Now, kill him!" The Khal lifted his axe out of the way, and Gajvog swung his ironbound club toward Bast's head. Roran saw a flurry of motion, and then there was a loud thud as the club struck Bast's shield, which the man had pulled over himself. "Blast it!" Before the Argles could attack again, Bast rolled up against the legs of one of the Khal, and his hand latched onto the back of the Khal's right knee. The Coll bellowed with pain and hopped backward, pulling Bast out of the knot of the Coll. The Uggles and 2 elves closed in around Bast once more, and for a number of heartbeats it seemed as if they might subdue him. Then one of the elves went flying, her neck crooked at an odd angle. The Coll fell onto his side, shouting in his native language. Bone protruded from his left forearm. Gajvog snarled and jumped back, blood streaming from a fist-sized hole in his side. "No!" thought Roran, going cold. "It can't end like this. I won't let it!" Shouting, he ran forward and slipped between 2 of the giant Uggles. He barely had time to see Bast, bloody and enraged with his shield in one hand and a sword in the other, before Bast swung his shield and struck Roran on the left side of his body. The air rushed out of Roran's lungs, and the sky and the ground spun around him, and he felt his helmet-covered head bouncing against the cobblestones. The world seemed to keep moving beneath him even when he rolled to a stop. He lay where he was for a time, struggling to breathe. At last he was able to fill his lungs with air, and he thought he had never been so grateful for anything as he was for that breath. He gasped. Then he howled as his body filled with pain. His left arm felt numb, but every other muscle and sinew burned with agony. He tried to push himself upright and fell back onto his stomach, too dizzy and hurt to stand. Before him was a fragment of yellowish stone, veined with coiled branches of red agate. He stared at it for a while, panting, and the whole time the only thought running through his mind was, "Have to get up, have to get up, have to get up." When he felt ready, he tried again. His left arm refused to work, so he was forced to rely on his right alone. Hard as it was, he got his legs underneath him, and then he slowly rose to his feet, shaking and unable to take more than shallow breaths. As he straightened, something pulled in his left shoulder, and he uttered a silent scream. It felt as if a red-hot knife was buried in the joint. Looking down, he saw that his arm was dislocated. Of his shield, nothing remained but a splintered board still attached to the strap around his forearm. Roran turned, searching for Bast, and saw the man 30 yards away covered in clawing werecats. Satisfied that Bast would be occupied for at least a few more seconds, Roran returned his gaze to his dislocated arm. At first he could not remember what his mother had taught him, but then her words returned to him, faint and blurred by the passage of time. He pulled off the remnants of his shield. "Make a fist," mumbled Roran, and he did so with his left hand. "Bend your arm so your fist points downward." That he did, though it worsened his pain. "Then turn your arm outward, away from your—" He screamed a curse as his shoulder grated, the muscles and tendons pulling in ways that were not supposed to stretch. He kept turning his arm and kept clenching his fist, and after a few seconds the bone popped back into the socket. His relief was immediate. He still hurt elsewhere, especially his lower back and ribs, but at last he could use his arm again, and the pain was not so excruciating. Then Roran looked toward Bast again. What he saw sickened him. Bast was standing in a circle of dead werecats. Blood streaked his dented breastplate, and clumps of fur clung to his mace, which he'd retrieved. His cheeks were scratched deeply, and the right sleeve of his mail hauberk was torn, but otherwise he appeared unharmed. The few werecats who still faced him were careful to keep their distance, and it looked to Roran as if they were about to turn tail and run. Behind Bast lay the bodies of the Coll and the elves he had been fighting. All of Roran's warriors seemed to have disappeared, for none but the soldiers surrounded Roran, Bast, and the werecats, a seething mass of crimson tunics, the men pushing and shoving as they struggled against the eddies of the battle. "Shoot him!" Roran shouted, but no one seemed to hear. Bast noticed, however, and he began to lumber toward Roran. "Lackhammer!" he roared. "I'll have your head for this!" Roran saw a spear on the ground. He knelt and picked it up. The motion made him light-headed. "I see you try," he replied, but the words sounded hollow, and his mind filled with thoughts of Katrina and the child who was yet to be. Then one of the werecats, who was in the form of a white-haired woman no taller than Roran's elbow, ran forward and cut Bast along the side of his left thigh. Bast snarled and twisted, but the werecat was already retreating, hissing at him while she did. A moment more Bast waited to ensure that she would not trouble him again, and then he continued walking toward Roran, limping now as his new wound exacerbated the hitch in his stride. Blood sheeted down his leg. Roran wet his lips, unable to look away from his approaching foe. He had only the spear. He had no shield. He could not outrun Bast, and he could not hope to match Bast's unnatural strength or speed. Nor was there anyone near to help him. It was an impossible situation, but Roran refused to admit defeat. He had given up once before, and he would never do so again, even though reason told him that he was about to die. Then Bast was upon him, and Roran stabbed at his right knee in the desperate hope that he might by some chance cripple him. Bast deflected the spear with his mace, then swung at Roran. Roran had anticipated the counterattack and was already stumbling backward as fast as his legs would allow. A gust of wind touched his face as the head of the mace swept past, inches from his skin. Bast showed his teeth in a grim smile, and he was about to strike again when a shadow fell on him from up above, and he looked upward. Islanzadi's white raven dropped out of the sky and landed on Bast's face. The raven screeched with fury as it pecked and clawed at Bast, and Roran was astonished to hear the raven say, "Die! Die! Die!" Bast swore and dropped his shield. With his free hand he batted the raven away, breaking its already injured wing. Ribbons of flesh hung loose from his brow, and blood painted his cheeks and chin crimson. Roran lunged forward and stabbed Bast's other hand with his spear, causing Bast to drop his mace as well. Then Roran seized his chance and stabbed at Bast's exposed throat. However, Bast caught the spear with one hand, tore it from Roran's grip, and broke it between his fingers as easily as Roran might break a dry twig. "Now you die," said Bast, spitting blood. His lips were torn, and his right eye was ruined, but he could still see out of his remaining orb. The man reached for Roran, seeking to envelop him in a deadly embrace. Roran could not have escaped even if he'd wanted to, but as Bast's arms closed about him, Roran grabbed Bast's waist and twisted with all his might, putting as much weight and pressure as he could on Bast's wounded leg, the leg with the hitch. Bast held for a moment. Then his knee buckled, and with a cry of pain he fell forward onto one leg and caught himself with his left hand. Swimming around, Roran slipped out from under Bast's right arm. The blood on Bast's breastplate made that much easier to work free, despite the man's immense strength. Roran tried to grab Bast's throat from behind, but Bast tucked his chin, preventing Roran from getting a grip. So instead, Roran wrapped his arms around Bast's chest, hoping to restrain him until someone else could kill him. Bast growled and threw himself onto his side, jarring Roran's injured shoulder and causing him to grunt with pain. The cobblestones dug into Roran's arms and back as Bast rolled 3 times. When the bulk of the man was atop him, Roran had trouble breathing. Yet still, Roran maintained his grip. One of Bast's elbows slammed into his side, and Roran felt several of his ribs break. Roran clenched his teeth and tightened his arms, squeezing as hard as he could. Katrina, he thought. Again, Bast's elbow slammed into him. Roran howled, and flashing lights appeared before his eyes. He squeezed even harder. Again, the elbow like an anvil pounding into his side. "You shall not win, Blackhammer," grunted Bast. He staggered to his feet, dragging Roran with him. Though he thought he might tear the muscle from his bones, Roran tightened his embrace even further. He screamed, but he could not hear his voice, and he felt veins pop and tendons snap. And then Bast's breastplate caved in, giving way where the call had dented it, and there was the sound of crystal breaking. "No!" shouted Bast, even as a pure white light erupted from the edges of his armor. He went rigid, as if chains had pulled every limb into its farthest reach, and he began to shake uncontrollably. The light blinded Roran and bound his arms and face. He released Bast and fell to the ground, where he covered his eyes with his forearm. The light continued to pour out from under Bast's breastplate until the edges of the metal began to glow. Then the blaze ceased, leaving the world darker than before, and what little remained of Lord Bast tumbled backward and lay smoking on the cobblestones. Roran blinked as he stared at the faceless sky. He knew he should rise, for there were soldiers nearby, but the cobblestones seemed soft beneath him, and all he really wanted to do was close his eyes and rest. When he next opened his eyes, he saw Auric and Horst and a number of elves gathered around him. "Roran, can you hear me?" said Horst, peering at him with concern. Roran tried to speak, but he could not form the words. "Can you hear me? Listen to me, you have to stay awake, Roran! Roran!" Again, Roran felt himself sinking into blackness. It was a comforting sensation, like wrapping himself in a soft woolen blanket. Warmth spread through him, and the last thing he remembered was Auric bending over him and saying something in Dwarvish that sounded like a prayer. Chapter 68. The Gift of Knowledge. Eyes locked, Eragon and Murtagh slowly circled each other, trying to anticipate where and how the other would move. Murtagh appeared fit as ever, but there were dark circles under his eyes and his face was haggard. Eragon suspected that he had been under a great strain. He wore the same pieces of armor as did Eragon, mail hauberk, gauntlets, braces, and greaves, but his shield was longer and thinner than Eragon's. As for their swords, Brysinger, with its hand-and-a-half hilt, had the advantage of length, while Zarak, with its wider blade, had the advantage of weight. They began to edge closer, and when they were about 10 feet apart, Murtagh, who had his back to Galbatorix, said in a low, anger-filled voice, "What are you doing?" "Buying time," Eragon muttered, keeping his lips as still as possible. Murtagh scowled. "You're a fool. He'll watch us cut each other to shreds, and what will it change? Nothing." Instead of answering, Eragon shifted his weight forward and twitched his short arm, causing Murtagh to flinch in response. "+2," growled Murtagh. "If you'd waited just one more day, I could have freed Niswara." That surprised Eragon. "Why should I believe you?" The question angered Murtagh further, for his lip curled and he quickened his step, causing Aragon to increase his pace as well. Then, in a louder tone, Murtagh said, "So, you finally found a proper sword for yourself. The elves made it for you, didn't they?" "You know they—" Murtagh lunged toward him, swinging Zarek at his gut, and Aragon skipped backward, barely parrying the red sword. Aragon replied with a looping overhead blow. He allowed his hand to slide down to Brising's pommel to give himself more reach, and Murtagh danced out of the way. They both paused to see if the other would attack again. When neither did, they resumed circling. Aragon made more wary than before. From their exchange, it was obvious that Murtagh was still as fast and as strong as Aragon, or an elf. Galbatorix's prohibition on the use of magic apparently did not extend to the spells that fortified Murtagh's limbs. For selfish reasons, Aragon disliked the king's edict, but he could understand the rationale behind it. The fight would hardly have been fair otherwise. But Aragon did not want a fair fight. He wanted to control the course of the duel so that he could decide when it should end, and how. Unfortunately, Aragon doubted that he would have the opportunity, given Murtagh's skill with a blade, and even if he did, he was not sure how he could use the fight to strike against Galbatorix. Nor did he have time to think about it, though he trusted that Saphira, Arya, and the dragons would try to devise a solution for him. Murtagh feinted with his left shoulder, and Aragon ducked behind his shield. An instant later, he realized that it had been a ruse, that Murtagh was moving around toward his right in an attempt to get past his guard. Aragon twisted and saw Zarek arcing toward his neck, the edge a glittering wire-thin line. He knocked it aside with a clumsy push of Brising's crossguard. Then he retaliated with a quick slash at Murtagh's lower arm. To his grim delight, he struck Murtagh on the side of his wrist. Brisinger failed to cut through Murtagh's gauntlet and the sleeve of the tunic beneath, but the impact still hurt Murtagh and pushed his arm away from his body, leaving his chest exposed. Aragon stabbed and Murtagh used his shield to deflect the attack. 3 more times Aragon stabbed, but Murtagh stopped each blow, and when Aragon drew back his arm to strike again, Murtagh countered with a backhanded cut at his knee, which would have crippled him had it landed. Seeing what Murtagh intended, Aragon altered his swing and stopped Zarek an inch from his leg. Then he countered with a cut of his own. For several minutes they exchanged blows, trying to disrupt each other's rhythms, but to no avail. They knew each other too well. Whatever Aragon attempted, Murtagh was able to thwart, and the same was true in reverse. It was like a game where they both had to think many moves in advance, which fostered a certain sense of intimacy as Aragon focused on divining the inner workings of Murtagh's mind, and from them predicting what Murtagh would do next. Right from the beginning, Aragon noticed that Murtagh was playing the game differently than the previous times they'd fought. He attacked with a ruthlessness that heretofore had been lacking, as if for the first time he wanted to defeat Aragon, and quickly too. Moreover, after his initial outburst, his anger seemed to vanish, and he displayed only a cool, implacable determination. Aragon found himself fighting to the limit of his abilities, and though he was able to hold Murtagh off, he ended up on the defensive more than he would have liked. After a while, Murtagh lowered his sword and turned toward the throne and Galbatorix. Aragon kept his guard up, but he hesitated, unsure whether it was appropriate to attack. In that moment of hesitation, Murtagh leapt toward him. Aragon stood his ground and swung. Murtagh caught the blow on his shield, and then, instead of following up with a strike of his own, as Aragon expected, he slammed his shield against Aragon's, and pushed. Aragon growled and pushed back. He would have reached around his shield to slash at Murtagh's back or legs, but Murtagh was shoving too hard for Aragon to risk it. Murtagh was an inch or two taller, and the extra height allowed him to bear down on Aragon's shield in a way that made it difficult for Aragon to keep from sliding back across the polished stone floor. At last, with a roar and a mighty heave, Murtagh sent Aragon stumbling away. As Aragon flailed and struggled to regain his balance, Murtagh stabbed at his neck. "Let her!" said Galbatorix. The tip of Zarek stopped less than a finger's breadth from Aragon's skin. He froze, panting, not sure what just happened.
"Restrain yourself, Murtagh,
"Or I shall do it for you," said Galbatorix from where he sat watching.
I dislike having to repeat myself. You're not to kill Aragon, nor is he to kill you. Now continue."
The realization that Murtagh had just tried to kill him, and that he would have succeeded if not for Galbatorix's intervention, shocked Aragon. He searched Murtagh's face for an explanation, but Murtagh remained stubbornly expressionless, as if Aragon meant little or nothing to him. Aragon could not understand. Murtagh was definitely playing the game differently than he ought to be. Something had changed with him, but what it was Aragon could not tell. In addition, the knowledge that he had lost, and that by all rights he should be dead, undermined Aragon's confidence. He'd confronted death many times before, but never in such a stark and uncompromising manner. There was no question of it. Murtagh had bested him, and only Galbatorix's mercy, such as it was, had saved him. "Aragon, do not dwell on it," said Arya. "You had no reason to suspect he would try to kill you. Nor were you trying to kill him. If you had, the fight would have gone differently, and Murtagh would never have had the chance to attack you as he did." Doubtful, Aragon glanced over to where she stood by the edge of the pool of light, along with Elv and Saphira. Then Saphira said,
If he wishes to rip out your throat, then cut his hamstrings and make sure that he cannot do it again.
Aragorn nodded, acknowledging what they had said. He and Murtagh separated and again took up their positions opposite each other, while Galbatorix looked on approvingly. This time Aragorn was the first to attack. They fought for what felt like hours. Murtagh did not attempt any more killing blows, whereas Aragorn, to his satisfaction, succeeded in touching Murtagh on the collarbone, although he stopped the blow before Galbatorix saw fit to do so himself. Murtagh looked unsettled by the touch, and Aragorn allowed himself a brief smile at Murtagh's reaction. There were other blows that they failed to block as well. For all their speed and skill, neither he nor Murtagh was infallible, and without an easy means to end the fight, it was inevitable that they would make mistakes, and that those mistakes would result in injuries. The first wound was a cut Murtagh gave Aragorn on his right thigh, in the gap between the edge of his hauberk and the right part of his greave. It was a shallow cut, but exceedingly painful, and every time Aragorn put weight on the leg, blood surged from the wound. The second wound was also Aragorn's, a gash above one eyebrow after Murtagh landed a blow upon his helm, and the edge of it drove into his flesh. Of the two wounds, Aragorn found the second by far the most aggravating, because blood kept dripping into his eye, obscuring his vision. Then Aragorn caught Murtagh on the wrist again, and this time sliced all the way through the cuff of his gauntlet, the sleeve of his tunic, and a thin layer of skin to the bone beneath. He failed to sever any muscles, but the wound seemed to pain Murtagh a great deal, and the blood that seeped into his gauntlet caused him to lose his grip at least twice. Aragorn took a nick to his right calf, and then, when Murtagh was still recovering from a failed attack, he moved around to Murtagh's shield side and brought down Brysinger as hard as he could upon the middle of Murtagh's left greave, denting the steel. Murtagh howled and jumped back on one leg. Aragorn followed, swinging Brysinger in an attempt to batter himself to the floor. Despite his injury, Murtagh was able to defend himself. A few seconds later, Aragorn was the one who was hard-pressed to remain on his feet. For a time, their shields resisted the relentless pounding. Galbatorix, Aragorn was pleased to realize, had left intact the enchantments upon their swords and armor. But then the spells on Aragorn's shield gave way, as did those on Murtagh's, which was apparent from the chips and splinters that flew every time their swords landed. Soon afterward, Aragorn cracked Murtagh's shield with a particularly heavy blow. His victory was short-lived, for Murtagh grasped his arak with both hands and struck at Aragorn's own shield twice in quick succession, and it split as well, leaving them equally matched once again. As they fought, the stone beneath them grew slippery with smears and splashes of blood, and it became increasingly difficult to keep their footing. The massive presence chamber returned distant echoes of their clashing weapons, like the sounds of a long-forgotten battle, and it felt as if they were the center of all that existed, for theirs was the only light, and the two of them were alone within its compass. And all the while, Galbatorix and Shuakan continued to watch from within the bordering shadows. Without their shields, Aragorn found it easier to land blows upon Murtagh, mainly upon his arms and legs, even as it was easier for Murtagh to do the same to him. For the most part, their armor protected them from cuts, but it did not protect them from lumps and bruises, of which they accrued many. In spite of the wounds he gave Murtagh, Aragorn began to suspect that, of the two of them, Murtagh was the better swordsman. Not by much, but enough that Aragorn was never really able to gain the upper hand. If the course of their duel continued, Murtagh would end up wearing him down until he was too hurt or too tired to go on, an outcome that seemed to be fast approaching. With every step, Aragorn could feel the blood gushing over his knee from the cut on his thigh, and with every moment that passed, it became harder to defend himself. He had to end the duel now, or else he would be unable to take on Galbatorix afterward. As it was, he doubted he would pose much of a challenge to the king, but he had to try. If nothing else, he had to try. The heart of the problem, he realized, was that Murtagh's reasons for fighting were a mystery to him, and unless he could figure them out, Murtagh would continue to catch him by surprise. Aragorn thought back to what Gladir had told him outside Dros Leona.
You must learn to see what you're looking at.
And also,
the way of the warrior is the way of knowing.
So he looked at Murtagh. He looked at him with the same intensity with which he had gazed upon Arya during their sparring sessions, the same intensity with which he had studied himself during his long night of introspection on Browengard. By it, he sought to decipher the hidden language of Murtagh's body. He met with some success. It was clear that Murtagh was drawn and hard-worn, and his shoulders were hunched in a way that spoke of a deep-rooted anger, or perhaps it was fear. And then there was his ruthless, hardly new characteristic, but newly applied to Aragorn. Those things Aragorn discerned along with other subtler details, and then he strove to reconcile them with what he knew of Murtagh from days past, with his friendship and his loyalty, and his resentment of Galbatorix's control. It took a few seconds filled with the strained breathing and a pair of awkward blows that gained him another bruise on his elbow, until the truth came to Aragorn. It seemed so obvious when it did. There had to be something in Murtagh's life, something their duel would affect, that was so important to Murtagh he felt compelled to win by any means necessary, even if that meant killing his own half-brother. Whatever that something was, and Aragorn had his suspicions, some more disturbing than others, it meant that Murtagh would never give up. It meant Martog would fight like a cornered animal until his very last breath, and it meant Aragon would never be able to defeat him through conventional measures. For the duel did not mean as much to him as it did to Martog. For Aragon, the duel was a convenient distraction, and he cared little who won or lost as long as he was still able to face Galbatorix afterward. But for Martog, the duel was of far more significance, and from experience Aragon knew that determination such as his was costly, if not impossible, to overcome by force alone. The question then was how to stop a man who was resolved to persist and prevail in spite of whatever obstacles barred his way. It was an unsolvable conundrum until, at last, Aragon realized that the only way to best Martog was to give him what he wanted. In order to achieve his own desire, Aragon would have to accept defeat, but not entirely. He could not leave Martog free to carry out Galbatorix's bidding. Aragon would grant Martog his victory, and then he would take his own. As she listened to his thoughts, Saphira's anguish and concern grew more pronounced, and she said, "No, Aragon, there must be another way." "Then tell me what it is," he said, "for I cannot see it." She snarled, and Thorn growled back at her from across the pool of light. "Choose wisely," said Arya, and Aragon understood her meaning. Murtagh rushed at him, and their blades met with a clamorous ring, and then they disengaged and paused a moment to gather their strength. As they started toward each other once more, Aragon settled to Murtagh's right, while at the same time allowed his sword to drift away from the side of his body, as if through exhaustion or carelessness. It was a slight motion, but he knew that Murtagh would notice, and that he would attempt to exploit the opening he had provided. At that moment, Aragon felt nothing. He still registered the pain from his wounds, but at a remove, as if the sensations were not his own. His mind was like a pool of deep water on a breathless day, flat and motionless, and yet filled with the reflection of those things around it. What he saw he registered without conscious thought. The need for that had passed. He understood all that was before him, and further contemplation would only hamper him. As Aragon expected, Murtagh lunged toward him, stabbing the middle of his belly. When the time was ripe, Aragon turned. He moved neither fast nor slow, but at just the right speed the situation required. The motion felt preordained, as if it were the only action he could have taken. Instead of striking him in the gut as Murtagh had intended, Zarek struck Aragon in the muscles along his right side, directly below his ribcage. The impact felt like a hammer blow, and there was a steely slither as Zarek slid past the broken links of his mail and into his flesh. The coldness of the metal made Aragon gasp more than the pain itself. Behind him, the tip of the blade tugged at his hauberk as it emerged from his body. Murtagh stared, seemingly taken aback. Before Murtagh could recover, Aragon drew back his arm and thrust Brysinger into Murtagh's abdomen, close to his navel. A far worse wound than the one Aragon had just received. Murtagh's face went slack. His mouth opened as if he were going to speak, and he fell to his knees, still clutching Zarek. Off to the side, Thorn roared. Aragon pulled Brysinger free, then stepped back and grimaced in a soundless howl as Zarek slid out of his body. There was a clatter as Murtagh released Zarek, as it dropped to the floor. Then he wrapped his arms around his waist, doubled over, and pressed his head against the polished stone. Now Aragon was the one to stare, hot blood dripping into one eye. From on his throne, Galbatorix said, "Naina!" and dozens of lanterns throughout the chamber sprang to life, once again revealing the pillars and carvings along the walls and the block of stone where Niswada stood chained. Aragon staggered over to Murtagh and knelt next to him. "And to Aragon goes the victory," said the king, his sonorous voice filling the great hall. Murtagh looked up at Aragon, his sweat-beaded face contorted with pain. "You couldn't just let me win, could you?" he growled in an undertone. "You can't beat Galbatorix, but you still had to prove that you're better than me." Ugh! He shuddered and began to rock back and forth upon his shins. Aragon put a hand on his shoulder. "Why?" he asked, knowing that Murtagh would understand the question. The answer came as a barely audible whisper. "Because I hoped to gain his favor so that I could save her." Tears blurred Murtagh's eyes, and he looked away. At that, Aragon realized that Murtagh had been telling the truth earlier, and he felt a sense of dismay. Another moment passed, and Aragon was aware of Galbatorix watching them with keen interest. Then Murtagh said, "You tricked me. It was the only way." Murtagh grunted. "There was always the difference between you and me." He eyed Aragon. "You were willing to sacrifice yourself. I wasn't. Not then. But now you are. I'm not the person I once was. I've Thorn now, and..." Murtagh hesitated. Then his shoulders rose and fell in a tiny shrug. "I'm not fighting for myself anymore. It makes a difference." He took a shallow breath and winced. "I used to think you were a fool to keep risking your life as you have. I know better now. I understand why. I understand." His eyes widened and his grimace relaxed, as if his pain was forgotten, and an inner light seemed to illuminate his features. "I understand. We understand, he whispered, and Thorn uttered a strange sound that was a half whimper and a half growl. Galbatorix stood on his throne as if uneasy, and in a harsh voice he said, "Enough of this talk. Your duel is over, and Aragon has won. Now the time has arrived for our guests to bend their knees and give me their oaths of fealty. Come closer, the both of you, and I shall heal your wounds, and then we shall proceed." Aragon started to stand, but Murtagh grabbed his forearm, stopping him. "Now," said Galbatorix, his heavy brows drawn together, "or I'll leave you to suffer from your wounds until we've finished." "Ready yourself," Murtagh muttered to Aragon. Aragon hesitated, not sure what to expect. Then he nodded and warned Arya, Saphira, Gleda, and the other Eldonari. Then Murtagh pushed Aragon aside, and he rose up on his knees, still clutching his belly. He looked at Galbatorix, and he shouted the word. Galbatorix recoiled and lifted a hand, as if to shield himself. Still shouting, Murtagh voiced other words in the ancient language, speaking too quickly for Aragon to understand the purpose of the spell. The air around Galbatorix flashed red and black, and for an instant his body appeared to be wreathed in flames. There was a sound like that of a high summer wind stirring the branches of an evergreen forest. Then Aragon heard a series of thin shrieks, as 12 orbs of light appeared around Galbatorix's head, and fled outward from him and passed through the walls of the chamber, and thus vanished. They looked like spirits, but Aragon saw them for such a brief span he could not be certain. Thorn spun around, as fast as a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he pounced on Shuakan's immense neck. The black dragon bellowed and scrambled backward, shaking his head in an attempt to throw Thorn off. The noise of his growls was painfully loud, and the floor shook from the weight of the two dragons. On the steps of the dais, the two children screamed and covered their ears with their hands. Aragon saw Arya, Elva, and Saphira lurch forward, no longer bound by Galbatorix's magic. Delf Dirt in hand, Arya started toward the throne, while Saphira loped toward where Thorn clung to Shuakan. Meanwhile, Elva put a hand to her mouth and seemed to say something to herself, but what it was Aragon could not hear over the sound of the dragons. Fist-sized drops of blood rained down around them and lay smoking on the stone. Aragon rose from where Murtagh had pushed him, and he followed Arya toward the throne. Then Galbatorix spoke the name of the ancient language, along with the word letter. Invisible bonds seized hold of Aragon's limbs, and throughout the chamber silence fell as the king's magic restrained everyone, even Shuakan. Rage and frustration boiled within Aragon. They had been so close to striking at the king, and still they were helpless before his spells. "Get him!" he shouted, both with his mind and his tongue. They had already tried to attack Galbatorix and Shuakan. The king would kill the two children whether or not they continued. The only path left to Aragon and those with him, the only hope of victory that yet remained, was to break past Galbatorix's mental barriers and seize control of his thoughts. Along with Saphira and Arya and the Eldonari they had brought with them, Aragon stabbed outward with his consciousness toward the king, pouring all his hate, anger, and pain into the single burning ray that he drove into the center of Galbatorix's being. For an instant, Aragon felt the king's mind, a terrible, shadow-ridden vista swept by bitter cold and searing heat, ruled by bars of iron, hard and unyielding, which portioned off areas of his consciousness. Then the dragons under Galbatorix's command, the mad, howling, grief-stricken dragons, attacked Aragon's mind and forced him to withdraw within himself to avoid being torn to pieces. Behind him, Aragon heard Elva start to say something, but she had barely uttered a sound when Galbatorix said, "Thena!" and she stopped with a choked gurgle. "I stripped him of his wards," shouted Murtagh. "He's—" Whatever Galbatorix had said, it was too fast and too low for Aragon to catch. But Murtagh ceased speaking, and a moment later Aragon had him fall to the floor, with a tinkle of mail and a sharp clink of his helm striking stone. "I have plenty of wards," said Galbatorix, his hawk-like face dark with fury. "You cannot harm me." He rose from his seat and strode down the steps of the dais toward Aragon, his cape billowing around him, and his sword Vlunga white and deathly in his hand. In the brief time he had, Aragon tried to capture the mind of at least one of the dragons battering at his consciousness, but there were too many, and his attempt left him scrambling to repel the horde of Eldonari before they completely subjugated his thoughts. Galbatorix stopped a foot in front of him and glared at him, a thick forked vein prominent on his brow, the muscles of his heavy jaw knotting. "Think you to challenge me, boy?" he growled, fairly spitting with rage. "Think you to be my equal? That you could lay me low and steal my throne?" The cords in Galbatorix's neck stood out like a skein of twisted rope. He twisted at the edge of his cape. "I cut this mantle from the wings of Belgabad himself, and my gloves too." He lifted Vlunga and held its bleak blade before Aragon's eyes. "I took this sword from Vrail's hand, and I took this crown from the head of the mewling wretch who wore it before me. And yet you think to outwit me? Me! You come to my castle, and you kill my men, and you act as if you're better than I. As if you're more noble or virtuous." Aragon's head rang, and a constellation of throbbing, swirling crimson motes appeared before his eyes,
as Garbatorix struck him on the cheek with Rangar's pommel, tearing his skin. "You need to be taught a lesson in humility, boy," said Garbatorix, moving closer until his gleaming eyes were mere inches from Aragon's. He struck Aragon on the other cheek, and for a second all Aragon could see was a black immensity littered with flashing lights. "I shall enjoy having you in my service," said Garbatorix. In a lower voice he said, "Ganga," and the pressure from the Eldonari assailing Aragon's mind vanished, leaving him free to think as he would. But not so the others, as he could see from the strain on their faces. Then a blade of thought, honed to an infinitesimal point, pierced Aragon's consciousness and sheathed itself in the mirror of his being. The blade twisted, and like a cockleburr lodged within the bat of a felt, it tore at the fabric of his mind, seeking to destroy his will, his identity, his very awareness. It was an attack unlike any Aragon had experienced. He shrank from it, and concentrated upon a single thought, revenge, as he struggled to protect himself. Through that contact he could feel Garbatorix's emotions. Anger mainly, but also a savage joy at being able to hurt Aragon and watch him writhe in discomfort. The reason Aragon realized that Garbatorix was so good at breaking the minds of his enemies was because it gave him a perverse pleasure. The blade dug deeper into Aragon's being and he howled, unable to help himself. Garbatorix smiled, the edges of his teeth translucent, like thawed clay. Defense alone was no way to win a fight, and so, despite the searing pain, Aragon forced himself to attack Garbatorix in return. He dove into the king's consciousness and grasped at his razor-sharp thoughts, trying to pin them in place and prevent the king from moving or thinking without his approval. Garbatorix made no attempt to guard himself, however. His cruel smile widened, and he twisted the blade in Aragon's mind even further. It felt to Aragon as if a nest of briars were ripping him apart from the inside. A scream racked his throat, and he went limp in the grip of Garbatorix's spell. "Submit," said the king. He grabbed Aragon's chin with the fingers of steel. "Submit!" The blade twisted yet again, and Aragon screamed until his voice gave out. The king's probing thoughts closed in around Aragon's consciousness, restricting him to an ever smaller part of his mind, until all that was left of him was a small, bright nub overshadowed by the looming weight of Garbatorix's presence. "Submit," the king whispered, almost lovingly. "You have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. This life is at an end for you, Aragon Shadeslayer. But a new one awaits. Submit and all shall be forgiven." Tears distorted Aragon's vision as he stared into the featureless abyss of Garbatorix's pupils. They had lost. He had lost. The knowledge was more painful than any of the wounds he had received. 100 years' worth of striving, all for naught. Saphira, Elva, Arya, the Eldonari, none of them could overcome Garbatorix. He was too strong, too knowledgeable. Garo and Brahm and Aromas had all died in vain, as had the many warriors of different races who had all lain down their lives in the course of fighting the Empire. The tears spilled from Aragon's eyes. "Submit," whispered the king, and his grip tightened. More than anything, it was the injustice of the situation that Aragon hated. It seemed wrong on a fundamental level that so many had suffered and died in pursuit of a hopeless goal. It seemed wrong that Garbatorix alone should be the cause of so much misery, and it seemed wrong that he should escape punishment for his misdeeds. Why? Aragon asked himself. He remembered then the vision of the oldest of the Eldonari, Valda, had shown him and Saphira where the dreams of starlings were equal to the concern of kings. "Submit!" shouted Garbatorix, and his mind bore down on Aragon with an even greater force, as splinters of ice and fire landed through him from every direction. Aragon cried out, and in his desperation he reached for Saphira and the Eldonari, their minds besieged by the crazed dragons of Garbatorix's command. And without intending to, he drew from their stores of energy. And with that energy, he cast a spell. It was a spell without words, for Garbatorix's magic would not allow otherwise, and no words could have described what Aragon wanted, nor what he felt. A library of books would have been insufficient to the task. It was a spell of instinct and emotion. Language could not contain it. What he wanted was both simple and complex. He wanted Garbatorix to understand the wrongness of his actions. The spell was not an attack, it was an attempt to communicate. If Aragon was going to spend the rest of his life as a slave to the king, then he wanted Garbatorix to comprehend what he had done, fully and completely. As the magic took effect, Aragon felt Umarath and the Eldonari turn their attention to his spell, fighting to ignore Garbatorix's dragons. 100 years of inconsolable grief and anger welled up within the Eldonari, like a roaring wave, and the dragons meddled their minds with Aragon's and began to alter the spell, deepening it, widening it, and building upon it until it encompassed far more than he originally intended. Not only would the spell show Garbatorix the wrongness of his actions, now it would also compel him to experience all the feelings, both good and bad,
that he had aroused in others since the day he'd been born. This spell was beyond any Aragon could have invented on his own, for it contained more than a single person, or a single dragon, could conceive of. Each Eldenari contributed to the enchantment, and the sum of their contributions was a spell that extended not only across the whole of Alagacia, but also back throughout every moment in time between then and Galbatorix's birth. It was, Aragon thought, the greatest piece of magic the dragons had ever wrought, and he was their instrument. He was their weapon. The power of the Eldenari rushed through him, like a river as wide as an ocean, and he felt a hollow and fragile vessel, as if his skin might tear with the force of the torrent he channeled. If not for Saphira and the other dragons, he would have died in an instant, drained of all strength by the voracious demands of the magic. Around them the light of the lanterns dimmed, and in his mind Aragon seemed to hear the echo of thousands of voices, an unbearable cacophony of pains and joys innumerable, echoing forth from both the present and the past. The lines upon Galbatorix's face deepened, and his eyes began to bulge from their sockets. "What have you done?" he said, his voice hollow and strained. He stepped back and put his fist to his temples. "What have you done?" With an effort, Aragon said, "Made you understand." The king stared at him with an expression of horror. The muscles on his face jumped and twitched, and his whole body began to shake with tremors. Baring his teeth, he growled, "You will not get the better of me, boy! You will not!" He groaned and staggered, and all at once the spell holding Aragon vanished and he fell to the floor. Even as Elba, Arya, Saphira, Thorn, Shuakan, and the two children began to move again as well. A deafening roar from Shuakan filled the chamber, and the huge black dragon shook Thorn off its neck, sending the red dragon flying halfway across the room. Thorn landed on his left side, and the bones in his wing broke with a loud snap. "I shall not give in," said Galbatorix. Behind the king, Aragon saw Arya, who was closer to the throne than Aragon, hesitate and look back at them. Then she sprinted past the dais and ran with Saphira towards Shuakan. Thorn struggled to his feet and followed. His face contorted like a madman's, Galbatorix strode toward Aragon and swung Vrongar at him. Aragon rolled to the side and had the sword strike the stone by his head. He kept rolling for another few feet, then pushed himself into a standing position. Only the energy from the Eldenari allowed him to remain upright. Shouting, Galbatorix charged at him, and Aragon deflected the king's clumsy blow. Their swords rang like bells, sharp and clear amid the roars of dragons and the whispers of the dead. Saphira leapt high into the air and batted at Shuakan's enormous snout, blooding it, then dropped back to the floor. He swung apart, her talons extended, and she hopped backward, half spreading her wings. Aragon ducked a savage crosscut and stabbed at Galbatorix's left armpit. To his astonishment, he scored a hit, wetting the tip of Brysinger with the king's blood. A spasm in Galbatorix's arm threw off his next strike, and they ended up with their swords locked at the hilt, both striving to push each other off balance. The king's face was twisted almost beyond recognition, and there were tears on his cheeks. A sheet of flame erupted over their heads, and the air grew hot around them. Somewhere the children were screaming. Aragon's wounded leg gave way, and he fell back onto his hands and feet, bruising the fingers with which he held Brysinger. He expected the king to be upon him within a second, but instead Galbatorix remained where he was, swaying from side to side. "No!" cried the king. "I didn't—" He looked at Aragon and shouted, "Make it stop!" Aragon shook his head even while he scrambled back onto his feet. Pain shot through his left arm, and he looked over to see Saphira, with a bloody gash on her corresponding foreleg. On the other side of the room, Thorn sank his teeth into Shuakan's tail, causing the black dragon to snarl and turn on him. While Shuakan's attention was directed elsewhere, Saphira sprang upward and landed atop his neck, close to the base of his bony skull. She hooked her claws under his scales and then bit down on his neck between two of the spikes that ran along his spine. Shuakan let out a rumbling, savage yowl and began to thrash about even more. Once again, Galbatorix ran at Aragon, slashing at him as he did. Aragon blocked one blow, then another, and then took a hit on his ribs which nearly caused him to black out. "Make it stop," said Galbatorix, his tone more pleading than threatening. "The pain!" Another yowl, this one more frantic than the last, came from Shuakan. Behind the king, Aragon saw Thorn clinging to Shuakan's neck, opposite Saphira. The combined weight of the two dragons pulled down Shuakan's head until it was close to the floor. However, the black dragon was still too large and strong for them to subdue. Moreover, his neck was so thick, Aragon did not think either Saphira or Thorn would be able to hurt him as much with their teeth. Then, like a shadow flitting through a forest, Aragon saw Arya dart out from behind a pillar and run toward the dragons. In her left hand, the green dart they had flowed with its usual starry nimbus. Shuakan saw her coming and jerked his body, trying to dislodge Saphira and Thorn. When they remained affixed, he snarled and opened his jaws and painted the area in front of him with the torrent of fire. Arya dove forward, and for a moment Aragon lost sight of her behind the wall of flames. Then she came into view again. not far from where Shurukan's head hung above the floor. The ends of her hair were on fire, but she seemed not to notice. With 3 bounding steps, she leapt onto Shurukan's left forefoot, and from there flung herself toward the side of his head, trailing fire like a comet. Uttering a shout that could be heard throughout the throne room, Arya threw the dart to the center of Shurukan's great gleaming ice-blue eye, and buried the full length of the spear within his skull. Shurukan bellowed and twitched, and then he slowly fell sideways, liquid fire pouring from his mouth. Zephyr and Thorn jumped clear a moment before the gigantic dragon struck the floor. Pillars cracked. Chunks of stone fell from the ceiling and shattered. A number of lanterns broke, and gouts of some molten substance dribbled out of them. Aragorn nearly fell as the room shuddered. He'd not been able to see what had happened to Arya, but he feared that Shurukan's bulk might have crushed her. "Aragorn!" shouted Elva. "Duck!" He ducked, and he heard a whistle of wind as Galbatorix's white blade swung over his lowered back. Rising, Aragorn lunged forward, and stabbed Galbatorix in the center of his stomach, even as he had stabbed Murtagh. The king grunted, and then he stepped back, pulling himself off Aragorn's blade. He touched the wound with his free hand and stared at the blood on the tips of his fingers. Then he looked back at Aragorn and said, The voices are terrible. I can't bear it." He closed his eyes, and fresh tears streamed down his cheeks. "Pain! So much pain, so much grief! Make it stop! Make it stop!" "No," said Aragorn. Elva joined him, as did Zephyr and Thorn from the other end of the room. With them, Aragorn was relieved to see, was Arya, burned and bloodied, but otherwise unhurt. Galbatorix's eyes snapped open, round and rimmed with an unnatural amount of white, and he stared into the distance as if Aragorn and those before him no longer existed. He shook and trembled, and his jaw worked, but no sound came from his throat. 2 things happened at once. Elva let out a shriek and fainted, and Galbatorix shouted, "Weiss Nayet!" Be not. Aragorn had no time for words. Again drawing upon the Eldonari, he cast a spell to drag himself, Saphira, Arya, Elva, Thorn, Murtagh, and the 2 children onto the dais over to the block of stone where Niswada was chained. And he also cast a spell to stop and deflect whatever might harm them. They were only halfway to the block when Galbatorix vanished in a flash of light brighter than the sun. Then all went black and silent as Aragorn's protective spell took effect. Chapter 69. Nice. Death Throes. Rowan sat on a litter that the elves had placed upon one of the many blocks of stone just inside the ruined gate of Urubayan, giving orders to the warriors in front of him. 4 of the elves had carried him out of the city, where they could use magic without fear of Galbatorix's enchantments distorting their spells. They had healed his dislocated arm and broken ribs, as well as the other wounds Bast had inflicted, although they warned him that it would be weeks before his bones were as strong as before, and they insisted that he remained off his feet for the rest of the day. Likewise, he had insisted upon rejoining the battle. The elves argued with him, but he told them, "Either you take me back or I walk there myself." Their displeasure had been obvious, but at last they agreed and carried him to where he now sat looking over the square. As Rowan had expected, the soldiers had lost their will to fight with the death of their commander, and the Varden were able to push back them up the streets. By the time Rowan returned, the Varden had already cleared a third or more of the city, and were fast approaching the citadel. They had lost many. The dead and dying littered the street, and the gutters ran red with blood. But with their recent advances, a renewed sense of victory grabbed the army. Rowan could see it in the faces of the men and dwarves and Argles, though not the elves, who maintained a cold fury at the death of their queen. The elves worried Rowan. He had seen them kill soldiers who were trying to surrender, cutting them down without the slightest compunction. Once loosed, their bloodlust seemed to have few bounds. Soon after Bast fell, King Orrin had taken a bolt to the chest while storming a guardhouse deeper within the city. It was a serious wound, one that even the elves apparently were unsure they could heal. The king's soldiers had taken Orrin back to the camp, and so far Rowan had heard no word of his fate. Although he could not fight, Rowan could still give orders. Of his own accord, he had started to organize the army from the rear, gathering up stray warriors and sending them on missions throughout Urubayan, the first being to capture the rest of the catapults along the walls. When he received a piece of information he had thought Yomander or Oric or Martin Redbeard or any of the other captains within the army ought to know, now he had runners seek them out among the buildings and convey the news. "And if you see any soldiers near the big domed building by the market, be sure to tell Yomander that as well," he said to the thin, high-shouldered swordsman who stood in front of him. "Yes, sir," said the man, and the knob in his neck bobbed as he swallowed. Rowan stared for a moment, fascinated by the movement. Then he waved and said, "Go." As the man trotted away, Rowan frowned and looked over the peaked roofs of the houses, toward the citadel at the base of the overhanging shelf. Where are you? He wondered. Nothing had been seen of Aragorn or those with him since they had entered the stronghold, and the length of their absence worried Rowan. He could think of numerous explanations for the delay, but none boded well. The most benign was that Galbatorix was simply hiding, and that Aragon and his companions were having to search for the king. But after seeing the might of Shuikan during the previous night, Roran could not imagine that Galbatorix would flee from his enemies. If his worst fears had come to pass, then the Vardens' victories would be short-lived, and Roran knew it was unlikely that he or any of the other warriors within the army would live through the day. One of the men he had sent off earlier, a bare-headed, sandy-haired archer with a ruddy spot in the center of each cheek, ran out of a street to Roran's right. The archer stopped in front of the block of stone and ducked his head while panting for breath. "You found Martland?" Roran asked. The archer nodded again, his hair flopping over his glistening forehead. "And you gave him my message?" "Sir, yes, sir. Martland told me to tell you that—" He paused for breath. "The soldiers have retreated from their baths, but now they barricaded themselves in a hall close to the southern wall." Roran shifted on the litter, and a pang ran through his newly healed arm. "What are the wall towers between the baths and the granaries? Have they been secured yet?" "Two of them. We're still fighting for the rest. Martland convinced a few elves to go and help, though. He also—" A muffled roar from within the stone hill erupted the man. The archer balanced, save for the spots of colour on his cheeks, which appeared even brighter and redder than before, like daubs of paint on the skin of a corpse. "Sir, is that— Shh!" Roran cocked his head, listening. Only Shuikan could have roared that loud. For a few moments they had nothing else of note. Then another roar sounded from inside the citadel, and Roran thought he could make out other fainter noises, although he was not sure what they were. Throughout the area in front of the ruined gate, men, elves, dwarves, and Argos paused and looked toward the citadel. Another roar, even louder than the last, rang forth. Roran clutched the edge of the litter, his body rigid. "Kill him," he muttered. "Kill the bastard." A vibration, subtle but noticeable, passed through the city, as if a great weight had struck the ground. With it, Roran had what he thought was something breaking. Then silence settled over the city, and every second that passed felt longer than the last. "Do you think he needs our help?" the archer asked in a soft voice. "There's nothing we can do for them," said Roran, keeping his eyes fixed on the citadel. Couldn't the elves—" The ground rumbled and shook. Then the front of the citadel exploded outward in a wall of white and yellow flames so bright that Roran saw the bones within the archer's neck and head, his flesh like a red gooseberry held before a candle. Roran grabbed the archer and rolled him off the edge's stone block, pulling the other man with him. A blast of sound struck them as they fell. It felt as if spikes were being driven into Roran's ears. He screamed, but he could not hear himself, nor, after the initial clap of thunder, could he hear anything else. The cobblestones bucked underneath them. A cloud of dust and debris hurtled over them, blotting out the sun, and a massive wind tore at Roran's clothes. The dust forced Roran to squeeze his eyes shut. All he could do was cling to the archer and wait for the upheaval to subside. He tried to take a breath, but the heated wind snatched the air from his lips and nose before he could fill his lungs. Something struck his head and he felt his helmet fly off. The shaking went on, but at last the ground still grew again. And Roran opened his eyes, afraid of what he would see. The air was grey and dim. Objects past a few 100 feet were lost in the haze. Small chunks of wood and stone rained from the sky along with flakes of ash. A piece of timber that lay across the street from him, part of a flight of stairs the elves had broken when they destroyed the gate, was burning. The heat of the explosion had already charred the beam along its full length. The warriors who had been standing in the open now lay flat on the ground, some still moving, others clearly dead. Roran glanced at the archer. The man had bitten through his bottom lip, and blood coated his chin. They helped each other off the ground, and Roran looked toward where the citadel had been. He could see nothing but grey darkness. Aragon. Could he and Saphira have survived the explosion? Could anyone who had been close to the heart of such an inferno? Roran opened his mouth several times, trying to clear his ears, which rang and hacked so badly, but to no avail. When he touched his right ear, his fingers came away bloody. "Can you hear me?" he shouted at the archer, the words nothing but a vibration in his mouth and throat. The archer frowned and shook his head. In a spate of dizziness caused Roran to lean over and prop himself against the block of stone. As he waited for his balance to return, he thought of the shelf hanging over them, and it suddenly occurred to him that the whole city might be in danger. "We have to leave before it falls," he thought. He spat blood and dirt onto the cobblestones. Then he looked in the direction of the citadel again. The dust still hid it, and grief clutched at his heart. Aragon. Chapter 70. A sea of nettles. Darkness. And in that darkness, silence. Aragon felt himself slide to a stop. Then nothing. He could breathe, but the air was stale and lifeless, and when he tried to move, the strain upon his spell increased. He touched the minds of everyone around him, checking that he had managed to save them all.
Elva was unconscious, and Murtagh nearly so, but they were alive, as were the rest. It was the first time Aragon had come into contact with Thorn's mind. As he did, the red dragon seemed to recoil. His thoughts felt darker, more contorted than Saphira's, but there was a strength and nobility to him that impressed Aragon.
"We cannot maintain this spell for much longer,"
said Umaroth, his voice tense. "You have to," said Aragon. "If you don't, we'll die." Seconds more passed. Without warning, light flooded Aragon's eyes, and an onslaught of noise assailed his ears. He winced and blinked while his eyes adjusted. Through the smoke-filled air, he saw a huge glowing crater where Garbatorix had been standing. The incandescent stone pulsed like living flesh as breaths of air wafted over its surface. The ceiling glowed as well, and the sight unnerved Aragon. It was as if they were standing inside a giant crucible. The air smelled like the taste of iron. The walls of the room were cracked, and the pillars, carvings, and lanterns had been pulverized. At the back of the chamber lay Shurukan's corpse, much of the flesh stripped from his soot-blackened body. At the front, the explosion had shattered the stone walls, as well as the walls beyond for hundreds of feet, exposing a veritable warren of tunnels and rooms. The beautiful golden doors that had guarded the entrance to the chamber had been blown off their hinges, and Aragon thought he glimpsed daylight at the far end of the quarter-mile-long hallway that led to the outside. As he got to his feet, he noticed that his ward was still drawing strength from the dragons, but not so quickly as before. A piece of stone the size of a house fell from the ceiling and landed next to Shurukan's skull, where it split into a dozen pieces. Around them, more cracks spread through the walls, ominous shrieks and groans sounding from every side. Arya went to the two children, grabbed the boy around his waist, and climbed with him up to Saphira's back. Once there, she pointed at the girl and said to Aragon, "Throw her to me!" Aragon lost a second as he struggled to sheathe Brysinger. Then he grabbed the girl and tossed her to Arya, who caught her in outstretched arms. Aragon turned and sidestepped Elva as he hurried over to Niswada. "Jira!" he said, placing a hand on the manacles that held her to the block of grey stone. The spell had no apparent effect, so he ended it quickly before it consumed too much energy. Niswada made an urgent sound, and he pulled the knotted cloth out of her mouth. "You have to find the key," she said. "Galbatorix's jailer has it on him. We'll never find him in time." Aragon drew Brysinger again and swung it at the chain connected to the manacle around her left hand. The sword bounced off the links with a harsh reverberation, leaving not so much as a scratch on the dull metal. He swung a second time, but the chain was impervious to his blade. Another piece of rock fell from the ceiling and struck the floor with a loud crack. A hand gripped his arm, and he turned to see Murtagh standing behind him, one arm pressed against the wound in his stomach. "Move aside," he growled. Aragon did, and Murtagh spoke the name of all names as he had before, as well as Jira, and the iron cuffs opened and fell from Niswada's limbs. Murtagh took her by the wrist, and he began to lead her toward Thorn. After his first step, she slipped under his arm and allowed him to lean his weight on her shoulders. Aragon opened his mouth, then closed it. He would ask his questions later. "Wait!" cried Arya, then she leapt down from Saphira and ran over to Murtagh. "Where's the egg? And the Eldonari? We can't leave them!" Murtagh frowned, and Aragon felt the information pass between him and Arya. Arya spun around, her burnt hair flying, and sprinted toward a doorway on the opposite side of the room. "It's too dangerous!" Aragon shouted after her. "This place is falling apart! Arya!" "Go," she said. "Get the children to safety. Go, you haven't much time." Aragon cursed. At the very least, he wished she had taken Gladio with her. He slid Brysinger back into its scabbard, then bent and picked up Elva, who was just beginning to stir. "What's happening?" she asked as Aragon carried her up onto Saphira's back behind the two other children. "We're leaving," he said. "Hold on." Saphira had already started moving. Limping because of a wounded foreleg, she trotted around the crater. Thorn followed close behind her, Murtagh and Niswada upon his back. "Look out!" shouted Aragon as she saw a chunk of glowing ceiling break loose directly overhead. Saphira shied to her left. The jagged piece of stone landed next to her and sent a burst of straw-yellow shards in every direction. One of them struck Aragon in the side and lodged in his nail. He plucked it out and threw it away. Smoke trailed from the fingers of his gloves, and he smelt burnt leather. More pieces of stone fell elsewhere in the chamber. When Saphira arrived at the mouth of the hallway, Aragon twisted and looked back at Murtagh. "What are the traps?" he shouted. Murtagh shook his head and waved for them to continue. Piles of broken stone covered the floor along much of the hallway, which slowed the dragons. To either side, Aragon could see into the rubble-filled rooms and tunnels that the explosion had torn open. Within them, tables, chairs, and other pieces of furniture burned. The limbs of the dead and dying stuck out at odd angles from beneath the tumbled stones, occasionally a grimy face to the back of a head. He looked for Bloodgarm and his spellcasters, but saw no signs of them, either dead or alive. Farther down the hallway, hundreds of people, soldiers and servants alike, poured out of the adjoining doorways and ran toward the now gaping entrance. Broken limbs were common among them, as were burns, scrapes, and other wounds. The survivors moved aside for Saphira and Thorn, but otherwise ignored the dragons.
Saphira was nearly at the end of the hall when a thunderous crash sounded behind them, and Aragon looked back to see that the throne room had caved in on itself, burying the chamber floor under a pile of stone 50 feet thick. Aya, thought Aragon. He tried to find her with his mind, but without success. Either too much material separated them, or one of the spells woven throughout the mind-out crag blocked his mental probe. Or, the alternative he hated to consider, she was dead. She had not been in the room when it collapsed, that much he knew, but he wondered if she'd be able to find a way back out again, now that the throne room was blocked. As they emerged from the citadel, the air cleared, and Aragon was able to see the destruction that the blast had wreaked on Urubayan. It had ripped off the slate roofs of many nearby buildings and set fire to the beams underneath. Scores of fires darted the rest of the city. The threads and plumes of smoke drifted upward until they collided with the underside of the shelf above. There they pooled and flowed along the angled surface of the stone, like water over a streambed. By the southeastern edge of the city, the smoke caught the light of the morning sun as it seeped around the side of the overhang, and there the smoke glowed with the reddish-orange color of a fire opal. The people of Urubayan were fleeing the houses, streaming through the streets toward the hole in the outer wall. The soldiers and servants from the citadel hurried to join them, giving Saphira and Thorn a wide berth as they ran across the courtyard in front of the fortress. Aragon paid them little attention. As long as they remained peaceful, he did not care what they did. Saphira stopped in the middle of the quadrangle, and Aragon lowered Elva and the two nameless children to the ground. "Do you know who your parents are?" he asked, kneeling by their siblings. They nodded, and the boy pointed toward a large house on the left side of the courtyard. "Is that where you live?" The boy nodded again. "Go then," said Aragon, and gave them a gentle push on the back. Without further prompting, the brother and sister ran across the courtyard to the building. The door to the house flew open, and a balding man with a sword at his belt stepped out and wrapped the two of them in his arms. He gave Aragon a glance, then hurried the children inside. "That was easy," thought Aragon. "Galbatorix must have had his men find the nearest hatchlings," she replied. "We didn't give him time to do much else." "I suppose." Thorn sat a number of yards away from Saphira, and Neswada helped Murtagh down from his back. Then Murtagh slumped against Thorn's belly. Aragon heard him begin to recite spells of healing. Aragon likewise attended to Saphira's wounds, ignoring his own. For hers were more serious. The gash on her left foreleg was as wide as both of his hands put together, and a pool of blood was forming about her foot. "Tooth or claw?" he asked as he examined the wound. "Claw," she said. He used his strength, as well as Glade's, to mend the gash. When he finished, he turned his attention to his own wounds, starting with the burning line of pain in his side where Murtagh had stabbed him. As he worked, he kept an eye on Murtagh, watched as Murtagh healed his gut wound, Thorn's broken wing, and the dragon's other injuries. Neswada stayed by him the whole while, her hand on his shoulder. He had, Aragon saw, somehow reacquired Zarak on the way out of the throne room. Aragon then turned to Elva, who was standing nearby. She appeared pained, but he saw no blood upon her. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Her brow furrowed, and she shook her head. "No, but many of them are," and she pointed at the people fleeing the citadel. Aragon glanced over at Murtagh again. He and Neswada were standing now, talking to each other. Neswada frowned. Then Murtagh reached out, grasped the neck of a tunic, and pulled it to the side, tearing the fabric. Aragon had drawn Brysinger halfway out of its sheath before he saw the map of angry-looking welts below Neswada's collarbone. The sight struck him like a blow. It reminded him of the wounds on Arya's back after he and Murtagh had rescued her from Gilead. Neswada nodded and bowed her head. Again Murtagh began to speak. This time Aragon was sure in the ancient language. He placed his hands upon various parts of Neswada's body, his touch gentle, even hesitant, and her expression of relief was all the evidence Aragon needed to understand how much pain she'd been suffering. Aragon watched for a minute longer, then a sudden rush of emotion swept through him. His knees grew weak, and he sat on Saphira's right paw. She lowered her head and nuzzled his shoulder, and he leaned his head against her. "We did it," she said in a quiet tone. "We did it," he said, hardly able to believe the words. He could feel Saphira thinking about Shere Khan's death. As dangerous as Shere Khan had been, she still mourned the passing of one of the last remaining members of her race. Aragon gripped his scales. He felt light, almost dizzy, as if he might float away in the surface of the earth. "What now?"
"Now, we rebuild," said Gladio. His own emotions were a curious mixture of satisfaction, grief, and weariness. "You acquitted yourself well, Aragon. No one else would have thought to attack Galbatorix as you did."
"I just wanted him to understand," he murmured wearily. But if Gladio heard, he chose not to respond. "At last the Oathbreaker is dead," crowed Umaroth. It seemed impossible that Galbatorix was no more. As Aragon contemplated the fact, something within his mind seemed to release, and he remembered, as if he'd never forgotten, everything that had transpired during their time in the Vault of Souls. A tingle passed through him. "Saphira," I know, she said, her excitement rising. The eggs! Aragon smiled. Eggs. Dragon eggs. As a race, they would not pass into the void. They would survive, and flourish, and return to their former glory as they had been before the fall of the Riders. Then a horrible suspicion occurred to him. Did you make us forget anything else? He asked Umaroth. If we did, how do we know? Replied the white dragon. Look! Cried Elva, pointing. Aragon turned and saw Arya walking out of the dark maw of the citadel. With her were Blue-Garm and his spellcasters, bruised and scraped, but alive. In her arms, Arya carried a wooden chest, fitted with gold hasps. A long line of metal boxes, each the size of the back of a wagon, floated along behind the elves, a few inches above the floor. Elated, Aragon sprang up and ran over to meet them. You're alive! He surprised Blue-Garm by grabbing the fur-covered elf and embracing him. Blue-Garm regarded him for a moment with his yellow eyes, and then he smiled, showing his fangs. We are alive, Shadeslayer. Are those the Eldonari? Aragon asked, speaking the words softly. Arya nodded. They were in Galbatorix's treasure room. We'll have to go back at some point. There are many wonders hidden therein. But how are they? The Eldonari, I mean. Confused. It'll take them years to recover, if ever they do. And is that... Aragon motioned toward the chest she carried. Arya glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to see. Then she lifted the lid with the width of a finger. Inside, nestled in velvet, Aragon saw a beautiful green dragon egg, webbed with veins of white. The joy in Arya's face lifted Aragon's heart. He grinned and beckoned to the other elves. When they had gathered close to him, he whispered in the ancient language, and told them of the eggs on Verungard. They did not shout or laugh, but their eyes gleamed, and as a group they seemed to vibrate with excitement. Still grinning, Aragon bounced on his heels, delighted by their reaction. Then Saphira said, Aragon. At the same time, Arya frowned and said, Where are Thorn and Murtog? Aragon shifted his gaze and saw Neswata standing alone in the courtyard. Next to her was a pair of saddlebags that Aragon did not remember seeing on Thorn. Wind swept over the courtyard and he heard the sound of wings flapping, but of Murtog and Thorn, nothing was visible. Aragon cast his thoughts out toward where he thought they were. He felt them at once, for the mines were not hidden, but they refused to speak or to listen. Blast it, muttered Aragon as he ran over to Neswata. There were tears on her cheeks, and she seemed on the verge of losing her composure. Where are they going? Away. Her chin trembled. Then she took a breath, released it, and stood taller than before. Cursing again, Aragon bent and pulled open the saddlebags. Within he found a number of smallish Eldonari enclosed in padded cases. Arya! Blue-Garm! He shouted, pointing at the saddlebags. The two elves nodded. Aragon ran over to Saphira. He did not have to explain himself. She understood. She spread her wings as he climbed onto her back, and the moment he was settled in the saddle, she took flight from the courtyard. Cheers rose from the city as the Varden caught sight of her. Saphira flapped quickly, following Thorn's musky scent trail through the air. It led her south, out from under the shadow of the overhang, and then it turned and curved up and around the great stone outcrop, heading north toward the Rama River. For several miles the trail ran straight and level. When the broad, tree-lined river was almost underneath them, the scent began to angle downward. Aragon studied the ground ahead and saw a flash of red by the foot of a small hill on the other side of the river. Over there, he said to Saphira, but she had already spotted Thorn. She spiraled down and landed softly atop the hill, where she had the advantage of height. The air off the water was cool and moist, carrying it with it the scent of moss, mud, and sap. Between the hill and the river lay a sea of nettles. The plants grew in such thick profusion, the only way to pass through them would have been to cut a path. The dark sawtooth leaves rubbed against each other with a gentle susurration that blended with the sound of the rushing river. By the edge of the nettles sat Thorn. Murtog stood next to him, adjusting the girth on his saddle. Aragon loosened Brysinger in its sheath, then cautiously approached. Without turning around, Murtog said, Have you come to stop us? It depends. Where are you going? I don't know. North, maybe. Somewhere away from the other people. You could stay. Murtog uttered a bark of mirthless laughter. You know better than that. It would only cause Niswater problems. Besides, the dwarves would never stand for it. Not after I killed Hrothgar. He glanced over his shoulder at Aragon. Galbatorix used to call me King-Killer. You're King-Killer as well now. Seems to run in the family. You better keep an eye on Roran then. And Arya's a dragon killer. That can't be easy for her. An elf killing a dragon. You should talk to her and make sure she's alright. Murtog's insight surprised Aragon. I will. There, said Murtog, giving the strap a final tug. Then he turned to face Aragon, and Aragon saw that he'd been holding Zorak so close against his body, drawn and ready to use. "So again, have you come to stop us?" "No." Murtagh gave a thin smile and sheathed Zorak. "Good. I would hate to have to fight you again. How were you able to break free of Galbatorix? It was your true name, wasn't it?" Murtagh nodded. "As I said, I'm not... We're not." He touched Thorn's side. "What we once were. It just took a while to realize it. Edniswater?" Murtagh frowned. Then he turned away and stared out over the Sea of Nettles. As Aragon joined him, Murtagh said in a low voice, "Do you remember the last time we were at this river? It'd be hard to forget. I can still hear the screams of the horses. You, Saphira, Aya, and me, all together ensure that nothing could stop us." In the back of his mind, Aragon could feel Saphira and Thorn talking to each other. Saphira, he knew, would tell him later what had passed between them. "What'll you do?" he asked Murtagh. "Sit and think. Maybe I'll build a castle. I have the time. You don't have to leave. I know it would be difficult. But you have family here, me, and also Roran. He's your cousin as well as mine, and you've never even met him. You belong as much to Carvahall and Palancar Valley as you do to Urubayan. Maybe more." Murtagh shook his head and continued to stare over the nettles. "It wouldn't work. Thorn and I need time alone. We need time to heal. If we stay, we'd be too busy to figure things out for ourselves. A good company and staying busy are often the best cure for a sickness of the soul. Not for what Galbatorix did to us. Besides, it'd be painful to be around Niswater right now. For both her and me. No, we have to leave. Well, how long do you think you'll be gone?" "Until the world no longer seems quite so hateful. And we no longer feel like tearing down mountains and filling the sea with blood." To that, Aragon had no response. They stood looking at the river, where it lay behind a line of low willow trees. The rustling of the nettles grew louder, stirred by the westward wind. Then Aragon said, "When you no longer wish to be alone, come and find us. You'll always be welcome at our hearth, wherever that may be." "We will. I promise." To Aragon's surprise, he saw a gleam appear in Murtagh's eyes. It vanished a second later. "You know," Murtagh said, "I never thought you could do it. But I'm glad you did. I was lucky. And it wouldn't have been possible without your help. Even so, you found the Eldenari in the saddlebags." Aragon nodded. "Good. Should we tell them?" Aragon asked Saphira, hoping that she would agree. She thought for a moment. "Yes, but do not say where. You tell him and I will tell Thorn." "As you wish." To Murtagh, Aragon said, "There's something you should know." Murtagh gave him a sideways glance. "The egg that Galbatorix had. It isn't the only one in Allegacia. There are more. Hidden in the same place where we found the Eldenari we brought with us." Murtagh turned toward him, disbelief evident on his face. At the same time, Thorn arched his neck and uttered a joyful trumpet that scared a flight of swallows from the branches of a nearby tree. "How many more?" "Hundreds." For a moment, Murtagh seemed unable to speak. Then, "What will you do with them?" "Me? I think Saphira and the Eldenari will have some say in the matter, but probably find somewhere safe for the eggs to hatch. Start to be real riders." "Will you and Saphira train them?" Aragon shrugged. "I'm sure the elves will help. You could as well, if you join us." Murtagh tilted his head back and released a long breath. "The dragons are going to return, and the riders as well." He laughed softly. "The world's about to change. It's already changed. Aye. So you and Saphira will become the new leaders of the riders, while Thorn and I will live in the wilderness." Aragon tried to say something, to comfort him, but Murtagh stopped him with a look. "No. It's as it should be. You and Saphira will make better teachers than we would." "I'm not so sure of that." "But promise me one thing, though." "What?" "When you teach them not to fear. Fear is good in small amounts, but when it's constant, a pounding companion, it cuts away at who you are and makes it hard to do what you know is right." "I'll try." Then Aragon noticed that Saphira and Thorn were no longer speaking. The red dragon shifted and moved around her until he was able to peer down at Aragon. With a mental voice that was surprisingly musical, Thorn said, "Thank you for not killing my rider, Aragon Murtagh's brother." "Yes, thank you," Murtagh said dryly. "I'm glad I didn't have to," Aragon said, looking Thorn in one glittering blood-red eye. The dragon snorted, then bent and touched Aragorn on the top of his head, tapping his scales against Aragorn's helm.
May the wind and the sun always be at your back.
And at yours. A sense of great anger, grief, and ambivalence pressed heavily against Aragorn, as Gladir's consciousness enveloped his mind, and it seemed those of Murtagh and Thorn, for they tensed as if in anticipation of battle. Aragorn had forgotten that Gladir, along with the other Eldonari, hidden within their invisible pocket of space, were present and listening.
Would that I could thank you for the same, said Gladir,
his words as bitter as an oak gall.
You killed my body and you killed my rider.
The statement was flat and simple, and all the more terrible because of it. Murtagh said something with his thoughts, but Aragorn did not know what it was, for it was directed to Gladir alone, and Aragorn was privy only to Gladir's reaction.
No, I cannot, said the gold dragon. However, I understand that it was Galbatorix who drove you to it, and that it was he who swung your arm. Murtagh, I cannot forgive, but Galbatorix is dead, and with him my desire for vengeance. Yours has always been a hard path, since each of you hatched. But today you showed that your misfortunes have not broken you. You turned against Galbatorix when it might have gained you only pain, and by it you allowed Aragorn to kill him. Today you and Thorn proved yourselves worthy of being considered Shurtugol in full, though you never had the proper instruction or guidance. That is admirable.
Murtagh bowed his head slightly, and Thorn said, "Thank you, Ebrithil," which Aragorn heard. Thorn's use of the honorific Ebrithil seemed to startle Murtagh, for Murtagh looked back at the dragon and opened his mouth as if he was going to say something. Then Umroth spoke. "We know much of the difficulties you have faced, Thorn and Murtagh, for we've watched you from afar, even as we've watched Aragorn and Saphira. There are many things we would teach you once you're ready, but until then we'll tell you this. In your wanderings, avoid the burrows of Anghelm, where the only one and Argo king, Kolkovek, lies in state. Avoid too the ruins of Roengard and of El Harim. Beware the deeps, and tread not where the ground grows black and brittle, and the air smells of brimstone, for in those places evil lurks. Do this, and unless you're greatly unfortunate, you shall not encounter danger beyond your ability to master." Murtagh and Thorn thanked Umroth, and then Murtagh cast a glance in the direction of Urubayan, and said, "We should be off." He looked at Aragorn again. "Can you remember the name of the ancient language now? Or is Galbatorix's magic still clouding your mind?" "I can almost remember it, but..." Aragorn shook his head with frustration. Then Murtagh spoke the name of names twice. First to remove the spell of forgetfulness Galbatorix had placed on Aragorn, and then again, so that Aragorn and Saphira might learn the name for themselves. "I wouldn't share it with anyone else," he said. "If every magician knew the name of the ancient language, the language would be worse than useless." Aragorn nodded, agreeing. "Be careful," Aragorn said. They stood like that for a moment, gazing at each other, as Murtagh held his hand out and Aragorn grasped him by the forearm. "You too, brother." Aragorn hesitated, then nodded again. "Brother." Murtagh checked the straps on Thorn's harness once more before he climbed into the saddle. As Thorn spread his wings and started to move away, Murtagh called out, "See to it that Niswat is well protected. Galbatorix had many servants, more than he ever told me about, and not all of them were bound to him by magic alone. They will seek revenge for the death of their master. Be on your guard at all times. There are those among them who are even more dangerous than the Razak." Then Murtagh raised a hand in farewell. Aragorn did likewise, and Thorn took 3 loping steps away from the Sea of Nettles and leapt into the sky, leaving track-like gouges in the soft earth below. The sparkling red dragon circled over them once, twice, 3 times, and then he turned and set off to the north, flapping with a slow, steady beat. Aragorn joined Saphira on the crest of the low hill, and together they watched as Thorn and Murtagh dwindled to a single star-like speck close to the horizon. With a sense of sadness upon them both, Aragorn took his place on Saphira's back, and they departed from the knoll and returned thence to Urubayan. Chapter 71. Heir to the Empire. Aragorn slowly climbed the worn steps of the Green Tower. It was close to sunset, and through the windows that pierced the curving wall to his right he could see the shadow-streaked buildings of Urubayan, as well as the hazy fields outside the city. As he spiraled around, the dark mass of stone hill that rose up behind it. The tower was tall, and Aragorn was tired. He wished he could have flown with Saphira to the top. It had been a long day, and right then he wanted nothing more than to sit with Saphira and drink a cup of hot tea while watching the light fade from the sky. But as always, there was still work to be done. He had seen Saphira only twice since they landed back at the citadel after parting with Murtagh and Thorn. She'd spent most of the afternoon helping the Varden kill or capture the remainder of the soldiers,
and later gather into camps the families who had fled their homes and scattered across the countryside while they waited to see if the overhang would break and fall. But it had not, the elves told Aragon. That it had not was because of the spells they had embedded within the stone in ages past, when Urubayan was yet known as Illyria, and also because of the overhang's sheer size, which had allowed it to weather the force of the blast without significant damage. The hill itself had helped contain the harmful residue from the explosion, although a large amount had still escaped through the entrance to the citadel, and most everyone who had been in or around Urubayan needed healing with magic, else they would soon sicken and die. Already many had fallen ill. Along with the elves, Aragon had worked to save as many as possible. The strength of the Eldonari had allowed him to cure a large portion of the Varden, as well as many inhabitants of the city. At that very moment, the elves and the dwarves were wailing up in front of Citadel to prevent any further contamination from seeping out. This after having searched the building for survivors, of whom there had been many. Soldiers, servants, and hundreds of prisoners from the dungeons below. The great store of treasures that lay within the Citadel, including the contents of Galbatorix's vast library, would have to be retrieved at a later date. It would be no easy task. The walls of many rooms had collapsed. Countless others, though still standing, were so damaged that they posed a danger to any who ventured near. Moreover, magic would be required to fend off the poison that had permeated the air, the stone, and all the objects within the sprawling war into the fortress. And more magic would be required to cleanse whatever items they chose to bring out. Once the citadel was closed off, the elves would purge the city and land thereabouts of the harmful residue that settled upon it, so that the area would again be safe to live in. Aragon knew that he would have to help with that, too. Before he had joined in the effort to heal and place wards of protection around everyone in and around Urubayan, he had spent over an hour using the name of the ancient language to find and dismantle the many spells Galbatorix had bound to the buildings and the people of the city. Some of the enchantments seemed benign, even helpful, such as one spell whose only apparent purpose was to keep the hinges of a door from creaking, and which drew its power from an egg-sized piece of crystal set within the face of the door. But Aragon dared not leave any of the king's spells intact, no matter how harmless they appeared, especially not those that lay upon the men and women of Galbatorix's command. Among them, Oaths of Fealty were the most common, but there were also wards, enchantments to grant skills beyond the ordinary, and other more mysterious spells. As Aragon had released nobles and commoners alike from their bondage, he occasionally felt a cry of anguish, as if he had taken something precious from them. There had been a moment of crisis when he stripped Galbatorix's strictures from the Eldonari the king had enslaved. The dragons immediately began to lash out and assail the minds of the people within the city, attacking without regard for who was friend or who was foe. In those moments, a great pall of dread spread over Urubayan, causing everyone, even the elves, to crouch and turn white with fear. Then Bloodgarm and his 10 remaining spellcasters had tied the convoy of metal boxes that contained the Eldonari to a pair of horses and ridden out of Urubayan, where the dragon's thoughts no longer had such a strong effect. Gladia insisted upon accompanying the maddening dragons, as did several of the Eldonari from Bruingard. That had been the second time Aragon had seen Saphira since their return, when he amended the spell that hid Umaroth and those with him so that 5 of the Eldonari could be portioned out and given over to Bloodgarm's safekeeping. Gladia and the 5 were of the opinion that they could calm and communicate with the dragons that Galbatorix had for so long tormented. Aragon was less sure, but he hoped they were right. As the elves and the Eldonari were on their way out of the city, Arya had contacted him, casting a questioning thought from outside the ruined gate, where she was in conference with the captains of her mother's army. In that brief time when the minds touched, he felt her desolation at Islanzadi's death, as well as the regret and anger that eddied beneath her grief, and he saw how her emotions threatened to overwhelm her reason, and how she struggled to restrain them. He sent her what comfort he could, but it seemed paltry when compared to her loss. Then and now, ever since Murtagh's departure, a sense of emptiness had gripped Aragon. He had expected to feel jubilant if they killed Galbatorix, and though he was glad, and he was glad, with the king gone, he no longer knew what he was supposed to do. He had reached his goal. He'd climbed the unclimbable mountain, and now, without that purpose to guide him, to drive him, he was at a loss. What were he and Saphira to make of their lives now? What would give them meaning? He knew that in time he and Saphira were to raise the next generation of dragons and riders, but the prospect seemed too distant to be real. Pondering those questions made him feel queasy and overwhelmed. He turned his thoughts elsewhere, but the questions continued to nibble at the edges of his mind, and his sense of emptiness persisted. Maybe Murtagh and Thorn had the right idea. It seemed as if the stairs of the Green Tower would never end. He trudged upward, round and round until the people in the streets appeared as small as ants, and his calves and the backs of his ankles burned from the repetitive motion. He saw the nests of swallows built within the narrow windows, and beneath one window he found a pile of small skeletons, the leavings of a hawk or an eagle. When at last the top of the winding staircase appeared, a large lancet door black with age, he paused to gather his thoughts and allow his breathing to slow. Then he climbed the last few feet, lifted the latch, and pushed forward into the large round chamber atop the elven watchtower.
Waiting for him were 6 people along with Saphira, Arya and the silver-haired elf lord Deathdeer, King Orin, Niswada, King Oric, and the king of the werecats, Grimmer Halfpaw. They stood, or in the case of King Orin, sat, in a widely spaced circle, with Saphira directly opposite the stairs before the southern-facing window that had allowed her land within the tower. The light from the dying sun streamed sideways through the chamber, illuminating the elven carvings upon the walls and the intricate pattern of coloured stone set within the chipped floor. Except for Saphira and Grimmer, everyone appeared tense and uncomfortable. In the tightness of the skin around Arya's eyes and the hard line of her tawny throat, Eragon saw evidence of a grief and upset. He wished he could do something to ease her pain. Orin sat in a deep-seated chair, holding his bandaged chest with his left hand and a cup of wine in his right. He moved with exaggerated care as if afraid of hurting himself, but his eyes were bright and clear, so Eragon guessed it was his wound, not the drink, that made him cautious. Deathdeer was tapping the pommel of his sword with one finger, while Oric stood with his hands folded atop the butt of Volan's haft. The hammer rested upright upon the floor before him, staring into his beard. Niswada had her arms crossed as if she was cold. To the right, Grimmer Halfpaw stared out a window, seemingly oblivious to the others. As Eragon opened the door, they all looked at him, and a smile broke across Oric's face. "Eragon!" he exclaimed. He hefted Volan onto his shoulder, trundled over to Eragon, and grasped him by the forearm. "I knew you could kill him. Well done! Tonight we celebrate, eh? Let the fires burn bright, and let our voices ring forth until the heavens themselves echo with the sound of our feasting." Eragon smiled and nodded, and Oric clapped him on the arm once more, then returned to his place as Eragon crossed the room to stand by Saphira. "Little one," she said, brushing his shoulder with her snout. He reached up and touched a hard, scaled cheek, taking comfort from her closeness. Then he extended a tendril of thought toward the Eldenari she still had with her. Like him, they were weary from the day's events, and he could tell they preferred to watch and listen rather than actively participate in the discussion that was about to take place. The Eldenari acknowledged his presence, and Umroth said, "Eragon," but thereafter he was silent. No one in the room seemed willing to speak first. From the city below, Eragon heard a hoarse whinny. Off by the citadel came the rapping of picks and chisels. King Orin shifted uncomfortably in his chair and sipped his wine. Grimmer scratched one pointed ear, then sniffed as if testing the air. Finally, Deathdeer broke the silence. "We have a decision to make," he said. "That we know, elf," rumbled Oric. "Let him speak," said Orin, and he gestured with his jeweled goblet. "I would hear his thoughts on how he thinks we should proceed." A bitter, somewhat mocking smile appeared on his face. He tilted his head toward Deathdeer, as if to grant him permission to speak. Deathdeer inclined his head in return. If the elf took offense at the king's tone, it did not show. "There is no hiding that Galbatorix is dead. Even now, word of our victory wings its way across the land. By the end of the week, Galbatorix's demise shall be known throughout the greater part of Allegacia." "As it should be," said Niswada. She changed out of the tunic her jailers had given her, and into a dark red dress, which made the weight she had lost during her captivity all the more apparent, for the dress hung loosely off her shoulders and her waist was painfully small. But though she appeared frail, she seemed to have regained some of her strength. When Eragon and Saphira had returned to the citadel, Niswada had been on the verge of collapse, from both mental and physical exhaustion. The moment Yomador had seen her, he bundled her off to the camp, and she spent the rest of the day in seclusion. Eragon had been unable to consult with her before the meeting, so he was not sure of her opinion on the subject they had assembled to discuss. If he had to, he would contact her directly with his thoughts, but he hoped to avoid that, for he did not want to intrude on her privacy. Not then. Not after what she had endured. "As it should be," said Deathdeer, his voice strong and clear beneath the vaulted ceiling of that high, rounded chamber. "However, as people learn that Galbatorix has fallen, the first question they shall ask is who has taken his place." Deathdeer looked around at the faces. "We must provide them with an answer now, before upset begins to spread. Our queen is dead. King Orin, you are wounded. Rumors aplenty are afoot, I'm sure. It's important that we quell them before they cause harm. To delay would be disastrous. We cannot allow every lord with a measure of troops to believe that he can set himself up as ruler of his own petty monarchy. Should that happen, the empire will disintegrate into 100 different kingdoms. None of us want that. A successor may be chosen. Chosen as named, however difficult that may be." Without turning around, Grimmer said, "You cannot leave a pack if you're weak." King Orin smiled again, but the smile did not touch his eyes. "And what part do you seek to play in this, Arya, Lord Deathdeer? Or you, King Oric? Or you, King Halfpaw? We're grateful for your friendship and your help, but this is a matter for humans to decide, not you. We rule ourselves, and we do not let others choose our kings." Niswada rubbed her crossed arms and said, to Eragon's surprise, "I agree. This is something we must settle on our own." She looked across the room at Arya and Deathdeer. Surely you can understand. You would not allow us to tell you whom you ought to appoint as your new king or queen. She looked at Auric. Nor would the clans have allowed us to select you as Hrothgar's successor.
No, said Auric. That they wouldn't have.
The decision is, of course, yours to make, said Deathdeer. We would not presume to dictate what you should or should not do. However, as your friends and allies, have we not earned the right to offer our advice upon such a weighty matter, especially when it shall affect us all? Whatever you decide will have far-reaching implications, and you would do well to understand those implications ere you make your choice. Aragorn understood well enough. It was a threat. Deathdeer was saying that if they made a decision the elves disapproved of, there would be unpleasant consequences. Aragorn resisted the urge to scowl. The elves' stance was only to be expected. The stakes were high, and a mistake now could end up causing problems for decades more. That seems reasonable, said Neswata. She glanced over at King Orin. Orin stared into his goblet as he tilted it around, swirling the liquid within. And just how would you advise us to choose, Lord Deathdeer? Do tell. I'm most curious. The elf paused. In the low, warm light from the setting sun, his silver hair glowed a diffuse halo around his head. Whoever's to wear the crown must have the skill and experience needed to rule effectively from the start. There is no time to instruct someone in the ways of command, nor can we afford the mistakes of a novice. In addition, this person must be morally fit to assume such a high office. He or she must be an acceptable choice to the warriors of the Varden, and to a lesser extent the people of the Empire, and, if at all possible, this person should also be one whom we and your other allies will find agreeable. You limit our choices a great deal with your requirements, said King Orin. They merely make for good statesmanship. Or do you see it differently? I see several options you've overlooked in disregard. Perhaps because you consider them distasteful, but no matter, continue. Deathdeer's eyes narrowed, but his voice remained as smooth as ever. The most obvious choice, and the one people of the Empire will likely expect, is the person who actually killed Galbatorix, and that is Aragorn. The air in the chamber grew brittle, as if it were made of glass. Everyone looked at Aragorn, even Saphir and the werecat, and he could feel Umaroth and the other Eldonori observing him closely too. He stared back at the people around him, neither frightened nor angered by their scrutiny. He searched Neswata's face for a hint as to her reaction, but other than a seriousness of her expression, he could discern nothing of what she thought or felt. It unsettled him to realize that Deathdeer was correct. He could become king. For a moment, Aragorn allowed himself to entertain the possibility. There was no one who could stop him from taking the throne, no one except Elva and perhaps Murtagh. But he now knew how to counter Elva's ability, and Murtagh was no longer there to challenge him. Saphira he could sense from her mind would not oppose him, whatever he chose. And though he could not read Neswata's expression, he had a strange feeling that for the first time she would be willing to step aside and allow him to take command. What do you want? Asked Saphira. Aragorn thought about it. I want to be of use. But power and dominion over others, those things that Galbatorix sought, they hold little appeal for me. In any case, we have other responsibilities. Shifting his attention back to those watching, he said, No. It would not be right. King Orin grunted and took another swig of his wine. While Arya, Deathdeer, and Neswata seemed to relax, if however slightly. Like them, the Eldonari seemed pleased with his decision, although they did not give comment upon it with words. I'm glad to hear you say it, said Deathdeer. No doubt you would make a fine ruler, but I do not think it would be good for your kind, nor for the other races of Allegacia, or another dragon rider to assume the crown. Then Arya motioned to Deathdeer. The silver-haired elf stepped back slightly, and Arya said, Roran would be another obvious choice. Roran? Said Aragorn, incredulous. Arya gazed at him, her eyes solemn and in the sideways light, bright and fierce, like emeralds cut in a raid pattern. It was by his actions that the Varden captured Urabayan. He's the hero of Arrows and of many other battles besides. The Varden and the rest of the Empire would follow him without hesitation. He's rude and overconfident, and he hasn't the experience needed, said Orin. Then he glanced over at Aragorn with a slightly guilty expression. He's a good warrior, though. Arya blinked once, like an owl. I believe you'd find that his rudeness depends upon those he's dealing with, your majesty. However, you're correct. Roran lacks the experience needed. That leaves but two choices, then. You, Neswata, and you, King Orin. King Orin shifted again in his deep-seated chair, and his brow furrowed more severely than before, while Neswata's expression remained unchanged. I assume, said Orin to Neswata, that you wish to assert your claim. She shifted a chin. I do.
Her voice was as calm as smooth water. Then we're at an impasse, for so do I, and I will not relent. Orin rolled the stem of his goblet between his fingers. The only way I can see to resolve the matter without bloodshed is for you to renounce your claim. If you insist upon pursuing it, you'll end up destroying everything we've won today, and you'll have none to blame but yourself and the havoc that will follow. You would turn upon your own allies for no other reason than to deny Niswara the throne, said Arya. King Orin might not have recognized it, but Eragon saw her cold, hard demeanor for what it was, a readiness to strike and kill at a moment's notice. No, Orin replied. I would turn upon the Varden in order to win the throne. There's a difference. Why? Asked Niswara. Why? The question seemed to outrage Orin. My people have housed, fed, and equipped the Varden. They have fought and died alongside your warriors, and as a country we have risked far more than the Varden. The Varden have no home. If Galbatorix had defeated Eragon and the dragons, you could have fled and hid, but we had nowhere to go other than Surda. Galbatorix would have followed us like a bolt from on high, and he would have laid waste to the entire region. We wagered everything. Our families, our homes, our wealth, our freedom. And after all that, after all our sacrifices, do you truly believe we'll be satisfied to return to our fields with no other rewards than a pat on the head and your royal thanks? Ha! I'd sooner crawl. We've watered the ground between here and the burning plains with our blood, and now we'll have our recompense. He clenched his fist. Now we'll have just the spoils of war. Orin's words did not seem to upset Niswara. Indeed, she looked thoughtful, almost sympathetic. Surely she won't give this snarling cow what he wants, said Saphira. Wait and see, said Eragon. She's yet to lead us astray. Arya said, I would hope that the two of you could come to an amicable agreement, and, of course, said King Orin. I hope for that as well. His gaze flicked toward Niswara. But I fear that Niswara's single-minded determination will not allow her to realize that, in this, she must finally submit. Arya continued. And as Deathdeer said, we would not think of interfering with your race as you choose your next ruler. I remember, said Orin with a hint of a smug smile. However, said Arya, as sworn allies of the Varden, I must tell you that we regard any attack on them as an attack on ourselves. And we will respond in kind. Orin's face drew inward, as if he'd bitten something sour. The same holds true for us the dwarves, said Auric. The sound of his voice was like stones grinding against one another deep underground. Grimmer Halfpaw lifted his mangled hand before his face, and inspected the claw-like nails on his 3 remaining fingers. We do not care who becomes king or queen, as long as we're given the seat next to the throne that was promised to us. Still, it was with Niswara that we made our bargain, and it is Niswara we shall continue to support until such a time as she is no longer pack leader of the Varden. Aha! Exclaimed King Orin, and he leaned forward with his hand on one knee. But she isn't the leader of the Varden. Not anymore. Eragon is. Again, all eyes turned to Eragon. He grimaced slightly and said, I thought it was understood that I gave my authority back to Niswara the moment she was free. If not, then let there be no mistake. Niswara is the leader of the Varden, not me. And I believe that she ought to be the one to inherit the throne. You would say that, said King Orin, sneering. You've sworn fealty to her. Of course you believe she should inherit the throne. You're nothing more than a loyal servant standing up for his master, and your opinions carry no more weight than the opinions of my own servants. No, said Eragon. There you're wrong. If I thought that you or anyone else would make a better ruler, then I would say so. Yes, I gave my oath to Niswara, but that doesn't stop me from speaking the truth as I see it. Maybe not, but your loyalty to her still clouds your judgment. Even as your loyalty to Surda clouds yours, said Auric. King Orin scowled. Why is it that you always turn against me? He demanded, looking from Eragon to Arya to Auric. Why is that in every dispute you side with her? Wine sloshed over the rim of his goblet as he gestured toward Niswara. Why is it that she commands your respect, and not I or the people of Surda? Always it's Niswara and the Varden in your favour, and before her it was Arjahad. Were my father still alive? Were your father, King Larkin, still alive? Said Arya. He would not be sitting there bemoaning how others see him. He would be doing something about it. Peace, said Niswara, before Orin could utter a retort. There is no need for insults here. Orin, your concerns are reasonable. You're right, the Surdans have contributed much to our cause. I freely admit that without your help, we never would have been able to attack the Empire as we did. You deserve more recompense for what you've risked, spent, and lost over the course of this war. King Orin nodded, appearing satisfied. You'll yield, then? No, said Niswara, calm as ever. That I will not, but I have a counter-proposal, one that perhaps will satisfy all our interests. Orin made a noise of dissatisfaction, but he did not interrupt further. My proposal is this. Much of the land we have captured shall become part of Surda.
Aros, Feinster, and Million will all be yours, as well as the isles to the south, once they're under our governance. By this acquisition, Surda will nearly double in size.
And in return?
Asked King Orin, lifting an eyebrow. In return, you will swear allegiance to the throne here in Urubayan and whoever sits upon it.
Orin's mouth twisted.
You would set yourself up as High Queen of the land. These two realms, the Empire and Surda, must be reunited if we're to avoid future hostilities. Surda would remain yours to command as you see fit, save for one exception. The magicians of both our countries would be subject to certain restrictions, the exact nature of which we would decide upon at a later date. Along with those laws, Surda would of necessity have to contribute to the defense of our combined territories. Should either of us be attacked, the other would be required to provide aid in the form of men and material.
King Orin placed his goblet upright in his lap and stared down at it. Again I ask, why should you be the one to take the throne instead of me? My family has ruled Surda since Lady Merelda won the Battle of Kithri, and thereby established both Surda and the House of Langfield, and we can trace our ancestry all the way back to Thanebrand the Ringgiver himself. We faced and fought the Empire for an entire century. Our gold and our weapons and our armor allowed the Varden to exist in the first place, and have sustained you through the years. Without us, it would have been impossible for you to resist Galbatorix. The dwarves could not have provided everything you needed, nor the elves, as far away as they were. So again I ask, why should this prize fall to you, Niswada, and not me?
Because, said Niswada, I believe I can make a good queen. And because, as with everything I have done while leading the Varden, I believe it is what is best for our people and for the whole of Allegacia.
You have a very high opinion of yourself.
False modesty is never admirable, and least of all among those who command others. Have I not amply demonstrated my ability to lead? If not for me, the Varden would still be cowering inside Farthendur, waiting for a sign from above that it was the right time to advance on Galbatorix. I shepherded the Varden from Farthendur to Surda. I built them into a mighty army, with your help, yes, but I'm the one who led them, and it was I who secured the help of the dwarves, the elves, and the Urgles. Could you have done as much? Whosoever rules in Urubayan will have to treat with every race in the land, not just our own. Again, this I have done, and this I can do.
Then Niswada's voice softened, although her expression remained as strong as ever.
Orin, why do you want this? Would it make you any happier?
It isn't a question of happiness, he growled.
But it is in part. Do you really want to govern the whole of the Empire in addition to Surda? Whoever takes the throne will have a huge task ahead. There is a country to rebuild, treaties to negotiate, cities still to capture, nobles and magicians to subdue. It will take a lifetime to even begin to undo the damage Galbatorix has wrought. Is that something you're really willing to undertake? It seems to me that you would prefer your life as it once was.
Her gaze shifted to the goblet in his lap, then back to his face.
If you accept my offer, you can return to Aberon and your experiments in natural philosophy. Wouldn't you like that? Surda will be larger and richer, and you will have the freedom to pursue your interests.
We don't always get what we like. Sometimes we have to do what is right, not what we want, said King Orin.
True.
But besides, if I were king in Urubayan, I'd be able to pursue my interests here, just as easily as I could in Aberon.
Niswada frowned, but before she could speak, Orin overrode her.
You don't understand. He scowled and took another sip of wine.
Then explain it to us,
said Saphira, her impatience conspicuous in the color of her thoughts. Orin snorted, drained his goblet, and then threw it against the door to the staircase, denting the gold of the cup and knocking several of the jewels from their setting so that they spun jittering across the floor. I can't, he growled, and I don't dare to try. He glared around the room. None of you would understand. You're too bound up in your own importance to see. How could you when you've never experienced what I have? He sank back into his chair, his eyes like dark coals beneath the eaves of his brow. To Niswada he said, You are determined. You'll not withdraw your claim. She shook her head.
And if I choose to pursue my own claim, then we'll be in conflict.
And the three of you will side with her, asked Orin, looking in turn at Arya, Auric, and Grimmer. If the Varden are attacked, we will fight alongside them, said Auric.
As will we,
said Arya. King Orin smiled a smile that was more a baring of his teeth than anything. But you would not think to tell us who we ought to choose as our ruler, now would you? Of course not, said Auric, and his own teeth flashed white and dangerous within his beard. Of course not. Then Orin returned his attention to Niswada. I want Bellatona, along with the other cities you mentioned. Niswada thought for a moment. You're already gaining 2 port cities with Feinster and Arrows. 3 if you count Eom on Balin Isle. I'll give you Fernost instead, and you'll have the whole of Lake Tudostan, even as I will have the whole of Leona Lake. Leona is more valuable than Tudostan. as it grants access to the mountains and the northern coast, Orin pointed out.
Aye, but you already have access to Leona Lake from Deoth, and the Jit River.
King Orin stared at the floor in the center of the room, and was silent. Outside, the top of the sun slipped below the edge of the horizon, leaving a few attenuated clouds still illuminated by its light. The sky began to darken, and the first few stars appeared in the gloaming, faint pinpricks of light in the purple vastness. A slight breeze started, and in the sound of it brushing against the sides of the tower, Aragon heard the rustling of the sawtooth nettles. The longer they waited, the more likely it seemed to Aragon that Orin would reject Neswata's offer, or that he'd remain sitting there silent for the entire night. Then the king shifted his weight and looked up. "Very well," he said in a low voice. "As long as you honor the terms of our agreement, I shall not challenge you for Galbatorix's throne, your majesty." A shiver passed through Aragon as he heard Orin utter those words. Her expression somber, Neswata walked forward until she stood in the center of the open room. Then Oryx struck the butt of Volan's haft against the floor, and proclaimed, "The king is dead! Long live the queen!" "The king is dead! Long live the queen!" cried Aragon, Arya, Deathdeer, and Grimmer. The werecat's lips stretched, baring his sharp fangs, and Saphira uttered a loud, triumphant bugle, which echoed off the angled ceiling and out over the dusk-ridden city below. A sense of approval emanated from the Eldenari. Neswata stood tall and proud, her eyes gleaming with tears in the graying light. "Thank you," she said, and looked at each of them, holding their gaze. Still, her thoughts seemed to be directed elsewhere, and about her was an air of sadness that Aragon doubted the others noticed. And all across the land darkness sank, leaving the top of the tower a lone beacon of light high above the city. Chapter 72. A Fitting Epitaph. After their victory in Urubayan, the months passed both quickly and slowly for Aragon. Quickly because there was much for him and Saphira to do, and rare was the day that they were not exhausted by sundown. Slowly because he continued to feel a lack of purpose, despite the many tasks Queen Neswata gave them, and it seemed to him as if the idling in a patch of becalmed water, waiting for something, anything to push them back into the main current. He and Saphira stayed in Urubayan for another 4 days after Neswata was chosen queen, helping establish the Varden's presence there, and throughout the surrounding area. Much of that time they spent dealing with the inhabitants of the city, usually placating crowds who were furious with some action of the Vardens, and hunting groups of soldiers who had fled Urubayan, and were preying upon travelers, peasants, and nearby estates to support themselves. He and Saphira also participated in the effort to rebuild the city's massive front gate, and at Neswata's behest he cast several spells designed to prevent those still loyal to Galbatorix from working against her. The spells applied only to the people within the city and the adjacent lands, but having them in a place made everyone feel the Varden safer. Aragon noticed that the Varden, the dwarves, and even the elves treated him and Saphira differently than they had before Galbatorix's death. They were more respectful and deferential, especially the humans. They regarded him and Saphira with what he slowly came to understand was a sense of awe. He enjoyed it at first, and Saphira did not seem to care one way or another. But it began to bother him when he realized that many of the dwarves and humans were so eager to please him, they would tell him whatever they thought he wanted to hear, not the actual truth. The discovery unsettled him. He felt unable to trust anyone other than Roran, Arya, Neswata, Auric, Horst, and of course, Saphira. He saw little of Arya during those days. The few times they met, she seemed withdrawn, which he recognized was her way of dealing with grief. They never had a chance to talk in private, and the only condolences he was able to offer were brief and awkward. He thought she appreciated them, but it was hard to tell. As for Neswata, she seemed to regain much of her former drive, spirit, and energy after a single night's sleep, which amazed Aragon. His opinions of her increased tremendously upon hearing her account of the ordeal in the Hall of the Soothsayer, as did his regard for Murtagh, of whom Neswata spoke not a word thereafter. She complimented Aragon on his leadership of the Varden in her absence, although he protested that he had been gone most of that time, and thanked him for rescuing her as quickly as he had, for as she admitted late in their conversation, Galbatorix had nearly succeeded in breaking her. Upon the third day, Neswata was coronated in a great square near the center of the city, in full view of a vast crowd of humans, dwarves, elves, werecats, and agles. The explosion that had ended Galbatorix's life had destroyed the ancient crown of the Brodrings, so the dwarves had forged a new crown from gold found in the city, and from jewels the elves had taken from their helms, or from the pommels of their swords. The ceremony was simple, but all the more effective for it. Neswata approached on foot from the direction of the ruined citadel. She wore a dress of royal purple, cut short at the elbows so that all might see the scars that lined her forearms, with a train fringed with mink, which Elva carried, for Aragon had heeded Murtagh's warning and insisted that the girl stay as close to Neswata as possible. A slow drumbeat sounded as Neswata walked up to the dais that had erected in the center of the square. At the top of the dais, next to a carved chair that would serve as a throne, stood Aragon, with Saphira close behind. In front of the raised platform were the kings Orin, Auric, and Grimmer,
along with Arya, Deathdeer, and Nargashvog. Niswara ascended the dais and then knelt before Eragon and Saphira. A dwarf of Oryx's clan presented Eragon with the newly made crown, which he placed upon Niswara's head. Then Saphira arched her neck, and with her snout touched Niswara upon the brow. And both she and Eragon said, "Rise now as queen, Niswara, daughter of Ajahad and Nadara." A fanfare of trumpets rang forth, and the gathered crowd, which had been deathly silent, began to cheer. It was a strange cacophony, what with the bellows of Agles intermingled with the melodious voices of the elves. Then Niswara sat upon the throne. King Orin came before her and swore his allegiance, followed by Arya, King Oric, Grimmer Halfpaw, and Nargashvog, who each pledged their friendship with their respective races. The event affected Eragon strongly. He found himself holding back tears as he gazed at Niswara sitting regnant on a throne. Only with the coronation did it feel as if the spectre of Galbatorix's oppression had begun to recede. Afterward they feasted, and the Varden and their allies celebrated throughout the night and into the next day. Eragon remembered little of the festivities, save the dancing of the elves, the pounding of the dwarves' drums, and the four Khal who climbed a tower along the city wall, and there stood blowing horns made from the skulls of their fathers. The people of the city joined in the celebrations as well, and among them Eragon saw relief and jubilation that Galbatorix was no longer king. And underlying their emotions, and those of everyone present, was an awareness of the importance of the moment, for they knew that they were witnessing the end of one age and the beginning of another. Upon the 5th day, when the gate was nearly rebuilt and the city seemed reasonably secure, Niswara ordered Eragon and Saphira to fly to Drosleona, and thence to Bellatona, Feinster, and Arrows, and in each place the name of the ancient language to release from their oaths everyone who had sworn fealty to Galbatorix. She also asked Eragon to bind the soldiers and nobles with spells, even as he had bound the people of Urubayan, to keep them from trying to undermine the newly established peace. That Eragon had refused, for he felt it was too similar to how Galbatorix had controlled those who served him. In Urubayan, the risk of hidden killers or other loyalists was great enough that Eragon had been willing to do as she wished, but not elsewhere. To his relief, Niswara agreed with him after some consideration. He and Saphira took with them over half the Eldonari from Bruingard. The rest remained behind with the Hearts of Hearts that had been rescued from Galbatorix's treasure room. Bludgarm and his spellcasters, who were no longer bound to defend Eragon and Saphira, moved those Eldonari to a castle several miles northeast of Urubayan, where it would be easy to protect the hearts against any who might seek to steal them, and where the thoughts of the mad dragons would not affect the minds of any but the caretakers. Only once Eragon and Saphira were satisfied that the Eldonari were safe did they depart. When they arrived at Drosleona, Eragon was astounded by the number of spells he found woven throughout the city, as well as in the Dark Tower of Stone, Helgrind. Many of them, he guessed, were hundreds of years old, if not older, forgotten enchantments from ages past. He left those that seemed harmless and removed those that did not, but oft-times it was difficult to tell, and he was reluctant to tamper with spells whose purpose he did not understand. Here the Eldonari proved helpful. In several cases they resembled who had cast a spell and why, or else they were able to divine its purpose from information that meant nothing to him. When it came to Helgrind and the various holdings of the priests, who had gone into hiding as soon as news of Galbatorix's demise had reached them, Eragon did not bother trying to determine which spells were more dangerous, and which were not. He removed them all. He also used the Name of Names to search for the Belt of Belot the Wise in the ruins of the Great Cathedral, but without success. They stayed in Drosleona for 3 days, and then proceeded to Bellatona. There, too, Eragon removed Galbatorix's enchantments, as well as at Feinster and Arrows. In Feinster, someone tried to kill him with a poisoned drink. His wards protected him, but the incident angered Saphira. "If I ever corner the rat coward who did this, I'll eat him alive from the toes up," she growled. On the return trip to Urubayan, Eragon suggested a slight change of direction. Saphira agreed and altered her course, tilting so the horizon stood on end and the world was divided equally between the dark blue sky and the brown and brown earth. It took a day and a half of searching, but at last Saphira found the cluster of sandstone hills, and among them one hill in particular, a tall sloping mound of reddish stone with a cave halfway up its side, and upon its crest a glittering tomb of diamond. The hill looked exactly as Eragon remembered, and when he gazed upon it, he felt his chest grow tight. Saphira landed next to the tomb. Her claws scraped against the pitted stone, chipping off flakes. With slow fingers, Eragon unbuckled his legs. Then he slid to the ground. A wave of dizziness passed through him at the smell of the warm stone, and for a moment he felt as if he were in the past. Then he shook himself, and his mind cleared. He walked to the tomb and looked into its crystal depths, and there he saw Brom. There he saw his father. Brom's appearance had not changed. The diamond that encased his body protected him from the ravages of time, and his flesh showed no hint of decay. The skin of his lined face was firm, and it has a rosy tint, as if hot blood still coursed beneath at the surface. At any moment it seemed as if Bronn might open his eyes and rise to his feet, ready to continue on the unfinished journey.
In a way, he'd become deathless, for he no longer aged as others did, but he would remain forever the same, caught in a dreamless sleep. Brom's sword lay atop his chest in the long white pennant of his beard, with his hands folded over the hilt, just as Aragorn had placed them. By his side was his gnarled staff, carved, Aragorn now realized, with dozens of glyphs from the ancient language. Tears welled in Aragorn's eyes. He fell to his knees and wept quietly for a timeless while. He heard Saphira join him, felt her with his mind, and knew that she too mourned Brom's passing. At last Aragorn got to his feet and leaned against the edge of the tomb as he studied the shapes of Brom's face. Now that he knew what he looked for, he could see the similarities between their features, blurred and obscured by age and by Brom's beard, but still unmistakable. The angle of Brom's cheekbones, the crease between his eyebrows and his upper lip, all those Aragorn recognized. He had not inherited Brom's hooked nose, however. His nose he had gotten from his mother. Aragorn looked down, breathing heavily as his eyes again grew blurry. "It's done," he said in an undertone. It's done. I did it. We did it. Galbatorix is dead. Niswada's on the throne, and both Saphira and I are unharmed. That would please you, wouldn't it, you old fox? He laughed shortly and wiped his eyes with the back of his wrist. What's more, there are dragon eggs in Vrowengard. Eggs. The dragons aren't going to die out, and Saphira and I will be the ones to raise them. You never foresaw that, now did you? He laughed again, feeling silly and grief-stricken at the same time. What would you think of all this, I wonder? You're the same as ever, but we're not. Would you even recognize us? Of course he would, said Saphira. You're his son. She touched him with her snout. Besides, your face isn't so different that he would mistake you for someone else, even if your scent has changed. It has? You smell more like an elf now. Anyway, you'd hardly think I was Shrew Glada now, would he? No. Aragorn sniffed and pushed himself off the tomb. Brom looked so lifelike within the diamond. The sight of him inspired an idea. A wild, improbable idea that he almost dismissed that his emotions would not let him ignore. He thought of Umarath and the Eldonari, of all their collected knowledge and of what they had accomplished within his spell in Urubayan, and a spark of desperate hope kindled within his heart. Speaking both to Saphira and Umarath, he said, Brom had only just died when we buried him. Saphira didn't turn the stone to diamond until the following day, but he was still encased in stone away from the air, through the night. Umarath, with your strength and your knowledge, maybe we could still heal him. Aragorn shivered, as if he were in the grip of a fever. I didn't know how to mend his wound before, but now I think I could. It would be more difficult than you imagine, said Umarath. Yes, but you could do it, said Aragorn. I've seen you and Saphira accomplish amazing things with magic. Surely this isn't beyond you. And even if we succeeded, said Umarath, there's every chance that we would be unable to restore Brom's mind to what it was. Minds are complicated things, and he might easily end up with his wits muddled or his personality altered. And then what? Would you want him to live like that? Would he? No. It's best to let him be, Aragorn, and honor him with your thoughts and actions as you have. You wish it were otherwise. So do all who have lost the ones they care about. However, it is the way of things. Brom lives on in your memories, and if he was the man you showed us, he would be content with that. Let you be content with that as well. But it was not Umarath who interrupted, but the oldest of the Eldonari, Valda. He surprised Aragorn by speaking not in images or feelings, but in words of the ancient language, strained and laboured as if each was foreign to him. And he said, Leave the dead to the earth. They are not for us. Then he spoke no more. But Aragorn felt from a great sadness and sympathy. Aragorn let out a long sigh and closed his eyes for a moment. Then in his heart he allowed himself to release his misguided hope, and again accept the fact that Brom was gone. He said to Saphira. I didn't think it would be so difficult. It would be strange if it were not. He felt her warm breath ruffle the hair on the top of his head. She touched his back with the side of her muzzle. He smiled weakly and gathered up his courage to look at Brom again. Father, he said. The word tasted strange in his mouth. He'd never had cause to say it to anyone before. Then Aragorn shifted his gaze to the ruins he had set into the spire at the head of the tomb, which read, Here lies Brom, who is a dragon rider and like a father to me. May his name live on in glory. He smiled painfully at how close he'd come to the truth. Then he spoke in the ancient language, and he watched the diamond shimmer and flow as a new pattern of runes formed upon its surface. When he finished, the inscription had changed to, Here lies Brom, who was a rider bonded to the dragon Saphira, son of Holcomb and Nelda, Beloved of Selena, father of Aragon Shadeslayer, founder of the Varden, and bane of the Forsworn. May his name live on in glory. Sidya unen moramur. It was a less personal epitaph, but it seemed more fitting to Aragon. Then he cast several spells to protect the diamond from thieves and vandals. He continued to stand next to the tomb, reluctant to turn away and feeling as if there ought to be something more. Some event or emotion or realization that would make it easier for him to say farewell to his father, and thus to leave. At last he put his hand atop the cool diamond, wishing that he could reach through to touch Brom one final time. And he said, "Thank you for everything you taught me." Saphira snorted and bowed her head until her snout tapped against the hard jewel. Then Aragon turned, and with a sense of finality he slowly climbed onto Saphira's back. He was somber for a time as Saphira took off and flew northeast toward Urabayan. When the patch of sandstone hills was no more than a smudge on the horizon, he let out a long breath and looked up into the azure sky. A smile split his face. "What's so amusing?" asked Saphira, and she swung her tail back and forth. "The scale on your snout is regrowing." Her delight was evident. Then she sniffed and said, "I always knew it would. Why would it not?" However, he could feel her sides vibrating against his heels as she hummed with satisfaction, and he patted her and laid his chest against her neck, feeling the warmth from her body seeping into his. Chapter 75. A Man of Conscience. Warm light streamed through the windows along the right of the hallway, illuminating patches of the far wall where banners, paintings, shields, swords, and the heads of various stags hung between the dark carved doors that dotted the wall at regular intervals. As Aragorn strode toward Naswada's study, he gazed out the windows at the city. From the courtyard he could still hear the bards and musicians performing by the banquet tables laid out in Arya's honor. The celebrations had been ongoing since she and Fëanor had returned to Illyria with him and Saphira the previous day. But now they were beginning to wind down, and as a result he had finally been able to arrange a meeting with Naswada. He nodded to the guards outside the study, then let himself into the room. Inside he saw Naswada recline on a padded seat, listening to a musician strumming on a lute and singing a beautiful, if mournful, love song. On the end of the seat sat the witch-child Elva, engrossed with a piece of embroidery, and in a nearby chair Naswada's handmaid Faraka. And curled up on Faraka's lap lay the werecat Yellow Eyes in his animal form. He looked sound asleep, but Aragorn knew from experience that he was probably awake. Aragorn waited by the door until the musician finished. "Thank you. You may go," said Naswada to the player. "Ah, Aragorn. Welcome." He bowed slightly to her. Then to the girl he said, "Elva." She eyed him from under her brow. "Aragorn?" The werecat's tail twitched. "What is it you wish to discuss?" asked Naswada. She took a sip from the chalice resting on a side table. "Perhaps we could speak in private," said Aragorn, and motioned with his head toward the glass-paneled doors behind her, which opened onto a balcony overlooking a quadrangle with a garden and a fountain. Naswada considered for a moment, then rose from her seat and swept toward the balcony, the train of her purple dress trailing behind her. Aragorn followed, and they stood side by side, gazing at the spouting water of the fountain, cool and grey within the shadow cast by the side of the building. "What a beautiful afternoon," said Naswada as she took a deep breath. She looked more at peace than when he had last seen her, only a few hours before. "The music seems to have put you in a good mood," he observed. "No, not the music. Elva." He cocked his head. "How so?" A strange half-smile graced Naswada's face. "After my imprisonment in Urubayan, after what I endured and lost, and after the attempts on my life, the world seemed to lose all color for me. I did not feel myself, and nothing I did could stir me from my sadness. I thought as much," he said. "But I did not know what to say that might help. Nothing. Nothing you could have said or done would have helped. I might have gone on like that for years, if not for Elva. She told me what I needed to hear, I suppose. It was the fulfillment of a promise she made me long ago, in the castle at Aberon." Aragorn frowned and glanced back into the room, where Elva sat poking at her embroidery. For all they had gone through together, he still did not feel as if he could trust the girl, and he feared that she was manipulating Naswada for her own selfish ends. Naswada's hand touched him. "You don't need worry about me, Aragorn. I know myself too well for her to unbalance me, even if she tried. Galbatorix couldn't break me. Do you think she could?" He looked back at her, his expression grim. "Yes?" She smiled again. "I appreciate your concern, but in this it's unfounded. Let me enjoy my good mood. You can put your suspicions to me at a later time." "All right." Then he relented a bit and said, "I'm glad you're feeling better." "Thank you. As am I. Are Saphira and Fëanor still cavorting about as they were earlier? I don't hear them anymore." "They are, but they're above the overhang now." His cheeks warmed somewhat as he touched Saphira's mind. "Ah." Naswada placed her hands, one atop the other, upon the stone balustrade, the uprights of which were carved into the shape of flowering irises. "Now why do you wish to meet? Have you arrived at a decision with regard to my offer?" "I have." "Well, excellent. Then we may proceed apace with our plans. I've decided not to accept." "What?" Naswada looked at him with incredulity. "Why? To whom else would you entrust the position?" "I don't know," he said gently. "That's something you and Orin will have to figure out on your own." Her eyebrows rose. "You won't even help us choose the right person? And you expect me to believe that you would follow orders from anyone but me? You misunderstand," he said. "I don't want to lead the magicians, and I won't be joining them either." Naswada stared at him for a moment. Then she walked over and closed the glass-paneled doors to the balcony, so that Elva, Faraka, and the werecat could not overhear their conversation. Turning back to him, she said, "Aragorn, what are you thinking? You know you have to join. All of the magicians who serve me have to. There can't be any exceptions, not one. I can't have people think I'm playing favorites. It would sow dissent among the ranks of the magicians, and that's exactly what I don't want. As long as you're a subject of my realm, you have to abide by its laws, or my authority means nothing. I shouldn't have to tell you that, Aragorn." "Well, you don't. I'm well aware of it." "Which is why Saphira and I have decided to leave Allegacia." Niswada put her hand on the railing as if to steady herself. For a time, the splashing of the water below was the only sound. I don't understand. So once more, as he had with Arya, he set forth the reasons why the dragons, and therefore he and Saphira, could not stay in Alagacia. And when he finished, he said, It never would have worked for me to take charge of the magicians. Saphira and I have to raise the dragons and train the riders, and that must take precedence before all else. Even if I had the time, I couldn't lead the riders and still answer to you. The other races would never stand for it. Despite Arya's choice to become queen, the riders have to remain as impartial as possible. If we start to play favorites, it'll destroy Alagacia. The only way I would consider accepting the position would be if the magicians were to include those of every race, even the Argles. But that's not likely to happen. Besides, it would still leave the question of what to do about the eggs in the Eldonari. Niswada scowled. You can't expect me to believe that. With all your power, you can't protect the dragons here in Alagacia. Well, maybe I could, but we can't depend on magic alone to safeguard the dragons. We need physical barriers. We need walls and moats and cliffs too high for a man, elf, dwarf, or Argle to scale. More important, we need the safety that only distance can provide. We have to make it so difficult to reach us that the challenges of the journey will discourage even our most determined enemies from attempting it. But ignore that. Assuming that I could protect the dragons, the problem would still remain of how to keep them from hunting livestock. Ours as well as the dwarves and Argles. Do you want to have to explain to Auric why his flocks in Feldenost keep disappearing? Or do you want to have to keep appeasing angry farmers who've lost their animals? No. Leaving is the only solution. Aragon looked down at the fountain. Even if there were a place for the eggs in the Eldonari and Alagacia, it wouldn't be right for me to stay. Why is that? He shook his head. You know the answer as well as I. I become too powerful. As long as I'm here, your authority, that of Arya, Auric, and Orin, will always be endowed. If I asked them to, most everyone in Sada, Tiram, your own kingdom, they would follow me. And with the Eldonari to help me, there's no one who can stand against me, not even Murtagh or Arya. You would never turn against us. That's not who you are. No? In all the years I shall live, and I might live a very long time, do you honestly believe that I will never choose to interfere with the workings of the land? If you do, I'm sure it'll be for a good reason, and I'm sure we'll be grateful for your help. Would you? No doubt I believe my reasons were just, but that's the trap, isn't it? The belief that I know better, and that because I have this power at my disposal, I have a responsibility to act. Remembering her words from before, he echoed them back to her. For the good of the many. If I was wrong, though, who could stop me? I could end up becoming Galbatorix despite my best intentions. As it is, my power makes people tend to agree with me. I've seen it in my dealings throughout the Empire. If you were in my position, would you be able to resist the temptation to meddle? Just a little, in order to make things better? My presence here unbalances things, Niswada. If I'm to avoid becoming what I hate, then I have to leave. Niswada lifted her chin. I could order you to stay. Well, I hope you don't. I prefer to leave in friendship, not anger. So you'll answer to no one but yourself. I will answer to Saphira and to my conscience, as I always have. The edge of Niswada's lip curled. A man of conscience. The most dangerous kind in the world. Once more the sounds of the fountain filled the gap in their conversation. Then Niswada said, Do you believe in the gods, Aragon? Which gods? There are many. Any of them, all of them. Do you believe in a power higher than yourself? Other than Saphira? He smiled in apology as Niswada frowned. Sorry. He thought seriously for a minute, then said, Perhaps they exist, I don't know. I'm not sure what I saw, but I may have seen the dwarf god Gunter in Trondheim when Auric was crowned. But if there are gods, I don't think very highly of them for leaving Galbatorix on the throne for so long. Perhaps you were the god's instrument for removing him. Did you ever consider that? Me? He laughed. Suppose it could be, but either way they certainly don't care very much whether we live or die. Of course not. Why should they? They're gods. Do you worship any of them, though? The question seemed of particular importance to Niswada. Again, Aragon thought for a while. Then he shrugged. There's so many, how could I know which ones to choose? Why not the creator of them all? Unalakuna, who offers life everlasting. Aragon could not help but chuckle. As long as I don't fall sick and no one kills me, I may live for 1,000 years or more. And if I live that long, I can't imagine I would want to continue on after death. What else can a god offer me? With the Eldonari, I have the strength to do most anything. The gods also provide the chance to see those we love again. Don't you want that? He hesitated. I do, but I don't want to endure for an eternity. That seems even more frightening than someday passing into the void as the elves believe. Niswada appeared troubled. So you do not hold yourself accountable to anyone other than Saphira and yourself?
Niswara, am I a bad person? She shook her head. Then trust me to do what I believe is right. I hold myself accountable to Saphira and the Eldenari, and all the riders who are yet to be, and also to you, and Arya, and Auric, and everyone else in Alagacia. I need no master to punish me in order to behave as I ought. If I did, I'd be no more than a child who obeys his father's rules, only because he fears the whip, and not because he actually means good. She gazed at him for several seconds. Very well, then. I'll trust you. The splashing of the fountain once more achieved prominence. Overhead, the light from the sinking sun picked out cracks and flaws in the underside of the stone shelf. What if we need your help? She asked. Then I'll help. I won't abandon you, Niswat. I'll bind one of the mirrors in your study with a mirror of my own, so that you'll always be able to reach me. And I'll do the same for Roran and Katrina. If trouble arises, I'll find a way to send assistance. I may not be able to come myself, but I will help. She nodded. I know you will. Then she sighed, unhappiness plain on her face. What? He asked. It was all going so well. Galbatorix is dead. The last of the fighting is settled down. We're going to finally solve the problem of the magicians. You and Saphira were going to lead them in the riders, and now... I don't know what we'll do. It'll sort out, I'm sure. You'll find a way. It would be easier with you here. Will you at least agree to teach the name of the ancient language to whomever we choose to lead the magicians? Aragorn did not have time to think about it, since he had already considered the possibility, but he paused while he tried to find the right words. I could, but in time I think we'd come to regret it. So you won't? He shook his head. Frustration crossed her face. And why not? What are your reasons now? The name is too dangerous to bandy about lightly, Niswara. If a magician full of ambition but lacking scruples got hold of it, he or she could wreak an incredible amount of havoc. With it they could destroy the ancient language. Not even Galbatorix was mad enough to do that, but an untrained, power-hungry magician? Who knows what might happen? Right now, Arya, Murtagh, and the dragons are the only ones beside me who know the name. Better to leave it at that. And when you go, we'll be dependent upon Arya, should we have need of it. Well, you know she'll always help. If anything, I'd worry about Murtagh. Niswara seemed to turn inward. You needn't. He's no threat to us. Not now. As you say. If your goal is to keep the spellcasters in check, then the name of the ancient language is one piece of information that is better to withhold. If that's truly the case, then... I understand. Thank you. There's something else you should know as well. Niswara's expression grew wary. Oh? He told her then about the idea that had recently occurred to him concerning the Argles. When he finished, Niswara was quiet for a while. Then she said, You take much upon yourself. I have to. No one else can... Well, do you approve? It seems the only way to ensure peace in the long run. Are you sure it's wise? Not entirely, but I think we have to try. The dwarves as well. Is that really necessary? Yes, it's only right. It's only fair. And it'll help maintain the balance among the races. What if they don't agree? Well, I'm sure they will. Then do as you see fit. You don't need my approval, you've made that clear enough, but I agree that it seems necessary. Otherwise, 20, 30 years from now, we may be facing many of the problems our ancestors faced when they first arrived in Alagacia. He bowed his head slightly. I'll make the arrangements. When do you plan on leaving? When Arya does. So soon? Well, there's no reason to wait longer. Niswara leaned against the railing, her eyes fixed on the fountain below. Will you return to visit? I'll try, but... I don't think so. When Angela cast my fortune, she said I would never return. Ah. Niswara's voice sounded thick, as if she were hoarse. She turned and faced him directly. I'm going to miss you. Well, I'll miss you too. She pressed her lips together as if struggling not to cry. Then she stepped forward and embraced him. He hugged her back, and they stood like that for several seconds. They parted then. And he said, Niswara, if you ever tire of being the queen, or if you want a place to live in peace, well, come join us. You'll always be welcome in our hall. I can't make you immortal, but I could prolong your years far beyond what most humans enjoy. And they'd be spent in good health. Thank you. I appreciate the offer, and I won't forget it. However, he had a feeling that she would never be able to bring herself to leave Alagacia, no matter how old she was. Her sense of duty was too strong. Then he asked, Will you give us your blessing? Of course. She took his head between her hands, kissed him upon his brow, and said, My blessings upon you and Saphira. May peace and good fortune be with you wherever you go. And with you, he said.
She kept her hands upon him for another moment. Then she released him, and he opened the glass door and exited through the study, leaving her standing alone upon the balcony. Chapter 76. Blood Price. As Aragon made his way down a flight of steps on his way toward the main entrance of the building, he happened upon the herbalist, Angela, sitting cross-legged in the dark alcove of the door. She was knitting what appeared to be a blue and white hat with strange runes along its lower part, the meaning of which was lost on him. Next to her lay Solomon, his head propped up in a lap and one of his heavy paws resting atop her right knee. Aragon stopped, surprised. He had not seen either of them since... It took a moment to remember. Since shortly after the battle in Urubayan. Thereafter they had seemed to disappear. "Greetings," said Angela without looking up. "Greetings," replied Aragon. "What are you doing here?" "Knitting a hat." "Well, that I can see, but why here?" "Because I wanted to see you." Her needles clacked with swift regularity. The motion as entrancing as the flames of a fire. "I heard tell that you, Saphira the Eggs, and the Eldonari are leaving Elegacia." "As you predicted," he retorted, frustrated that she had been able to discover what ought to have been the deepest secret. She could not have eavesdropped upon him and Neswada. His wards would have prevented it, and so far as he knew, no one had told her or Solomon about the existence of the Eggs or the Eldonari. "Well, yes, but I didn't think to see you off." "Ha! How'd you find out? From Arya? Ha! Hardly, no, I have my own ways of gathering information." She paused in her knitting and looked at him, her eyes twinkling. "Not that I'll share them with you. I have to keep some secrets, after all." "Huh. Hum for yourself. If you're going to be that way, I'm not sure why I bothered coming." "I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a bit... uneasy." After a moment, Aragon said, "Why did you want to see me?" "I wanted to say farewell and to wish you luck on your journey." "Oh, thank you." Try not to let yourself get too wrapped up in your head wherever you settle. Make sure you get out in the sun often enough." "I will. What of you and Solomon? Will you stay here for a while and watch over Elva?" "You mentioned you would." The herbalist snorted in a very unladylike fashion. "Stay? How can I stay when Neswada seems intent on spying on every magician in the land?" "You heard about that as well?" She gave him a look. "I disapprove. I disapprove very much. I will not be treated like a child who has done something naughty. No, the time has come for Solomon and me to relocate to a more friendly climes. The Bale Mountains, perhaps. Or Duveldenvarden." Aragon hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Would you like to come with Saphira and me?" Solomon opened one eye and studied him for a second before closing it again. "That's very kind of you," said Angela. "But I think we'll decline. At least for the time being. Sitting around guarding the Eldonari and training new riders seems boring, although raising a clutch of dragons is sure to prove exciting, but no. For the time being, Solomon and I will stay in Allegacia. Besides, I want to keep an eye on Elva for the next few years, even if I can't watch over her in person." "Haven't you had your fill of interesting events?" "Never. They're the spice of life." She held up her half-finished hat. "How do you like it?" "It's nice. The blue is pretty, but what do the ruins say?" "Raxacor... never mind. It wouldn't mean anything to you anyway. Safe travels to you and Saphira, Aragon. And remember to watch out for earwigs and wild hamsters. Ferocious things, wild hamsters." He smiled despite himself. "Safe travels to you as well. And to you, Solomon." The Wagcat's eye opened again. "Safe travels, Kingkiller." Aragon left the building and picked his way through the city until he arrived at the house where Giad and his wife Helen now lived. It was a stately hall, with high walls, a large garden, and bowing servants stationed within the entryway. Helen had done exceedingly well. By provisioning the Varden, and now Neswada's kingdom, with the much-needed supplies, she had quickly built up a trading company larger than the one Giad had once owned in Tiram. Aragon found Giad washing in preparation for their evening meal. After refusing an offer to dine with them, Aragon spent a few minutes explaining to Giad the same things he had explained to Neswada. At first Giad was surprised and somewhat upset, but in the end he agreed that it was necessary for Aragon and Saphira to leave with the other dragons. As with Neswada and the herbalist, Aragon also invited Giad to accompany them. "You tempt me sorely," said Giad, "but my place is here. I have my work, and for the first time in a long while Helen's happy. Illyria has become our home, and neither of us wants to pick up and move elsewhere." Aragon nodded, understanding. "But you're going to travel where few but the dragons or riders have ever gone. Tell me, do you know what lies to the east? Is there another sea? If you travel far enough. And before that?" Aragon shrugged. Empty land for the most part. Or so the Eldonari say, and I have no reason to think that's changed in the past century." Then Giad moved closer to him and lowered his voice. "Since you're leaving, I'll tell you this.
Do you remember when I told you about the Arcana? The order devoted to preserving knowledge throughout Alagacia?
Aragon nodded. You said that Heslent the monk belonged to them.
As do I.
At Aragon's look of surprise, Jed made a sheepish gesture and ran his hand through his hair.
I joined them long ago, when I was young and looking for a cause to serve. I provided them with information and manuscripts throughout the years, and they've helped me in return. Anyway, I thought you should know Brom was the only other person I've told.
Not even Helen?
Not even her. Anyway, when I finish writing my account of you and Saphira and the rise of the Varden, I'll send it out to a monastery in the Spine, and it'll be included as a number of new chapters in Domia Abervelda. Your story will not be forgotten, Aragon. That much at least I can promise you.
Aragon found the knowledge strangely affecting.
Thank you, he said, and grasped Jed by the forearm. And you, Aragon Shadeslayer.
Afterward, Aragon made his way back to the hall, where he and Saphira had been living along with Roran and Katrina, who were waiting to eat with him. All through supper the talk was of Aryan and Finnan. Aragon held his tongue about plans for departure until after the food was gone, and the three of them and the baby had retired to a room overlooking the courtyard, where Saphira lay napping with Finnan. There they sat drinking wine and tea and watching the sun descend toward the distant horizon. When an appropriate amount of time had passed, Aragon broached the subject. As he expected, Katrina and Roran reacted with dismay and tried to convince him to change his mind. It took Aragon nearly an hour to lay out his reasons to them, for they argued every point and refused to concede until he answered their objections in exacting detail. Finally, Roran said, "Blast it, your family! You can't leave!" "I have to. You know it as well as I do, you just don't want to admit it." Roran struck his fist against the table between them and strode over to the open window, the muscles in his jaw clenching. The baby squalled, and Katrina said, "Shh, now," and patted her on the back. Aragon joined Roran. "I know it isn't what you want. I don't want it either, but I have no choice." "Of course you have a choice. You, of all people, have a choice." "Aye. And this is the right thing to do." Roran grunted and crossed his arms. Behind them, Katrina said, "If you leave, you won't be able to be an uncle to Ismira. Is she supposed to grow up without ever knowing you?" "No," said Aragon, going back to her. "I'll still be able to talk with her, and I'll see to it that she's well protected. I may even be able to send her presents from time to time." He knelt and held out a finger, and the girl wrapped a hand around it and tugged with precious strength. "But you won't be here." "No, I won't be here." Aragon gently extracted his finger from Ismira's grip and returned to stand by Roran. "As I said, you could join me." The muscles in Roran's jaw shifted. "Give up Palancar Valley?" He shook his head. "Horst and the others are already preparing to return. We'll rebuild Carverhall as the finest town on the whole Spine. You could help. It'd be like before." "I wish I could." Below, Saphira uttered a throaty gargle and nuzzled at the side of Finnan's neck. The green dragon snuggled closer to her. In a low voice, Roran said, "Is there no other way, Aragon?" "Not that Saphira I can think of." "Blast it. It's not right. You shouldn't have to go live by yourself in the wilderness." "I won't be entirely alone. Bloodgum and a few other elves will be going with us." Roran made an impatient gesture. "You know what I mean." He gnawed on the corner of his mustache and leaned on his hands against the stone lip underneath the window. Aragon could see the sinews of his thick forearms knotting and flexing. Then Roran looked at him and said, "What will you do once you get to wherever you're going?" "Find a hill or a cliff and build a hole atop it. A hole large enough to house all the dragons and keep them safe." "And you? Once you rebuild the village, what then?" A faint smile appeared on Roran's face. "Something similar. With the tribute from the valley, I plan to build a castle atop that hill we've always talked about. Not a big castle, mind you, just a bit of stonework with a wall. Enough to hold off any Argos who might decide to attack. It'll probably take a few years, but then we'll have a proper way to defend ourselves, unlike when the Razar came with the soldiers." He cast a sideways glance at Aragon. "We'd have room for a dragon as well." "Would you have room for 2 dragons?" Aragon gestured towards Saphira and Finnan. "Maybe not. How does Saphira feel about having to leave him?" "She doesn't like it, but she knows it's necessary." The amber light from the dying sun accentuated the planes of Roran's face, somewhat to Aragon's surprise. He saw the beginnings of lines and wrinkles on his cousin's brow and around his eyes. He found the signs of encroaching age sobering. How quickly life passes. Katrina laid Ismira in a cradle. Then she joined them at the window and placed a hand on Aragon's shoulder. "We'll miss you, Aragon." "And I you," he said, and touched her hand. "We don't have to say goodbye quite yet, though. I'd like the 3 of you to come with us to Elismira. You'd enjoy seeing it, I think, and that way we could spend another few days together."
Roran swiveled his head toward Aragon. We can't travel all the way to Duveldenbaden with this mirror. She's too young. Returning to Palancar Valley is going to be difficult enough. A side trip to Ellesmere is out of the question. Not even if it was on Dragonback. Aragon laughed at their surprised expressions. I and Finnan have agreed to carry you to Ellesmere, while Saphira and I fetch the dragon eggs from where they're hidden. How long would the flight to Ellesmere take? Asked Roran, frowning. A week or so. I intends to visit King Oric and Trondheim on the way. You'd be warm and safe the whole while. Ellesmere wouldn't be in any danger. Katrina looked at Roran, and he at her, and she said, It would be nice to see Aragon off. But I've always had tell of how beautiful the elf cities are. You sure you'd be up to it? Asked Roran. She nodded. As long as you're there with us. Roran was silent for a moment. Then he said, Well, I suppose Horst and the others can go on ahead without us. A smile appeared under his beard, and he chuckled. I never thought to see the Bale Mountains or to stand in one of the elf cities, but why not, eh? We might as well while we have the chance. Good. That's settled then, said Katrina, beaming. We're going to Duveldenbaden. How'll we get back? Asked Roran. On Finnan, said Aragon. Or I'm sure Arya would give you guards to escort you to Palancar Valley, if you'd prefer to travel by horse. Roran grimaced. No, not by horse. If I never have to ride another horse in my life, it'd be too soon by half. Oh? Well, then I take it you don't want Snowfire anymore, said Aragon, raising an eyebrow as he named the stallion he had given Roran. You know what I mean. I'm glad to have Snowfire, even if I hadn't had need of him for a while. They stood by the window for another hour or so, as the sun set and the sky turned purple, and then black and the stars came out, planning their upcoming trip and discussing the things Aragon and Saphira would need to take with them when they left Duveldenbaden for the lands beyond. Behind them, Esmira slept peacefully in her cradle, her hands balled up in tiny fists beneath her chin. Early the next morning, Aragon used the polished silver mirror in his room to contact Oric and Trondheim. He had to wait for a few minutes, but eventually Oric's face appeared before him, the dwarf running an ivory comb through his unbraided beard. Aragon! Oric exclaimed with obvious delight. How are you? It's been too long since last we spoke. Feeling a bit guilty, Aragon agreed. Then he told Oric of his decision to leave and the reasons why. Oric stopped combing and listened without interrupting, his expression serious throughout. When Aragon finished, Oric said, I'll be glad to see you go. But I agree this is what you must do. I've thought about this myself, worried about where the dragons might live, but I kept my concerns to myself, for the dragons have as much right to share the land as we do, even if we do not like it when they eat our Feldernost and burn our villages. However, raising them elsewhere will be for the best. I'm glad you approve, said Aragon. He talked to Oric about his idea for the Argles, then, which involved the dwarves as well. This time Oric asked many questions, and Aragon could see that he was doubtful about the proposal. After a long silence wherein Oric stared down into his beard, the dwarf said, If you had asked this of any other Grimsborthen before me, they would have said no. Had you asked me at any time before we invaded the Empire, I would have also said no. But now, after having fought alongside the Argles, and after having seen in person how helpless we were before Martog and Thorn and Garbatorix, and that monster Shuakan, now I no longer feel the same. He gazed up through his bushy eyebrows at Aragon. It may cost me mine crown, but on behalf of Canalan everywhere, I will accept. For their own good, whether they realize it or not. Again, Aragon felt proud to have Oric as his foster brother. Thank you, he said. Oric grunted. My people never desired this, but I'm grateful for it. When will we know? Within a few days. A week at most. Will we feel anything? Maybe. I'll ask Arya. Either way, I'll contact you again once it's done. Good. Then we'll speak later. Safe travels in Soundstone, everyone. May Hellsvog watch over you. The following day they departed Illyria. It was a private event, devoid of fanfare, for which Aragon was grateful. Neswada, Yomandur, Jerd, and Elva met them outside the city's southern gate, where Saphira and Fernan sat side by side, pushing their heads against one another, while Aragon and I inspected their saddles. Roran and Katrina arrived a few minutes later, Katrina carrying Esmira swaddled in a blanket, and Roran carrying 2 packs full of blankets, food, and other supplies, one slung over each shoulder. Roran gave his packs to Arya, and she tied them atop Fernan's saddlebags. Then Aragon and Saphira said their last farewells, which was harder for Aragon than for Saphira. His were not the only eyes with tears, however. Both Neswada and Jerd wept as they embraced him and offered him Saphira their good wishes. Neswada also said farewell to Roran, and she again thanked him for his help against the Empire. At last, as Aragon, Arya, Roran, and Katrina were about to climb onto the dragons, a woman called out, Hold there! Aragon paused with his foot atop Saphira's right foreleg, and looked to see Birgit striding toward them from the city gates, grey skirts billowing, and her young son Norfavrel trailing after her with a helpless expression on his face. In one hand, Birgit carried a drawn sword, and the other a round wooden shield. Aragon's stomach sank. Niswada's guards moved to intercept the two of them, but Roran shouted, "Let them pass!" Niswada signaled to the guards and they stepped aside. Without slowing, Birgit walked over to Roran. "Birgit, please don't," said Katrina in a low voice, but the other woman ignored her. Arya watched them unblinkingly, her hand on her sword. "Stronghammer, I always said that I would have my compensation for you from my husband's death. Now I've come to grab that, to claim it as my right. Will you fight me, or will you pay the debt that is yours?" Aragon went to stand by Roran. "Birgit, why are you doing this? Why now? Can't you forgive him and let old sorrows rest?" "Do you want me to eat her?" asked Saphira. "Not yet." Birgit ignored him and kept her gaze fixed on Roran. "Mother," said Norfavrel, tugging on her skirts, but she showed no reaction to his plea. Niswada joined them. "I know you," she said to Birgit. "You fought with the men during the war." "Yes, your majesty." "What quarrel have you with Roran? He's proved himself a fine and valuable warrior on more than one occasion, and I would be most displeased to lose him. He and his family were responsible for the soldiers killing my husband." She looked at Niswada for a moment. "The Rozhok ate him, your majesty. They ate him and they sucked the marrow from his bones. I cannot forgive that, and I will have my compensation for it." "It was not Roran's fault," said Niswada. "This is unreasonable, and I forbid it." "No, it's not," said Aragon, though he hated to. "By our custom, she has the right to demand a blood price from everyone who is responsible for Quimby's death." "But it wasn't Roran's fault!" exclaimed Katrina. "But it was," said Roran in a low voice. "I could have turned myself over to the soldiers. I could have led them away. Or I could have attacked, but I didn't. I chose to hide, and Quimby died as a result." He glanced at Niswada. "This is a matter we must settle among ourselves, your majesty. It's a matter of honor, even as the trial of the Long Knives was for you." Niswada frowned and looked at Aragon. He nodded, so with reluctance she stepped back. "What will it be, Stronghammer?" asked Birgit. "Aragon and I killed the Rozhok in Helgrin," said Roran. "Is that not enough?" Birgit shook her head, and determination never wearing. "No." Roran paused then, the muscles in his neck rigid. "Is this really what you want, Birgit?" "It is." "Then I will pay my debt." As Roran spoke, Katrina uttered a wail and thrust herself between him and Birgit, still holding their daughter in her arms. "I won't let you! You can't have him! Not now! Not after everything we've gone through!" Birgit's face remained as stone, and she made no move to retreat. Likewise, Roran showed no emotion as he grasped Katrina by the waist, and without apparent effort lifted her off to the side. "Hold her, would you?" he said to Aragon in a cold voice. "Roran." His cousin gave him a flat stare, then turned back to Birgit. Aragon grabbed hold of Katrina's shoulders to keep her from flinging herself after Roran, and he exchanged a helpless look with Arya. She glanced toward his sword, and he shook his head. "Let go of me! Let go!" shouted Katrina. In her arms, the baby began to scream. Never taking his eyes off the woman before him, Roran undid his belt and dropped it to the ground, along with his dagger and his hammer, which one of the Varden had found in the streets of Illyria soon after Galbatorix's death. Then Roran pulled open the front of his tunic and bared his hair-covered chest. "Aragon, remove my wards," he said. "I remove them!" "Roran, no!" shouted Katrina. "Defend yourself!" He's mad, thought Aragon, but he dared not interfere. If he stopped Birgit, he would shame Roran, and the people of Palancar Valley would lose all respect for his cousin. And Roran, Aragon knew, would rather die than allow that to happen. Nevertheless, Aragon had no intention of letting Birgit kill Roran. He would let her have her price, but no more. Speaking softly in the ancient language, so that none might hear the words he used, he did as Roran had asked. But he also placed 3 new wards upon his cousin, one to protect the spine within his neck from being severed, one to keep the skull from being broken, and one to safeguard his organs. All else Aragon felt confident he could heal if necessary, as long as Birgit did not start cutting off his limbs. "It is done," he said. Roran nodded, and to Birgit said, "Take your price of me, then. Let this be an end to the quarrel between us." "You will not fight me?" "No." Birgit eyed him for a moment. Then she threw her shield onto the ground, crossed the few remaining feet that separated her from Roran, and placed the edge of her sword against Roran's breast. In a voice loud enough for only Roran to hear, though Aragon and Arya did as well with their cat-like acuity, she said, "I loved Quimby. He was my life, and he died because of you." "I'm sorry," Roran whispered. "Birgit," pleaded Katrina.
Please.
No one moved. Not even the dragons. Eragon found himself holding his breath. The hiccuping crying of the baby was the loudest sound. Then Bagot lifted the sword from Roran's breast. She reached down to take his right hand and drew the edge of the sword across his palm. Roran winced as the blade cut into his hand, but he did not pull away. A crimson line appeared upon his skin. Blood filled his palm and spilled dripping to the ground, where it soaked into the trampled earth, leaving a dark blotch upon the dirt. Bagot ceased pulling on the sword and held it motionless against Roran's palm for a moment more. Then she stepped back and lowered the scarlet-edged sword to his side. Roran closed his fingers around his palm, blood flowing between them, and pressed his hand against his hip. "I've had my price," said Bagot. "Our quarrel is at an end." Then she turned, picked up a shield, and strode back to the city, with Nilfgaard dogging her heels. Eragon released Katrina, and she rushed to Roran's side. "You fool," she said, a bitter note in her voice. "You stubborn, pig-headed fool. Here, let me see." "It's the only way," said Roran, as if from far away. Katrina frowned, her face hard and strained as she examined the cut on his hand. "Eragon, you should heal this." "No," said Roran with sudden sharpness. He closed her hand again. "No, this is one scar I'll keep." He looked around. "Is there a strip of fabric I can use as a bandage?" After a moment of confusion, Niswada pointed to one of her guards, and said, "Cut off the bottom part of your tunic and give it to him." "Wait," said Eragon as Roran started to wrap the strip around his hand. "I won't heal it, but at least let me cast a spell to keep the cut from getting infected, all right?" Roran hesitated. Then he nodded and held out his hand toward Eragon. It took Eragon only a few seconds to mouth the spell. "There," he said. "Now it won't turn green and purple and swell up as large as a pig's bladder." Roran grunted, and Katrina said, "Thank you, Eragon." "Now shall we leave?" asked Arya. The five of them climbed onto the dragons, Arya helping Roran and Katrina safely into the saddle on Fennon's back, which had been modified with loops and straps to hold additional passengers. Once they were properly seated atop the green dragon, Arya raised a hand. "Farewell, Niswada. Farewell, Eragon and Saphira. We'll expect you in Elismira."
"Farewell,"
said Fennin in his deep voice. He spread his wings and jumped skyward, flapping quickly to lift the weight of the 4 people on his back, helped by the strength of the 2 Eldonari Arya was taking with her. Saphira rode after him, and Fennin replied with a trumpeted bugle before arrowing his way toward the southeast, in the distant Bear Mountains. Eragon twisted around in his saddle and waved to Niswada, Elva, Jormungandr, and Gerd. They waved in return, and Jormungandr shouted, "Best of luck to the both of you!" "Goodbye," cried Elva. "Goodbye," shouted Niswada. "Be safe!" Eragon replied in kind, then turned his back to them, unable to bear the sight any longer. Saphira crouched underneath him and sprang into the air as they began the first leg of their long, long journey. Saphira circled as she gained altitude. Below, Eragon saw Niswada and the others standing in a clump by the city walls, Elva holding up a small white kerchief which fluttered against the gust of winds from Saphira's passage. Chapter 77. Promises New and Old. From Illyria, Saphira flew to the nearby estate where Bludgarm and the elves under his command were packing the Eldonari for transport. The elves would ride north with the Eldonari to Duveldenvarden, and then through the vast forest to the elven city of Silthrim, which sat upon the shore of Ardven Lake. There the elves and the Eldonari would wait for Eragon and Saphira to return from Vrowengard. Then together they would begin their journey out of Alagacia, following the Gaina River as it flowed eastward through the forest and onto the plains beyond. All of them, that was, save Larfin and Uthanari, who had elected to stay behind in Duveldenvarden. The elves' decision to accompany them had surprised Eragon, but he was grateful for it nevertheless. As Bludgarm had said, "We cannot abandon the Eldonari. They need our help, as will the younglings when they hatch." Eragon and Saphira spent half an hour discussing the safe transport of the eggs with Bludgarm, and then Eragon gathered up the Eldonari of Glada, Umaroth, and several of the older dragons. He and Saphira would need their strength on Vrowengard. Upon taking their leave of the elves, Saphira and Eragon set off to the northwest, Saphira flapping at a steady, unhurried pace compared with that of their first trip to Vrowengard. As she flew, a sadness fell upon Eragon, and for a time he felt despondent and self-pitying. Saphira too was sad, she because of having parted from Fëanor, but the day was bright and the winds were calm, and the spirit soon lifted. Still, a faint sense of loss coloured everything Eragon beheld, and he gazed at the land with renewed appreciation, knowing that he would likely never see it again. Many leagues across the verdant grassland Saphira flew, her shadow frightening the birds and the beasts below. When night came, they did not continue onward, but stopped and made camp by a rivulet that lay at the bottom of a shallow gully, and sat watching the stars turning above them, and talking that all had been, and that might be. Late the next day, they arrived at the Argyll village that had sprung up near the Lake Flem. where Aragon knew they would find Nargashvog in the Handel, the council of dams who ruled their people. Despite Aragon's protest, the Uggles insisted upon throwing an enormous feast for him and Saphira, so he spent the evening drinking with Gashvog and his rams. The Uggles made wine out of the berries and tree bark that Aragon thought was even stronger than the strongest of the dwarves' mead. Saphira enjoyed it more than he. To him it tasted like cherries gone bad, but he drank it anyway to please their hosts. Many of the female Uggles came up to him and Saphira, curious to meet them, as few of the Uggle women had joined in the fight against the Empire. They were somewhat slimmer than their men, but just as tall, and the horns tended to be shorter and more delicate, although still massive. With them were Uggle children, the young ones lacking horns and the older ones with scaly nubs upon their foreheads that protruded between 1 and 5 inches. Without their horns they looked surprisingly like humans, despite the different color of their skin and their eyes. It was obvious that some of the children were Khal, but even the younger ones towered over their compatriots, and sometimes their parents. So far as Aragon could tell, there was no pattern that determined which parents bore Khal and which did not. The parents who were Khal themselves, it seemed, bore Uggles of ordinary stature just as often as giants like themselves. All that evening, Aragon and Saphira caroused with Gashvog, and Aragon fell into his waking dreams while listening to an Uggle chanter recite the tale of Nar Tolka's victory at Stavarosk, or so Gashvog told him, but Aragon could not understand anything of the Uggle's tongue. Other than that, it made the dwarves sound as sweet as honeyed wine. In the morning, Aragon found himself blotched with a dozen or so bruises, the result of the friendly knocks and cuffs he had received from the Khal during their feasting. His head throbbing, and his body as well, he and Saphira went with Gashvog to speak with the Handel. The 12 dams had caught in a low, circular hut filled with the smoke of burning juniper and cedar. The wicker doorway was barely large enough for Saphira's head, and his scales cast chips of blue light across the dark interior. The dams were exceedingly old, and several were blind and toothless. They wore robes patterned with knots similar to the woven straps that hung outside each building, and which bore the crest of the inhabitants' clan. Each of the Handel carried a stick carved with patterns that held no meaning for Aragon, but which he knew were not meaningless. With Gashvog translating, Aragon told them the first part of his plan to forestall future conflict between the Uggles and the other races, which was for the Uggles to hold games every few years. Games of strength, speed, and agility. In them, the young Uggles would be able to win the glory they needed in order to mate and earn a place for themselves within their society. The games Aragon proposed would be open to every race, which would also provide the Uggles a means to test themselves against those who had long been their foes. King Oric and Queen Iswada have already agreed to this, said Aragon. And Arya, who is now Queen of the Elves, is also considering it. I believe that she too will grant the games her blessing. The Handel consulted amongst themselves for several minutes. Then the oldest, a white-haired dam whose horns had worn away to almost nothing, spoke. Gashvog again translated.
Yours is a good idea, Firesword. We must speak with our clans to decide upon the best time for these contests, but this we will do.
Pleased, Aragon bowed and thanked them. Another dam spoke to them.
We like this, Firesword, but we do not think this will stop the wars between our peoples. Our blood runs too hot for games alone to cool.
And that of the dragons does not? Asked Saphira. One of the dams touched her horns.
We do not question the fierceness of your kind, Flametongue.
I know that your blood runs hot. Hotter than most, said Aragon. That's why I have another idea. The Handel listened in silence as he explained, though Gashvog stirred as if uneasy, and uttered a low grunt. When Aragon finished, the Handel did not speak or move for several minutes, and Aragon began to feel uncomfortable under the unblinking stare of those who could still see. Then the rightmost Uggle shook her stick, and a pair of stone rings attached to it rattled loudly in the smoke-filled hut. She spoke slowly, the words thick and muddied, as if her tongue was swollen.
You would do this for us, Firesword?
I would, said Aragon, and bowed again.
If you do, Firesword and Flametongue, then you will be the greatest friends of the Ulgarad that we've ever had, and we will remember your names for the rest of time. We will weave them into every one of our Thunqua, and we will carve them onto our pillars, and we will teach them to our younglings even when their horns bud.
Then your answer is yes? Asked Aragon.
It is.
Gashvog paused, and speaking for himself, Aragon thought. He said,
Firesword, you do not know how much this means to my people. We will always be in your debt.
You owe me nothing, said Aragon. I only wish to keep us from having to go to war. He talked with the Handel for a while longer, discussing the particulars of the arrangement. Then he and Saphira made their farewells and resumed their journey to Rowengard. As the rough-hewn huts of the village shrank behind them, Saphira said, They'll make good riders. I hope you're right. The rest of their flight to Rowengard Island was uneventful. They encountered no storms over the sea. The only clouds that barred their way were thin and wispy and posed no danger to them, or the gulls with whom they shared the sky. Saphira landed on Rowengard before the same half-ruined nesting house where they had stayed during their previous visit.
There she waited while Aragon walked into the forest and wandered among the dark lichen-encrusted trees, until he found several of the shadow birds he had encountered before, and after them a patch of moss infested with the hopping maggots Niswat had told him Galbatorix called burrow grubs. Using the name of names, Aragon gave both of the animals a proper title in the ancient language. The shadow birds he called Sundavalblaka, and the burrow grubs Ilgrathel. The second of the two names amused him in a grim sort of way, as if it meant bad hunger. Satisfied, Aragon returned to Saphira, and they spent the night resting and talking with Gleda and the other Eldonari. At dawn they went to the Rock of Cuthian. They spoke their true names, and the grave doors within the mossy spire opened, and Aragon, Saphira, and the Eldonari descended to the vault below. In that deep-set cavern, lit by the lake of molten stone that lay beneath the roots of Mount Aeolus, the guardian of the eggs, Quarak, helped them place each egg into a separate casket. Then they piled the caskets near the center of the chamber, along with the 5 Eldonari who had stayed within the cavern to help protect the eggs. With Umral's help, Aragon cast the same spell he had once before, and placed the eggs and hearts into a pocket of space that hung behind Saphira, where neither she nor he could touch it. Quarak accompanied them out to the vault. The metal feet of the dragon-headed man clanged loudly against the tunnel floor as he climbed to the surface alongside them. Once they were outside, Saphira grasped Quarak between her talons, for he was too large and heavy to sit comfortably upon her back, and she took flight, rising above the circular valley that lay in the heart of Roengard. Across the sea, dark and shining, flew Saphira. Then over the spine, the peaks like blades of ice and snow, and the rifts between them like rivers of shadow. She diverted north and crossed over Palancar Valley, so that she and Aragon might have one last look at their childhood home, if only from high above, and then over the Bay of Fundor, which was scarred with lines of foam-crested waves, like so many rolling mountains. Cunin, with its steep many-layered roofs and sculptures of dragon heads, was their next landmark of note, and soon afterward the leading edge of Duveldenvarden appeared, the pines tall and strong. Nights they spent camped by streams and ponds, the light of their fires reflecting off Quarak's polished metal body, with frogs and insects coursed about them. In the distance they oft times heard the howls of hunting wolves. Once at Duveldenvarden, Saphira flew for an hour toward the center of the great forest, whereupon the elves' wards stopped her from proceeding any farther. Then she landed and walked through the invisible barrier of magic, Quarak strutting alongside her, and again took flight. League after league of trees sailed by underneath them, with little variation save for clusters of deciduous trees, oaks and elms and birch and aspen and languorous willows, which often lined the waterways below. Past a mountain the name of which Aragon had forgotten, in the elven city of Osselon, and then the trackless acres of pines, each unique and yet nearly identical to its countless brethren. At last, in late evening, when both the moon and the sun hung low upon opposite horizons, Saphira arrived at Elis Mira, and glided down to a land amid the living buildings of the elves' largest and proudest of cities. Aya and Finnan were waiting for them, along with Rowan and Katrina. As Saphira drew near, Finnan reared and spread his wings, uttering a joyful roar that frightened birds into the air for a league around. Saphira answered in kind as she settled onto her hind legs, and gently placed Quarak on the ground. Aragon unbuckled his legs and slid down off Saphira's back. Rowan ran up, grasped him by the forearm, and clapped him on the shoulder while Katrina hugged him on the other side. Laughing, Aragon said, "Stop, let me breathe. So how do you like Elis Mira?" "It's beautiful," said Katrina, smiling. "I thought you were exaggerating," said Rowan. "But it's every bit as impressive as you said. The hall we've been staying in." "Tildari Hall," said Katrina. Rowan nodded. "That. It's given me some ideas how we should rebuild Carver Hall. And then there's Trondheim and Fothendur." He shook his head and uttered a low whistle. Aragon laughed again and started walking along the forest path toward the western edge of Elis Mira, they leading him. Aya joined them, looking every bit as much a queen as her mother once had. "Well met by moonlight, Aragon. Welcome back." He looked at her. "Well met indeed, Shadeslayer." She smiled at his use of the title, and the dust between the swaying trees seemed to grow brighter. Once Aragon had removed Saphira's saddle, she and Finnan took flight, although Aragon knew Saphira was exhausted from their journey, and together they disappeared in the direction of the crags of Telnir. As they departed, Aragon had Finnan say, "I caught 3 deer for you this morning. They're waiting for you on the grass by Romus's hut." Quarak set off in pursuit of Saphira, for the eggs were still with her, and it was his duty to protect them. Through the great boles of the city, Roran and Katrina led Aragon, until they arrived at a clearing edged with dogwood and hollyhocks, where tables sat laden with a vast assortment of food. Many elves, garbed in their finest tunics, greeted Aragon with soft cries, mellifluous laughter, and snatches of song and music. Aya took her place at the head of the banquet, and the white raven blogged and rested upon a carved perch nearby, croaking and spouting occasional scraps of verse. Aragon sat by Aya's side, and they ate and drank and made merry until late in the night. When the feast began to draw to a close, Aragon snuck away for a few minutes and ran through the darkened forest to the manua tree,
guided more by his senses of smell and hearing than by sight. The stars appeared bright overhead as he emerged beneath the angled boughs of the great pine trees. He paused then to slow his breathing and collect himself before picking his way across the bed of roots that surrounded the manure tree. He stopped at the base of the immense trunk and placed his hand against the crevice bark. Reaching out with his mind toward the slow consciousness of the tree that had once been an elf woman, he said, Linnea, awake! I must needs speak with you. He waited but detected no response from the tree. It was as if he were attempting to communicate with the sea or the air or the earth itself. Linnea, I must speak to you! A sigh of wind seemed to pass through his mind, and he felt a thought, faint or distant, a thought that said, What, O rider? Linnea, when last I was here I said that I would give you whatever you wanted in exchange for the bright steel under your roots. I'm about to leave Elegacia, so I've come to fulfill my obligation ere I go. What would you have of me, Linnea? The manure tree did not answer, but its branches stirred slightly. Needles fell pattering onto the roots about the clearing, and a sense of amusement emanated from its consciousness. Go, whispered the voice, and then the tree withdrew from Aragon's mind. He stood where he was for another few minutes, calling her name, but the tree refused to respond. In the end, Aragon left, feeling as if the matter was still unsettled, although the manure tree obviously thought otherwise. The next 3 days Aragon spent reading books and scrolls, many of which had come from Galbatorix's library, and which Vanir had sent onward to Elismir at Aragon's request. In the evenings he dined with Roran, Katrine, and Arya, but otherwise he kept to himself and did not see even Saphira, for she remained with Finn and on the crags of Telnir, and showed little interest in anything else. At night the roars and bellows of the dragons often echoed across the forest, distracting him from his studies and making him smile when he touched Saphira's thoughts. He missed Saphira's companionship, but he knew that she only had a short time to spend with Finn, and he begrudged her not happiness. On the 4th day, when he had learned all he could from his reading, he went to Arya and presented his plan to her and advisors. It took him the better part of the day to convince them that what he had in mind was necessary, and moreover that it would work. Once he had, they broke to eat. As dusk began to creep across the land, they assembled in the clearing around the manure tree. He, Saphira, and Fernan, Arya, 30 of the elves' oldest and most accomplished spellcasters, Glada and the other Eldonari that Aragon and Saphira had brought with them, and the 2 caretakers, the elf women Aduna and Nea, who were the living embodiment of the pact between the dragons and the riders. The caretakers disrobed, and in accordance with the ancient rituals, Aragon and the others began to sing, and as they sang, Aduna and Nea danced, moving together so that the dragon tattooed across them seemed to become a single unified creature. At the height of the song, the dragon shimmered, and then it opened its jaws and stretched its wings and leapt forward, pulling itself off the elf's skin and rising above the clearing until only its tail remained touching the intertwined caretakers. Aragon called to the glowing creature, and when he had its attention, he explained to it what he wanted and asked if the dragons would agree. Do as you will, King Killer, said the spectral creature. If it will help ensure peace throughout Elegacia, we do not object. Then Aragon read from one of the books of the riders, and he spoke the name of the ancient language in his mind. The elves and the dragons who were present lent in the strength of their bodies, and the energy from them coursed through him like a great whirling tempest. With it, Aragon cast a spell he had spent days perfecting, a spell such as had not been cast for hundreds of years. An enchantment like unto the great old magics that ran deep within the veins of the earth and the bones of the mountains. With it, he dared to do what had been done only once before. With it, he forged a new compact between the dragons and the riders. He bound not just the elves and the humans to the dragons, but also the dwarves and the urgles, making it so that any one of them could become a rider. As he spoke the final words of the mighty enchantment, and thus sealed it into place, a tremor seemed to run through the air into the earth. He felt as if everything around them, and everything in the world perhaps, had shifted ever so slightly. The spell exhausted him, Saphira and the other dragons, but upon its conclusion a sense of elation filled him, and he knew that he had accomplished a great good, the greatest perhaps of his entire life. I insisted on throwing another feast to mark the occasion. Tired though he was, Aragon participated with good cheer, happy to enjoy her company and that of Roran, Katrine, and Esmira. In the midst of the feast, however, the food and music suddenly became too much for him, and he excused himself from the table where he sat with Arya. Are you all right? Asked Saphira, looking over from her place by Fiernan. He smiled back at her from across the clearing. I just need some quiet. I'll be back soon. He slipped away and walked slowly among the pines, breathing deeply of the cool night air. 100 feet from where the tables lay, Aragon saw a thin, high-shouldered elf man sitting among a mass of root, his back to the nearby celebration. Aragon altered his path to avoid disturbing him, but as he did so, he caught a glimpse of the elf's face. It was no elf at all, but the butcher, Sloane. Aragon stopped, caught by surprise. In all that had gone on, he had forgotten that Sloane, Katrina's father, was in Ellesmere. He hesitated for a moment, debating, and then with quiet steps walked over to him. As he had the last time Aragon had seen him, Sloane wore a thin black strip of clothing tied around his head, covering the empty sockets where his eyes had once been. Tears seeped out from under the cloth, and his brow was furrowed and his lean hands clenched. The butcher had Aragon approach, for he turned his head in Aragon's direction, and said, "Who goes there? Is that you, Adari? I told you I need no help." His words were bitter and angry, but there was also grief in them, such as Aragon had not had from him before. "It's me, Aragon," he said. Sloane stiffened, as if touched with a red-hot brand.
"You! Have you come to gloat in my misery, then?"
"No, of course not," said Aragon, appalled by the thought. He dropped into a crouch several feet away.
"Forgive me if I don't believe you. It's often hard to tell if you're trying to help or hurt a person."
"Depends on your point of view." Sloane's upper lip curled.
Now there's a weaselly elf answer if ever I heard one.
Behind him, the elf struck up a new song on lute and pipe, and a burst of laughter floated toward Aragon and Sloane from the party. The butcher motioned over his shoulder with his chin.
"I can hear her."
Fresh tears rolled out from under the strip of cloth.
"I can hear her, but I can't see her. And your blasted spell won't let me talk to her."
Aragon remained silent, unsure what to say. Sloane leaned his head against the root, and the knob in his throat bobbed.
"The elves tell me that the child Ysmira is strong and healthy."
"She is. She's the strongest, loudest baby I know. She'll make a fine woman."
"That's good.
How have you spent your days? Have you kept up with your carving?"
The elves keep you informed of my activities, do they?"
As Aragon tried to decide how to answer, he did not want Sloane to know he'd visited him once. The butcher said,
"I guessed as much. How do you think I spend my days? I spend them in darkness, as I have ever since Helgrin, with nothing to do but twiddle my thumbs while the elves pester me about this and that and never give me a moment's peace."
Again laughter sounded behind them. Within it, Aragon could make out the sound of Katrina's voice. A fair scowl contorted Sloane's face.
"Then you had to go and bring her to Ellesmere. Wasn't enough just to exile me, was it? No, you had to torture me with the knowledge that my only child and grandchild are here. That I'll never be able to see them, much less meet them."
Sloane bared his teeth, and he looked as if he might spring forward at Aragon.
"You're a right heartless bastard, you are!"
"I've too many hearts," said Aragon, though he knew the butcher would not understand.
"Pah!"
Aragon hesitated. It seemed kinder to let Sloane believe that Aragon had meant to hurt him rather than tell him his pain was merely the result of Aragon's forgetfulness. The butcher turned his head away, and more tears rolled down his cheeks.
"Go," he said. "Leave me, and never trouble me again, Aragon, or I'll swear one of us will die."
Aragon poked at the needles on the ground. Then he stood and stared down at Sloane. He did not want to leave. What he had done to Sloane by bringing Katrina to Ellesmere felt wrong and cruel. Guilt gnawed at Aragon, growing stronger second by second, until at last he reached a decision, whereupon calm settled over him again. Speaking no louder than a whisper, he used the name of the ancient language to alter the spells he had placed on Sloane. It took him over a minute, and as he neared the end of his incantation, Sloane growled between his clenched teeth.
"Stop your accursed muttering, Aragon, and be gone! Leave me, blast you! Leave me!"
Aragon did not, however. He began a new spell. He drew upon the knowledge of the Eldenari and of the riders whom many of the older dragons had been paired with, and he sang a spell that nurtured and fostered and restored what had once been. It was a difficult task, but Aragon's skill was greater than it had once been, and he was able to accomplish what he wished. As Aragon sang, Sloane twitched, and then he began to curse and scratch with both hands at his cheek and brow, as if an itch had seized him.
"Blast you, what are you doing to me?"
Ending his incantation, Aragon squatted back down and gently removed the strip of cloth around Sloane's head. Sloane hissed and felt the strip being pulled away, and he reached up to stop Aragon, but was too slow and his hands closed on empty air.
"You take my dignity as well," said Sloane,
hate in his voice. "No," said Aragon. "I would give it back. Open your eyes." The butcher hesitated.
"No, I can't. You're trying to trick me."
"When have I ever done that?" "Open your eyes, Sloane, and look upon your daughter and granddaughter." Sloane trembled, and then slowly, ever so slowly, his eyelids crept upward and revealed, instead of empty sockets, a pair of gleaming eyes. Unlike those he'd been born with, Sloane's new eyes were blue as the noonday sky, and of startling brilliance. Sloane blinked, his pupils shrinking as they adjusted to the meager light within the forest. Then he jolted upright and twisted to peer over the top of the root at the festivities taking place between the trees beyond. The glow from the elves' flameless lanterns lit his face with a warm light, and by it he seemed suffused with life and joy. The transformation in his expression was amazing to behold. Aragon felt tears in his own eyes as he watched the older man. Sloane continued to stare over the root, like a parched traveller seeing a great river before him. In a hoarse voice he said, She's beautiful. They're both so beautiful. Another burst of laughter rang forth. She looks happy. Oh, and Roran too. From now on you can look at all of them if you want, said Aragon. But the spells upon you still won't let you talk with them or show yourself to them or contact them in any way. And if you try, I'll know. I understand, murmured Sloane. He turned, and his eyes focused on Aragon with unsettling force. His jaw worked up and down for a few seconds, as if he were chewing on something, and then he said, Thank you. Aragon nodded and stood. Goodbye, Sloane. You'll not see me again, I promise. Goodbye, Aragon. And the butcher twisted round to gaze once more into the light of the elven feast. Chapter 78. Leave-taking. A week passed. A week of laughter and music and long walks amidst the wonders of Elismira. Aragon took Roran, Katrina, and Ismira to visit Aromas' hut on the crags of Telnir, and Saphira showed them the sculpture of licked stone she had made for the Bloth Oath celebration. As for Arya, she spent a day guiding them about the many gardens in the city, so they might see one of the more spectacular plants the elves had collected and created throughout the ages. Aragon and Saphira would have been happy to stay in Elismira for another few weeks, but Bloodgum contacted them and informed them that he and the Eldonari under his charge had arrived at Ardven Lake. And though neither Aragon nor Saphira wished to admit it, they knew it was time to leave. It cheered them, however, when Arya and Finan announced that they would fly with them, at least until the edge of Duveldenbaden, and maybe a bit farther. Katrina decided to stay behind with Ismira, but Roran asked to accompany them on the first part of their journey. For as he said, I'd like to see what the far side of Alagacia looks like, and travelling with you is faster than having to ride all the way out there on a horse. At dawn the next day, Aragon said his farewells to Katrina, who cried the whole while, and to Ismira, who nursed on her thumb and stared at him without comprehension. Then they set out, Saphira and Fenin flying side by side as they headed eastward over the forest. Roran sat behind Aragon, holding him by the waist, while Quarak dangled from Saphira's talons, his body reflecting the sunlight as brightly as any mirror. After 2.5 days, they sighted Ardven Lake, a pale sheet of water larger than the whole of Palancar Valley. On its western bank stood the city of Silthrim, which neither Aragon nor Saphira had visited before. And bobbing in the water by the city's walls was a long white strip with a single mast. The vessel looked as Aragon knew it would, for he recognized it from his dreams, and a sense of inexorable fate settled upon him as he gazed at it. This was always meant to be, he thought. They spent the night in Silthrim, which was much like Elismira, although smaller and more densely built. While they rested, the elves loaded the Eldonari onto the ship, along with food, tools, cloth, and other useful supplies. The ship's crew was composed of 20 elves who wished to help with the raising of the dragons and the training of future riders, as well as Bloodgarm and all of his remaining spellcasters, save Lafin and Uthanari, who were at this point taking their leave. In the morning, Aragon modified the spell that kept the eggs hidden above Saphira, and removed 2 of them, which he gave to the elves Eldonari had chosen to safeguard the unborn dragons. Along with the eggs went 3 of the Eldonari, dragons who had decided to remain among the elves, both to serve as mentors for Fen and the dragons yet to hatch, and because they preferred for reasons of their own to remain in Alagacia. Of the 2 eggs, only one would go to the dwarves and one to the Urgles, and hopefully the dragons within would see fit to choose riders from the designated race. If not, then they would exchange places, and if they still did not find riders for themselves, well, Aragon was not quite sure what to do then. But he was confident I would think of something. Once the eggs hatched, they and their riders would answer to Arya, Fenin, and the other 3 Eldonari until they were old enough to join Aragon, Saphira, and the rest of their kin in the east. Then Aragon, Arya, Roran, Quarak, Bloodgarm, and the other elves travelling with them boarded the ship, and they set sail across the lake, while Saphira and Fenin circled high overhead. The ship was named the Talita, after a reddish star in the eastern sky. Light and narrow, the vessel needed only a few inches of water to float. It moved without sound and hardly needed steering, as it seemed to know exactly where its helmsman wished to go. For days they floated through the forest, first across Ardven Lake and then later down the Gina River, which was swollen with the spring snowmelt. As they passed through the green tunnel of branches, birds of many kinds sang and flew about them, and squirrels, both red and black, would scold them from the tops of the trees, or would sit watching on branches that hung just out of reach. Aragon spent most of his time with either Arya or Roran, and only flew with Saphira on rare occasions. For her part, Saphira kept with Fernan, and he often saw them sitting on the bank, the paws overlapping and their heads resting side by side on the ground. During the days, the light in the forest was golden and hazy. During the nights, the stars twinkled brightly, and the waxing moon provided enough illumination to sail by. The warmth and the haze and the constant rocking of the Talita made Aragon feel as if he were half asleep, lost in the remembrance of a pleasant dream. Eventually, as of course it had to, the forest ended, and they sailed out onto the fields beyond. The Gina River turned south then and carried them alongside the forest to Eldor Lake, the waters of which were even larger than those of Ardwin Lake. There the weather turned and a storm sprang up. Tall waves pummeled the ship, and for a day they were all miserable as a cold rain and a fierce wind battered them. The wind was at their back, however, and it sped their progress considerably. From Eldor Lake they entered onto the Edda River, and sailed southward past the elven outpost of Cirrus. After that, they left the forest behind entirely, and the Talita glided over the river across the plains, seemingly of its own volition. From the moment they emerged from within the trees, Aragon had expected Arya and Fernan to leave, but neither said anything about departing, and Aragon was content not to ask them their plans. Farther south they went, across more and more empty land. Looking about them, Roran said, "It's rather desolate, isn't it?" And Aragon had to agree. At last they arrived at the easternmost settlement in Alagacia, a small, lonely collection of wooden buildings by the name of Hedarth. The dwarves had built the place for the sole purpose of trading with the elves, for there was nothing of value in the area to save herds of deer and wild oxen visible in the distance. The building stood at the juncture where the Ars Ragni poured into the Edda, more than doubling its size. Aragon, Arya, and Saphira had passed through Hedarth once before, in the opposite direction, where they had travelled from Farthendur to Ellesmere after the battle with the Urgles. Thus Aragon knew what to expect when the village came into sight. However, he was puzzled to see hundreds of dwarves waiting for them at the head of the makeshift pier that extended into the Edda. His confusion turned to delight when the group parted, and Oryx strode forth. Raising his hammer Voland over his head, Oryx shouted, "You didn't think I would let mine own foster brother leave without saying a proper goodbye, now did you?" Grinning, Aragon cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted back, "Never!" The elves docked the Talita long enough for everyone to disembark, save Quarak, Bloodgarm, and 2 other elves who stayed to guard the Eldonari. The water where the rivers met was too rough for the ship to hold its position without scraping against the pier, so the elves then cast off and sailed farther down the Edda, in search of a calmer place to lay anchor. The dwarves Aragon was astounded to see had brought to Hedarth 4 of the giant boars from the Bale Mountains. The Nagran were spittled on trees as thick as Aragon's leg, and were roasting over pits of glowing coals. "I killed that one myself," Oryx said proudly, pointing to the largest of the boars. Along with the rest of the feast, Oryx had brought 3 wagons of the dwarves' finest mead, specifically for Saphira. Saphira hummed with pleasure when she saw the barrels. "You'll have to try it as well," she told Fernan, who snorted and extended his neck, sniffling curiously at the barrels. When evening came and the food was cooked, they sat at rough-hewn tables the dwarves had built just that day. Oryx banged his hammer against his shield, silencing the crowd. Then he picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed. "If Golith," he proclaimed. The dwarf shouted with approval, and the feast began in earnest. At the end of the evening, when everyone had eaten their fill, even the dragons, Oryx clapped his hands and called for a servant who brought out a casket filled with gold and gems. "A small token of our friendship," Oryx said as he gave it to Aragon. Aragon bowed and thanked him. Then Oryx went to Saphira, and with a twinkle in his eye, he presented her with a gold and silver ring that she might wear on any of the claws of her forefeet. "It's a special ring, for it will not scratch, nor will it stain. And as long as you wear it, your prey will not hear you approaching." The gift pleased Saphira immensely. She had Oryx place the ring on the middle talon of her right paw, and throughout the evening Aragon caught her admiring the band of gleaming metal. At Oryx's insistence, they stayed the night in Hedarth. Aragon hoped to leave early the next morning, but as the sky began to brighten, Oryx invited him, Arya, and Roran to breakfast. After breakfast, they fell to talking, and then they went to see the rafts the dwarves had used to float the Nagran from the Bale Mountains to Hedarth. And before long, it was nearly dinner time again, and Oryx succeeded in convincing them to stay for one last meal. With the dinner, as with the feast the previous day, the dwarves provided song and music, and listening to the performance of a particularly skilled dwarf bard delayed the departure of the party even further. "Stay another night," Oryx urged. "It's dark and no time for travelling." Aragon glanced up at the full moon and smiled. "You forget. It's not so dark for me as it is for you. Now we must go. If we wait any longer, I fear we'll never leave." "Then go with mine blessings, brother. Brother of my own heart." They embraced, and then Oryx had horses brought for them. Horses the dwarves kept stabled in Hedarth for the elves who came to trade. Aragon raised his arm in farewell to Oryx. Then he spurred his steed forward and galloped with Roran and I and the rest of the elves away from Hedarth, and down the game trail that ran along the southern bank of the Edda, where above the air was sweet with the aroma of willows and cottonwoods. Beyond that the dragons followed, twining around each other in playful spiraling dance. Outside Hedarth, Aragorn reined in his mount, as did the others, and they rode on at a slower, more comfortable pace, talking softly amongst themselves. Aragorn discussed nothing of importance with Arya or Roran, nor they with him, for it was not the words that mattered, but rather the sense of closeness they shared in the confines of the night. The mood between them felt precious and fragile, and when they spoke it was with greater kindness than usual, for they knew their time together was drawing to an end, and none wished to mar it with a thoughtless phrase. They soon arrived at the top of a small hill, and gazed down from it upon the Talita, which sat waiting for them on the far side. The ship appeared as Aragorn knew it would, as it must. By the light of the pale moon, the vessel looked like a swan ready to take flight from the wide, slow-moving river and carry him into the vast unknown. The elves had lowered its sails, and the sheets of fabric gleamed with a faint sheen. A single figure stood at the tiller, but otherwise the deck was empty. Past the Talita, the flat, dark plain extended all the way to the distant horizon, a daunting expanse broken only by the river itself, which lay upon a land like a strip of hammered metal. A tightness formed in Aragorn's throat, and he pulled the hood of his cloak over his head, as if to hide himself from the sight. They slowly rode down the hill and through the whispering grass to the pebble beach by the ship. The hooves of the horses sounded sharp and loud against the stones. There Aragorn dismounted, as did the others. Unbidden, the elves formed two lines leading to the ship, one facing the other, and they planted the ends of their spears in the ground by their feet, and stood thus statue-like. Aragorn looked them over, and the tightness in his throat increased, making it difficult to breathe properly. "That was the moment," said Saphira, and he knew she was right. Aragorn untied the casket of gold and gems from the back of his horse's saddle, and carried it to Roran. "This is where we part, then?" Roran asked. Aragorn nodded. "Here," he said, giving the casket to Roran. "You should have this. You can make better use of it than I. Use it to build your castle." "I'll do that," said Roran, his voice thick. He placed the casket under his left arm, and then he embraced Aragorn with his right, and they held each other for a long moment. Afterward, Roran said, "Be safe, brother." "You too, brother. Take care of Katrina and Ismira." "I will." Unable to think of anything else to say, Aragorn touched Roran once more on the shoulder, then turned away and went to join Arya where she stood waiting for him by the two rows of elves. They stared at each other for a handful of heartbeats, and then Arya said, "Aragorn." She had drawn her cowl as well, and in the moonlight he could see little of her face. "Arya." He looked down the silvery river, then back at Arya, and he gripped the hilt of Brysinger. He was so full of emotion he trembled. He did not want to leave, but he knew he must. "Stay with me." Her gaze darted up. "I cannot. Stay with me until the first curve in the river." She hesitated, then nodded. He held out his arm and she looped hers through his, and together they walked under the ship and went to stand by the prow. The elves behind them followed, and once they were all on board, they pulled up the gangplank. Without wind or oars, the ship moved away from the stony shore and began to drift down the long, flat river. On the beach, Roran stood alone, watching them go. Then he threw back his head and uttered a long, aching cry, and the night echoed with the sound of his loss. For several minutes, Aragorn stood next to Arya, and neither spoke as they watched the fast curve in the river approach. At last, Aragorn turned to her, and he pushed the cowl away from her face so that he could see her eyes. "Arya," he said, and he whispered a true name. A tremor of recognition ran through her. She whispered his true name in response, and he too shivered at hearing the fullness of his being. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Arya forestalled him by placing 3 of her fingers upon his lips. She stepped back from him then, and raised one arm over her head. "Farewell, Aragorn Shadeslayer," she said. And then Fëanor swept down from above and snatched her off the deck of the ship, buffeting Aragorn with the gusts of air from his wings. "Farewell," Aragorn whispered, as he watched her and Fëanor fly back toward where Roran still stood upon the distant shore. Then Aragorn finally allowed the tears to spill from his eyes, and he clutched the railing of the ship and wept as he left all behind that he had ever known. Above, Saphira keened, and her grief mingled with his as they mourned what could never be. In time, however, Aragorn's heart slowed, and his tears dried, and a measure of peace stole over him as he gazed out at the empty plain. He wondered what strange things they might encounter within its wild reaches, and he pondered the life he and Saphira were to have, a life with the dragons and the riders. "We're not alone, little one," said Saphira. A smile crept across his face. and the ship sailed onward, gliding serenely down the moonlit river toward the dark lands beyond.